Two of Podapallooza 2025. I am Justin Mason, and we are back for another full day, though a little bit shorter day than yesterday, of fantasy analysis to raise money for Fantasy Cares. Fantasy Cares is a fantastic organization that raises money through fantasy sports to donate toys at Christmas time for Toys for Tots drives all over the country. We are going to be spending the rest of the day raising money as well. You can donate at donorbox.org/TGFBI-2025. We have already raised over $6,000 between Podapallooza, TGFBI participants, and TGFBI satellite participants to donate to Fantasy Care. So keep those donations coming in, and you'll get to win some amazing prizes. Things like t-shirts, things like bobbleheads and jerseys, and TGFBI entries for next year. Please keep those donations coming in. We are going to kick off today with a fantastic panel with some friends of the podcast that I do a few times a week, the Sleeper in the Bust. We have Paul Sporer, Jason Collette, and Nick Pollock, who looks like he is podcasting at Paul Sporer's house, which is interesting because I see Paul Sporer at his house. I'm very thrown off right now.
I mean, I am too. Sport, get out of my home.
That's really
get out
funny.
Of here. You know, really clearly you're doing it from the evening or something. You've got like no lights.
Clearly,
on.
absolutely.
I've got clear Austin lighting.
Yes, I have created this backdrop, whereas you are in my house. Yep.
I actually want
like the GM.
I want to
say Paul's like the GM from The Natural, where he doesn't like light and he closes everything.
That's right.
There you go. Right. I want to take this moment to really tell you guys thank you. From 2019, first time I was ever at First Pitch Arizona. I went on the Sleeper in the Bus podcast. I'd been there a couple times during the year. It was supposed to be just Mason, Sporer, and Collette, but they let me go up on the panel and be a part of it. It was a really fun moment for me, and it's just really nice to see. Look at this. I don't know the last time we've all been, all four of us.
In I don't know the last. Yeah, probably in Arizona.
Yeah, probably Arizona.
Back in November.
So it's great to see you guys.
Well, it was great to have you on, and of course, you're welcomed on anytime.
Oh, come on. I'm just waiting. I check my mailbox every day for that invite.
We need some firesides going.
Oh, we do. We absolutely do.
Time to get that going.
Yeah, we got to do that.
I'm happy to talk baseball today.
Oh, thank gosh. We're talking hitting. I need to talk hitting for once.
Yes,
we are doing the catcher preview right now.
You're deep diving 2 catcher leagues, and you're only talking about the back half of them.
I just took Kiber Ruiz, baby. Let's go.
I'm legitimately surprised you know who that is.
Name a second catcher.
I have to do this for Justin. I have to do.
I know.
Yeah, of course. What is all of that spam?
Well, what is
garbage? I was trying to put an image. That's garbage. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Don't look at the chat right now.
It looks like the best.
I'm an old man. I copied the wrong link. Here,
I'm a robot, so I can read that.
I need somebody to Photoshop our faces on that. That's what I feel like right now. My 3 sons.
Where am I looking? Oh, that's funny.
Oh my gosh!
Before we get started on today's topic, I'll give everybody a chance to kind of introduce themselves if for some reason they don't know you guys. Nick, why don't you remind everybody where you reach on social media and plug what you do in the industry?
Just come on to Pitcherlist. We actually just launched a live draft assistant web app that is in beta right now. We're going to update it later this week, but it looks amazing. And we also have a fantasy dashboard, the pro dashboard, where you import your leagues, sync our projections, everything like that. You have widgets and StatCast data to tell you what to do. That'll be launching in our beta this year. So go check it out, PL Pro. And we're giving away free PL Pro, I think, with Podapallooza, free month.
Yeah, we are. You should definitely be a PL Pro subscriber, but if you aren't yet, wait until after the weekend because we'll be giving away a free one at the end of the weekend.
Oh my gosh!
Here, so thanks to Nick. I really appreciate that.
Just do it anyway, and then cancel it when you get the free one. Okay, that sounds.
Or do that too. Yeah. Paul, want to remind everybody where you can reach and talk about what you do.
Well, I do a podcast with you called The Sleeper in the Bust over at Fangraphs, which is where my writing can be found. I'm furiously updating the SP ranks after all the lovely news that we've gotten recently. Oh, what a bloodbath, man. 3 mega stars pushed down substantially. And so, yeah, we have an update out on Monday. But yeah, gearing up for the season. You can find my work at Fangraphs. I will have the sleepers and the busts coming very soon as well, not just the sleeper and the bust episodes. And tomorrow we are kicking off starting pitchers, which I'm going to backpack just a little. We blasted through 60 outfielders on Friday to ensure that we would be done, because Justin has to get this episode done because he's gone after that. So it was do or die. That for Monday to be SP1, and we really wanted it to be because he's got a special surprise, and so we got it done. So yeah, and of course, Out of the Park Baseball, I'm the perfect team content director, and we got that game coming out this week. Beta on Tuesday and full release on Friday. Don't say full release, Paul. Anyway, the game comes out on Friday.
Yeah, sweet.
And Jason.
My name is Big J, and I hit dingers.
Oh my God.
Yes, I don't do as much as these three gentlemen anymore. These guys are amazing. I'm just happy to be here.
Whoa. We're not going to obscure the fact that you do your deep dive articles over at RotoWire and are regularly, nominated for FSWA awards and things.
I'm Susan Lucci these days. I just don't win them. I get nominated.
I understand, but being nominated, I know it's the whole joke of it's just an honor to be nominated, but it is. And that is very impressive. So we're not going to sell your work short. Rotowire.com, Colette's calls. You need to be checking it out. He's doing great deep dive articles once a week or once every 2 weeks, Jason?
Every week, every Sunday, Monday. So yes,
some of the best studying, checking things out, new pitch stuff, checking which teams are stealing bases, all sorts of, it's a wide range of topics, whatever strikes Jason's fancy. Collect calls, rotowire.com/trial. They don't even take a credit card. You can check it out, get behind the paywall there and see if you like it.
That's how good of a friend Paul Spore is. Everyone.
He is.
Yeah, right?
Trying to be.
My new puppy wants to say hi. So
I'm not going to make Paul. I'm not going to make
beautiful.
I'm not going to make Paul recite all the places I work. You hopefully will know by now.
We don't have enough time for that.
Yeah,
take up the rest of the hour.
Before we jump into the scheduled topic, let's talk about what Paul was just mentioning, which is we just lost a bunch of starting pitchers. About a week ago, I think talking to Paul or Jason on the podcast and made a comment about this has been a relatively healthy offseason so far in terms of pitching injuries. Then we lose George Kirby to a shoulder issue. We lose Garrett Cole to an elbow issue. And we lose Grayson Rodriguez to, I believe, a tricep issue. Now, as Nick is waving around, have we actually lost these guys? My question to you, Nick, is, are you still drafting any of these guys?
George Kirby.
Yep.
Absolutely. We see this often is guys have shoulder inflammation. It's the most common spring training injury that is not a major thing for the entire year. All shoulder inflammation is that, hey, you worked up a little too quickly. And we see this in season a lot. The guys just need like a week or two. It's not damage. There was no
he wanted to pitch through it.
MRI.
Kirby did.
Yeah, right. And actually, I go back to this constantly. I think about it so often. Tom Glavine had it when he was drafted out of college, and he started pitching with Atlanta a little bit more, and he all of a sudden had this, and he thought he was going to be shut down. But instead, what they made him do was throw long toss every single day, and it actually got him through it. He just hadn't been used to it, and he actually had to go through it, and he was fine after. And I think about that constantly of like, maybe we baby too much when it comes to injury. You don't want to train the body a little. I don't know.
Sure.
Long story short, it happens all the time. We've seen it from like Zach Wheeler and Zach Gallen, actually, where they were delayed, I think, like a week or something like that entering the year. And then they were totally fine after that. I'm not out on Kirby here. I think it's great actually buying opportunity.
He went in the 10th round of the first main event yesterday, which is definitely a deep enough discount for me to jump in if that's where he's going to be going. Obviously, news will change at some point, probably before I draft my main, which is in 2 weeks. But people who are drafting mains right now, if you're getting them in the 9-10 range for Kirby, I'm taking that discount. This is the toughest time to draft, is that early mid-March when we get these injuries, but the news is hanging in the balance and you still have to draft. Let's take a bad example, Luis Gil. You might have taken the shot because we didn't have confirmation. Boom, 3 months. Positive end, though, could be somebody like Kirby, could be somebody like Gunnar Henderson. We just don't know. You have to figure out where you're comfortable with taking these guys. Grayson, completely off the board for me. He's had enough injury issues. fastball down to 89. And of course, Cole could have gotten TJ last year. It seemed like missed half or close to half of the season. Was good when he came back, looked ready to go, but now that he's hurt again, more or less off my board too. Cole would have to fall pretty far for me to jump back in. Grayson, I'm not even sure there's a price because in NFBC, specifically with no IL, I just don't want to hold him for what I think could end up being the whole year. I mean, I'm scared about Grayson a lot.
Let's be thankful for Justin for having that ambulance team for us, so we can all.
That's right. That's right.
I would add. I have Cole in 2 different leagues. One of them's drafted in November. One was drafted a week and a half ago. Already feeling that. But I would. So I was looking back at Tout Wars since we have Tout Wars in 5-6 days. I went back and looked at Kirby's price last year. And so I'll ask you guys. In AL only, he went $28. Are you paying that? If you're in the AL, none of you are, but I'm in that room. I will tell you I'm not paying $28 for that. Are you paying? No. You're willing. All right. In mixed, in the 15-team mix, he went $25.
Not paying that.
No.
Okay. And I'm in that mixed auction and I won't pay 25.
I don't think you'll have to though. Unless we get positive.
Right. I mean, that's the real point.
So let me lower it down. 24.
If I would say like 15, it sounds great.
I was gonna say 17. Like
I was gonna say 18, truly.
Yeah,
not just trying to one up. Like
all of you are out of 20. All right.
Yeah, I gotta go low. I gotta go below 20. But because 10th round, I'm trying to think of the comparison there.
Here's the thing: George Kirby for me wasn't like I had him ranked highly because it was just like, all right, fine, you're going to go so long. And I'm calling the anti-cores. I'm calling Seattle the tea now because what's the opposite of a cold beer? It's hot tea, and it's also T-Mobile Park, and we all want pitchers to sip the tea. So at the T is going to help George Kirby a ton. That's why I was like, fine, I'll push him up. But his skill set is like so many others that are these ratio favored guys who actually there are low walk rate guys that aren't George Kirby, who is not that 25% strikeout rate guy. And I'm kind of tired expecting that to happen, especially with the fastball that gets hit really hard, even though he misses a lot of bats. It has actually a ton of contact too. Actually, the highest swing rate is what I should say, not contact. Mm-hmm. So I'm not like that different on Kirby and everyone else. And I have this injury ding. I'd just rather be safer with others. But if he's going to the 10th round of 15 teamers, those other guys are gone. So I'll be like, all right, fine. I'll just get him now at the end of that.
I think one of the things about Kirby is what makes him so valuable in fantasy is the volume. And if we're dealing with a shoulder injury that may start him on the IL to start the season, he's not going to volume in the same way that he did. And so
it's almost like even the safe guys aren't safe.
Well,
because there's no pitching safety is a mirage.
But that's not. I don't know if I love that argument. Just because, let's say Kirby misses 3 weeks of the season, then he's in his normal self.
Yeah. I'm not against Kirby.
3 weeks
I'm
of
just
like
saying
a pitcher you put in for those for that, and then it's the same volume that you'd expect, right?
Breaking pitcher.
Yeah.
One phrase answer, Nick. Is he still ace gonna ace? Is he a cherry bomb or is he Holly?
He's a Holly.
There you go.
All right. For listeners, that's from Nick's starting pitching ranking list where Kirby was 12th. And that moves him down on the list.
Yeah,
there you go.
Being a Holly is tough for somebody like that, though.
Let's talk about your general pitching strategy this year, Nick. How are you approaching your starting pitchers? You're usually a guy who kind of waits, right?
Oh, absolutely. And what's fun is that I actually have a great example now. I always talk about this. Oh, you go, wait. And everyone's like, you can't do it. You're not going to get those guys, that kind of stuff. So I was like, fine, I'm going to do it. And I'm going to show y'all. I'll show them. If you guys know The Room, which is the greatest movie ever, I show them. 8th round, I got Justin Steele. 9th round, I got Robbie Ray. 10th round, I got Jared Jones.
What
and now in the
TGFBI?
15th round, TGFBI. In 15th round, I just got Jackson Jobe. And oh my gosh, I love this foundation. I'm also seeing so many others I can be getting right now that I would honestly get in my 12th or 13th into 12-teamer who are still there.
Clear, Jackson Jobe is your 3rd or your 4th?
4th.
Okay.
He's my 4th. And it looks very clear that he is the guy out of camp for the Tigers at this point because Keter Montero allowed 4 runs the other day. Manning is not looking good at all. Kenta Maeda.
He just got optioned this morning. Manning
no way.
Just got sent down.
Jobe?
Manning.
No,
Manning. So
I'm afraid Maeda's going to do it.
Nick, you spent a 15th round on a guy that got optioned. No, Manning got sent down this morning.
Nick, I'm all about
into the fourth inning now.
I'm all about Jobe, but I think Maeda might take it early on just to save Jobe's innings.
That's interesting. I mean, he was in long relief last year. And that velocity boost that we
I
saw.
don't want it to be the truth.
No, I know
but
you.
You know
yeah,
how teams go and
Sure.
favor the money and silly things like that. And it's an easy way to spare some of his innings early on, where you can give him 3 to 4 inning outings in AAA versus.
I'll even tell you what it probably will be then. It probably will be 3 innings of Maeda as a piggyback or an opener.
Yes.
And then it might even be that in the very beginning.
Then they should,
with it.
And I would love if Job was the second guy.
I mean, yeah, right.
That would
be so
obviously,
good.
we've been chasing the Ryan Yarbrough dragon ever since he ripped like 18 wins doing that.
Yeah, but to really emphasize this point, I mean, I don't care about ruining my queue. I don't care. There are a ton of starters, I think, on the board that are just so valuable inside of 15 teamers that are just chilling. We'll have Dustin May, Jesus Luzardo, Gavin Williams, Michael Walker, Reese Olson, Walker Bueller, Nestor Cortez, Clay Holmes, Jose Soriano, Chris Bubich, Lucas Giolito, Matthew Boyd, Cody Bradford. There are so many still. And I actually could use these for a later question that we're going to have. So I'm so in on waiting as long as possible for starters. I'm actually really tempted in my 12th team, my hometown and the PL Legacy League, to wait until the 10th round to get my first starting pitcher this year, because I just feel so good in how many options there are that I think hitting is a lot harder to get in season than it is pitching to come back in. And to be able, I just think remember last year where no one would trade anything for their hitters because it was impossible. Because I had to get like a backup platoon guy for like Flaherty, and that was the offer I got. I'm like, what? I'm not, no. And whatever, I'll just go and get all the hitters, have the best offense, and go that way. So I mean, this is how
pitching for hitting is one of the toughest things to do. Nobody ever wants to trade for those pitchers unless they're absolutely desperate.
Generally, it's actually easier to do the opposite, like pitcher for hitter, hitter for pitcher, because it muddies the waters of value.
Right. When you do pitcher for pitcher,
it's just like
people have these anchor points where it's like they can't see beyond the stats, and I'm trading for the guy with the higher ERA or whatever. You're right on that front, but trading those surplus aces, especially if they're not quite guaranteed, right? Like trading Seth Lugo last year was really difficult because no one wanted to believe in it. Everyone thought that they were going to catch the tail end of it. And it kept going all year because that defense really propelled him. But anyway, go ahead, Justin. I think you're going to ask one of us.
Why don't you go ahead and talk about your starting pitching strategy?
I generally go for an ace starter in those first 4 or 5 rounds. If a few more fall off, though, Kirby was definitely in there. Cole's a fantasy ace. I think he was. Grayson, not so much. So really only 2 of those big 3 bits of news have impacted that. But I'm also an ace closer guy, and that's not just a DC thing where you have to get all your saves in the draft. I want ace closers in regular drafts too. So it can be tough sometimes, and generally I get the ace closer for sure. I don't always get the ace starter, but I generally wait after that. Get an ace closer, ace starter within the first 5 rounds, and then wait from there. In my TGFBI, I got, pardon me here, I got Snell, Diaz, Bybee, and then I waited and I took Alcantara, which, a little dicey there. I'm not saying he's free and clear of any sort of risk, but I'm willing to take the shot there. I like Sandy. Right? Yeah, I love Sandy, but he's still coming off TJ even with the extended recovery and all that. But again, ace closer, ace starter, then wait for me. I don't quite wait as long or without as much as Nick, but I like to have at the very least the ace closer. I'm actually willing to eschew the ace starter more than the ace closer. I'm not. I pay for saves.
What about you, Jason?
So, like in AL Labor last weekend, I intentionally stayed out of tier 1 because I'm confident enough, kind of like Nick, where it's not guys that I'm looking for, it's profiles. And so I will have those buckets of guys. That way I don't get locked into, oh, crap, that guy's gone. Now I'm screwed. So I will build around a specific profile. I'm looking for a volume guy. I'm looking for a ratio, and I will have a list of guys. So I will do something like that. My most recent mixed league draft was RotoWire OC about 10 days ago, and I didn't take my first pitcher until the 5th. I went 4 straight hitters, and then I went with the best pitcher last year, Framber Valdez, Shota Imanaga, and then Yohan Duran as closer, only because all those other guys ran. That's kind of how I like to build in that strategy. And then I picked up Hunter Brown in round 9. And so coming out of 10 rounds, I had a 6-4 balance with that particular. So And going into tout this weekend, honestly, I will say whatever the room determines. So if I see that everybody else in the room is fading, then I'll jump in. I had this conversation with somebody the other day, and it's like, if everybody else is going to say I don't want pitching, then I'm like, okay, I'll go get pitching a little bit. I've done that in auctions. And if you see it happening in the room, you see values, then jump in and adjust your strategy. But just because everybody, if you go into a room, whether it's a draft, whether it's an auction, and then you can't just stay to that plan. If you see something happening, jump in and make the adjustments and go from there.
You got to be able to adjust to a room. I commentated the NL labor auction last weekend with Tristan Cockcroft and Ariel Cohen, and Ariel's, understanding of the auction dynamics and when the room was hot and cold and calling it as it was happening was super impressive. Auction dynamics, if you can learn them and really be good on the fly with that, that's what makes them so great, right? That no two drafts are the same either, right? There's ADPs that kind of generally get followed, but no two auctions are the same for so many different reasons. And they can be so wildly different based on when the guys come out. Yes, guys will get drafted in different spots, draft to draft, but it's just so much more different in an auction. Justin, before you keep us going, Nick, do you play any best ball over at the NFPC?
I do not.
You should, because you draft like 8 pitchers in a row or hitters in a row before you start any pitchers. It's all.
No,
I mean,
but
that's what you should do. No, it is
that's
fun.
not good because
not everyone does it. Not everyone
pictures.
does it. Not everyone does it. No, I'm saying the good players do it.
Well, yeah,
Obviously the Scoobles, and
man.
Skeenses and all that, they still go up.
Is David Ortiz still a hitter?
Oh my God. Keep going, Justin.
All right, let's talk about who you think the most likely top 10 starter is to bust this season. I'll start with you, Paul.
I mean, it's got to be Jacob deGrom, and I'm putting him in because I'm kicking out Shohei. A, because he's not going to pitch for a while, and B, because he's obviously drafted number 1 overall as a hitter. So that brings in deGrom, at least at the ADP that I'm looking at for the RotoWire Online Championship recently. And yet that doesn't keep me from drafting him. I'm in on the deGrom train. He's healthy right now. When he's healthy, he still is one of the best pitchers in the game. I understand the age is elevated. The injury history is robust for the 37-year-old. Still taking a shot, but I do think he is still the biggest risk in the top 10. And I don't really know how he couldn't be at his age and injury combo.
Do you agree there, Nick?
Well, I don't, because Jacob deGrom is actually 12th in ADP in the past month.
No, he's not. I'm looking right at it. You kick Clase out because he's a closer, and you kick Shohei out.
I will say I'm doing it from February 1st through March 5th. But I see him at 12th. I'm just having fun with you. I would say honestly, it's Chris Sale, because I think we have this idea now that Chris Sale is that kind of quality pitcher for a full year, and B is now completely void of the health concerns that we've seen before, and the fact that he got hurt at the end of the year last year.
But he's at least done it recently, whereas deGrom hasn't. So
sure,
they're similar, but isn't it a degree warmer for somebody like Sale because he is coming off of a full season and 102 innings the year before that?
But I will almost a full season for Chris Sale. No. I'm just saying at the point of it's not just an injury-free season that he just had.
Well, 162. If you qualify for the area title, it's a full season.
By the end, it's fine. With deGrom, I think the skill set that we've already seen from him showing up last year, and also every report that we've gotten so far this year in spring, is the skill set is exactly what we want it to be.
Sure.
I also want to make the point. I didn't really intend to talk about deGrom, but it's more that the injury history that we've seen. He was a workhorse until 2021, where he had a string of injuries, and really the main one was precursor to Tommy John, and then he had Tommy John, and then he had one thing in the middle that was, I believe, a back thing in 2022,
Yep.
And now that Tommy John has been applied and good, I think the idea of you're going to get 80 innings or 170 or something like that for deGrom, he just falls apart tomorrow. I understand why we have that interpretation. I don't think it's as strong as it was when we were last drafting him in 2023. I don't think it's that same kind of debate. I think it's a little bit stronger. And I very much believe the skill set more in deGrom than I do Sale on a per start basis. Now, the one I really wanted to mention, though, was Corbin Burns, because that cutter is not back to what it was in September. And I think he's going to be like a 23% strikeout rate guy. And I'm terrified of that. So I think he's going to be bust. There you go.
All right, Jason, what about you?
So I would have mentioned Burns, but I'm going to go in with the relief pitcher, and I'm going to remind people that I do not like Emmanuel Clase this year, and I think he is a bust at the closing position. I am not paying that market. I know Paul has done that a few times, and he's ignored his father's advice. But no, history lesson. If you haven't heard me have gone this diatribe before, nobody's ever done what Clase is attempting to do: work over 70 innings in 4 consecutive seasons with 40+ saves. Even Eric Gagne, with all the steroids he was on, couldn't do it. Mark Melanson tried. Mark Melanson couldn't do it either. We've never seen it done before, and history is an excellent teacher, and I cannot overlook that.
What are we trying to accomplish? 4 straight 70+?
4 consecutive seasons of 70+ innings pitched and 40+ saves.
Okay.
It's we've never seen it. Rivera never did it. It's never been done. And every time it's never been done, I'm looking for a reason not to take Clase in a 3rd and 4th round. And that's enough of a red flag for me to say I will take an option elsewhere. I know you like taking a solid closer in the 3rd or 4th round. I've been in so many drafts with you, and I've watched drafts with you, and you do it every time. You're not alone. But that's one guy that I have absolutely avoided all draft season and will avoid again at Tout Wars.
I will say,
just make sure it gets to a price, but I'll be out.
Yeah,
I will say not a single reliever went in the first 3 rounds of the first main event last night, which was a little jarring to me, considering how much those relievers tend to get pushed up. I think they will continue to get pushed up as we continue on in main event and in kind of the March drafts, but not a single reliever went in those first 3 rounds. Who is your favorite starter going after pick 300 there, Jason?
Oh, that gets back to me. So my favorite starter is DJ Hurst with the Nationals. I love the upside. I know there's a lot of risk in DJ Hurst, and throwing strikes is the biggest risk. But when you look at what he has, and maybe Nick, I saw Nick's face light up. Maybe he's got something to say. But DJ Hurst is the guy I have been actively targeting in my draft and holds, and anything I can get a hold of. DJ Hurst has been ended up on my roster. I really liked what I saw under the hood this winter. Taking a look at it, and I'm taking the risk there.
I'm so sorry, Jason. I think he's going to start in AAA.
Yeah, I think he is too.
I don't care.
He definitely is.
I don't care.
That's okay. I mean, I'm not completely against taking him, but I will use that as a natural segue, Justin, if you'll allow me to, because I'm going to take the National who's going to start with a job, and that's Michael Soroka, baby, who's absolutely blazing hot in spring, popping 96 past guys, collecting strikeouts left and right. Obviously has a remarkably lengthy injury history dating back to 2020, which includes 2 fully missed seasons. Even in the shortened season, he only threw 13 innings, didn't pitch in the majors in 21 or 22, 32 innings in 23, and then just 80 last year. Okay, but he's 27. He's taken a full season before back in 2019. He looks awesome. I'm just going to take the shot on Michael Soroka and kind of see where it goes. And I like this Nats team. I've been saying it all off season. They need some pitching, and he could be a bit of a find for them. Soroka could.
What about you, Nick?
Well, so
take a National. Trevor Williams. No, not Trevor.
Never Trevor.
Mitchell Parker.
Never Trevor. There are so many. There's so many. I mean, we could talk about Max Meyer having extra velocity
now. One, though. You have to pick one.
But I'm going to pick one.
I'll take Max Meyer.
I'll tell you the one is Dustin May. He's the SP5 for the Dodgers. And he's throwing 95-mile-per-hour sinkers as he does, and it's amazing. I think one of the things that I'm trying to figure out really about Dustin May is when he gets into rhythm and actually gets regular starts, should I be banking on this foundation that he has to then allow him to get whiffs? Really, when it comes to pitching, it's like, hey, first thing you got to do, you just got to get outs. You got to make sure that you survive. And surviving for Dustin May is throwing sinkers inside and then having this cutter and the curveball and just kind of throwing well enough to be in the majors consistently. Once you're there, does Dustin May have the ability to say, great, now I'm going to convert these outs and balls in play into strikeouts because I have the stuff to do that? I believe he will, because he's never gotten that chance in the majors. He hasn't had 10 starts in a season for the Dodgers yet. So I think this is the year for that. He's healthy to go.
2020 he actually did.
Oh, it did? How many was it? Was it 11
10.
or 12?
No, 10 exactly.
Okay, I'm so sorry. He hasn't 11. Should have said more. Oh, dang it.
More than 10 starts,
More than 10.
And he had that strikeout flash.
Right.
He had
Yeah,
that
right.
strikeout
Exactly. He had those
flash.
moments of like, oh my gosh, here's like, I want to say it was
I'm
8 or
in.
10 strikeouts or something.
I got a couple shares already on Dustin May, so I'm totally in with you.
It's also a fantastic situation. You want to pitch for the Dodgers. I know the whole thing about the volume and everything. Yeah. But if you're starting in a game for them, they have such a good win chance for you.
Right.
And they want guys who go 5 innings because they want to preserve all the other guys. So
And they got
Dustin May, I
talent.
think, is going to have a great season with the Dodgers. He's going at like 430 in the last 35 days.
I'm totally with you on Dustin May and even Gonsolin. I'll take a shot on Gonsolin. Like, I don't mind taking these Dodgers pitchers, and I agree that there's like a bias against them that I don't really share in. I mean, I even think Sasaki's relatively fairly priced. I know it is expensive, right? But for what he can do, I don't know. Like, he drops in some drafts too, and I think Yamamoto is poised for a great second season. And I love Snell. And I know the tumult of Snell year to year, but I think the Dodgers maybe can figure him out for a full season.
I think the hard part is knowing what the Dodgers are going to be doing in terms of a 6-man rotation, in terms of saving guys.
Give me the
playoffs.
talent, though. Just put the talent on my team.
I totally
and
understand.
I'll figure that out.
It's just hard at the price for those top guys. I like Gonsolin and May because there's really no price attached to them. You're getting them the back end of your drafts. Or off the wire in your shallower league. So like May and Gonsolin, I'm totally here for.
I don't think they're going to soft pedal the studs.
Well, okay, so this is actually what I think the plan is for the Dodgers. April has a lot of 6-day weeks, and they have those off days that they're going to actually utilize a lot to make it so that they can have the 5-man. I think the initial plan was that we're going to have Ohtani back around May or so, May to June, and they were going to utilize that as much as they can to keep it 5-man. Now, with the recent news that Ohtani might be delayed in that, they're going to really slow him down, it sounds like, as a pitcher. That means that we will open up to a 6-man probably in May at some point. I'm actually curious if the Dodgers are going to go with Gonsolin, because what we've seen this spring is Justin Robolski going at least 3, if not longer, and he's had success. And I'm not saying that it's out of the question that Gonsolin is just good enough to do it and all of that. We just really haven't seen him do it. And he's coming back from Tommy John and all. And, he's not so killer. I know he was before, but there was a lot of fortune. I think it was like a 206 BABIP he had that year. And Robolski's doing really well. You might see a scenario where Gonsolin stays in the minors, and then all of a sudden you see Robolski take that spot. I'm not as sold on Gonsolin, but Dustin May certainly has that hold on that 5 right now.
I'm not as sold on Gonsolin going to the minors, rather being in a tandem position with Robolski.
Yeah, that makes sense to me too.
And whoever gets the second spot, though, is who you want. Like we said with Job earlier, if they were to do that, if Robolski is behind Gonsolin, we would actually prefer that. That would give him a lot more fantasy value. So, just give me their talent, though. I'm just interested in the talented pitchers on the Dodgers. Most of them, I'm good with their prices.
Over the last 2 seasons, only one pitcher on the Dodgers has gone over 140 innings. Who is it?
Anthony Bonda.
Gavin Stone.
Gavin Stone. Like, you just can't get the volume, and when you're taking guys as high as the top end,
you don't need the volume in today's game. You just don't. You can get it elsewhere. You don't. You very much don't. You very much don't, though, because no one gets there. And I don't literally mean no one, but like not enough people get there. So you definitely don't. You can go get it at some other spots, right? That's why I like a guy like Logan Webb, not just for innings, but he's also good. Framber Valdez. You need to get some innings, obviously, but you don't need every guy or even every top guy that you draft, let's say top 100 to top 120 picks, to be delivering volume. You absolutely do not.
I think that's going to be a discussion for Monday, because I wholeheartedly disagree. But we need to move on, because with you guys, there's no way we're going to make it through an entire rundown.
I saw the rundown and I laughed.
I wasn't expecting to, but
I filled out all the answers.
I'd like to at least get maybe halfway through and see if we can.
If we get to 6C, that'll be amazing.
Paul, is there a starting pitcher that you are targeting in
Gavin
every
Williams? Eric Smolsky, wake up. I'm with you, baby.
What?
I'm all about that Gavin Williams train. What?
No, I mean, that was going to be my pick. Okay, cool.
Oh, well, I got lucky. I
Well,
got picked
then,
first. Let me be honest. I wouldn't have changed my answer even if you had already used it. No, I'm big on the Gavin Williams train, and frankly, Eric's coverage of him only furthered my interest in him. He went to the spring training facility and learned more about what Gavin Williams was doing to better himself. I don't want to say wish casted it, but kind of assumed that there was going to be some improvements. Him working on himself, his command and control, and trying to get better from the tumultuous sophomore campaign. Turns out that's exactly what he's doing, refining the grip of his slider. It's kind of a slider type. Nick, cover your ears. That's a slider and a cutter, but his kind of morphs a little bit. But that can be that strikeout pitch for him. They need more innings. To go back to the Clase thing, Jason, maybe they don't need to go 70 appearances or 70 innings with him this year if they can get some more starter innings. And I do think Gavin Williams could be an instrumental part of that. I don't think Ben Lively's pulling another rabbit out of his hat. So I think
How dare you besmirch UCF's greatest pitcher? Damn.
So I think you need to get $160 out of Bybee and Gavin Williams, and so I'm very much in on Gavin. And even with some hype from smart folks like Eric Samolsky and dumb folks like myself, his price is really not rising. So I'm loving that. Keep not taking him, folks.
He was $2 in mixed tout last year. He was $6 in AL tout last year. There's no way he's going for those prices this year.
No
I mean,
shot.
that was because, of course, he was injured out of it. He had like a delay. So, but yeah, you're absolutely right there, Jason.
He's still almost picked 200 though. 196 in the last 15 RotoWire online championship drafts. Those are 12 teams with Fab. So I'm paying that all day without even blinking for Gavin Williams.
Very quickly on Gavin Williams. So sorry. I actually watched his last spring start, and I was a little surprised to see that he didn't really have that good slider feel or curveball feel, which is obviously the spring, but he had like an amazing game. But it's like, yeah, the fastball should be that good. 13 whiffs over 40 thrown or something like that. But like, hey, I want to see that slider or slider. And by the way, that is why sweeper is ST on Savant. It's because they already made it for slider ST, and then they just use the same code and didn't change it to SW. That's why
crazy. Okay, that annoys me.
I got the inside intel, guys. I know these things.
I did wonder.
So
I did wonder aloud about
that stupid pitch. But I mean, Gavin Williams, I'm obviously very, very much into, and he should be very good this year. It's just gonna fly. It's gonna be great.
What about
18-1, Jason has said Gavin Williams went 18-1 in his RotoWire Online Championship. I'm just crushing that all day.
Yeah,
that's just such a good price for Gavin.
Jason, what about you? Who's the guy you're leaving every draft with?
Maybe he opens the year and the minors don't care. Ryan Nelson with Arizona. Really liked what I saw in the second half last year from Ryan Nelson. Incorporating the changeup gives him a bigger bag of pitches to use. And I have run out. I was looking at my player shares, and there's only one draft that I didn't get Ryan Nelson in so far. I have him in a lot of places, and if I have any more, I have one more mix, and he will end up on that team too. I really like what I saw there, and the fact that Jordan Montgomery is already in mid-season form, can't get out of the first inning. Just solidify. Oh, he one third of an inning, 5 runs, 4 hits, 2 walks, mid-season.
Maybe he is just cooked.
Yeah, maybe he's just cooked. Yeah.
Should Ryan Nelson be in over Brandon Pfaadt?
Oh man,
see, I like both of them, and no, I know where that was going, but yeah,
Brandon Pfaadt can't get lefties out.
Wait, now, yes, it was actually really nice when Ian and I like sat there and be like, yeah, we both don't like Brandon Pfaadt. Like, oh, thank you. Oh, cool. All right, now you two sports, sweet. Yeah, he doesn't have that pitch against lefties, and honestly, the 4-seamer sinker, which is kind of interesting that he splits the movement on them. It's just not that overpowering, and there are those days that Pfaadt can command well, but they're going to lean in on Brandon Pfaadt. I think, honestly, something's going to break pretty quickly with Arizona in some way. Eduardo Rodriguez really hasn't strung together that season that they were looking for from him. So I think you'll see him eventually. I just haven't seen enough of a change this year from Nelson in the spring. It looks like it's just kind of more of the same. And that fastball overperformed in the zone last year for that nice stretch. And I'm still curious to see if there's more for Nelson to tap into. I hope so. I was really banging the table for him this time last year.
Yeah, you were gung-ho for Ryan Nelson.
So question on Pfaadt. He rolled out a splitter a little bit last year late. Has he? I haven't seen it in spring. Has he done anything? Because that's really where I would be more in on Pfaadt. If he could get the splitter going, then I'd be more intrigued. But
I think we're talking about.
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen. I've been following all the starts and stuff. I haven't seen it.
I think we were talking yesterday with Eric, and he mentioned that he's been rolling out a new changeup. I don't know how much that's going to actually help, but
I mean, I hope I am rooting for him. And sometimes you root for a guy that you're still not drafting. You know, the core skills are there. A 19% strikeout minus walk for Brandon Pfaadt in 182 innings. That's really nice. But I can't get away from the home run rate. 1.2 is about the best you can expect from a guy like that. And that's just the quickest way to torch an ERA. Everyone gets hung up on the ERA indicators being in the 3.6s. That's because most of those ERA indicators are normalizing his home run rate, which I don't see how he's going to do that for Brandon Pfaadt.
Yeah. And by the way, Sport, you asked in the chat, who's comping him to Mitch Keller? That would be me. Which is
disgusting.
I know. I even call it like the most horrible.
He's comping Hunter Brown to Mitch Keller.
And I hated it. This is what happened is I have this, this amazing app that Max Bay put out, which is the Dead Zone Tracker. And it's a really intuitive thing. And I'm so happy to know about it now. Essentially, it's just like your arm angle affects the expected movement of a pitch, right? If you're super over the top, guys are expecting you to have more rise to it. If you're super low, they expect it to have more ride, inside horizontal run. So looking at Mitch Keller's, he has a 4-seamer, a sinker, and a cutter. They're all dead zone, right? They're all just complete dead zone. Same thing with Hunter Brown. And I was like, oh gosh. And like, what is Hunter Brown's best pitch? Oh no. And he's just kind of doing it with fastballs and sinkers and cutters, and they're not like exceptional. And
what's wrong with the slider?
Can you split that between?
I guess he doesn't use it enough.
Cutter, because it wasn't doing well. And I hate it. I don't want that to be the case.
I trust Houston more than Pittsburgh too.
I'm with you on that. It's
tweak
just
the knobs necessary, but I get what you're saying. Looking at it right now,
and I was like, oh god. I mean, I still have Hunter Brown inside my top 50.
Yeah,
But it's just that's the closest I found. I was like,
but that's your concern is that he falls into that zone there.
Yeah, that's what that one is.
Come on, Houston, please don't let that happen. But that is scary.
I really hope it doesn't. The target I will give you guys though is Robbie Ray. I think Robbie Ray is too good right now. And to be honest, like that season with the Jays, then the Mariners, looking amazing. We were all just super in on Robbie Ray. He's now really good and everything's great. He's the top 30 starter. Then he gets Tommy John, and then he comes to San Francisco. And what we saw last year was like one start where he just didn't have it. So maybe it was two
like the
of them,
second one, wasn't it? Like he looked good in the first one. Everyone got in.
He threw like five perfect innings in his first start, and then came out and looked terrible. And it's like, but this is what you can expect from guys coming off Tommy John, which will bring us to our next subject here in a minute.
Right. Yeah. So also velocity was back there, and now he has this changeup from Tarek Skubal. That I watched, and I hate me and camera angles. I don't know if you guys saw him on Blue Sky. Me laughing about the Marlins broadcast. It is like the funniest 1 minute video of watching Ryan Weathers. You guys have to see this.
I'll check that out.
This camera
angle 3 times on me.
I know how you feel about camera angles, so I'm definitely going to check out that clip.
Lefty with a righty heavy angle, and I can't tell what pitch this is.
Yeah.
And even then, I could be like, that was a changeup down away to a righty for a whiff. And I'm like, Robbie Ray has that now? You didn't even. I was in on you before that. This is a guy who's primed to go a full season on the Giants. I mean, that's a great situation to be in my view. I think everyone's terrified of him having like a 4 ERA or something like that, or like a 125 whip. I think that is not a realistic outcome. It's not a possible one, but it's not like on the higher probabilities in my view. And I think the 25% to 30% strikeout rate is very much alive. So I am grabbing him everywhere. I think this is such a great SP3 that you can get at his price right now. I'm so on board.
I co-signed the Robbie Ray love. Pick 150 in these last 15 OCs that I'm looking at. Disagree on the notion that like a 4 ERA isn't very much on the table because of his home runs. If this new changeup helps him drop the homers, which would be the first time ever because he didn't even drop them during the Cy Young season, then I'll feel more comfortable. But until then, I do think a 4 ERA is at least.
I don't mind. I don't mind the home runs. Yeah, San Francisco help. I don't mind the home runs though, as long as he's filling up the zone the way he did in Toronto and Seattle, because he can give up a solo home run or two every game.
Sure, but it doesn't take much because he also has walk issues. So unless that's also
that's what we're saying is that I don't believe the walk issues are nearly as prevalent as they used to be for Robbie Ray.
I mean,
So
they
I'm-
were still there last. Like we got to still see it,
Yeah.
I guess. I think you're just too
well, no, no.
dismissive of the idea that both of those couldn't be there. The walk issue.
No,
and
I'm
the
not
home
saying
run
they
issue.
couldn't. I'm saying that's not a high probability. I
They
think that
weren't
the
before
draft
the
price is
surgery,
suggesting.
right? Like he made a distinct change in Toronto to fill up the zone more and just say, "Hey, I'm going to try to beat you in the zone," and
Yep.
it worked. Yeah, he gave up home runs.
A
He's
ton
going
of
to give up.
homers.
He's going to give those up, but he wasn't walking guys. And as long as he continues that path, I'm in complete agreement with Nick, especially in San Francisco, where the home runs will be suppressed a little bit.
All of his projections are 3.91. A 4 ERA is not just on the table; it's staring us dead in the face.
Well, yeah, I
like
don't
him.
agree with that.
I buy it, but like,
I think this is one of those things
That's my whole
projecting
point. My
isn't.
whole point is that there's this assessment of him that I'm not saying is as prevalent or as high as it's being made.
No,
to
I
be.
get that.
I
I'm
don't think-
disagreeing.
I didn't
Yes.
say that it was not on the table.
Well, you're
So-
wrong, Paul.
You did. You did say like it's not. That's fine. I'm just
that's not the
disagreeing
word,
with that. That's totally
All
fine.
right. Speaking of Robbie Ray coming off of Tommy John, we have a number of pitchers coming off of Tommy John this year. McClanahan, Strider, Alcantara, DeGrom. How are you attacking these pitchers, or are you like me and pretty much staying away from most
Coward.
of them? Paul, go ahead. You called me a coward.
I mean, you do draft scared,
I
but
do. I'm okay.
You learned his lesson.
that one draft he touched the stove once. Which hey, at least you learn the lesson when you get
Yeah,
burned.
right.
I'm not afraid of the whole group. It kind of depends. You throw DeGrom on here, but he did kind of get that first taste of returning last year, so I don't think it's the same as guys who haven't pitched that whole year or 18 months. McClanahan, they said they want to get him about 150 innings. That's encouraging to me. I'm sure he'll have some tumult, some inconsistency start at least early on. We see that Alcantara is rising up the board. I know people are pretty scared about the internal brace because we don't have a lot of history with it yet, but I don't know. It is the shorter timeline. Strider's still a god. None of these guys generally scare me at their price. I will take shots on them, obviously not putting more than one on any given team though, because there's plenty of risk in that first year back from TJ.
Jason?
Strider's the one that scares me the most. And not to sound like a broken record, precedence, the history, the internal brace procedure. I looked at this over the winter, and the best recent case that we have for this is Drew Rasmussen, who came back. He had a surgery on December.
How many total cases though?
Not many.
1, 2, 3, 7.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's really.
I
tough.
know the
are we
sample size
dealing
is
with any
small.
sample of no?
Sample size is small, but the innings. These are the innings. The most innings that anybody has thrown the season when they came back is 57, and that was Brian Wu in the minors 14 months after his surgery. Drew Rasmussen, Nick Anderson, two most recent examples, but they came back as relievers, and maybe that's what Strider does. But I am absolutely 1,000% out at Strider's market price, and I keep seeing him go in these drafts, and he's starting to climb up. I would love to be wrong on this. I would love to see Strider out there shoving. Just like I said last year when I was saying I'm concerned about people drafting Strider in the first round. I don't want to see him hurt. That said, precedence season 1 back from this procedure, it's not good. Not good.
The only reason I'm out on
League,
Strider,
I'm more interested. Reset leagues, I'm not.
the only reason I'm out on Strider is because I play almost exclusively NFBC and I don't have any IL spots. But
And for me, it's the combination of what Jason was talking about, and then the timeline. We just don't know when he's going to be back, and you're going to have to hold that roster spot.
Right.
in an
so-
IL league, I'll hold though.
Well,
I'll
that's the
take
thing
shot.
is that I think for those that are not in the NFBC or listen, you're in a 12-teamer, and I actually love going for Strider because that is your burn and churn league. That is your league with an IL spot. That opens up a roster spot at the most valuable point of the season.
early
have
on.
one.
Yep.
Churn and burn that one.
Well, the point is that you now have your hands in more pots. You can now go and chase some guys in April, see how that's going, right? That is a huge deal in April. And I love being able to do that. And then I feel like Ted Lasso, where I have 2 aces now when Strider comes back and whatever guy I found on the wire, right? 2 aces. So I love doing that. And I think there is something to be said about creating projections for the dollar value of the player plus the amount of time expected on the IL of the replacement value. So it's something I've been toying around with Ariel Cohen and with Kyle Bland a little, because I think that gets lost a little of you're getting a roster spot. And I know for NFBC it's totally different. I absolutely get it. That's why I want to be like an option. But when you are thinking about a guy like DeGrom, you're thinking about a guy like Strider, where it's like, okay, the concern is not their innings being limited across a full year like McClanahan. It is a start and stop. That means that roster spot gets filled up with something else.
You can, on the auction calculator over at Fangraphs, you can click the button that says experimental, which adds replacement time for guys that don't have full playing time. So you can kind of get a look at that, because that is important. And, you know, obviously some of us that are obviously deep into the pitching pool all the time are going to trust ourselves a bit more to maximize that spot, because we're very in tune with the pool. And obviously you don't have to be a baseball writer to do that, but Nick and I specifically,
just read our
always
stuff.
kind of knowing what's going on with the pool, we're going to feel confident that we can maximize that spot to its fullest there. And so, I totally get that in IL leagues. I want more than one IL spot though, because
that point I was going to make, because
go ahead then, Justin.
Because if you draft, let's say Skubal, and then you draft a guy like Strider later, Strider starting the IL. If something happens to Skubal, you've got a really, really tough decision to make. And then you've potentially either wasted a bench spot, which can be so valuable in some of these shallower leagues, or you are having to drop Strider out and wasting all that draft capital that you just spent.
Well,
so I think for me, like if I've got unlimited IL, if I've got a lot of IL, I'm okay taking that gamble. Though I'm probably not going to, just because of the lack of history and data behind.
I mean, I do want to mention that is a very extreme example, but it is a possibility, of course. It should be taken into consideration. And also, a lot of IL leagues, my understanding, are 2 ILs, which I think are fine for April. But I mean, I understand completely. Do it on your scenario, guys, in your situation.
Let's say, just before you move, under the experimental thing, it has Strider 12th. Among starters. Amazing. So, because again, it's his numbers, it's his 119 innings plus the replacement value of a 12-teamer.
Who's number 3?
Jacob deGrom. You knew that was going to be deGrom, didn't you?
Sure
Take
did.
them both.
Yeah. There's no way you didn't.
Let's go into some would you rathers. We have about 9 minutes left, so I'm going to try to bust through these
of course
as quick.
I'm just going to say the name.
So we're going a little bit by ADP. I'm just going to give you some would you rathers. You tell me which pitcher you'd rather have out of that grouping. This one should be, or would be with most people, would be kind of straightforward with Paul Skeens, Tariq Skubal, and Garrett Crochet. But Nick, I know you have Garrett Crochet pretty high. Who are you taking out of this grouping?
Yes.
Let's be honest, Nick doesn't take any of these 3, but we are forcing him to pick.
I'm really tempted to put Crochet number 1. I just want to say that. I think Crochet,
and that's why I was asking.
Yeah, but I mean, look, just take whoever you want, guys. They're all great. Just cool. Awesome.
Paul?
I take Crochet because he's the cheapest, and I have Crochet 4, so it's not like I want in on the people with Crochet high. Don't just say Nick has them high.
Jason?
And how dare I disagree with either one of these guys? So I can't, honestly. At the price for that context, Crochet as well.
For me, it's Skubal, but I'm not going to beat anybody up for taking any of these guys, obviously. The next tier is Corbin Burns, Zach Wheeler, Logan Gilbert. Nick, you've already mentioned you are concerned about Corbin Burns, so I'm assuming he's not the guy you would take out of this tier. Who is?
So is Jason.
Zach Wheeler. Zach Wheeler's so good. He's just so good. Zach Wheeler.
As Paul said, I have concerns about Burns, and I've been saying those for months. Wheeler's my guy as well here.
Yeah, Paul. I'll sweep it on Wheeler. If he goes, I'll take Gilbert right after, though. I have no problem. But I'm not blind to their concerns on Burns as well.
As we talk about SPs, or the beginning of the SPs on Monday with Paul and Sleeper of the Buzz, you will hear that I have Logan Gilbert as my guy. And I think as my number 3 overall pitcher coming into this season.
Go Gilby, go.
The next tier is a little bit larger, though a little bit smaller now that I had to delete George Kirby off of it. Chris Sale, Cole Reagans, Jacob deGrom, Blake Snell, Dylan Cease. Paul, who are you taking out of that grouping?
If I'm going by my rankings, which I am, I'm going to go Jacob deGrom. I have him 5th.
All right, Jason?
Dylan Cease. That's another pitcher I've had in a number of drafts. By the way, somebody just mentioned Francisco Alvarez, broken hand, 6 to 8 weeks.
Oh man.
He was my bus or one of my
Man,
busts
yeah,
on
yesterday,
the
right?
hitting bust list yesterday. This was not the way in which I had thought it was going to go in terms of him being a bust. But
Are they going to go get somebody? Luis Torrens cannot be the guy, right?
I would assume they're going to go get somebody, but
bring back Mike Piazza.
Man, I was really banking on Alvarez throwing like ninth inning, pitches and in a blowout.
Man, it's tough. Imagine trying to run out and go get a catcher,
right?
And try to build that repertoire with your starters. Oh man,
I mean, this is really bad for them. This is, I mean, God, you got to have some sympathy for the Mets. I mean, things just always happen.
At least
it's never
6 to 8
smooth
weeks
sailing.
includes 2 weeks without the season.
Right.
Yeah.
Technically 3, right? I mean, we're 3 weeks away. So like,
but you just never know how guys with hand injuries are going to kind of bounce
especially
back.
a guy who has struggled to be lifting, which is what you mentioned in your disdain for him yesterday. I watched the episode.
Appreciate that. Nick, out of this tier that we were just talking about.
Yasmani Grandal or James McCann. Sorry, those are the two guys that they'll get one of those guys.
I'm always so tempted just to say Cole Reagans because that's so fun. But no, it's Jacob deGrom. I think Jacob deGrom is just too good. I think you're going to have like this season of Jacob deGrom being amazing. I'm just going to be like, oh man, yeah, why didn't I draft Jacob deGrom? I should have drafted Jacob deGrom.
I'm with you guys on that. What about the next tier there, Nick? We've got Yamamoto. I can take Garrett Cole.
You can take Cole out of there. Yeah.
Yamamoto, Michael King, Framber Valdez, and Pablo Lopez.
So it's not Yamamoto just because I just don't know what's going on with this, and he refuses to throw the 4-seamer high and just drives me up the wall. It's not Framber Valdez, because his curveball, by the way, which was so good last year, had 27% strikes in the spring, and I'm just like, what? And it's like all those games are just not there. I know, but it's also like you lost the thing. Just so we're clear, like, you have to get it back, and that's the annoying part. That's all I'm saying.
That's fair.
But so it's Pablo Lopez versus Michael King, and I love Michael King's command. I think Michael King's command is just underrated, and I think he's absurdly good. It's crazy good change to lefties, fantastic sweeper to righties with that sinker also going inside. He's just a stud. I think he's the best one here.
Jason, he kind of overlooked your boy Framber. Are you going Framber in this tier, or are you going a different direction?
I'm going a different direction only because I'm not going to walk back a prediction I've already made, and I said Yamamoto is the NL Cy Young winner this year, so I'm gonna stick by that. And I took him in WARF. I took him 6.3 as my second starting pitcher behind Cease, and so I'm not going to run away from that. We know that I love Lopez. I loved King last year. I was all over that guy. I'm trying to find this year's version of King, last year I was able to take King in the 8th to 10th round and loved it. Can't do that this year. So I'm looking for another one. And Yamamoto is a prediction I made, and I'm going to stick by it.
What about you, Paul?
Yeah, I'm high on Yamamoto as well. I have him ranked 11th, right there with Snell. I think what we saw in the second half, think about how crazy things felt in Korea when he was getting smoked. It's like, oh my God, this is the guy that paid all the money to. This is not going to work because we overreacted to the first thing that we see. And, he still only pitched like 90 or 95 innings, but they were really good from Yamamoto. I'm really eager to see what he can do in year 2. I got him ranked 11th. I love King. He's right there at 14, so it's really close between them, but I got to go with my rankings and say Yamamoto.
I think King gets more innings, so Mason's got to take King.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Nick that it's between Lopez and King for me. I have Lopez just a little bit higher than King, but I can see the argument, especially in a shallower format, going on the upside of Michael King. What about Shota Imanaga, Bryce Miller, Bailey Ober, Aaron Nola, Luis Castillo, and Spencer Schwellenbach there, Paul?
I'm going with Bailey Ober there, the guy that I had to convince you was good last year. And in fairness, you took it and ran with it. You were a big fan of his, and I think it paid off pretty nicely. About 180 innings, 3.98 ERA, but a 1 WHIP. He also allows homers. It's kind of like that Robbie Ray thing that I'm worried about, where even with the great control, six walk rate, the 1.4 homer. Ray could do the same, and that's where you get an elevated ERA. But 3.98 ERA, 1 WHIP. Nick, we talk about it on the Fireside all the time. The guys with the elevated ERA and amazing WHIPs are always underrated. And
Ober, guys,
Ober also brings the strikeouts with it too, 25 and 27% rates the last 2 years. And if he ever figures out the homers, he's a Cy Young candidate for real, Bailey Ober.
Nick.
So speaking of homer guys that you might be afraid of, Shota Imanaga. I think that Imanaga's skill set just speaks to, again, that low whip, but also having multiple tools. That is a splitter for right-handers and also the sweeper that really impressed me last year against left-handers. Four-seamer, not a big whiff pitch, but really hard to do damage against. And I think he's just really, really good. Like, I want to say Schwellenbach, but then again, Colette would yell at me about innings and getting hurt, so I won't do that. And Nola and Castillo are actually outside my top 30, if you can believe it, for this year. So Shota Imanaga is, I like Shoto instead of Shota, by the way. I think that looks really nice and clean inside of the notes. But Imanaga is the way I'm going here.
All right, Jason, why don't you finish up and then we'll wrap up the segment.
Yeah, 100% with Nick on Imanaga. That is
Really?
who I would have said here. I would have
Guys aren't
taken
worried about the
everybody
homers?
over Schwellenbach too. But seriously, I'm 100% on board with Imanaga, and I mentioned earlier I took him in the 6th round. I took him in the 6th round of my RotoWire OC and was very happy to get him there. So
I
love
want
the
to
team context for the Cubs.
I want to bathe in this tier. I love this tier of starting pitching. If I can just fill up my rotation with these guys,
Well, it's actually the next one is what I would do.
Unfortunately, we don't have time for the next one.
Web.
So
Just go get Max Fried and Joe Ryan. Oh my gosh.
Nick, why don't you remind everybody where you can reach on social media and plug all that you do?
These stats, we created these. Oh my gosh. CSW and ICR, mistake rate, and PLV. Just come to Pitcher List. Go get PL Pro. We have all the fancy tools that you want, including these absurd apps to track everything in spring training and NFBC data over time. And we have this pro dashboard that you import your league coming this in season. So it's invaluable. Come check it out. And you can use promo code, let's say, podcast for 15% off PL Pro. So go get it.
Paul.
Fangraphs, Sleeper in the Bust. We're starting our starting pitcher ranking, our starting pitcher breakdown pods. We'll probably have like 4 or 5 of them. You might not be there for all of them, Justin, because you're going to New York, but you'll be there for episode 1 tomorrow. So I cannot wait for that. And again, updating the SP rankings all the time. I'll have another update tomorrow with all the doom and gloom news.
And Jason.
So find me at RotoWire, find me at Fangraph Sleeper in the Bus, find me walking around New York City as the 2nd tallest guy in the Tout Wars audience, right? Paul's got about an inch on me.
I won't be there though.
And I will be
no!
there.
So,
I will
Sorry,
be
the
there.
tallest.
I thought you were talking about Nick. Yeah.
I have an inch on Nick. So
I had to do
barely.
I had to do the online one.
You're
'cause,
6'3".
yeah.
Me, I'm shrinking in my old age. I'm 6'4".
All right. I'm booting all of you out unceremoniously because
Can you even reach?
I mean, at this point, you guys are just killing me in time wise. But I love y'all. Definitely check out all their work, especially Paul and Jason, because I'm on a podcast with them, but definitely Nick too. We're going to move on to the next panel real quick. Donate to Fantasy Cares. It's a fantastic organization. That's what we're raising money for. We're raised over $6,000 so far between Podapallooza, TGFBI, and TGFBI participants so far. Be entered in to win amazing prizes. But I need to move on to the next panel because we got amazing guys sitting behind stage, including Sam, who is going to be hosting this panel, my friend Tristan Cockcroft of ESPN. We've got Matt, and we have Dave. I'm going to turn it over to you guys and not waste any more time since we're getting a little bit late to your panel. Enjoy the hour. I'll be back in a little while.
Sounds good. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you guys doing?
Doing good.
All right. How are you?
Yep, doing good.
I don't know if any of you guys are West Coast people. I had to get up at 6 to be here this morning, Justin. So I'm up and early on a Sunday that I normally sleep in. I'm going to go around the clock on the screen and just let you guys introduce yourselves real quick and say where people can find you. And then we'll jump right into predictions where I hope we all give each other a bad time for what everybody said. So Tristan, you started off.
Tristan H. Cockcroft, ESPN. You can find me at ESPN.com/fantasy. On X at Sultan of Stat. I'm on several others. Blue Sky at sultan.of.stat. Check me out. Sign up for games on ESPN. We got league managers and everything.
Right on. Matt?
Yeah, thanks, guys. Hopefully this is all working. This is my first ever podcast. So I am
Welcome to the
excited.
show.
Right? Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, guys. I think Tristan. I think I got my fix in fantasy early on listening to you. Were you on CBS podcast like a long time ago?
A long time ago, yeah.
Yep.
You're taking
Okay.
me way back now.
The time machine.
Yep, there you go. But I am currently I'll be writing Tuesdays and Fridays at Razball, doing some DFS content. And then mostly I'm in DFS on Twitter at Matthew Petrich1, just doing some daily content there. And then during football season, I'm at 1 week season. I write an article on biases in fantasy sports, and then do some weekly write-ups for the DFS slate.
Nicely done, Dave.
Yeah, great to be here with you, gents. I can be found at daveander.bluesky.social. It's a play in my name, Dayvander. And yeah, Sam, Tristan, Matt, and Tristan, I've been reading your stuff forever. So great to be part of this distinguished crew.
Making me
Yes.
feel old today. I'm still 25, I swear.
Me too.
Yeah, I saw that Chewbacca mug that you have. You need an Obi-Wan Kenobi mug there. Right. So we are here today to talk about bold predictions. What is going to happen in 2025 that's going to blow people away, that are outside the norm expected results? And so I think we're just going to go round robin. I'm just going to go around the screen and we're going to get through all five. I'm not going to make everybody do their five all at once. So let's in reverse order this time. Dave, hit us with your number one bold prediction.
All right. I'm going to do mine in order from least likely to most likely today. So I'm going to start with more bold. And the first prediction is that Vlad Guerrero Jr. wins the second Triple Crown in Major League Baseball since 1967 and is a consensus top 3 fantasy pick going into next year. Some of the reasons that this might happen is that he's on a big salary drive. Like Juan Soto last year, he's seeking a contract in excess of $600 million. The ballparks in Vlad's division are improving for power hitting in both Baltimore and probably Tampa Bay. He's got bloodlines on his side. His father was a Triple Crown caliber player in his prime, but had stiff competition during the PED era. Another point in Vlad Jr.'s favor, he's already projected to be top 10 in the 3 Triple Crown categories. And so, yeah, not likely because there's hundreds of hitters and it's only happened once in 50 years. But if he comes close, he can give everyone top 5 production with an end of the first round ADP in 15 teamers.
Okay. Before I offer any feedback, do you guys have pushback on that prediction?
I love that pick. My only pushback is just I don't want listeners to get carried away with this contract year idea, but it's a fair point to make in his case, especially based on how the contract talks have gone. And I love that next year he'll also be a high drafted player because he'll be at pinstripes, clearly, right?
Well, we'll see.
No. Maybe.
Yeah.
You got pushback?
I mean, my drafting would not allow me to push back. I've drafted him in the first round, I think in 2 different drafts. So I am high on Vlad Guerrero this year, and the fact that he's a first baseman, and there aren't a lot of great first basemen towards the top. I mean, I imagine he would, anything is a long shot, but I imagine the RBIs. Right, like he does not have the greatest OBP guys hitting in front of him, so I imagine that would be the big struggle for Vlad.
Yeah, he has half a good lineup around him, half a really barren lineup. But by August 1st, he's probably in a different lineup.
Yeah, my only pushback is that he really struggled after he played in Dunedin that season where they went back and forth between the parks, and it wasn't until I believe last year that he really showed that he was the Vlad Guerrero that we thought. I want to see another season before I say that he's a Triple Crown winner, but the talent is there, and he smashes the ball just like his dad. You referenced the bloodlines, and his father, when I was in high school, was my favorite batter to watch because that guy would swing at anything, anywhere. I mean, you could bounce a pitch to him and he'd hit him. So that kid grew up with baseball just running through him. So nice pick. Matt, what's your first bold prediction?
Well, I was actually just going to follow up one thing, and I was going to ask Dave, does that mean, and Sam, does that mean you guys are drafting the other Acuna this year?
No.
No.
No, I'm staying away from all the Acunas. I want to watch him have a phenomenal season on somebody else's roster.
Yeah, not a high priority.
Okay, all right. But those bloodlines are there. Maybe Jackson Holiday then, right?
Yeah, probably.
Could make an all bloodlines team. No, I'm going to go with my first one. I actually put this out on Twitter a few days ago because I drafted two of these guys back to back in a league, and I think we are undervaluing Japanese stars. Not Shohei Ohtani, but a lot of these pitchers. I think we're undervaluing a lot of pitchers. So I have a couple bold predictions on Roki Sasaki and Tomoyuki Sugano. How did I come up with this? I listened to Tim McLeod a lot, so that's probably what got me started on this because he loves overseas ball players, especially Asian ball players. But I think, looking at the stats and people transferring over Japanese pitchers, you have Kodai Senga, Shota Imanaga, Kikuchi, Yamamoto, Maeda, Darvish. The list goes on, but all of these guys came over from the Japanese leagues, and you can take a look at their stats over there. What a lot of them, of course, did well was to limit the walks. Sasaki and Sugano do that. And if you look at their strikeout numbers, the strikeout numbers obviously go down a little bit, but usually the walk rates are pretty solid from that league to the MLB. Home runs, etc., are usually pretty solid in terms of the stats staying the same. ERAs usually increase just a little bit. So, going on that, I have Sasaki penciled in for a 15-4 record. I think he does get 150 innings pitched. A lot of the guys coming over from Japan, they get, they don't get as many innings in Japan, but when they come to the MLB game, they do transition and pitch those innings. And I think his ERA and WHIP are going to be phenomenal. I got a 3 ERA, a 1.1 WHIP. With his strikeout rate for Sasaki, that should result in about 180 strikeouts. And so that puts him at a top 15 to 20 pitcher. He is not going too far behind that. But that is, I think, while not a super bold prediction, when you pair it together with Tomoyuki Sugano, I've got him up there for 180 innings pitched, 14 wins, and then about a 3.5 ERA, 1.2 WHIP, which is similar to what Logan Webb put up last year. And he's going as a 6th or 7th round pick. So I think you start picking, a lot of these guys fill up a team with the Japanese pitchers. I think you get a lot of consistency and even value from where they are being drafted. So my bold prediction, I guess, is those stat lines and that we are undervaluing Japanese pitchers.
Okay. So I would say that it seems like in the last podcast, they were talking about Yamamoto was a Cy Young favorite for a couple of those guys as they were breaking down pitchers. And Sasaki has been hot on boards. I haven't seen as much excitement about Sugano coming over. He seems to be somebody with that's projected to have a middling K rate, but will produce innings. So I want it spicier. My pushback is that I don't feel the spice for that. So Tristan, Dave, do you guys have anything you want to jump in on that?
I think it's a little spicy. Sugano.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, the 6K per 9 on Sagano in Japan. It's hard to see how that'll. Now, K per 9 it seems like it can be even higher in the States, but I'm not sure how much higher. But I like the overall prediction because I think there's truth in it. We could probably even backtest it and look at ADPs in recent years. Yamamoto did get some love last year, but Shoto didn't get sufficient love. So we will see.
No, fair enough. Fair enough. My point being, I want spicy. I woke up this morning and I feel very bland in my mouth. I want the spice. Give me something that we can go after. So
You need
you
need an early morning wake up call.
That's right. That's right. I got my coffee in my cup, but man, I need that hot sauce. Let's make it happen, Captain.
I got you, Sam. We will get into that, right?
Moving
Moving forward.
Hey, I just want you to bring it.
Oh yeah, sure.
Last
year.
Oh, go ahead.
Year, sorry. Last year, just looking at right, like Yamamoto was being drafted so high, and everyone just left Shota right down on the boards because he wasn't kind of the hot pick. So yeah, I do think that will happen, and I think probably Sasaki and Sagano will end up being a lot closer than people think.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Tristan, hit me with the spice.
All right. We'll hope this is spicy. It's probably not quite in the ballpark you need, but Brent Rooker leads the major leagues in home runs this season. This is a little of a me pick based on discussions at First Pitch Arizona, where I felt like there was not much gravity towards a boost from Rooker in terms of power. But metrics suggest ballpark had a lot to do with his power being down last season. He actually hit 41 of his 69 home runs the past 2 seasons on the road. And as we all know, going to Sacramento, what I wonder here, and it's kind of twofold on projecting him to lead the majors, is there is an outcome by which the sweltering heat in the summer in Sacramento does really help the ball carry there. And with Rooker's fly ball rate, I think he could very well get deep into the 40 homer tier and maybe scrape 50 on the best end. The other part of picking this one is kind of quelling a little of the Yankee bias for some reason. I can't imagine why. I'm not 100% all in on Judge. Love the guy. Want him to succeed. I can't imagine why on that either, but I'm a little concerned at the cost that he has this season. And there's a very real scenario by which 2 of the guys who are considered favorites to lead the majors in homers don't get there, and Rooker's the one who sneaks in. So where he's being drafted, I am very happy to take him at that price point because the upside's pretty great. It could be adding as many as 15 home runs to the total last year.
Yeah, I actually love that. I got something to say, but you two below me, Dave, Matt, do you guys have any pushback or excitement about that?
I love the Oakland ballpark speculation. I don't like that it gets in the way of my Vlad Triple Crown, but other than that, it's a fun one.
Yeah, Matt?
I am just trying to look up quickly his strikeout rate, which I imagine is in the high 20s or 30s. Near 30s. He's 37% over spring. I know that doesn't equate to home runs, but my pushback is what happens when he starts, losing a little bit of playing time or getting sat a little bit because of the strikeout rate. It was 32% in 2023, almost 29% last year. So, that's something that everyone's got to deal with and struggle with as a power hitter. But that could always, decrease those plate appearances. Now it is Sacramento A's, and there's no one really to swap out of the lineup for him. So he does have that going for him.
Yeah, I was going to say he's not going to lose playing time in Sacramento. No. He is going to play the whole season, and I love that call because every time I see Brent Rooker now, I think Jim Thome. He's just this big country dude with a big ass smile that loves to play baseball, and all he does is hit dingers all day long. That kid hits the ball a country mile, Tristan, and I love
the country mile. Thank you.
I love Brent Rooker. Like I'm all in on him. By
the way, 2 more 30+ fly ball guys in Oakland, just for value's sake. Jay Langoliers, JJ Bleday. So
JJ Bleday is a phenomenal mid to late round outfield pick. He is going to play all season there too. in a great place. So I love him. My quick bold prediction is that Shohei repeats 50-50. Everybody's talking about him, but Shohei's that guy that's like, oh, you haven't seen this shit before? Watch me do this again. So I'm bullish on Shohei this season. I can't stand the Dodgers and the fact that the Mariners only anyway, that's a whole longer conversation. But I'm in on Shohei this season. So
That's
any
fun.
any thoughts real quick?
I do wonder if Shohei last year saw an opportunity without pitching to really amp up the running. And depending on how much he pitches this year, I wonder if he will run at a similar rate.
Yeah, that's a good call. But that kid just seems to do what that kid does. So I'm in on it.
He set his mind to it late, and the rate of steals down the final 6 weeks was pretty insane.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. We're going to have to speed this up a little bit as we go through our next four. So I'm going to reverse the order. Tristan, we're going to double tap you. What is your second bold prediction?
All right. Hopefully this is comparably spicy. I'm picking for the National League Cy Young Award, the Miami Marlins, Sandy Alcantara. Looking very good so far during spring training, throwing awfully hard. He's averaging 98.7 with the four-seamer. That's above where he was by nearly a full mile per hour his past 2 full seasons. He's 98.2 on the sinker. He was at 97.8 at the high point in 2023 before that. And here's the thing about Alcantara, why it strikes me for Cy Young. We think of guys who come off a major surgery like he has, not getting the innings. The Marlins have no reason to keep him in check. They named him the opening day starter pretty early during spring training, which was a bold call to me, and it signaled that was them seriously wanting to showcase him for a trade. They've talked about that. His contract is manageable, 17.3 this year and next. He's got a $21 million 2027 option, affordable. Teams will be interested in him. I think there's a real path here. He gets 180 plus innings with no problem. He's not a young guy. There's no reason to keep him in check, and his stuff looks electric so far.
Yeah, my only pushback before I go to the other two, and apologies to Chris Tower, who I know is a Marlins fan, but Marlin's going to Marlin, and I'm afraid that they are going to mess up Sandy Alcantara, as great as he is. So it's my only worry about that. Matt and Dave, you got thoughts about Sandy as the 2025 NL Cy Young winner?
I think we'll have the volume, and it's a question of what his competition will be like. He's got a career ERA of a career WHIP of 1.16. Strikeout rate is under 1 per inning, but he could put up the volume and maybe also switch teams.
Yeah. Matt,
Likely also switch teams.
Playing in the pinstripes. Tristan, is that where he's going? Is he headed north now that Cole's on the IL?
Yeah. Considering the Cole and heel injuries, that could be a candidate.
Okay.
Yeah, and the sooner they move him, the better. There were reports that right because of the Crochet situation last year, and I didn't read fully into these, but that he might be sort of babied. I could see him, getting a decent start, showing off what he can do. But once the trade interest increases, are the Marlins or the team that they are in the deal with, are they going to somehow limit those innings? Are we seeing kind of a new MLB where those conversations are part of the trade bargaining?
Well, I think if he goes to another team, he's going to go to a team that's winning, and wins always seem to influence Cy Young votes, regardless of how random they are. There were a ton of seasons that Felix Hernandez was one of the best pitchers in the AL and got no love because of that stat alone. And so I think a trade would actually help out his opportunity to win a Cy Young. Matt, hit me with a quick, spicy take.
All right. This one is spicy. I live 4 blocks from the White Sox Park. So I've got to do my White Sox bold takes. There's actually a great article, Michael Bauman on Fangraphs. The path out of the pit isn't always linear. So I'm sort of taking that as a way to make bold picks with the White Sox. They got a lot of new players, a few guys which have some interesting. So I won't give you anything about Robert. Obviously, he can go off. Miguel Vargas. So he's my first. He walks as much as he strikes out. Right, he had OBPs over 400 in the minors, but he's had about 600 plate appearances in the majors with a 204 BABIP. if that BABIP corrects, I think we've got a 260 hitter, 20 home runs, 65, 75, runs and RBIs with about 8 stolen bases. So it's kind of like Andrew Vaughn with speed. I think Miguel Vargas can be your Andrew Vaughn with speed, play all year, and sort of finally make a case for himself as an MLB player. I also was putting some of this into ChatGPT, and I asked ChatGPT to come up with a bold take for the White Sox. I have this guy in a dynasty league, so I don't fully believe it, but think about this. Oscar Collis hits 35 home runs, bats 280, and he wins a Gold Glove in the outfield. He's only 26. The White Sox seem to like him. They give him opportunities all the time, but he needs power. He needs some power and hit the ball a little bit harder, in order to make that. But we used to draft guys at 26, 27 saying those were the breakout years. So that is a long shot. But Miguel Vargas, Oscar Collis, there's a lot to like on the White Sox this year.
I wish I could share that enthusiasm and optimism about Colas, but I just feel like this is a tire that you see it get up to the top and it's got opportunity and potential, and then it goes back down to the bottom. And so I'd love to see something good happen for Chicago. You guys deserve to have anything positive happen for your baseball team. Tristan and Dave, thoughts about the White Sox and Colas and Vargas?
It does remind me of a few years ago where Baltimore hitters were available for free in drafts and got a lot of playing time. So there will be playing time in Chicago, and Vargas is an interest. He was a top 50, top 60 prospect at one time, and it's easy to forget. So thanks for reminding me of Vargas.
I was trying to put together a bold the White Sox couple with some of those other American League Central teams. The furthest I could get was Sean Burke being very interesting among their starter candidates. I like the Vargas one. Colas is really a bold prediction there. I wish I could be with you on that. Yeah, it's very spicy. I was a fan of his when he broke through to the majors the first time. We'll see. I think we shouldn't forget about him. But Vargas, yeah, I'm kind of mad I didn't get Vargas and Labor now.
And it's just a sign that AI is not taking over if it gives us Oscar Collis, right?
Yeah, I was going to say something about that. That's well stated. Dave.
All right, I'm going to pivot off of Tristan's Rooker pick and say that Shea Langoliers of the Athletics finishes as a top 3 Major League Baseball catcher. So he has a similar profile to Cal Raleigh there in Seattle. Lots of power, low career batting averages, only 215 career average for Langoliers, but his exit velocity is trending up. The lineup around him is improving, and the new stadium. Career stats for Langoliers in Major League Baseball away, actually 232 batting average, 479 slug, 770 OPS, 111 WRC plus. So he's another ballpark speculation. He's been held down by the ballpark in Oakland and might be better than people realize.
Yeah, that loss of foul territory that Oakland's going to deal with is going to really change the dynamic of their offense and their pitching. And that doesn't even get into the dimensions for fences and how balls travel. Like, I'm really interested to see how that translates. And Shea is a great mid to late round catching pickup. I don't think he's as good as Cal Raleigh. I mean, you're comparing an apple and an orange there, but I'm a Cal Raleigh sucker. So what do you guys think about Shea Langoliers, Tristan?
I like it a lot. I mean, I mentioned him with Rooker for a reason. Interestingly enough, has made it into the top 10 catchers in this month's drafts in NBC. I'm not seeing him go there in most of mine or in the ESPN drafts at all. I actually think he's one of the best catcher bargains for this year.
Yep.
Yeah, it's hard to paint a picture of him failing to hit home runs, which is really all you want from a catcher. And I think Justin put it in the chat, right? Bangaliers. This is not fighting back against this, but like, how does any pitcher want to give the Oakland A's, that power hitting team from last summer, another shot? Those foul balls could have been caught with the larger infield or larger foul play. But this year, you know, they're going to get a lot of second chances. So those home runs should go up across the board for Oakland.
Yeah, I agree. My bold prediction for this round, sorry, Dave, it's not Vlad, it's Jordan Alvarez wins the Triple Crown, and it's not even close. He finally puts it all together this year. He hits 330, he hits 50 home runs, he's got 220 to 240 counting stats. Like he blows up. Isaac Paredes sets that table for him all season long, and it's bananas. This is the year of Jordan. That's where I'm at with him.
My $35 labor investment loves your pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'd think that as a Mariners fan, I couldn't stand any Astros. He's literally my favorite non-Mariner. Watching him at bat is must-watch television for me every time. I've never watched somebody just so angry when he swings that bat. You'd think somebody owed him $1 million or something. Just every time, it just makes me smile. Matt, we're going to start.
I watched it a lot somewhere. I can't remember where it was.
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen a couple Houston Astro games. Yeah. I'm sure. Matt, let's go to you to start the third round. What is your third bold prediction?
All right. No one has said it yet, so I'll go there. Christopher Sanchez outperforms Paul Skeens this year.
Ooh.
As a pitcher.
Spicy.
Wow.
For spicy, and all of a sudden, like my mouth is getting tingling. That's good. That's good.
Right? It's and it is. He has added a cutter up in the zone, but the biggest difference has been his velocity gain. Paul Skeens had a K to walk of 30% to 6% last year, ground ball rate above 50%. So Sanchez, he controls his zone really well. I think he could see 30% strikeouts this year. He has a ground ball rate above 50%. If that new cutter can basically keep righties a little bit off of him, I don't see any reason why he can't be as dominant as the most dominant pitcher in baseball.
I don't even have a reaction. Like, I'm just chewing on that still. Like, yeah, I mean, no, I don't think it's going to happen, but he's pitching for a good organization, and he doesn't have to be the frontline starter, so there's not a lot of pressure that's on him to start the season. He's just going to do what he needs to do, and he's still at that age and development where he can take another step forward, and it seems, reasonable that that's well within the realm of possibilities for outcomes. So, yeah, Justin, you're right. It's not spicy. It's straight fire.
Yes, it is.
I like it. I like it, brother. Dave, Kristen?
I love the pick on Sanchez. The first thing I thought was, could I make a case over Zach Wheeler? If he had gone there, maybe I'd be like, yeah, but Skeens, wow.
Yeah, that's bold, man. That's bold, baby.
Yeah, you start to compare the ground ball pitcher, just the seemingly dominance he has had in spring. It's such a small sample, but it's enough to dream on. And people are. I mean, he is rocketing up draft boards right now.
Yeah, as well.
Yeah, makes me want to see a spring start and see if the K rate's really going up with that pitch.
Yeah, Dave, hit us with your third round spicy pick.
All right, spicy pick is that JD Martinez hits 25 home runs as a Yankee DH.
Yay!
The reasons for that are the news on Giancarlo Stanton keeps getting worse. Severe injuries to both elbows. Surgery would rule him out for the season. I think the Yankees have talked to Martinez. They definitely can't sign him unless they know Stanton is out for the whole season. But while he had a poor 2024, Martinez still has good batted ball metrics, 14% barrel rate, 40% hard hit, 472 expected slugs. So the guy can still hit if somebody meets his price and gives him the playing time.
Yeah, I like that. Tristan, do you have an opinion about this?
Might be the anti-spicy because I can completely see the path that this happens.
Matt, you got a quick take on this?
That was great. I second Tristan's. Although I hadn't thought of JD Martinez at all this draft season. So
Apparently,
Yeah, no.
reportedly, neither of the Yankees, but I don't buy it.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
fair enough. Fair enough.
for drafters, I did see him. I did pick him up in the 50th round of a draft and hold. So this is not a 12-team speculation. It's like in a deep draft, he might be worth a shot.
Yeah, that's a Hail Mary, man. I like it. Tristan, what's your third round pick?
He'd be worth signing for the Yankees too. I hate to admit it.
Yeah,
what are you gonna
that's
do?
awesome. That's
All right,
awesome.
let's try some spicy here. Gavin Williams finishes a top 25 fantasy starting pitcher this year. I'm not on board on him. He's going unbelievably late. Now he's moved up a little bit lately because he's had the electric spring to this point. 84th pitcher so far in the March NFC drafts. Love what I see, however. The main thing for him is throwing the slider. This is what I wanted to see from him. He wasn't doing it last year. He was throwing it a little harder. It even got classified as a cutter in some books. He seems to feel that was the slider last year, and he was just throwing it with more oomph. I like the adjustments he's made during the offseason. He's gotten 15 whiffs, 15 swings and misses in his 2 clock starts on that pitch alone. If that pitch is going to have that kind of swing and miss ability, this guy could be a front of staff type of guy. I couldn't put him ahead of Tanner Bybee. There was another one I tucked away here of Tanner Bybee as the Cy as a possible option here. But I think he could very well be the number 2 starter and get within range of Bybee's value. I see a lot of upside at a very cheap price.
Yeah, I'm curious about Cleveland's pitching lab. They have a reputation as a pitching development organization, and I really feel like we've seen a rotation of names there without anybody stepping up since like Bieber had a few-year run at the front of that rotation after Kluber was at the front, after Cookie was at the front. Like they missed that big name. It'd be fun to see Gavin Williams and Tyler Beebe step up and become that 1-2 punch for him. That's a fun pick. Matt and Dave, you guys got thoughts?
Yeah, I had I had been a fan of Beebe or Bibby, long before Gavin Williams this year. Until recently, I saw a report from I think Saris about Gavin's stuff is one of the top 5 in terms of stuff plus over spring training. So, that's really what he needs. Obviously, he needs consistency to do it. Has he struggled with injury? Has that been kind of his bugaboo? Yeah. So, as a young pitcher, right, that's, he says adding a slider, can he stay healthy all season, I guess, adding new things and trying to really kind of make that leap as a starter? Or is he just, like a Cleveland number 3, which they always seem to just have like a lot of, kind of number 3 starters. So, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see. It looks like the new slider is about 2 miles an hour slower. Good velocity on the fastball this spring, and maybe that's a good spread.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. My third round spicy take this year, bold prediction is and I guess I didn't realize your fandom, Tristan, so I apologize as I say these words out loud. The Yankees missed the playoffs this year. The Yankees medical staff is guaranteeing the Yankees are not going to be a viable team this year, that entire pitching staff is going to fall apart, and you are going to watch several position players just drop off during the season. I don't think Judge is going to have an injury this year. I've heard some people talk about they're concerned about Jazz's first full season in New York. I think Jazz is going to play wonderfully. I think that machine is going to have a hard time this year. And I think that Tampa Bay and Baltimore and, Toronto and Boston are also looking pretty good. I think that this is the year that the Yankees really struggle. They might not even finish 500. So.
Yeah. There's one thing
that one hurts.
Sorry, I'm ready for pushback. I'm open to being roasted.
I have a hard
and the
time
Mets
giving you
win the World
pushback on that.
Series. No.
We had that as one of the best bet picks in our betting panel on the site. I think it was Derek Carty was the one who took that one. It was a pretty good price for Yankees out of the playoffs. I can see that it's a very competitive division, and that's.
Yeah. I do wonder if Hal is going to Hal Steinbrenner will continue to support like mid-30s hitters. It's something that his father did at one time, and it seemed like Brian Cashman overcame those impulses by putting more money behind sort of prime phase players. But of course, I just suggested they hire a 37-year-old DH. So, but like the Goldschmidt signing, they almost did Arenado. It's like I hope it doesn't come to roost from an injury standpoint.
Yeah, and I love the Goldschmidt signing, by the way. I think Goldschmidt is going to have a phenomenal season in pinstripes. There's just something about his old man dad energy that he has that I just think he's going to be one of the last men standing with Aaron Judge at the end of the season. So, Matt, you have thoughts?
I was going to say you should add to that bold prediction by saying the Mets win the World Series.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. I don't know how that would
with
really
Sandy Alcantara as their ace.
Is Sandy also catching for him? Like, how's that going?
Yeah.
All right. We're going to go to round 4, and we're going to go back to Tristan leading this one up. Tristan, what's your round 4 bold prediction for 2025?
All right, so this one might be my least spicy of them, but I love this guy. Riley Green's going to finish in the top 10 in baseball in wins above replacement with a 30-plus homer, 100-plus RBI season. Love Riley Green. He was 20th in this category last year. This is why it's not terribly spicy. Great in WAR, but in fantasy, we didn't think of him that way as a megastar, and it wasn't a lot on the defense. Improved his chase rate by more than 3%, his in-zone contact rate by a full percentage point. And with that, if you look at the metrics, he was 83rd percentile or better in barrel, hard hit, xWOBA, average exit velocity, chase rate, bat speed, and walk rate. This guy's got the skills. That big breakthrough season is going to come at some point if he can stay healthy. I think it happens.
Okay. I got some pushback, but Dave and Matt, you guys want to have any pushback or say how much you love that?
Good breakout candidate. Yesterday, I offered Zach Wheeler for Riley Green in a dynasty league, and a good player turned me down. So other people are feeling the potential.
Yeah, those stats that you mentioned, Tristan, I think put him with like up an elite company. So he has the underlying metrics. That stadium is really hard to get home runs in. Whether it's the weather, early on, just the dimensions of that stadium, that's a hard place to hit home runs. But I do think Riley Green's gonna be worth it this year at his draft position. I don't know if he can kind of achieve beyond that with the lineup that he's got and then in the stadium.
I think Detroit has a fun lineup. I think that they are highly underrated, that they have some real fun things going on for them. So I see people, as they develop, they get to a certain tier. And the one that I think is the most obvious one that we see is the 4A baseball player, the one that just crushes AAA, but can't quite translate into the majors. I think that next tier is somebody who's an everyday player that we see that we believe is going to be that elite player, but never quite makes it over that hump. I've been kind of out on Riley. I guess I need to look a little bit deeper at it because you make a compelling argument, but I don't trust him in that ballpark, and I just don't trust him. I don't know if he's mentally there yet. So curious about that. Matt, why don't you take your 4th round one?
All right, this is not my 4th round one, but what about the White Sox offense outperforms the Tigers offense? Be interesting. I'll do a different one though.
I just wanted to laugh a little bit. Like that was comedy hour for me. That's the first real straight line we've had where I was like, come on, what's your real bold prediction? Jesus.
All right. So I went to my most owned or most drafted this year, right, on the NFBC platform. It's Orelvis Martinez, right, rookie in Toronto. Getting him around the 35th round, but he's 23 years old. I think these are his AAA numbers. He had a average exit velocity of 89.3 miles per hour. He had a max EV of 115. So the power is there. The Toronto organization is right invested in him. I think that the quotes were something. His bat's going to kind of keep him in the lineup. So they'll find a place for him. I mean, they don't have a solid right third baseman, second baseman yet. So I think he could work his way into the lineup. And if he gets there, I think he's got 30 home runs possibility. Only 3 last year in fantasy, only 3 second base and third base eligible players hit 30 home runs. So he'd be a huge value, right, if he could put that up. The power's there. His league average strikeout to walk numbers. I think he just needs an opportunity and to shine a little bit more than he has.
All right. Dave, Tristan, any pushback about Orelvis Martinez?
Still struggling with the strikeout rate a little bit this spring, but a real prospect. And Toronto's got to give some people playing time. They need people to emerge. The team will probably look very different by the end of the year.
I would agree. Tristan?
Yeah. The swing and miss leading to streakiness would be my big concern. I think they're perfectly happy going with a guy like Ernie Clement at third base. They don't get anything special from him, but he's sufficient. It's do he and Cole Bichette stay healthy on that side? Martinez get an opportunity then, but I think
A little bit of audio difficulties there, Tristan. You're breaking up a little bit. Sorry about that.
Yeah, got a little choppy. It's sorry about that.
Toronto's got a dozen names in that infield that it feels like they've just got so many different players there that my only concern is that are they going to try to be too cute and let a number of people have their second opportunity? Is Orelvis kind of going to have to fight through some soup and some slop to actually get playing time? Is that going to happen this year? Is he more of a 26 breakout? I think the talent's there. I think that kid can hit, and he's got a ton of power. So if he gets playing time, that your prediction is well within the range of opportunities. Dave?
All right. Next pick. That the biggest beneficiary of Steinbrenner Field for the Tampa Rays is actually Yandy Diaz, a right-hand hitter. People know the narrative that their left-handed hitters are going to reach the short porch. The problem is their lefty hitters don't play every day. Arenado only has 30. Aranda only has 35 career plate appearances versus lefties. Josh Lowe has a low OPS. Brandon Lau can hit lefties, but can't stay healthy. So I say that Yandy Diaz, who's a good hitter, hits the ball hard to all fields. He's always hit oppo home runs, including 5 in 2023. Maintained a decent barrel rate last year, 36 barrels. And in his career, he's hit more road home runs in Yankee Stadium than any other ballpark, 5 versus 3. So maybe it's not a cheat code to jump all the Rays left-handed hitters. Maybe the undervalued Diaz is your pick.
Okay. I like that. I don't have a lot of pushback on that. Tristan and Matt, you guys have thoughts?
Not much pushback here. I think Yandy is a almost perennially underrated player. One of the few Rays who has pretty much an everyday profile.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as long as he hits at the top of that lineup, he has never really adjusted his lift, his ability to hit fly balls. I think there was 1 year in there where he had a spike in fly ball rate. He's still a value, right? He doesn't need to lift the ball more to be valuable. Just needs to hit at the top of that lineup, play every day.
Yep.
Yeah. He also doesn't pull the ball a lot, which is maybe why this will be a help to him. He's a spray hitter.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
My fourth bold prediction is, while I believe that Logan Gilbert is the best starter on the Mariners right now, I think that in 2025, Bryce Miller wins the American League Cy Young. I think that he takes a step up. He pitches 180 to 200 innings. He has a sub-3 ERA. His whip's right around 1. That whole pitching staff seems to just want to make each other better. They're all showing each other different pitches, and Bryce is constantly tinkering. He's like Logan, that he's working at being a pitcher, not a thrower, all the time. And I think we're going to see some really, really fun things from that staff this year. Even without Kirby, we've got Hancock and Logan Evans that could come up and take that fifth starter spot. But Bryce Miller, I'm excited for him this year. I think that this is his year to dominate the American League. So, you guys have any thoughts or pushbacks on that one?
Sam, I like what you said. You know, that staff is fun. They're showing each other pitches. You know, they're fun when they're in Seattle. And, you know, seemingly they could do anything when they're in that stadium. You know, my hesitation with Bryce Miller, with a lot of those guys, especially Miller, because, you know, he showed such a disparity, you know, in home and away splits. So I don't know if he has the ability as a pitcher or if it's just pitching in that stadium yet. That would really be the case for him doing it, is if, you know, if last year was just small sample and his road stats, you know, improve.
Yeah, to Matt's point, it's interesting. His career K/9 is 2 strikeouts higher at home, and so it's not just the batted balls. It's maybe he's doing something with the batter's eye that helps him at home.
Well, the T-Mobile is the for park factors, it has the best strikeout rates. I mean, you're always going to get a bump there, but as affected as the road home splits are for Mariners pitchers, they were still pretty good on the road and ended the season with phenomenal lines. So I know that's a little bit of a concern, but I'm not as worried about it. But it's a fair point. So.
I think there's just a hint of regression for him, just based on being so fortunate and everything. But just adding that splitter last year, his numbers down the stretch, second half, were tremendous.
Yeah, and he's added another pitch this offseason, so I'm gonna hold on to him. He's my teddy bear. Keeps me warm at night, waiting for the Mariners to start playing again this year. Victor Robles is also my big Mariners. I was tempted to say he's going to do 20-50 this season, but I actually don't think that's a spicy take. I think that's just literally what's going to happen with him. I think he's figured it out in Seattle. So,
wow,
that's a spicy statement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, well, he steals and he has some pop, and he was a more higher rated prospect than Juan Soto in that Nationals system back when they were both prospects. And so I think that change of scenery, the mental fog is kind of cleared out because he's not dealing with national stuff and expectations that he had. I think he's just comfortable. I think we're seeing the best version of Victor Robles, and thank God it's happening for a Mariner offensively. I would never have expected this. So round 5, go big or go home. Dave, let's start with you. What is your last large bold prediction for the season?
Well, I'd say the most likely one last, but it's a little provocative. The prediction is that left-handed batters will perform better than right-handed batters versus their projections for the 3rd year in a row since the shift ban. So every year I backtest my draft sheet, and in 2023, left-handed hitters were 18% more likely to be profitable than right-handers, and last year 11% were more likely to be lefties were 11% more likely to be profitable. The profitability rate both years was over $2 per hitter. So I actually expect this to happen. My question is, will it happen again next year? And how can a fantasy player use this information? When I find myself in a draft like TGFBI, I'm trying to balance statistics, I'm trying to balance positions, and it doesn't always work to grab a lefty hitter. But maybe in a points league, it will be useful. So one quick note about this is what is the basis of this? Since the shift, Jeff Zimmerman did a great prediction a couple of years ago where he said the BABIP is going to correct. The thing is that our projection systems that many of us use are based on at least 3 years of stats, and so it's still pulling stats from the pre-shift era. And I don't think my theory is that the projection systems have not fully worked this through yet, and we're still seeing pre-shift projections that are affecting lefty versus righty hitters.
That was very nerdy and very awesome.
Yeah, I totally
Yes.
feel
I
like
love it.
instead of a prediction, should I be taking notes? Like, are we in the middle of a class?
Yeah.
Like, I'm learning something there.
Yeah, I know.
Like an
it's-
actionable, bold prediction.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Matt, take us home with, well, we got to go
Sure.
through Kristen and myself, but what's your big spicy
So-
last prediction?
You know, I wish I could say something more spicy about this, but this is spicy in the sense that this is a career. Jackson Merrill will never be drafted outside of the first or second round again.
Okay. Okay. I like it.
Right, and 21-year-olds that have compiled 500 plate appearances. You know, if you look at the list, it's basically all Hall of Famers, or soon to be Hall of Famers. So it's, you go one by one. You look at the first year of a 21-year-old, and then you look at the second year, and man to man, it's similar statistics. Usually the fluctuating statistic is power. I think he hit like 24 home runs last year. That's not a lot, but the one place this year where you might be concerned with him repeating is power. But I think he's destined for a 300 average. He's rising in the lineup, so he's going from mostly hitting fifth and sixth to hitting third. Some more opportunities. I just think, he is almost for sure to get your value back, and might as well just put him in there year after year for now. So
I love it. I traded James Wood straight up for Jackson Merrill last fall. I'm all in on him. I think he's just going to be a lot of fun. And like you said, that consistency, he's just health obviously being the big factor, but I think that talent is there. He just is really comfortable in a professional setting and being somebody who's depended on at such a young age. Like he just didn't think about all the pressure. It didn't bother him. It didn't affect him. He was still able to be Jackson Merrill in all those situations. So I love him as your pick. Tristan and Dave, any thoughts?
In my deep dive, his metrics were a lot better than I even expected. I expected him to be good, but he could be supported easily as a top 20 overall player with ease.
Mm-hmm.
Sir.
And on the qualitative side, last year I was jet lagged in Vegas before the main event, and I watched his first at bats as a major league player. I thought he looks really, he is not phased. He looks good. He looks comfortable. And I wished I had listened more to that impression.
Yeah. Tristan.
All right, my last one, and I'm going to give you the waiver that it comes with to approve the spiciness, because you might not realize otherwise. The Cubs are going to get 80 home runs and 80 stolen bases from their outfield, which might not sound like much.
No, that's huge.
But one team in baseball history has done that. It was the 1996 Rockies of Ellis Burks, Dante Bichette, and then the combination of Larry Walker, and when he was hurt, it was Quinton McCracken. But I think that highly of this Cubs outfield. Pete Crow Armstrong, already know the speed grade's tremendous. He's probably going to get a chunk of those. He can hit too. As a hint of pop, I like the improvements late in the year. I'm a big Kyle Tucker guy. Concerned a bit about that ballpark. Yes, for power. Everybody keeps pointing out how that's a downgrade for him going from Houston to Chicago. But I love the balance and ability. And Ian Happ is a very solid, stable, consistent, underrated guy who could get to 30 homers without too much trouble. I think that the three of them alone get there.
No, I just love that. That's delicious. I think that's a great take. Matt and Dave.
Yeah, and you throw in Suzuki, as a DH outfielder, and his power steals combination too would fit in there well. Yeah, that's a good one. Some people might question PCA, but he's a young guy too, and he's kind of got that moxie that he belongs. So I don't even think Chicago is gonna phase him. That's a good one.
Yeah, it's a fun combo prediction. Hap should steal enough. You should get his 10 or 15 steals to round out the 80. And then on the power side, it's really a question of Crow Armstrong's power growth. And he certainly showed it in spring training yesterday.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I like it. My last one, baseball is this wonderful sport that, anything can happen on any game. And I think over the course of a season, while I would hate it for all of the fans that are in Oakland, I think this is the year that the Oakland Athletics win the World Series. I think Oakland has a team that has no pressure. Okay, I'm a big fan of like the mental state of baseball because all these guys physically are the same player. They all work hard. They're all gifted genetically. I think the lack of pressure and expectations that the Sacramento Athletics have is going to free them to do their best shit. And I watched it happen in 2002 and 2003 as a Mariners fan. Billy Beane is super underrated as a general manager. That lineup is stacked offensively. He's got some just pitchers, he got people from the soup and oatmeal part of the pitching staff. They stay healthy. They develop any amount of confidence, and watch out. It's going to get ugly, and it's going to be the worst thing for baseball. Sacramento Athletics,
exactly.
2025 world champions.
What an adventure for MLB that would be.
God, I would hate it, but I really I've had dreams about this. Oh God, is this going to happen? So
okay, I need to know what Sam has been smoking this whole hour, because it was off the rails from the jump, and it just stayed there. Really appreciate y'all dropping some bold predictions. So I'm really glad Sam came in to host, because I don't think I would have been able to keep up with how bold some of these predictions were. I want to give you guys an opportunity to promote yourselves real quick before I boot you out of here. Tristan, why don't you let everybody know where you can be reached and what you're working on these days?
ESPN.com/fantasy. Plenty of preseason draft prep for you. This is actually a very big week. I've got some of my key pieces coming up, including my big sleepers, 20 of them picked, that will be out in a couple of days.
All right. And Matt, why don't you tell people where you can be reached and what you're working on these days?
Yeah, check me out Tuesdays and Fridays, covering your DFS needs over at Razzball. I'm on Twitter, where I'll be posting, a lot more of my daily content at Matthew Petrich 1. I'm from Sacramento, Sam, so let's bring home our first championship. I don't live there right now, but I'm from Sacramento, so Sacktown. There we go.
I actually was supposed to go to Sacramento State University, and then 9/11 happened, and I joined the Army instead. So little soft spot in my heart for Sacramento. Dave, tell everybody where you're from and where people can reach you and what you do.
Yeah, I'm at Dave Ander at bluesky.social, DAYVANDER, and I'm finishing up my TGFBI draft, and I'm pivoting into my AL and NL only league auctions. So it's a fun spring.
It is. I'm looking forward to Tout Wars next weekend, and then some big time NFPC drafts after that myself. Sam, let everybody know where you're from, what you do, and where people can reach you at.
Well, I'm from the beautiful Pacific Northwest, and I absolutely do not want an athletics championship. Let me tell you right now. You can find me on Blue Sky at Sam FBB1. I do some fantasy content with the Podapallooza podcast and with the Dynasty Guru. So, and we're in round 29 of the TGFBI draft. We're going to finish today. So we are killing it. Shout out to League 1020, man. #1 league in the whole thing. We love you guys.
Yeah, I'm in round 19. It is not going as fast, but I appreciate my league mates slowing it down this weekend, so that way I can focus on Podapallooza. I'm going to boot y'all out unceremoniously, as I always do, so that way I can bring in the next crew. We are raising money for Fantasy Cares. Every dollar you donate to donorbox.org/TGFBI-2025 gets donated to Fantasy Cares, and that money gets pooled together with a bunch of other things that happen at Fantasy Cares throughout the year, through fantasy sports leagues and contests, to raise money for Toys for Tots drives around the country, which I got to participate in this last year with my wife. It was a ton of fun being able to go in my local area and buy toys for kids through the Toys for Tots drives. I highly recommend supporting Fantasy Cares through Podapallooza. We have raised well over $6,000. I'm actually updating it right now. It's $6,200 through Podapallooza, TGFBI, and TGFBI satellite leagues. Really, really appreciate everybody who has been donating. Keep those donations coming in because they'll get you entered in to win amazing prizes like jerseys, like bobbleheads, like t-shirts, like hats. Dave, who was just on the last episode, is good donate some music CDs, which is pretty cool. Like so much great stuff. Baseball HQ Radio, you're gonna get there's a guest spot on there. So many great prizes, including TGFBI entries for next year. If you've always wanted to be in TGFBI, but you don't qualify because you are not a content creator or you haven't won a satellite league, the only other way you can get in is through winning a raffle prize here at Podapallooza. So keep those donations coming in. I'm going to bring in the next panel. We have Marty, who's going to be hosting this panel. We've got Mike. We've got James. And if that wasn't enough, we have energy in Govier. I'm going to turn it over to Marty. Let him kind of steer the ship, and I will see you guys here in a little bit.
Thank you, Justin. And for everybody listening, Mike Govier with the late edition. James, Mike, did we know about this? Did we know Govier was crashing our panel here?
No idea.
No idea.
I saw a late edition, but I'm pumped. Let's get into some pitching with him. I hope you're prepared here, Govier.
Yeah. So we'll be going over the 2025 pitching sleepers and busts. We're just going to hop right into it. It's already 12:05. Govier, Michael Govier. Nice to see you. It's been a while.
My Michigan brethren, Marty Tallman. When I saw you're hosting this, and for some reason I wasn't included in one of my favorite things every year, Podapallooza, I was like, what the hell? So I specifically chose this. Also because I don't know Mike and James that well, too. So I thought I'd dive in and see what they can teach me. Show me the way, gentlemen. Show me the way. Come on.
All right. We'll start with you, Mike. Mike, say your last name. Is it Couillard?
It's Mike Coulard. Yes.
Coulard. All right. Excellent.
Cool.
Well, cool. Tell the listeners where you're from and what you're working on.
Yeah, I am from Chicago here, as you can tell by a little bit of the Sox background. And I am writing over at Razball, where you can also find me hosting the Cards and Categories podcast that runs every Thursday there, focusing both on baseball cards and fantasy. So, yeah, I'm excited to be here. Marty, great to see you again. I know we were on the same panel last year, and we've been sniping the hell out of each other in our TGFBI draft back-to-back. So, great to see you.
We're going to get into that. James, great to see you. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Great to see you guys, too. Also, guys, a little backstory. Mike and Marty have kind of been, like, covertly sharing their sleepers in their chat because they're both in the same TGFBI draft right now. So that's been funny to see the misdirection going on. But cheating. James from New York, big Mets fan, host of the Mets Dub podcast. If any of my people are here watching that, also Buckeye. So shout out Ohio State, defending national champions for the Michigan men over here. But you can find me on Roto World. I write and do the updates on Roto World, part of their short video series, Mets Dub. Also have a YouTube channel where I talk specifically about fantasy baseball. So have all that going on right now, which is a lot of fun.
That's awesome, James. And Govier, what you got for us? You with us?
There it is. All these people right here. That's the show. Look at all these caricatures and beautiful cartoons. Look how old Sam looks, by the way. Sam, I haven't heard back from you. Sam's in the lower. Which way does it go? This way. That's him. Look how old Sam aged, man. It looks like he's 80. I know he looks like he's an old farmer. That's great. But yeah, it's Palazzo Podcast, 2 L's, 2 Z's. We love doing the show. Everybody here is a big part of all those guys rule. Mike Virginia, Ben Chase, Robbie Baseball, Sam Wershing, and of course, Britton Allen, who's having a great vacation right now. So check us out, YouTube. We are 13 away from 1,000 subscribers. 13 subs. That's all we need. 13
away. You heard it first. All right, we're gonna hop into let's start with the sleepers. Let's start off positive. Mike, and for the record, I'm going to call you Govier, okay?
Yes.
And I'm going to call you Mike. See, I'm a great host. Mike, we're starting with you. Give us one of your sleepers for 2025.
Yeah, I'm going to have to dive in with one who is really starting to rise up the ranks. I was a little surprised looking at the ADP data over the last month on Draft Champions at NFBC. It's Ryan Weathers from the Miami Marlins. This lefty looked fantastic last year, and it was a great year in terms of a 3.63 ERA, over 86 2/3. He lost a couple months because of an index finger injury, but he's got a great slider, a 126 by Stuff Plus from Inoceris there. And this is a guy where a lot of what I used to do, because what I do at Razball is write the weekly waiver wires on the weekends to be able to kind of help you for your pickups and your streams, is target Oakland Athletics pitchers. Well, Oakland Athletics pitchers are pitching in Sacramento this year, so you can't pick up some of those great pitching matchups. I think Miami's going to be the place to start kind of honing in, and Ryan Weathers is one of those guys that I'm looking at because I think he's going to be a stalwart in that rotation. He's got the number 2 spot in that rotation core. DeRoster Resource has been looking great in the spring. Great arsenal. I think we're looking for a breakout year here from Ryan Weathers.
And you're exactly right. He has been skyrocketing up the ADP. So get your Weathers while you can. James, how about you?
My first guy, I definitely went a little less sleeper in the traditional sense here because I want to just like pick my guys in my tiers. I'm like, this guy's going to smash this whole tier. The first guy is Joe Ryan. Right now, ADP just outside the first top 100 at 105. Starting pitcher 26. And that ADP is super stuck in the mud. It's been that way for like 3 months between 24 and 27. So I'm just like, there's no elevating him right now, but he's slowly, super slowly, methodically turned himself into such a complete full pitcher over the last few years. When he came up and he did it because it was the best thing he had. He just leaned on that fastball so hard. And again, it's a great fastball from that crazy low slot. It was the classic disappearing fastball when he was in minor league. I love people saying that because I'm like, where's the disappearing fastball actually go? But him, just the fastball stuff got really predictable. In 2022, when he had his first full season, he threw 77% fastballs to left-handed batters, and he was behind in the count. 77%. Three out of 4 of his pitches. Now it's 71% to right-handed batters. That's like every single time he's behind the count, the hitters know they can sit dead red. And each of the last 2 years, that percentage has dropped down. He's behind the count. That percentage has dropped down overall. He's introduced a sweeper. He's introduced a splitter. Last year, he honed in each of those pitches. Last year, he had his fastball usage below 50% for the first time in his career, which was a massive achievement for him. I didn't think he'd ever get there as a major leaguer. And all of this kind of helped bring his home run rate down to league average, which has always been a problem for Joe Ryan. That Twins team should be good. He should be able to get wins. His fastball velocity was also career high last year at 94 miles an hour. Then his shoulder gave out, and that was kind of why I think his price is still so low this draft season. But when he went down, I think it was early September, late August, he was a top 15 pitcher in the player rater in fantasy baseball. So if he can just do that again and throw 35 more innings, like this is someone who to me is a blatant top 15 guy. And if there's anybody in this range around like pick 100, maybe like going up to pick 80, who I think could be a true top 5 guy, and I think Ryan could do that. The whip was under 1 last year. The ERA could easily have a 2 at the beginning of it. Like this is the guy to me that who's like one of the 2 guys who could be like the Logan Gilbert this season, just become a monster kind of secretly for a few years and just do it all at once in front of our faces.
James, are you at all worried about the shoulder?
I'm a little worried about the shoulder, but the fact that there was a normal offseason and he's been throwing normally in the spring, I can't be worried about it if the worry isn't directly in front of my face right now. So I might as well just draft and hope for the best.
And you're exactly right. I mean, his MRI in November came back completely clean. And George Kirby's proving that even a guy with a health grade, anything can happen at any time with starting pitchers. Michael Govier, who is your first sleeper?
All right. Well, Joe Ryan, he admitted it. He was setting the tone with his tiers. But, I mean, let's get into sleepers here. Real sleepers legitimately. Let's go to Cleveland. Shout out to my Glarf teammates. Of course, Marty is part of Glarf. And Cleveland is included in the Great Lakes Area Roto League, part of Earth, a beautiful league and a beautiful overall competition. Very pumped to play in that every season. And it's got to be Luis L. Ortiz. That's right. Don't forget the L, okay? It's very important that you include that middle initial because this guy is going to be unlocked. He's going to be unlocked. Cleveland is a home to maximize starting pitching. I trust them as much as any organization to get the most out of guys. And there's like 3 guys from Cleveland I might have included on this list for sleepers this year because I get too excited. So I'm just going to keep it to Luis L. Ortiz, a guy I've liked a lot. He's got a nasty slider that I think they can get a lot more out of. They can adjust his pitch mix, get a little bit more consistency from him, and hopefully up those Ks, get the whiffs a little bit, go back to where it was when he first showed up. He showed real promise as a guy who could miss bats. And I believe Cleveland knows how to tap into that. And the fact that he got ripped, I think, for like 6 earned runs in his first outing in spring only enhances the fact that other people will be like, oh, that guy's trash. So that's fine with me. I'll take all the Luis L. Ortiz in the world. I'm very excited about him. He's like my number 1 pitching sleeper, I think, in 2025.
All right, I myself already have a few shares of him, so I'm with you on that. And now I'm going to pivot. I'm going to go in the dirt with you, Govier. We're going to start off with the sleeper. And I'm not sure if it was Mike or James who called me out, but Reed Detmers.
Yes.
Which one? Mike. Okay, yeah.
I've
So
always loved him, but I'm fascinated. I've just been burnt so many times in the past.
hear
But
ya.
I love
It
when
hurts, doesn't it, Mike? It
Yes,
hurts
it
so
does.
much.
So pivoting from an organization like the Guardians, who have been able to prove, they're really good at developing pitching, the Los Angeles Angels are not. So, but that being said, Reed Detmers is a sleeper of mine. Last year, he was what we call unlucky. 6.7 ERA, 3.77 Sierra, 357 BABIP, which we know every pitcher's BABIP's different, but it's usually hovering around somewhere around 300. So the BABIP was high as well, and the 63% strand rate, when league average is around 70 to 72. So all of that points to a little bit of unluckiness. His ADP is 361 over the last 3 weeks. So he's going about in the 24th round of a 15-team league. Around him, Jamison Tyone and Chris Bassett. So if I'm sitting there making my pick, and I need some upside, I'm going Reed Detmers. Above average stuff, above average location. Last year, he had a 28% strikeout rate. Swinging strike rate was in the 85th percentile. He's tweaked his fastball to have more extension. He's only 25 years old. And I know his numbers have been bad for a long time. But if we zoom out a little bit, we're seeing small progression each year. In 2021, 586 xFIP. 2022, 420 xFIP. 2023, 427 xFIP. And last year, 3.86. So we're seeing, you may not see it on the surface, but if you look under the hood there, we are seeing a little bit of progression. And I think if his luck kind of balances out, I think he's a mids 3 ERA, maybe 3.7, but 180 strikeouts, maybe even more. And he's proven to be able to stay healthy. Mike, what do you think?
I do love this stuff. I just, I think it's one of those guys where you look at him and you're like, he needs an organization change. He just needs some new, I think, voices in his head to be able to kind of unlock that next level. We've seen it. He's thrown that no-hitter, and it's a little bit of like the Ron Chandler, once you show a skill, you always own it. Reed Detmers has the stuff. I just don't know if I trust the Angels to unlock it fully. This is a guy who I think that if you did see him swap organizations, I would be all in. And I've been all in on Reed Detmers before. It just it hurts when he blows up. It's one of those guys too where I think I've started to lean towards raising that floor a little bit, where you're trying to avoid those huge blowups, giving up 7-8 earned runs in a couple of innings. Reed Detmers really leaves you open for that just because of the way it can unwind for him so quickly.
Yeah, I think it'd be most beneficial to have him as your SP6, SP7, and already have a really good foundation before that. Mike, staying with you, who's another sleeper?
All right. Well, I am going to stay here kind of in the dirt, I think, with you guys, because I think there is a Chicago White Sox that is worth owning out of that starting rotation, and it is Sean Burke. So he kind of popped onto the scene last year with 19 innings over 4 games, 3 starts, and put up a 1.42 ERA, but it was buoyed by a 3.32 FIP. The K9 was at 10.4. And, he kept that. If he keeps the walk rate under 10, I think that is the key here, that or 10% on that walk rate, because he is somebody who the walks have been a little bit of an issue here and there as he's come through the minor leagues. But he found some sort of groove last year where he was able to increase the strikeouts on the strength of his fastball. It is a 109 stuff plus fastball. And I'm not afraid of anybody in that AL Central, not even offensively. So I think it's a great place to find pitchers, and Sean Burke, I think, can be the one from Chicago that is worth owning, because he's going to take the ball every 5 days, and he's just a really great late source of strikeouts. You're not going to find somebody who has a 10 K9 that goes much later than Sean Burke.
I've been in 8 drafts so far. I have drafted him in 4 of my leagues, so I'm completely behind that. James, how about you?
All right, I'll climb down the dirt with you guys for a few. And I have another guy outside the top 500 who I think is going to be an incredible source of strikeouts. He was last year, and he's flying way too under the radar. And that's my guy, Tyler McGill on the Mets. There's still so many problems with McGill. When he throws his fastball, even though it's really good and really hard, he has truthfully no idea where it's going. And I'm not sure if he ever will his entire career, because he's just such a big body. It's so much to try and get his mechanics together. He's a massive human being. And that's just something that might never come. But he has such a clear rotation spot and a good Mets team and a good ballpark with a good defense right now with the injuries to Frankie Montas and Sean Manaea. It might not be directly out of the gate because he's the only starting pitcher in this team that's like is trustworthy at the beginning of the year and has an option. So he might not get the first start until like April 10th, April 15th, April 20th range, but he will get that opportunity. And last year he was legitimately good. Like if you ask a Met fan about Tyler McGill, they will tell you such a different thing than a fantasy analyst if you ask them about Tyler McGill. Because over 8 innings last year, a half a season in the starting rotation for a team that was grinding, basically we're playing playoff games every game after August. He had a 4.0 ERA and 27% strikeout rate. If he doubles that, or if he goes to 140 innings with the exact same stats, he's SP 50, SP 60, and right now he's being drafted outside the top 500. And there's a lot of ways for him to get there and even improve because he just has such a deep repertoire now with a fastball, a sinker, a cutter, a sweeper, a slider, a curveball, a splitter. The velocity's always been great. The new sinker is really, really good, plays really well to the right-handed batters. And if he can do anything, if he can find a way to throw his splitter 10% of the time, if he could figure out any semblance of consistency with it, it is one of the most truest outlier pitches in baseball. It was sitting at under 500 RPMs last year. It looked like knuckleballs at times. He was throwing it to lefties. He had the balls in one of his first starts of the year to throw 2 of them in a row to Ohtani in a start in May. None of them were strikes. They weren't near the zone, but just understanding that he's like, I need to find a way to get this really, really good left-handed batter out. Like he's been kind of circling the drain on becoming a really good starting pitcher for a long time. And the opportunity, the repertoire, the velocity, Carlos Mendoza just gave him a huge vote of confidence, said, this guy's a dude. He has amazing stuff. He will be a guy in this league. Like it's all right in front of Tyler McGill right now. He just simply has to take it.
Now, brass tacks. Let's say if you're in a 15-team league like TGFBI, there are no, there's nowhere to stash him. Are you drafting him in a 15-team league and holding on to him if he's coming up mid-April, or are you gonna just hover around the waiver wire and keep an eye on him?
I think it just depends what you need in the bottom of that roster. Like if you need the innings a lot more, then you should probably go with like Govier's last sleeper, a guy like Luis L. Ortiz. But he's being drafted in the same range right now as guys like Ryan Nelson, Zebby Matthews, Casey Mize, Bobby Miller, who are similarly, you don't know when the shot's going to come. Same with Will Warren. But it's also in the same range as a guy like Aaron Savali, Mike Soroka, who just missed my breakout list, who's going to be in the rotation opening day. So this is the range where we really have to know your roster. But if you can wait the 2 weeks, the Mets have a pretty soft early season schedule as well. And again, pitching in Citi Field is a really nice place with Francisco Lindor playing defense behind you. It's just he might cruise to like top, again, 50 SP value this season. I think if you can hold out those first 2 weeks or just keep an eye on your waiver wire and get ready to make that ad the second he gets the spot start.
All right. Govier.
Well, boy, the chat's bumping too, by the way. Shout out to everybody in there, keeping it real. Oh, no, he wants some ASMR water update. Mike Virginia, sure, here you go, real quick. Here's some ASMR water. There you go, buddy. That's something we do on the Plateau Podcast, 2 L's, 2 Z's. But as far as my second sleeper, there's so many pitchers, and I love going deep too, but there's a part of me that wants to, I gotta take it up a little bit here, but I still, based on the drafts I've been in so far, this dude is not a sleeper. Is he a sleeper? Mackenzie Gore. I mean, he's a hot stud prospect for 10 years, it seems like. Seems like he's 35 years old. He's been around that long. But he's dropping in my current TGFBI league past his ADP. People are like, oh, who cares about him? He's trash. He'll never put it together. The guy's only 25, I believe, still. Going on 26, 25. He's so young. There's so much left for Mr. Mackenzie Gore to do. So I think if you target Gore as like your SP 5, maybe even your 6, depending on how you build your roster out, this is a guy who's going to give you great returns. He's working on each season getting a little bit better. Sometimes it comes slow. Sometimes it comes at a great burst, and he goes on a tear, and you're like, oh, here it is. And then he falls apart. But little by little, the command's getting a little bit better. And I just got to believe that sooner or later, this is all going to come together for him. He was a huge part of a massive trade that brought him to Washington in the first place. So maybe I'm a sucker, and there's a sucker born every damn minute, but I'm going to go with Mackenzie Gore.
It sounds similar to Reed Detmers. Same age, a little bit of hype. It's been a little bit of years of progression, but not much, and still pretty cheap.
But he has stayed at the MLB level at the very least, right? So 3
That's
years,
true.
I mean, two-ish full seasons and a partial season. So he's got the experience. It's got to pay off sooner or later.
And he showed it a little bit last year. That first half, you were like, yes, it's happening. Hell yeah. But
Yeah.
then it kind of went away. But it's there. It's there. Like he's demonstrated before. Like he could be so good if it's just twists in.
Yeah,
All
love
right.
the pitch mix too on Gore. It's fantastic.
Ooh.
I think I have 2 shares of them, but I may even get him another one. I'm actually up in our TGFBI league.
Live draft pick?
Oh,
now we have too many things to get to.
we could do it live back to back. Here we go, Marty.
That's true. All right, my second sleeper, Spencer Arrighetti for the Houston Astros. Last year, rookie season, he struggled at the beginning. He had no command. He was giving up too many home runs. But as the season progressed, he got a little bit better and better and better. From July 7th on, over 76 innings, he had 91 strikeouts, only 26 walks with the 3.57 xFIP. He took his walk rate down from 12% to 7.9. Over the last 3 weeks, he has an ADP of 202, which means he's being drafted around like Nathan Eovaldi, Seth Lugo, Kevin Gossman. I see very limited, I don't see much upside in those picks. Maybe Nathan Eovaldi if he could stay healthy, but if you're looking for a little bit more Ks and you kind of want to just take that next step, I think where Arrighetti's going, I think he'll be fine. His arsenal, it's 5 good pitches. Above average fastball, a great curveball, good slider. He uses the cutter and the changeup enough where they play off each other. Neither pitch is great, but they do enough to keep the pitcher or keep the batters, guessing. And he's had the ability to go deep into games. I was looking at when he pitches through the lineup. So first time through the lineup, second time, and third time. Third time through the lineup, he actually does better than he did second time through the lineup. So what that says to me, quality start leagues, just getting more innings, as many as possible. I'm liking that. And then lastly, he's on the Astros. They've shown a propensity to be able to get the most out of their starters, I'd say, over the last 5 to 10 years. And the Astros are Vegas has them winning the 6th most games, an over-under of 87.5. So what that says to me is that the wins could be there as well. But yeah, Spencer Arrighetti, that's my second pick here. All right, let's hop right into it. We're already at 12:25. Mike, shoot me another one.
All right, I'm going to go with a guy who currently isn't in a rotation, but I think he needs to be in a rotation and deserves to be in that St. Louis Cardinals rotation. This is one of my guys. It is Michael McGreevy from the St. Louis Cardinals, and especially if you go back through Razzball.com and look at the Michael McGreevy tag, it's just me posting and talking about him every couple of weeks because I just love this arsenal. And when you put it in that ballpark down in St. Louis, it is a very, very pitcher-friendly ballpark. It's a high ground ball rate, and he throws heat. When you're watching him on the mound, it is nasty stuff in terms of the sinker-cutter combo with a nice slider. The breakout in his first start where he, went through those shutdown innings, it was electric. I just don't see how the Cardinals keep holding him back. This dude was ready to be in the big leagues in 2023. I don't have any faith in Steven Matz staying healthy. Andre Pallante is not any good. Andre Pallante deserves to be in the bullpen and should be in the bullpen. That the Cardinals, I think, have an outside shot at this division, even though they're in the quote-unquote rebuilding year. And if they want to be serious about it, Michael McGreevy's got to break camp with them in terms of just making the most competitive rotation they can. Currently going ADP about 463, but I have no problem in a 15-teamer taking him, stashing him on the bench, and just hoping that Steven Matz breaks down in a couple weeks to bring McGreevy up. Because I think if you do, you're looking at somebody who can be great for your ratios in terms of ERA and WHIP, maybe a little lacking in Ks, but he can go deep in games. And so that'll give you some volume. McGreevy all day for me. I'm never going to quit this dude.
And a quick glance at Matz's health grade is an F. So he may be coming up sooner rather than later. How about you, James?
Mike, first of all, I'm not comfortable with the Andre Pallante slander. If he can get to 95 miles an hour, I want to see that curveball be a starter at the major league level. But I'm climbing out of the mud. I'm getting out of the mud. I'm getting back into my range inside the top 150 for a guy I think could be a top 5 starting pitcher this year. Is the people's breakouts, Brian Wu. It's one of the most exciting fastballs in baseball. It's so good that last year it was the only pitch he threw more than 20% of the time against left-handed batters, and hitters still had a 280 xWOBA against it. It's such a foundational piece of what could be an elite starting pitcher's repertoire. It's crazy. And the only problem with Wu is, one, health, which you just kind of have to hope for the best again. That's kind of the theme of a lot of my sleepers, where it's like, if this guy stays healthy, it's all going to work. So I'm just going to take on the injury risk and just figure out the rest of my roster later. But then also breaking balls. He hasn't really ever thrown one. He doesn't really care to throw one. It's over 70% fastballs. But this spring, he's been really bringing on his sweeper that he was doing a little bit last year. Didn't really have the same pinpoint command of it that he has on every other pitch in his arsenal. But his last spring start, like 4 or 5 days ago now, that was the pitch he threw most. So to me, this is someone who's really, really, really trying to work on this pitch. And if it hits, like if the sweeper works, or if he even just throws another 4 innings, if he gets from 110 last year, 100-ish, if he gets to 150, this could easily be a top 20 starting pitcher. And right now he's about SP40. He's someone that if I'm in 12-team leagues, I'm so comfortable with him as my SP2. I'm definitely going to have some 15-team builds by the end of draft season where he's going to be my SP1, and I'm going to slam hitters and one or two of the elite closers before, because it's just, if it clicks, it's going to be a crazy, crazy click. And it's someone who's similar to what I was talking about Joe Ryan. Like, if he turned into Logan Gilbert this year, we'd all be like, all right, I mean, I could have seen that coming.
Yeah, all the skills are there. I mean, I could live in a world where he, if he gets 140 innings, with a 3.07 ERA, like around a 1 WHIP. I mean,
so good.
180 Ks.
It's crazy.
I could see that, but yeah, the elbow injury, the forearm strain. It's a little scary.
There could be a lot. There could definitely be a lot of bad things for sure.
But there's tons of upside. Go VA.
Yeah. Wow. Woo. Woo's elbow it just freaks me out. I get nervous. I know he's healthy right now, right? But I got some paranoia. I got some fear around Woo. Your case was strong, but I'm scared and I'm staying away. And it's just like trying to prove if there's a God or not. We can't really prove that, right? Oh, wait, no, we totally can, because we'll find out at the end of the year whether Woo was a top 5 starter. And I'll be rooting for you, James. I actually want that to come true. I just can't take the risk. For me, gosh, there's so many pitchers, so little time, and I had like 25 sleepers I went through, which is so stupid. So I'm going to go with David Festa.
Hell yeah.
David Festa of the Minnesota Twins. The Twins, like my pal the Palazzo podcast, Ben Chase, who'll be on right after this talking prospects, said that the Twins, they're not the best of the best when it comes to developing pitching, but they still get more out of their pitchers than a lot of other organizations do. They don't necessarily have that guy who dominates, but Festa has the stuff to dominate. He really does. It's just a question of the long ball, I think, right? You got to watch out for that with him. Homers are an issue in his minor league career. And then it's a matter of him just putting it all together, missing bats, not inducing too many walks, and losing control of his stuff. Can he go 6 innings too? If you're in a quality start league, hey, can I get 6 innings out of David Festa on a regular basis? He's young still, so it's interesting to see if that will develop or not. But, on a standard 5x5 league, David Festa is a guy who has nasty stuff. I love watching him pitch. He's got a pitcher's body to me. I love his motion. It doesn't look clunky at all to me. It looks natural. I'm just rooting for him to really take it up a notch this year, and I hope he gets a chance to do so.
Do you see him starting in the majors to begin the season in the rotation? Chris Paddock, Woods Richardson. I know he's better than them, but will the Twins do it? What do you think?
Marty, that doesn't mean squat. We all know that. There's veteran placeholders, guys who are out of options, like, hey, we got to give him a shot, so this guy's going down, or we just want to control him for a longer period of time.
Yep.
I would say no, he probably won't start the year in the rotation. But it won't be long. I don't think we have to wait till June or anything like that. I think you give a guy a shot, it's like, oh, this guy's trash. Get him out of here. Let's bring David Festa in. So,
all right. And I'm looking at Jose Soriano of the Los Angeles Angels. Last year, he had over 116 innings. He had a 3.83 FIP. He limits hard contact. He's a ground ball pitcher. 60% of ground ball rate. So that right there really stands out to me. ADP of 330. So he's going around the 22nd round in a 15-team league. Eric Fetty's there. Matthew Boyd. I'd rather swing for more upside and a younger guy here. Again, the high ground ball rate. That's the thing that sticks out to me the most. But you look at his arsenal above average stuff plus, location plus, and pitching plus. His four seam sits near 99, and his sinker sits near 98,
so good.
Which obviously could be a little scary. He's had problems with injuries, and that might be part of it. But his knuckle curve has a 40% whiff rate, and his slider, he only throws it exclusively to righties, but has a 40% or 46% whiff rate. So, is anybody else on Soriano in this group? Anybody?
Oh, so on Soriano.
Bueller?
It's just the stuff is
I
so
love him.
fun. You watch him pitch, you're like, yeah, one of those guys.
Yeah,
All right,
and
awesome.
I love the ground ball stuff too, because it just keeps you away from those blowups like I was talking about.
Yep. All right, last sleeper here, Mike. Who is it?
All right, my last sleeper here is another guy who currently is in the outside looking in at the rotation. It is Hayden Birdsong from the San Francisco Giants, but I'm liking this because his price is plummeting because people see that he's not on the roster resource starting rotation for the Giants. Is maybe also kind of bad losing the battle to Landon Roop, who's looking amazing here in the spring. But I just love the strikeout potential from Hayden Birdsong. Nasty splitter / changeup. It kind of can go either way, but when you watch it in person, it just falls off of a cliff in terms of like almost like a Hurston Waldrop kind of splitter changeup, as well as like the fastball pairs well with it. His bugaboo was always walks. And so what I've really loved in terms of what I see with Birdsong is, and what I'm looking at for with other breakouts here in sleepers, is what is the narrative story to get them to that next level? And it clicked right away when I saw some of the opening clips from Giants camp. You saw Justin Verlander sitting right over Hayden Birdsong's shoulder when he was doing some of his first initial throwing in the pen. And I think that is what turns Birdsong's corner around the corner, that like pushes him to that next level. Then at that point, you're looking at a guy who can K maybe like 25% of batters. And then if he can tighten up that walk rate in San Francisco, I think you're looking at something that could really, really break out. Again, somebody else who, like McGreevy, not in the rotation right now, but I have no issues taking Birdsong, stashing him for a couple of weeks, and seeing how that Giants rotation plays out in April.
How about you, James?
All right, similar with my ideas of I'm going to take a guy in the middle and hopefully he's going to be near the top. This is going to be the second pitcher I pair with Brian Wu in my crazy build in a 15-team league. They're my top two guys. But it's Gavin Williams. Similar to what Govier said at the top, like I just trust them so much with pitching development, and his stuff is just, it's outrageous. It jumps off the page. My guy Eric Samolsky at Roto World's been doing a lot of work on Gavin Williams this spring. He was down at Guardians camp last week or the week before. And it's just like what he's doing with his arsenal right now between his fastball and his slider is changing everything. His fastball kind of got stuck in like the exact spot on his arm angle where all the hitters kind of figured it would go the last few years. It was still good. It still has 99th percentile extension, 95th. It still sat 96, 97 miles an hour, but it kind of stayed on the barrel for a lot of hitters, a lot more run than ride. So far this spring, he's added a couple inches of IVB, is more at the top of the zone. Guys are swinging under it. His last start in the spring, he had more whiffs on his fastball in 2 1/3 innings than he had in any individual start all of last season in full starts. It's just if he's able to maintain that shape with his velocity, with his extension, that fastball goes from like a pretty good pitch to an outrageously good pitch. And if that fastball becomes an outrageously good pitch, and he's right now ADP around 220, SP 60, I find it hard to believe he's not blatantly in the top 40, someone who could stretch into the top 20 this year. And also a slider that he kind of took down a little bit this year. It blended with his color a lot last year, both in movement and velocity. Now it's a few ticks slower. It's got more sweep. It's got more drop. If he can find any consistency with that new pitch, along with anything for the color and the changeup to beat lefties, like this is someone who could be truthfully an ace. Like he has all of the tools to be that guy. Big draft pick, huge pedigree, great college career, big, huge dude, like 6'6" and like an ox. Like he has everything to be like that big time guy jumping up this year.
And looking at his spring training stats, 9 strikeouts to 1 walk. So, you know, he's feeling himself here in the first part. Govier, who you got?
All right, last sleeper here on the sleeper portion of this show. I have decided I won't go with the Tiger, even though I feel like there will be a Tigers pitcher. I feel like everyone's talking about Reese Olson, so I wasn't going to go that route. But there is a Tigers pitcher, Marty, who will be – there'll be a sleeper. He's just going to be a starting rotation sleeper. I don't know who it is exactly, Marty, but you know there's going to be one because Chris Fetter is the man, right?
I mean, what I'm seeing from Casey Mize has been I wrote him off. I said on Bubba's podcast, I don't think he's a major league starter. And he's turning around quickly.
You back in? Oh, boy. Stay tuned. All right. I'm going to go way deep here off the deep end. How about Winston Santos, Texas Ranger, a guy who has only been up to Double-A so far, I believe. But this guy has gas and he misses bats and he's been able to – he's only 22. I get that, right? But I just look at the Rangers rotation and I think someone's going to get hurt and that this guy – could get a jump, and if he gets a jump to do so, I think he'll take advantage of it. Now, you're looking at a guy that maybe gives you, he doesn't come up till June, possibly, so I am understanding that entirely. But if you play like head-to-head Cats leagues, it's not about – not every league's a roto league. It's not always about volume. It's about a guy that can come up and be a difference maker for you, win you weeks. And I know my head-to-head people are out there. So I'm thinking from that perspective, Santos is a guy that maybe you don't necessarily draft, but you keep an eye on your watch list, depending how deep your league is. He's got the stuff. Maybe I'm a year early. Maybe this is going too far, but what the heck? We're having some fun here on Sunday's Podapallooza. I'm here with Marty, Mike, and James, so let's go for it.
I love it. My last one's going to be Nick Lodolo. Talking about being hurt too many times. But I'm back in. Last year, 115 innings. He had 122 strikeouts, only 37 walks. Even though he had a 4.76 ERA, Sierra 3.78, almost a full point down. Now, blister issues derailed the second half of the season, but before they did, over the first 70 innings, he had a 3.33 ERA and a 1.12 WHIP. ADP's at 243, so it's somewhere around the 16th round. Ronel Blanco's in that group, Brandon Woodruff, Drew Rasmussen. I see no upside with any of those guys. So if he's like my SP3, my SP4, let me take a step back here. SP4, SP5. I think you're doing a great job with your team. Good arsenal, 2 strong fastballs, a great breaking pitch, average changeup. So he has a forward pitch mix. He's doing enough. Now the injuries have been a problem. 2022 strained lower back. 2023 left calf tendonitis. 2024 leg, groin, and a finger injury, but no shoulder, no elbow troubles. He's healthy now. And I absolutely love his stuff. I think, like I said, if he's your 4th, 5th SP, I think he did a really good job. All right, now let's pivot to the bus. Okay, we're going to get a little pessimistic here. Hope everyone's ready for that. Mike, I want to start with you. Who's going to bust?
All right, maybe this one's too easy, but it's Brandon Woodruff. I don't get the draft price whatsoever. This dude hasn't pitched since September 2023. He's had major shoulder surgery. The last note on him that is on Fangraphs is that he's getting prepped to pitch in a minor league, like rehab-ish game. So I don't even know if he's breaking camp with the Brewers. Honestly, at this point, he's not in spring training games. The ADP right now is around 247. So it's starting to fall because I think people are starting to pick up on this. But in terms of like what it is that's driving that ADP is when you take the actual kind of projections of like most places have him between like 130 to 150 innings with like a mid-3s ERA and a 10 K9. How? We haven't seen this dude pitch since 2023 and he has a brand new shoulder. I just don't see how you can trust in those projections. He's a total do not draft for me. I'm not even like I don't want him on any spot at my team because I just don't see what Woodruff can offer. And until we actually see him on a mound and throwing and actually giving us data back, I just don't see how you can create any projection for him. It's just a confounding situation for me.
So what I'm hearing is at that point you would go Nick Lodolo for sure.
Oh yeah, I would go Michael McGreevy at that point over him. Like I want no piece of Brandon Woodruff going into 2025.
I have 0 shares myself. Completely agree with you. James.
All right, this might be a little controversial, but my first bust is Roki Sasaki. I just don't know how he cashes in right now in SP25 top 100 ADP. I have no idea. There's just no way he throws enough innings to justify this price. Like we've seen a few guys in short innings the last few years like get into that top 10, top 20 in value, but just the fact that his last 3 years in the NPB, it was 111 innings, 91 innings, 129 innings. And that was with a recommendation for Tommy John surgery in the middle of that. Like if he throws 110 this year, I would be mystified by that. And then it's just, if he's not Skeens or Glass now with those innings, like I don't know if he can justify that price again. And I don't know if he can be Skeens or Glass now because while the splitter looks like it might be one of like the 3 or 4 best pitchers in all of baseball, the fastball doesn't look good at all. Like the shape isn't right. The baseball we use in Major League Baseball is also different than one NPB. So as he's trying to rediscover his shape on that fastball from 2 years ago, we have a less tacky ball that's a tiny bit bigger. So I don't know if he's going to be able to find that same backspin. And last year in the NPB, his fastball got hit hard. And he had outlier velocity. In Major League Baseball, he still have outlier velocity, but not super outlier velocity. And I think the fastball is going to get hit harder. And the Dodgers they have a million pitchers, and they're too smart to push the envelope with Roki right now. Next year, the year after, he might be one of the 2 or 3 best pitchers in baseball. But right now, they have to play the long game, and they have the depth to do it. So I just think that, I don't know, to me, it looks like we're going to see like 85 innings with like a 3.6, 3.7 ERA. And that's just not a guy who should be a top 100 pick.
James will not be led blindly in 2025. He's got to see it before he makes the draft pick. I completely agree. 0 shares. Govier, how about you?
Yeah. Wow. I love it, James. Love the intensity. Love the call out. For me, I'm going with Hunter Green of the Cincinnati Reds. I think we're getting blinded by that 2.75 ERA across 150 innings last year. And you get excited. And you say, oh, under 3 ERA, and it was 150 innings. Oh, people get real pumped about that. But the problem is, it's funny. He doesn't even have a chase rate that cracks 30%. Like, he's not even the elite, or he's far down the list in chase rate. I'm surprised by that because his stuff should be better. His fastball is what everybody knows because it's got such gas, but it's also kind of straight and it's hittable. And I know my pal, Palazzo Podcast, Britt Allen, will be very sad that I'm saying Hunter Green will be a bust, but I am just not willing to go there. I think if you look at his xFIP and his Sierra too, it was a lot higher than his 2.75 ERA. It makes me wonder if, also his left on base percentage, something I like to focus in on it, left on base percentage. Some guys have the stuff where they can keep a higher rate in their career because they're that good. But Hunter Green had 80% LOB last year. I feel like that's going to come back down a little bit. That means more runs possibly, and that means numbers go up. So I'm out.
I liked him last year where he was.
Looking into. Have you seen his pop-up rate? His pop-up rate was like 20-something%. It was one of the craziest batted ball seasons I think ever. It was. I was like looking at him. I was like, how did he possibly pull this off? I was like, this just seems like chaos.
15%.
I like that pick. Crazy. I've never seen that high in my life.
Good call.
All right, my first one's going to be Shota Imanaga, and this one hurts. I had Shota Imanaga on a lot of teams that cashed last year. I had him in TGFBI, got him in the 10th round way back when. But he got lucky last year. Okay, looking at ballpark factors, his BABIP and strand rate, runners left on base, just like Govier was talking about. Now his ADP 78, so he's going in the 5th round. He's going in front of Bryce Miller, Aaron Nola, Tanner Bybee. I mean, these are guys that have been doing it for, at least a couple of years here. I mean, Nola for forever. I'd rather have Bryce Miller as well. But I was speaking to Sarah Sanchez, great fantasy analyst and also part of Glarf as well. And we were at the draft, and she was telling me about an article that she wrote for FTN, and it reviewed the ballpark factors from 2025. And in that, she concluded that no park saw a bigger single-season offensive park impact than Wrigley Field. What does that mean? So due to weather and other conditions, offense was heavily suppressed at Wrigley Field, unlike it has ever been over the last 3 to 5 years. So it mostly impacted lefties. Imanaga's a left-hander. He's going against lefties, so it won't affect him as much, but it also affected righties as well. Sarah showed that the home and road splits were in favor a lot more on the road than it was for any Cubs hitting. So the ballpark factor there, and then outside of Wrigley, Imanaga's numbers weren't great. I mean, they weren't bad, but they weren't great. So I'm looking at that. He's always had a high home run to fly ball rate. So if Wrigley starts playing like it normally does, we're going to see these pop-ups that were, at the warning track go out. So I'm worried about Wrigley. I'm worried about he had an 80% strand rate and only a 246 BABIP. Now the BABIP will always be a little bit lower because he is a fly ball pitcher. But you add all those things in, and then you look at Bryce Miller still on the table, Aaron Nola still there, Bybee still there. For me, he's a bust. I just don't see it.
This is a great call. That as somebody who is in Chicago, I'm actually just like 5 miles west of Wrigley, even with all the Sox stuff. Last year was the weird year weather-wise that every time the Cubs were in town, for some reason the wind was blowing in. Or it was just like a gray day. And then when they were out of town, it was blowing the other way. So I totally agree. It was just an anomalous year weather-wise. And it is like one of those things where if you're in DFSs or if you're in daily moves leagues, always check the Wrigley weather before you play it, because it makes a huge factor.
Look at that. I got a Chicago guy who knows exactly what I'm talking about. Boots on the ground with the weather. I love it. All right. And Mike, who's your second bust?
My second one is Luis Castillo from the Seattle Mariners. So this is just mostly that he is being drafted kind of in that range where maybe you could use him as a number 1. Mostly he's a fantasy number 2. But the stuff is just continuing to degrade more and more. So I was already selling Luis Castillo last year when he was going more in that number 1 range. And you can see it's starting. The FIP is just not going in the right direction on his Fangraphs page. He's now over 1,200 career innings. There's a lot of mileage on that arm. He's lost a couple of ticks on that fastball. He's really a fly ball heavy pitcher. And so it's just a bad combo that I think this is probably the first year that you're really going to see Luis Castillo start flirting with that 4 ERA. And last year, the strikeouts already started to disappear, went from 10 K9 to just under 9 K9. And if that degrades anymore, that's not a fantasy 1 or 2. That's more of a 3-4. And so I'm not buying Luis Castillo at his price. I think he's a bust.
And I won't take that personally, as he's my SP2 and TGFBI. I'll look right past that. James, how about you?
Next one, similar ilk to Roki, it's Shane McClanahan. He's top 120 ADP right now, SP34. It's just, I know he's going to be really good again. I don't think it's going to be this year. He's looked electric in the spring, though, and that's kind of pushed me off this take a little bit. But are we even getting 100 innings from a guy who's going to be one of the top 30 starting pitchers taken in most drafts? Like, I'm not really sure we do. And just based on that, it's kind of hard to take him in that spot. And I don't think we're all ready yet for the different spark factors between Steinbrenner Field and Tropicana. I think that we're all very used to similar, Mike, what you said at the top about looking after A's pitchers and getting used to Sacramento. Steinbrenner Field's going to play like a hitter's ballpark. And we've never seen a full outdoor season like this in Florida. The humidity, the rain, the heat, it's not going to be very good conditions to be playing baseball consistency. It's going to be better to hit. It's going to be hard to grip the baseball. I think that we're going to see some trying times this year for some Rays pitchers, much more than we're used to in the past. I know Eno's been talking a lot on Rates and Barrels and how Tropicana like pushed up stuff plus, and I think that the inverse probably happened with a very humid outdoor park. So I'm fading Shane McClanahan hard right here. I don't think I'm going to walk out of one draft with him.
Yeah, overall, I pushed up the Tampa Bay's hitters and stayed away from the pitchers because of the ballpark factors. Govier, hit me with one.
I was torn in my home league keepers. We keep 8, and McClanahan was one of them. And I was like, oh, God, I just kind of picked him up at the end of the season to cheat that way. It's not cheating. It's legal in our league. And then I did not keep him because I was too scared. Good call. I'm going to go with the classic. This one maybe is cheating even, frankly, but it's Jose Barrios. Oh, Jose Barrios. So easy to kind of get on. I always thought there was going to be something more with Jose Barrios with that curveball. And I really thought he would be an elite K guy. Never really happened. He's 30 years old now. Time has passed him by. And let's go back to the left on base percentage last year. Like, he had a really nice rate last year. And for his career, he's 73%, 74%. He was at 81, folks. A couple of years ago, I think back in 2022, he was at 70%. He had an over 5 ERA. So I'm just not buying it, man. Jose Barrios guy, I won't draft anywhere. Maybe that's too obvious. Maybe everyone's bailing on him, but based on ADP, they're not.
I think he was another pitcher that really played up being in the AL Central for so long, playing against those really bad offenses.
When it sucked. Not anymore, though, because the Tigers are the best.
Or the White Sox are really bad.
So good. Yeah,
yeah, right.
The division.
All right. Mine, Tyler Glass. Now, I don't really have to go into why. He's been in the league for 8 seasons. Last year was the first time he ever pitched over 130 innings. 8 seasons, he's only done 130 innings once. He left, elbow tendonitis, all of that different stuff. I just have zero interest, and I'm seeing some people take him like they're going heavy with hitters, 7, 8 hitters, and then Glass now is their SP1. I think that's a little too rich for me. I have no Glass now anywhere. We only have about 9 minutes left, so let's fire. Mike, hit me with both of them.
Yeah, so my last 2, Spencer Strider. I just don't know when he's coming back. I can't spend that kind of draft capital on him. And you can actually see it. The projections have already ticked him down from like 140, 150 innings down to they're starting to get closer to 100 right now. So that's going down. My other one would be Shane Baz. It's a lot of what James said about the Tampa Bay Rays and injury concerns. How much volume are getting out of Baz this year?
Now, is anyone concerned about Ryan Pepio? I feel like he's the only one where it's not like this park factor hasn't really touched his ADP. Are people in? Are you guys out? What do you think?
I think he's the one who has like the strongest like skill and workload projections. But I think I still like him objectively, but it's not. It might be a little bit less than the rest of the room.
Okay, well, hit me with the 2 you don't like.
All right, if any of my Mets people are watching this, they're going to kill me for this one. They're going to hate me, but it's weirdly the way that Clay Holmes. It's more of a fancy thing. The way that Clay Holmes' price is rising, I'm so out. I'm so out on him in the top 40 pick right now at SP60. It's just the repertoire is coming together really nicely. The new kick change looks really good. The fastball, the cutter, the sweep of the sinker. It's a true starter's repertoire, but I'm very worried about where his velo winds up when he starts throwing 60, 70, 80, 90 pitches if he actually gets to that workload. He was just 93, 95 over a 40 pitch sample in his last spring start. If that winds up as a guy that's 92, 93 with fastball that doesn't have very good pitch specs and a sinker that's losing a lot of life because of the losing velocity, I don't know how effective those 2 pitches can be. It's going to come down to a lot of command and a lot of soft stuff for Clay Holmes. So I think he can do, and I think in real life, we're probably looking at a guy with a 4-ish ERA over 120, 130-ish sample. But for where his price is right now in fantasy drafts, I think that's not a winning proposition. And my last guy in the exact same ADP range is Walker Buehler. Fenway is so hard to pitch in. I don't think we ever really equate it that much, like in the same way we do like Coors and Great American Ballpark. Since 2021, only 2 Red Sox starting pitchers had ERA under 4 that threw at least 130 innings. That's 4 full seasons. Only 2 guys had an ERA under 4. Part of that is that their pitching hasn't been very good, but they've had some decently talented pitchers. Like I think we're going to see Nick Pivetta walk into San Diego this year and have a tremendous season. Buehler's going to try and junk his way there, but being drafted in the same range right now, same with Clay Holmes, as Gavin Williams, Lodolo, Jackson Jobe, Reese Olson. Like, give me all of them over these 2 guys easily.
Are you worried about Garrett Crochet?
He's too good. He's way too good. He's going to outpitch everything. The same way that Chris Sale walked in there and dominated. Like Garrett Crochet is he's a freak of nature. There's no stopping that guy.
There you go.
I will say on Buehler too, like he's looked really good in spring training, and Fenway plays really cold at the beginning of the year.
That'll help him.
If you get a few good starts out of him,
Yeah.
sell him before it gets warm.
Immediately. He was really good. I was at that game last year in the NLCS when he was just crushing the Mets, where him and Luis Severino were trading 20 IVB fastballs. And I looked at my phone. I was like, am I watching this game in 2018? Like, what's happening right now? Like, did I transport back in time? But yeah, weirdly, that wind helped him. So maybe he doesn't get that early, but over the full season, I'm full fade.
All right, Govier, you got your last 2.
Oh, what do you know? Give me 2?
Utah.
Is that what you said?
Give me 2.
He set me up for that one. So I'm going to go with Corbin Burns, which is people are like, what? I have avoided him. So this is my choice. It's my time to talk. And I'm going to say I haven't drafted Corbin Burns. I haven't been afraid to draft Corbin Burns. If you look at Baltimore's park and how it played versus how Arizona's park plays, yes, Arizona park suppresses home runs based on park factors. But when it comes to doubles and triples and hits, you can get a lot of hits in Arizona. And last year, Burns gave up a career high 165 hits when he played in Baltimore for his home games. Now he goes out to Arizona. Also, the fact that the strikeouts have gone down in his career the last couple seasons from where they used to be. I am out. I'm not doing Corbin Burns, and maybe I'm going to be the laughing stock of fantasy baseball in 2025. And that's fine because I've been a laughing stock. In high school, people beat me up and bullied and, not to get too personal and depressing, but I've been through that. So I'm ready to take more heat. Bring it on! Hit me with both barrels. Anybody real quickly? You disagree?
I think that was
on
a really good take. I still like him where he is because I like the volume, but I think that I'm seeing what you're saying very, very well.
Do you think it's possible that because he's such a good pitcher, he knew that he could get away with having more balls over the strike zone because of Baltimore? So he may be able to tweak it just enough to be on the corners more so. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, that's just off the top of my head. But you're right. That's not the best ballpark. The Diamondbacks had the number one offense.
There also could have been something with him last year because a lot of people talked about the strikeout rate, where he knew that Orioles rotation behind him was nothing. It was like vapor until they got Zach Eflin there at the deadline. So they're like, you have to pitch more. You have to be out there for innings. Like, you can't chase these strikeouts. We need balls in play, so we have to get out of these innings. It's going to be fascinating to see what happens in that huge contract this year in Arizona because there's a wide range, I think.
Then my last one, and I hate to do this because I loved him so much last year, but you got to change. You can't get emotional about this stuff. I mean, you can. I'm getting emotional right now while I'm speaking, but when you actually make a choice, you have to calm down, take a breath, and then say, I'm out. Sorry, Brady Singer. You go to Cincinnati, and I was already playing with fire sometimes when I would draft you in Kansas City. We had some good runs. We had a couple of good seasons, 2 good seasons, I would say. But in Cincinnati, I'm afraid. I'm fearful. I feel like it could get worse. I already thought he would regress when he was going to be a Royal still. And now in Cincinnati, even though I love the Reds, I love Tito Francana, I'm very excited about the Reds in 2025. But individually, Brady Singer's a guy I won't draft this year, and it breaks my heart.
Does him being a ground ball pitcher, is it the Great American Small Park such a bad hitting or such a good hitting environment that it doesn't matter? You still think?
It's not even the ballpark so much. I know it's a change, obviously. You factor that in. But I also felt he was just going to regress this year anyways. And if you combine it with that factor, I'm just concerned that he's not going to be able to have an under 4 ERA. Like he'll still get you some strikeouts for sure. I think that'll be useful, of course. But I'm just concerned about the ratios this year. That's where I'm really worried about it. And I'm just going to be avoiding him. And if he proves me wrong, I'll be so happy for Brady Singer. I'll be thrilled for him. I will.
I think in a DC, I wouldn't mind having him and only pitching him, in the appropriate matchup. I think that'd be more helpful.
You have
here's
great answers to everything. It's amazing. Wow, you're a really good host.
Amazing host.
Well, thank you. So here's my last two. I don't need to analyze this. Jacob deGrom, Chris Sale. Start with Jacob deGrom. The 11th SP off the board. He's going in the third round. He's going ahead of Reagans, Framber Valdez, Pablo Lopez. He hasn't pitched over 100 innings since 2019, before the pandemic. It's been that long since he's been on the field for more than 100 innings. He's 37 years old. He looks young. I'll give him that. He looks like he doesn't look 37 years old, but he is. And he's proven with how hard he throws, his body cannot hold it up. It's unsustainable. So unless he really dials down everything and he's completely reworked how he pitches, I just don't see a reason to take that chance at all. And I'm also seeing him as an SP1 on a lot of rosters. A lot of people who I like, a lot of fantasy analysts who I read and I respect, and he might win you the overall, I guess. Or, you will finish 8th in your league because he's not going to be usable. Then Chris Sale, kind of along the same thing. ADP at 36, going at the beginning of the third round. Before, I'd rather have Corbin Burns. I'd rather have Snell. I'd rather have Reagans. And last year was the first time he pitched more than 105 innings since 2019. So he's 35 years old. He didn't even finish last year out with the back spasms. I mean, they needed him for the Braves in the playoffs, and he still couldn't do it. So Chris Sale, Jacob deGrom, no thanks. Mr. Mason?
Well, you make me sad.
Oh,
All right, great to have you.
It's not necessarily a bad take. I'm not as worried as you on those two guys, but
I just don't see the reason to take that chance.
I think the price is the difficult part. I don't feel like you are getting a discount given the risk. So I have not landed on either this year in drafts as well. So I can totally understand where you're coming from. But still, on a per inning basis, man, is Jacob deGrom still not the best pitcher in baseball? That is the hard part. And the upside of reach at,
Fire him up in DFS.
That's probably where I will be using DeGrom this year.
I drafted him in Glarf. I'm probably an idiot, but I did it. Why not? It was my first draft of the year, though. I like to screw the first one up real bad. So.
Yeah, you should. I like screwing up my TGFBI draft, which is what I've done so far through 19 rounds there. So thank you guys so much. I want to give you guys an opportunity to promote yourselves real quick and let everybody know where you can reach on social media. James, why don't you lead us off?
Social media, James Shiano, same exact name right here, just with the little underscore in between. YouTube channel, same name, James Shiano. Mets Stuff Podcast, Roll the World, got a lot of fun stuff going for them. Justin, as always, thank you so much for putting this together. What an amazing event every single year. Shout out you, dude. It's great.
Absolute pleasure to see you again, my friend. Mike, go ahead and go next.
Yeah, you can find me on Blue Sky at mcool, like my last name though, COUILL7. And you can also find me on Razzball. So I'll be doing waiver wires there. And then you can find me weekly on the Cards and Categories podcast for all your fantasy baseball, and baseball card needs.
And Marty.
You can find me on strictly Blue Sky at martytallman.bsky.social and part of the Triple Play Fantasy Baseball podcast. We're going to be firing that up here shortly for the season. And thank you, Justin.
I didn't get that in either. Thank you, Justin. This is a great event.
Hey, it's great to have all you guys. Govier, take us home.
Hey, all right. Thanks, Justin, for having me. My name is Michael Govier, Blotto Podcast, 2 L's, 2 Z's. We got all these people behind me in cartoon form. They're awesome. Follow all of them. Find us on YouTube. We're 14 subscribers away from 1,000. 14! All of you can make a difference right now and get us to 1,000. Unleash the monetization so that we can retire as wealthy benefactors that will just give all our money to fantasy baseball people. But please do that. And Justin, I'll see you next weekend for Tout Wars in New York City live. Looking forward to that in real time.
If you live in New York or you're going to be in New York next weekend, make sure you reach out to me and come hang out because we're going to be partying all weekend long. I get in with my wife, Danielle, on Wednesday. We'll be there through Sunday. I'll be busy during the actual weekend, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I got a lot of time to hang out. So make sure you hit me up if you're in the New York area. It's going to be a blast. Tout Wars is my favorite weekend of the year. So I'm going to put you guys all out unceremoniously, as I always do, so I can move on to the next crew. What a great crew that was. And we got an even better crew. Well, maybe not a better crew, but a fantastic crew coming in to talk really my weak point in fantasy, which is prospects. So we're going to be really paying close attention. Before we do that, want to remind everybody, donate to Fantasy Cares, donorbox.org/TGFBI-2025. Every dollar you donate gets you entered into in raffle prizes like jerseys and subscriptions to fantasy sites and Patreons around the industry. We have bobbleheads to give away. We got TGFBI entries to give away. Lots of amazing things to give away. And it goes to a great cause. Fantasy Cares is a fantastic organization that raises money through fantasy sports to support Toys for Tots drives around the country, which I got to participate with in last year with my wife. It is a fantastic organization. Love what we're doing. We've raised over $6,300 so far through Podapallooza, TGFBI, and TGFBI Satellite League participants. Really appreciate everybody who's been donating, everybody who's been watching. It has been an amazing weekend so far, and we still have plenty to go. And we are going to bring in that next crew right now. We've got Joe, we've got Benjamin, we've got Nate, and we have Martin. Some of my favorite people in the industry. I love the Girl Dad shirt. There we go. Some RotoWear love. Once it warms up in here, I will take my sweatshirt off and show off today's RotoWear shirt I'm wearing. It is still effing freezing because of daylight savings time. I don't know who scheduled this shit on daylight savings time weekend, but I will kick it over to Joe, who's going to be leading this panel. I will be listening closely so you guys can help me with my dynasty leagues.
Awesome. Thank you, Justin. And before we get going, just make sure down there's that link to donate to Fantasy Cares. Get yourself in for a bunch of cool prizes. And we've got 3 guys who know what they're talking about when it comes to prospects and 1 guy who doesn't. I am the baseball card guy at Prospects Live. I write about baseball cards and prospects over there. Nate, you probably can talk to your podcast host, Trevor Huth. He can confirm I don't know what I'm talking about, but I will, since I've jumped into Nate, let's throw it over to you. Nate, can you tell everyone where we can find your work and what you have going on in the baseball world?
Yes, thank you. Glad to be here. So as you mentioned, Trevor, I do a podcast with him for Pitcher List. That's Coffee Talk, where we cover prospects and rookies for redraft leagues. So people sort of on the verge of getting called up, people that just got called up, things like that. So that is my main thing. Also some occasional writing for Pitcher List. And then I also recently started a Substack called Runs Produced, where I'm trying to give you value on catchers. So catchers, they matter to their spot on your roster, right? So thought that would be interesting to dive into. And Francisco Alvarez just broke his hand, for anyone who hasn't heard. So bad news today.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you, Nate. Let's throw it over to Martin. What you got going on in the baseball world, and where can everyone find your work?
Yeah, so I'm on obviously the socials, Twitter and Blue Sky both. I'll give you my handle here. Twitter is at @m_ski22. And then Blue Sky is just at mski22. There's no underscore on that one. I'm a dynasty content writer for Pitcher List, along with Nate. I also have a Substack as well for Seam Fantasy that I've been producing a lot of content for as well. So just excited to be here. And I am the one person that doesn't know anything about prospects that they invited on. So
Love it. Love it. Finally, we've got Ben Chase joining us. Ben, can you tell us what you got going on in the baseball world and where everyone can find you?
Well, first, the last part is probably easiest. I'm Big Gentle Ben, all one word, at pretty much every social out there. So I did good at locking those up early. As far as where you can find me, I am on the Palooza podcast. Those folks who just stopped watching Michael Govier, you understand that I am not Mike as far as the zaniness, but part of our prospect show we do every week. And I'm also the co-director of the Internet Baseball Writers Association of America. One of the giveaways that Justin's doing are 2 lifetime memberships to our organization. And that is for any content producer. You don't have to write a single word to be part of the Internet Baseball Writers Association of America. If you're a baseball photographer, anything, we want you to join. We get to do Hall of Fame voting every year. We get to do awards voting, all that sort of stuff on our platform. And so It's a really neat organization. We got a lot of folks around, but I will say one area where we're a little bit weak is our fantasy writers. And so I'd love to see more fantasy writers join up.
Awesome. Appreciate it, Ben. Now that we got kind of all the small talk out of the way, let's hop into this hour's topic, which is prospects. So the first question is, what prospects make the biggest impact in 2025? In 2024, we had 255 players debut. So we know some of these prospects we are very familiar with will have major impacts for their teams and for fantasy baseball. Last year, we had Paul Skeens, Jackson Merrill, Jackson Churio, to maybe a little bit lesser degree, but not so much, Spencer Schwellenbach, Lawrence Butler, et cetera, et cetera. So who should we be targeting or having on our fantasy radars for 2025? Who do you have making the biggest impact? Let's go back in reverse order. We'll start with you, Ben.
Well, I think there are a few obvious ones. I mean, there are guys that are going to be on opening day rosters, Sasaki, Dylan Cruz, Jacob Wilson. The guy who I am picking a lot of places as my dark horse rookie of the year candidate is Cole Young of the Mariners. There's an obvious need there in their infield, and he's right at the cusp of the majors with a very high floor type of profile. There's some ceiling there still, but this is a guy that could come in right away, give you a decent average, give you a little power, a little speed, and he's going to play good enough defense that they'll keep him out there all the time. That's a big part of when you get up to the majors. I mean, how many of us ended up getting some easy steals out of Jacob Young last year because he came up and because of the defense, he was in there almost every day. So therefore you got to get those cheap steals. That defense does matter to some degree as far as at least staying on the field. And Cole Young is one who could get himself, and also is going to be on a good team. I won't say their offense will necessarily be good, but he'll be on a good team that, he could end up playing for quite a while. So,
yeah, I like Cole. He's got a good stick, very good hit tool, high OBP guy. So if you're in an OBP league, yeah, definitely a good target. Let's throw it over to Martin. Who do you have making the biggest impact for 2025 for prospects?
So I'm going to take the low-hanging fruit, and I'm going to take Bubba Chandler from the Pirates. If you're expecting Paul Skeens, don't. I think Skeens has kind of shown himself to be a unicorn. But Chandler is similar in the fact that he's dominant. He's got 3+ pitches. He's hyper athletic. If you don't know the story on Chandler, he was once a heavily recruited quarterback for college. He was going to play quarterback at Clemson. Ended up going the baseball route instead, was a two-way player up until 2023. He's just really broken out in a big way over the last 2 seasons. So we're talking about a guy that's got huge strikeout potential. He had 3 pitches with a whiff rate over 30% last season. So I just think that Chandler is going to be one of those guys that when he eventually gets called up, because he's already been optioned to the minor league camp, he's going to be a guy that probably makes 20, 25 starts down the stretch, assuming he gets called up in May. He's going to be a pretty solid source of strikeouts. And I really like Chandler a lot for 2025, and obviously well beyond 2025 as well. So,
yeah, definitely that Pittsburgh rotation is going to be filthy. Let's just hope they spend some money on hitting. But yeah, Skeens, Jared Jones, and Bubba Chandler. Chandler's got just an unreal fastball changeup combo. Love him. The two-way player. His first Bowman card, and I'll dip these in every now and then, is of him hitting, actually. So the first Bowman card is the most important prospect card out there. So that's always a cool little thing to see. But I love Chandler too. He definitely can be lined up to make a big impact in Pittsburgh this year. So let's throw it over to Nate. Who do you have as a prospect making the biggest impact in 2025?
Yes, I'm going to take the Angels' Christian Moore. He was just drafted last season, but the Angels have shown they're not afraid to jump people through their system like very quickly. Actually, there was talk even at the end of last season that Moore chatted that he might debut. But I think this is the year it happens. They've been giving him some time at second and third, so some position flexibility. He's been all the news coming out. He's been impressive, just like all the stats say, all the prospect rankings say. So power, speed is there. I think he gets that chance with the Angels and should get a lot of at bats.
Yeah, I love that. I think if he hadn't gotten hurt, what was it, probably sometime in August last year, he probably would have debuted last season. I mean, it was ridiculous how fast
It's
he was
crazy.
moving through the minors.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I love his power. Yeah, that is definitely plus power. So yeah, no, and no one on that team can stay healthy. So it's a he's definitely got the opportunity for sure. I'll go. Mine's a little bit further down the list, but you know, and if Chase Dolander was on any other team, I would pick him. But the deck is just too stacked against him, even if he's fantastic. So I'm gonna go a little bit further down. I'm gonna go with Quinn Matthews. So because the Cardinals weren't able to fully commit to the rebuild and still have veteran arms like Miles Michaelis, Steven Matz, and Eric Fetty on the roster, Matthews isn't going to be on the opening day roster unless there's an injury between now and then. But Matthews has really not much left to prove after flying through the minor leagues in 2024. He's durable. He has a great fastball changeup combination that was aided by increased velocity since he's gotten the pro ball, plus slider as a third effective pitch, and plus command. He may not be an ace like along the lines of Chandler, but he's easy SP3 territory. And with Matt's never being the picture of health, Sonny Gray ending last year with a flexor tendonitis issue, and the Cardinals at some point likely selling veterans kind of throughout the season, I have to believe we'll see Matthews in St. Louis and sooner rather than later, with the chance to pitch in one of the better home run suppressing parks in baseball. So this is, you know, more of a floor play. But it feels like kind of one of the safer bets for prospects poised to make an impact in 2025. All right, let's move on to the next topic, and we'll go again. We'll flip it around in reverse order, which is what prospects are the most overrated in fantasy? And that can be interpreted in many ways. You know, prospects that are still really good but may not be great. Insert Jason Dominguez, Mike Trout comparisons here, or prospects that we believed would be good to great, but have been anything but that for various reasons, health or skills or whatever. You know, we've seen the typical overrated prospect stories like for example, Zach Veen and Robert Hassel were once top 25-ish prospects with first-round draft pedigree, and now they're often on the outside looking in top 100 lists. You know, Drew Jones, who was, again, draft pedigree and family pedigree, being the second overall pick and the son of Andrew Jones, and he's no longer found anywhere near a top 100 list. So with all that preamble out of the way, Nate, who is your currently overrated prospect?
Yes. So I have a couple of names here, but the one I'll go with is Xavier Isaac. Now, the Rays have a good system. They produce good players. They seem to know what they're doing. And I'm not doubting, you know, his power. He's strong. I'm not saying he's a bad player, right? We're just talking overrated. But what worries me is last year in AA, he posted a 40.6% K rate, which is really scary and makes you think as he gets, higher and higher that he's never going to figure it out potentially. And so when you see the big home run guys who are striking out a lot, you think, will they ever fix it? Will they change things around? And when that's your calling card and, you know, you can't get past the strikeouts, then your value kind of, you know, hits a cap right there. So I will go with Xavier Isaac.
Yeah, that AA experience last year was quite concerning. I was like many very in on Xavier Isaac to begin 2024, and by the end of the season, I had some serious concerns. So I kind of agree with you there, Nate. Let's push it over to Martin. Who is your overrated prospect coming into 2025?
So I'm going to say Jacob Misiorowski, and I know that's going to be an unpopular opinion, but it's just kind of where I lie with him. My strategy typically with prospects is to take the safer floor. So when Ben mentions a guy like Cole Young, I feel like Cole Young has a very safe floor. Misiorowski does not have a safe floor. Misiorowski has one of the lower floors. The arsenal is elite. I mean, we're talking electric fastball plus curve, above average slider. He's shown the ability to miss bats at a nice clip. My concerns are twofold. One, his command is atrocious. 30 grade command, in my opinion. He's got a 14% walk rate. is a career, in his career in the minor leagues. I also have some concerns about his durability. He's paper thin, like he makes Chris Sale look, bulked up. So I'm concerned about the durability long term. With we see these guys with injuries that are already piling up for guys. I can see him having an issue. He's already been shut down with arm fatigue twice in his career. And then for me, a lot of people are still grading him as a starter. I just can't see him being a starter, even with his ability to miss bats the way that he does. He still strikes me as the high leverage bullpen type. And if you're going to value a prospect for fantasy, ranking starters versus relievers is a big gap. And so Mizurowski is a guy that I always consider to be overrated for that reason. I just don't see him as a long-term starter.
Yeah, no, I think we all agree there. It's you can't fault organizations for keep trying to see if any of these guys can work out as starters. But at the end of the day, the writing's on the wall. The odds that he ends up starting even for any period of time in the big leagues is super low. So yeah, that's a good call out. We'll throw it over to Ben. Ben, who is your overrated prospect coming into 2025?
Well, and of course, I just talked about defense and how that keeps guys up, but it also can drastically overrate a guy on what you see for your original, for your top prospect lists, because most of those lists are talking about overall prospects. And so the guy that I'm thinking of here is Ethan Salas. The defense absolutely makes him a valuable catching prospect because he can come up and he can be a below average catcher, and what he does behind the plate is going to be a significant thing for the Padres. The issue is, for us in fantasy, that doesn't help a whole lot. Unfortunately, I know Nate loves his catchers, and I respect that because I love, and right now we are in kind of a catcher boon as far as prospects are concerned. Almost every major outlet has more catchers on their top 100 lists than they've ever had this year. And the issue is right now in fantasy, you're seeing so many catching systems, kind of like NFL running back systems, where you have two guys that are sharing 3 starts a week. Well, that really makes it tough to focus on one guy. And that's Salas is the type of defender that is likely going to have that extra playing time. And that could actually hurt your league over having 2 better offensive options at catcher that you figure out the rotation on. So
yeah, no, that's another great call. The hype on Salas was through the roof in 2023, and I still see him as being involved in dynasty trades to this day, where people are overvaluing Salas because of the name value and not really understanding the profile. Hey, he's a top 25, top 50 guy for top prospect list, but it's all about the defense with Salas. So yeah, definitely tread lightly when it comes to Ethan Salas. So for myself, I'm going to go with the guy that's just had a ton of buzz. And I might be going a bit out on the limb here, but this guy has a huge ceiling, and I'm concerned about the floor, and that is Zaire Hope. And it is not because I'm wearing a Giants hat and targeting Dodgers prospects, but look, there is plenty of data and tape measure home runs to support the projection of a middle of the order mashing superstar if you were in the positive camp for Zaire Hope. And I was kind of in that camp, maybe six months ago, but I went and kind of watched some tape, and I saw a bit too much swing and miss there for my liking. And, there are a lot of stuff away, breakers away, fastballs up and away. He's also physically mature, very maxed out at 19, just turned 20. So, how does that body mature? You can understand why he's getting EV90s of 109 miles per hour, because he's just so physically mature at this young age, and he's not facing advanced pitching, right? So I'm just starting to be a lot more skeptical of his hit tool. And in the AFL, he hit 5 home runs. He struck out 25 times and had a batting average around 228. So I think that if you find him in a top 50 list, I think that's too high. And so to me, that's kind of where the being overrated is. That he could end up being a platoon outfielder because his defense ain't great either. So that could be a challenge. So yeah, hope for me. If I own him in Dynasty, I'm cashing in my chips before he gets to the higher levels of the minors where he's going to be more exposed, especially on pitches away by more advanced pitchers. So for me, he's a bit overrated. I see him too often, in the top 50, top 25, and that's just too much for my taste at this point.
Even top 10.
Yeah, I know. There's that's a bit much. So we're gonna hop over now to what prospects are the most underrated in fantasy. So again, we can interpret this in various ways, but these can be guys well thought of, but not kind of with a consensus rank at the level you're bought in at, right? Prospects completely off the radar due to a lack of draft pedigree or international bonus money signings. Underrated due to a lack of playing time or extenuating circumstances, like they've been injured. So they're kind of off people's radars. So Ben, who do you have as your underrated prospect heading into 2025?
So I struggled with this for just narrowing it down to one. And so I'm going to throw out two, of course. AJ Smith-Shawver is one that I'm going to bring out just because we get so tied up on how did they look immediately when they came up to the major leagues the first time. And a lot of times we knock off a lot of players because of that. Smith-Shawver got pushed up because of injuries last year. I think the Braves may have had about 7,422 injuries on the year. And so he got pushed up to the majors before he was truly ready, but went back down to the minors. And then lo and behold, he was on the playoff roster. This guy came back up because he had done what he needed to do to show he was ready for it. I don't know, just because he actually has options and they have two guys that are fighting for the back two spots in their rotation, that he comes out opening day. But he's done what he needs to do at the AAA level to show that he's ready. The other guy is Lazaro Montes. And I put together a ratings thing where I grabbed 6 of the more national prospect lists. And Montes didn't even make 2 of them. And his consensus ranking was 75. And I don't know how a guy with that kind of bat, and he's not a zero athlete either. He's not a great athlete, but he's certainly not a zero athlete. He could handle sitting out there in left field or something, and so that's a guy who's got legit monster power, way young for the level. There's just nothing not to like about Montes, and yet I think on those lists, I think maybe one of them he was even within the top 50, which to me is just kind of nuts.
Yeah, we play often in a space where these lists don't play, right? The majority of lists out there are going to be real baseball lists. And in fantasy, like we've been saying, we don't care about defense as much, right? There is a playing time component to that. But I think that's the main reason a real baseball list can knock Montes down is there's concerns that he may not have a defensive home, whether that's first base DH or perhaps, one of the corner outfield spots. But yeah, there's no doubt about that kid's power. So if you are in a league where he's available cheap because people don't see him on lists, take the shot because the ceiling is immense, right? All right, let's throw it over to Martin. Who is your underrated prospect heading into 2025?
So since Ben took 2 guys, I'm going to take 2 guys as well, but I'll keep it quick as well. My first guy, it's kind of hard for a consensus top 15 prospect to be considered underrated, but I think Travis Bazzana is being slept on a lot. I think with all the hype that came with Roki Sasaki entering the FYPD class, and then just the kind of boom that Kurtz and Caglione had during the Arizona Fall League, I think people are just kind of overlooking Bazzana. I think he's just a really well-rounded player. I don't think there's any weaknesses in his profile at all. Talking about a guy that was arguably the best hitter in the country for 2 straight seasons at Oregon State. Potentially a long-term 25, 20 guy, one of those two. And he's going to play in an organization that's going to really embrace him, and he's just going to be a star. I think we're just kind of overlooking him. And the other guy is Thomas White, pitcher with the Marlins. Another guy that's still easily within the top 100 for most outlets. But he's a guy that I consider in the same scope of talent as the Noah Schultz and the Bubba Chandlers as far as swing and miss potential, plus offerings across the board. He actually got better last year as the year went on as a 20-year-old. I mean, he got stretched out to 96 innings in his second season and had like a 2.94 ERA down over the last 4 months of the season. And again, he's just 20. So Thomas White is another guy that I just think is overrated a lot, or I'm sorry, underrated by a lot of people. It's not a guy that should be slept on. He's going to be an ace for a long time. So,
yeah, I couldn't agree more. But Bazana is your floor play. You know, there's just the floor is so dang high with him, and yeah, he could be a fast mover too in 2025 given his skill sets.
And like Ben talked about too with AJ Smith-Shawver, like that initial opinion people have of their debut. Bazana wasn't great in his debut. He still had a 900 OPS, which is really crazy considering he struggled, but he's just one of those guys that just feels so set and so safe, and a guy that you just have to bank on. And if you've got him in your FYPD drafts, you're going to be really happy for a long time.
Definitely. And I'm a huge fan of Thomas White. I try and own him everywhere in Dynasty. One, you've got the Marlins kind of pitching and dev engine that just churns these guys out, and then I agree, he's a bit under the radar because when people say what's the best left-handed pitching prospect in baseball, and the majority, if not all of them, go Noah Schultz, right? So that name's on the tip of everyone's tongue. When I think Thomas White should be in that same conversation, right? And so, but people just aren't aware, and so yeah, I'm all in on Thomas White, that's for sure. Let's throw it over to Nate. Who is your underrated prospect heading into 2025?
I'm going to continue our theme of 2 because I did have 2 names down here. And really, the theme of mine are just that there's other players getting more attention and more hype than these 2. And that's Rhett Lauder and Thomas Harrington for a couple different reasons. So Thomas Harrington is just that we talked about the Pirates having such a good potential starting rotation, and Paul Skeens being, otherworldly last year. Pretty much everyone else could be forgotten about. But Harrington, while his stuff isn't quite as high, he does have a 5-pitch mix, so he mixes it up quite a bit. His ceiling, like we're talking about ceiling floors, obviously not as high as some of the other Pirates stars, but I think the floor could be there, and he could be a solid starter. Switching to Rhett Lauder, I really like as well, and I think he was just overshadowed by some of the other bigger names. But control, is actually his calling card, and his stuff is actually pretty good too. So last year, he made 6 starts. He went 2-2 with a 1.17 ERA. So that he's going to throw strikes. He doesn't throw in a great ballpark, but I really like him, and I think people just have forgotten about him a little bit.
Yeah, no, great call outs. 2 guys with near elite command, right? And that'll give you that huge floor that you often don't find as cheap prices in Dynasty. And I know guys that were selling Lauder, and Harrington was pretty much free in a lot of leagues over the past few off seasons. And Lauder, I really I'm not scared by a Great American Small Park with him. When I watch him pitch, he's able to pinpoint his command to places where he's not going to be susceptible to the home run ball. He didn't give up a home run at all in his debut, whatever it was, like 4 or 5 starts, but that shows his talent. And if don't be scared away by him pitching with a home run prone ballpark, because he's not home run prone. So yeah, great calls.
Yeah, Harrington to me is one that folks have, even if they were in a little bit on, they jumped away because the Pirates signed Haney. And so they're saying, oh, well, there's the lefty in their rotation. I'm back. No, like Haney is one of those guys like Drew Smiley. He's going to, if he needs to, he's their long man. He's their swing man. Pirates aren't going to hold back Thomas Harrington in favor of Andrew Haney. Let's be real.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Definitely. And so for my underrated guy, I'm going to break the theme here, but I'm going to go with another theme in that I'm not a complete Dodgers hater, because I'm going to go with the Dodgers prospect. I mean, I can't believe I'm talking about back-to-back Dodgers, but whatever. I feel strange picking Alex Freeland. And to a certain point, I think kind of what Martin said earlier, hey, even a guy in the top 15, top 20 of a list can be kind of underrated because there's just not on the tip of everyone's tongue, right? And I think that's the case with Alex Freeland. He's a bit unknown, and he had just a huge upward trend in 2024, going from completely off of prospect radars to regularly kind of being ranked in the top hundreds across the industry during this off season. And he doubled his home run output from 2023 to 2024 with only like 30 more games played, going from 9 home runs to 18 home runs. His contact rates and plate approach numbers all shot up into above average to plus territory. He had an overall 70% contact rate in 2023 and added 10% to that, which you almost never see, going to an 80% contact rate in 2024. That's a significant jump. So at a minimum, he's a highly valuable utility player, and kind of the current rankings are fine if that's the case. However, if this up arrow in his development continues, you're looking at an everyday starting middle infielder on the best team in baseball, perhaps by this summer. So to me, again, that feels like should be being talked about regularly, and I just don't hear it. Right. So for me, it's Alex Freeland as my underrated player coming into 2025. So let's hop into FYPD, first year player drafts. So first year player drafts are one of the many tools you can use to either turn around the fortunes of your dynasty teams or hopefully further cement what is already a successful dynasty team. I wouldn't know anything about that, but do you draft high risk, high reward players, or safer, higher floor players with not quite that top end ceiling, or maybe it's a bit of column A and a bit of column B? So we'll start with Nate. Who do you have as your favorite FYPD players this year?
Yes. So I will say for some of my other picks, I was trying to go with maybe not the most obvious names, but this one I couldn't resist picking Jack Caglione just because of that power. I mean, if you've been watching the news out of spring training, everyone's saying, this guy's just unreal. The physical makeup, the strength, we all love home runs, right? And so that I'm trying to get him wherever I can, and you can't resist that. And I know probably a lot of people have that answer. My other one I'm going to go with is Kellen Lindsay. Once again, the Dodgers and prospects, you think their opportunities, because they're so good, will the opportunity be there, or will they have to move to a different system to get that chance? But I'm looking for elite skills, and Lindsay is near 80, run tool. And so the stolen bases are going to be there. He can hit. And I really like him. I know he was, a little bit lower down in the first round, but that's someone I have my eye on. Yeah,
no, great call outs. Yeah. As you're saying, chicks dig the long ball, right? So that's
right.
That's Jack Caglione all day long. Lindsay, yeah, that you can't teach or develop 80 grade elite speed, but you can, especially in the Dodgers org, they can teach you how to hit, and they can teach you how to put the ball over the fence a lot of times and layer on that strength. And so yeah, that's a great foundation for Lindsey to take that next step. So I'm definitely got my eyes, especially on Cal Lindsey there, because everyone already has their eyes on Caglianone. So
Right. Yeah.
let's throw it over to Martin. Who are your favorite FYPD players this year?
So I have two guys. The first one is Cam Smith. It's kind of weird that you see a guy get traded before he really gets a chance to settle in with an organization, but that's what happened to Smith, going from the Cubs to the Astros in the Kyle Tucker trade. But I'm really excited for Cam Smith. He was a monster his last year at Florida State. He cut his strikeout rate down like almost in half. Started making better swing decisions, started focusing on hitting the ball to all fields instead of trying to pull it a lot. And that really showed off in his skills. And he's just carried it all over. He hit over 1,000 OPS in his debut last season. And then he's just killing the ball in the spring training already so far too. He's at 615 with 2 homers, only 2 strikeouts and 5 walks. Granted, he's facing some of the, back end of the game guys wearing number 97 kind of thing, but he is too. So, but I think Smith has got one of those, got a kind of a new lease on life getting sent over to Houston. I think he's going to have a chance to impact that organization faster than he would have in Chicago. And he's one of my favorite targets on FYPD. The other guy is Connor Griffin. I'm just completely obsessed and enamored with Connor Griffin right now. I was already in on him when the draft happened, and then he's made some pretty tangible changes in his swing, and his body since he's started in this offseason. He just looks like he's going to be a future star. So I'm really excited to see what he does in his pro debut this year.
Yeah, those are two guys that when they walk off the bus, you're like, I want them on my team, right? I mean, there's power for days, and yeah, if the hit tool and the defense for both of those guys keep progressing, watch out, those guys are stars, right? So let's start over to Ben. Who are your favorite FYPD players this year, Ben?
Well, I will tell you who's not, and it's anyone who's pretty much a high school pick this year. I think that high school crop in general this year was really, really low, but I think that's also pushed down some really good profiles that we would normally be all over in the college ranks. And one of those for me, yeah, it's first base, but Blake Burke. Huge power, really good contact skills. I think this is a guy who, if let's say that Nick Kurtz is an A, this guy is your B plus, and that's pretty darn good at first base. I mean, if the guy who I was comparing him a lot to when I was watching him is a left-handed version of Rhys Hoskins, and boy, that's a really nice option to have. The swing is very similar. There's a lot there, and I am in multiple FYPDs that are 5 rounds and 15 teams or more, and I'm seeing him in the 4th round. That's a pretty good get for a guy who could be a 30 home run bat in your lineup. That's the guy who I'm targeting a little bit.
Yeah, going with a deeper cut there. I like it. We sometimes overpay for first baseman in FYPDs, and not to say that we aren't justified this year with the Nick Kurtzes and the Caglianones of the world, but if you can get them cheaper and they can produce 30 home run power, it's hard not to take shots on that in 3rd, 4th rounds of FYPDs. So for myself, I will a couple of my favorite FYPD players in round 1. Even though I've said I'm not doing so well in Dynasty here and there, I'm still not terrible. So I usually don't have the top pick, or top 2 picks, which is kind of Roki and Bazana. So usually who I'm targeting in that first round is JJ Weatherholt, right? Again, just give me that floor. He does everything well, right? Sure, he might not be a shortstop long term, and I don't think anyone thinks he was going to beat out Mason Wynn for shortstop in St. Louis anyways. So second base more than likely, maybe some third base depending on how things work out. But that hit tool has a chance to be plus. And while there were some power questions, he's kind of answered them to a certain degree in this small sample size. So I'm not worried about it. He should hit enough home runs to be viable as kind of a top 10 second baseman in fantasy in the future. And then I'll go with another kind of high floor guy for me, which is Ryan Waldschmidt, outfielder for the Diamondbacks, kind of in that second, third round range. And again, they're especially in OBP leagues because his OBP is fantastic. He could hit maybe like 15 to 20 home runs, steal 20 to 25 bags. He just does everything well. So I click that button every time when Ryan Waldschmidt comes around in round 2. I don't hesitate. So let's head on to our favorite prospect at every position. Real quick hits. So we'll kind of each do a position, quick hit on them, and then we'll keep going around. So let's start with the catcher position, and because it's the catcher position, I think we have to start with Nate.
Sounds good. Yes. So, Ben was saying there are some big name catchers right now on prospect lists. And you could argue who's the best out of all of them, but I actually like Kyle Teal. And I know that he, was a sort of a big piece of that trade with the Garrett Crochet trade. And you're going to the White Sox where they had the worst season ever last year, but that means opportunity. And so with him, he's going to be trying to win the starting job, but he also would have to go against Cuero there. So I think that with Teal, though, he can hit for an average. Maybe his power is not going to be top line, but he's going to hit for power. He can also draw walks. And so when you have catchers that aren't just home runs or strikeouts, those are the guys who won't kill your ratios as much. And so if they can even hit 250 and, get 350 on base percentage, depending on your league, it's almost like it doesn't hurt you. It doesn't help you a lot, but there's that floor. And so I expect big things out of Teal.
Yeah, I loved what I saw from him last year. As you said, he's a well-rounded prospect, and I love Edgar Cuero, as well. I think that's going to be an amazing catching duo for the White Sox. At least they got something going for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's a great choice. Martin, let's throw it over to you. Who is your favorite prospect catcher?
Well, it's no surprise I got sniped during draft season. So I was going to go with Kyle Teal as well, but I'll pivot and I will take the low-hanging fruit again, and I'll take Samuel Basallo. There's just so much to like with Basallo. I think he's one of the best pure hitters in the minor leagues. His power is unmatched at the catching position in the minors. And I got to see Basallo in person a couple times last year, and he just looks different, right? I mean, he just looks like a man among boys. And it was funny because I sat there and I watched him, and I had seen Reggie Crawford in the AFL the previous fall, and that was a guy that's just like one of those big specimens, right? And Basallo kind of fits that mold. And so for me, I really think Basallo is going to be an impact player. Whether he does it in Baltimore is going to be interesting because he's probably going to have to move to first base. But as far as just pure offensive impact, Basallo he's a pretty good source of that. And he's actually not a bad defender as well. So I'm a big Basallo fan.
Yeah, he's definitely improved his defense over the past couple years, because that's always been the biggest question, in my opinion. That power, not in question with Basallo. Let's head over to Ben. Who is your favorite prospect at catcher?
So being a Braves fan, talking about prospects is usually pretty depressing, but at least I have one I can be excited about, and that is Drake Baldwin, who very well may be the opening day catcher this year after Sean Murphy's injury. Baldwin is a guy who, as fantasy owners, I think because he's going to have a starting job, he's going to get hyped up a lot more than his stats may deserve. If you want to go on Braves catcher history, a lot of folks will remember Javi Lopez. A lot of folks will remember Brian McCann, but in between them was Johnny Estrada, who was a real high average gap hitting catcher who gave you 10, 12 home runs a year, but 30 doubles and hit 270 to 300. There's a lot of offensive similarities there to what Baldwin can do at the plate. But Baldwin has a bit of streak where he can really pop one out too if he leaned into that rather than the contact end of things. But behind the plate, very solid. He just does a lot of things very, very well. And so I think he's going to have a fairly solid landing in the majors, even though it might be a little earlier than what the Braves were hoping to start the year this year. But I think by the end of the year, he would have been up and taken 2-3 starts a week anyway. So that's a guy to hop on.
Yeah. Let's just hope the Braves don't do the retread thing and bring in some more guys to the who they have, Sandy Leone and like some other ones that are kind of like, come on, guys.
At least Chris Sale came out recently after Baldwin caught him and said, "Hey, this guy's got it behind the plate. He knows what he's doing. He handled, And when your team ace comes out and says that, at least maybe that might lean into the front office, and they might go, "Oh, okay. Well, then we're okay. We don't need to go out and find, the James McCanns of the world."
Yeah, exactly. Awesome. I'll do real quick for me. It's Dalton Rushing. Now, question, is he a catcher? Because they have Will Smith there and they played him at first base. They played him in left field, but he actually played catcher more than any other position in the minors in 2024. So I'm going to go with Rushing. I just, his combined numbers in 2024 were really good. 271, 384, 512 with 26 home runs and a WRC plus of 142. To me, he's a future middle of the lineup masher, no matter what position he plays. But I think he'll kind of force the Dodgers' hand and, be that kind of 25% of the time at catcher, and the Dodgers like to mix and match. So I think he'll maintain catcher eligibility enough to be a viable option there. And yeah, I've loved him since day one, and he continues to perform. So moving on to first base, Ben, who is your favorite prospect at first base?
Well, I'm glad I got this first, because first base is one of those where I kind of definitely had a guy and I'm not sure about behind that, but that's Nick Kurtz for me. Just has that traditional profile of high average and very solid power that it's exactly what you want out of your fantasy first baseman. Of course, we're all assuming that the A's don't screw that up along the way, but that's it's going to be hard to screw it up too badly. I mean, this guy came back, wasn't 100%, and went on like an 8-game home run binge when he came back into college last year. So it's going to be awfully hard for them to screw this up. And we should probably see him. It wouldn't surprise me if we see him by the end of this year in the majors.
Yeah, for sure. The context of the organization and where they're playing and who knows what is kind of confusing, but Kurtz is a stud. So great pick. Let's throw it over to Martin. Who is your first base favorite prospect?
Well, I got sniped again. No surprise. Since I got sniped, I was gonna say Bryce Eldridge just to tickle Joe's fancy a little bit, but I'm gonna take a boring guy. I'm gonna take Trey Morgan, and I know that he's not exciting. He's not gonna be a giant fantasy star, but I just like Morgan in general. He goes about it the right way. He's got a really nice 2-strike approach where he just basically takes the bat and cuts it in half and just makes contact. He's going to be a solid source of OBP and batting average with potentially middling, power and just counting stats. But Morgan's just a really well-rounded player, and he's totally fits the perfect MO of the Rays. He's defensively gifted. He's probably the best defender in their organization at first base, if not at all the positions. Honestly, he's so good defensively. He's, like I said, he's super boring, but I just love Trey Morgan, and I got to see him a lot in the AFL, and he's just a really solid player, and you can just tell he gets it. So.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I would say Trey Morgan's the best defensive first base prospect in baseball right now. I mean, he's just that legit, which will allow you to accumulate stats because he's just not going to be pulled off of that position because of that defense.
Yeah, and I apologize to Carson Williams. I forgot that you play in the Rays organization. You are the best defender in that organization.
Yes, he's elite there as well. So let's throw it over to Nate. Who is your favorite prospect at first base?
Yes, I was thinking about talking about Morgan as well, but I'll go with Bryce Eldridge. Just because if you look at his stats last year, so cumulatively 292 with 23 home runs and 92 ribbies. That's across 4 different levels. So, he really jumped up, made it all the way to AAA. He's only 19. He was 19 years old. And so that's very impressive. the defense could use some work. Speaking about defense, but all the hitting tools are there, and I think he could be just as good as anyone else. Like I said, still young, still working things out, but he has some time to do that.
Yeah, no, I obviously I love.
You don't
Gus
have to argue
Eldridge.
there, right? Yeah.
No. It's the one hitter prospect in the organization that I'm jazzed about, and that's about it. So I can talk Eldridge for days. But since I've been sniped all across the board, I will kind of grow with Ralphie Velasquez of the Guardians. I kind of like him. Above average hit tool plus power. A good arm because he was a former catcher. We'll see where he ends up in the Guardians organization, because they do kind of have a backlog of guys at that corner with CJ Kafis and Kyle Manzardo. But I think he burst on the scene, and then he's kind of calmed down. People have stopped talking about him, and I wouldn't mind having him in my kind of prospect pool of first baseman. I think there's a good chance that he's an impact player when he gets up to the major leagues. All right, let's move on to second base. We'll start with you, Nate. Who is your favorite prospect at second base?
Well, I already talked about this guy, so I'll just go quick. Christian Moore, for reasons that we already discussed.
Yeah, totally. And yeah, we got to get moving here. So let's harp over to Martin. Who's your favorite prospect at second base?
Yeah, I'll keep it short as well. I'll take Luke Keeschel from the Twins. Above average hitter, potentially impact power, great speed, and ultimately the only thing that really slowed him down last year was tearing his UCL in his elbow. So Luke Keeschel's a stud.
Yeah, I imagine both Ben and I had Luke Keeschel. So
Yeah.
Ben,
Well,
all right.
Yeah. And I guess I'll go with the low hanging fruit with Christian Campbell, just because what he did last year, amazing. And so I will really enjoy seeing how year number 2 after making those adjustments are. That's the only thing that I struggle in buying in and jumping in head first rather than feet first on Campbell is it's been 1 year, but everything looked so good last year. It's awfully hard not to be excited for him.
Yeah, and yeah, those are all great choices. Those are all on my list. I think Bazan and Weatherholt were the other two. But for purposes of time, let's hop into shortstop. Ben, who is your favorite prospect at the shortstop position?
Well, we mentioned him already. Carson Williams, the defense is going to play and going to keep him on the position. If you're needing batting average, don't go after Carson Williams, but he is the type of guy who's going to likely give you 15 plus homers and steals both, which is a really valuable asset at shortstop. And like I said, with the amount that he will play because of his premium defense, that should be a real nice thing on your fantasy.
Yeah, for sure. Another kind of accumulation play that we often don't think about too much. Piling up RBIs and runs is not something we always account for when we go look at tools. So yeah, definitely in on Carson Williams. Martin, who is your favorite prospect at shortstop?
Kind of a underrated guy is Cooper Pratt from the Brewers. Really good hitter, really good athlete. Drew some comps to Gunnar Henderson coming out of high school. We're not going to put him at that level, but I think he's a really well-rounded player, and I think he's going to be a potential breakout candidate this season.
Yeah, no, I think he got a little bit hurt at one point last season that may have calmed things down a little bit. But yeah, I'm all in on Cooper Pratt as well. He's great choice there. Nate, who do you have at shortstop as your favorite player?
So I'm a Diamondbacks fan, and this pick is wishful thinking, but I'm going to say Jordan Lawler. I know he's started to. There's some doubts with the injuries. I think his name is dropping a bit in excitement, but I want to see him do well and succeed. Last year's kind of a lost year. I'd really like him to make the big leagues. That's kind of in question where he's going to end up playing, but I'm just saying it because I want to talk it into existence.
Sometimes you got to do that. Just give Lawler health and let's see what the real skills are at the major league level. For myself, I'm gonna, there's so many choices, right? And some of these guys might move off a shortstop or not. You got the Sebastian Walcotts, the Leo DeVries, the Jesus Mades of the world at the top of the list. Another guy kind of near the top of the list for me is Colt Emerson. The hit tool is sublime. He was 18 years old when I watched his tape after the draft, and it looked like I was already watching an MLB player with that hit tool. As he adds more muscle with physical maturity, the power should tick up, be at least above average with that plus hit tool. So I'm all in on Colt Emerson. Let's move over really quickly to third base. Nate, who is your favorite prospect at third base?
Yes, for these purposes, I was going to call Sebastian Walcott a third baseman. You mentioned, where that could be shortstop or third base, but just the athleticism off the charts, crazy high ceiling, and that's all I have to say. Really,
if everything falls into place, he's potentially the top prospect in baseball. So yeah, completely agree there. Martin, who is your favorite prospect at third base?
So I'm going to take Cam Collier of the Reds. Even down to his chubby cheeks, he reminds me of a little Raffy Devers. I can see that potential impact with the power. Average is going to be a little bit of a drain at times, but I really like Collier a lot.
Yeah, no, you gotta. I love his makeup, his mindset. He's just leaving high school early, going and playing at the JC level just to challenge himself. Yeah, that kid has what it takes between the ears, and the power's there. So I'm rooting for him for sure. Ben, who is your favorite prospect at third base?
Well, we talked about Cam Smith earlier. He would probably be my guy, but since we've talked about him already, I'm going to mention Kobe Mayo. Just to remember, that first experience in the majors does not define you. And to remember that with the injury to Gunnar, there's likely going to be more left side of the infield opening up for him to potentially play. And with Westberg, not 100% either. So he's going to get a little bit of a shot right away this year. And that could really help him to get more stable, and we'll see.
Yeah, for sure. And so I'm going to throw a bone to Nate here and go with Gino Groover.
Oh, nice.
The Diamondbacks prospect. When I looked at him last year, that hit tool to me was easily plus. He showed patience while putting the bat to the ball on a regular basis, and he did it with impact. He'll spray the ball to all fields and looks natural in the box with a simple, smooth swing. So I'm taking deep shots on Gino Groover. So as we get Justin back to join us, did you learn anything? Are you going to be a dynasty killer now, Justin?
I mean, I doubt I'll be a dynasty killer, but I will definitely be improved with some of the knowledge y'all dropped. I really, really appreciate it. You guys went deep today, and I appreciate that so much. I want to give you guys an opportunity to promote yourselves a little bit, tell people where they can find you. So, Joe, why don't you let people know what you do and where people can find you at?
So you can find all my work at Prospects Live. You'll find a lot of it in the card section of our new website. You can find me on Blue Sky at jlowry001. I'm still over at Twitter at jhook, but you know how that goes. I don't spend much time there anymore. So yeah, dude, appreciate this, Justin. This was awesome. Go donate. I love being here every year. I love playing in TGFBI, even if I don't do so well so often. But beside the point.
Well, don't worry, I don't do so well either, and my draft isn't going so well this year, so I'm probably going to be in that same boat once again. Benjamin, why don't you remind everybody where you can be reached and what you do?
So, all right, I am with the Podapallooza podcast crew, also the co-director of the IBWAA, and finally, I didn't mention this earlier, I do write on my own Medium place called Chasing Baseball Greatness, and do a 10-pack of prospects every week to look at. Last year, I had over 560 prospects I profiled over the course of the year. So if you want to dig deep, usually it's someone that's standing out for stats for some reason or another, and I dig into who they are. But I'm Big Gentle Ben on pretty much every social out there.
And then you're also donating something pretty cool, right?
Yeah. We have 2 lifetime memberships for the IBWAA. So if you are any sort of content producer, whether that's photographs, whether that's video, whether that's podcasts, whether that's actual writing, anything, you are eligible to be part of the IBWAA. And those are our lifetime memberships or a $75 membership. So this gets you, like I said, a lifetime membership. You get to do all the voting that we do every year. That can be season awards, that's Hall of Fame. We also have a newsletter every day. If you want to get a little bit of writing out there, I'd love to have more fantasy articles in our newsletter that we put out every day. So there's just lots of stuff like that.
There we go. And the link to donate is down below, donorbox.org/TGFBI hyphen 2025. Martin, tell people where people can find you at and what you do.
Yep. So I'm a content dynasty writer over at Pitcher List in the fantasy realm. I'm doing my Substack Four Seam Fantasy, and then I'm on the socials at m_ski22 on Twitter and at mski22 on Blue Sky. And just wanted to thank you for having us, Justin. You and Danielle are first class people all the way, and I'm excited to be part of this. So.
And Danielle will be glad to hear mentions of her, as she's like, she was gone all day yesterday, and she was just like, all right, how many times was I mentioned? I'm like, all right, well. Nate, finish us out.
Yes, I'm on Blue Sky at Nate Kosher. I'm also found at Pitcher List with some occasional writing, but my main thing is a coffee talk podcast there with Trevor Huth. And then my Substack Runs Produced, where I talk about catchers in the fantasy realm. And just want to echo the thank you, and it's great to be here. And thank you for inviting me.
Well, I appreciate y'all coming on and dropping your prospect knowledge. It's really, really appreciated. Maybe one of these years, my Dynasty League team will rebound and I'll be able to actually take another title. Probably not this year, though. So, but got to rebuild, and the prospects are the way to do that. We are going to move on to another panel. A reminder, we're donating for Fantasy Carousel Day. We've raised over $6,300 during Podapallooza and TGFBI this season. Please keep those donations coming in. Get to win amazing prizes, just like the one Benjamin mentioned. Also, another amazing prize that we're going to talk about here real quick is Patrick Davitt. He's offering a spot on the Baseball HQ radio podcast. I'm going to bring him in first real quick so he can talk about that prize.
Hi, Justin. Yeah, I've been doing Podapallooza for a few years, and I think I thought of this a year or two ago because I had a crappy headset, and you said, "What are you giving away for the raffle?" And I held up the headset and I said, "Anybody wants this, they can have it." Everybody laughed. And then I thought, you know what I do have to give is for a regular Joe, we call him, regular Joe got to appear on the podcast, and we've done it twice. And one of the guys ended up being in the league I'm in, the Surf League in the Earth League structure. And then the other guy just became a really good friend of mine, a guy who lives in New York. I'll be seeing him, I hope, when we go to Tout this weekend coming up. And yeah, it's been fun. And regular Joes know their stuff. It's really impressive.
They absolutely do. And so I think it's one of the coolest prizes. It may actually be the coolest prize that's given out during the Podapallooza weekend. So keep donating.
Good. What do I win for that?
Weekend with me next weekend, apparently.
All right, there we go.
And my wife, who will be joining us as well in New York.
I have to say, at First Pitch Arizona, I spent quite a bit of time with Danielle, and gosh, we sure laughed a lot. I'll just say that it was. She's very funny and very fun to be around.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think that her Twitter persona is more of an act than it is real life, but no, that is just who Danielle is. Joining us as well is Via and Todd. How you guys doing?
Doing great, Justin. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks so much. Doing great. Excited to join this panel.
Well, I want to give you guys a chance to promote yourselves real quick before we jump into the topic. And if you have been enjoying the last few hours of Podapallooza without me, I'm sorry. I will be here for this one because this is a fun topic that I don't always get to talk about. So I felt like I had to be a part of it. Via, remind everybody where you can reach on social media and plug what you do.
So you can find me at YGM Fantasy on X, as well as at Fantasy Villain on Blue Sky, and just got signed on with Pitcher List. So I'll be doing some Dynasty content starting this season. So it's pretty exciting. They've been give me a shot to write a few breakdown articles. And I got an article coming out very soon about some strikeout upside pitchers y'all should be paying attention to that are prospects, and they just have a few warts. So we'll be checking in to see if they improve things.
And are you still doing the fantasy baseball tracker? Because I've got mine right here.
Oh, check you out. Yeah, I mean, I update it every season. So if you are an analog person and you need to keep your thoughts, your things you hear on Podapallooza or other podcasts, go to YGM Fantasy on X, and you can find the link to purchase the newest one for on Amazon. But yeah, I still do a 2 or 3 year planner, and that's where I keep all my thoughts as well.
I'm a big spreadsheet guy, but I'm also a big paper guy, and so I make sure I get one of these every year. Definitely worth the cost, the very small cost. So wanted to make sure you plug that. Todd, remind everybody where you can be reached and talk about what you do.
You got it. So I am currently working with Fantrax HQ. Off season, I have a heavy focus on OBP. Just updated my OBP rankings as of yesterday, which was a ton of fun with all the injuries. Sarcastic. During the season, I actually focus on deep league waiver wire pickups as well as the starting pitcher rankings. So OBP is the passion. I'm excited about it to talk about it today, but throughout the year, I'm talking about kind of the other positions and the other categories. And then you can find me on the different socials, Blue Sky X at the Todd MPLS, kind of a Scrubs reference there for the fans.
And then Patrick, talk about what you do and make sure you let people know where they can find you.
Well, the main vehicle is Baseball HQ Radio, the podcast. You should be able to find it 20th year, by the way. This has been going for 20 years. And you can find it on any decent pod getter. If you don't, email me at baseballhqradio@gmail.com, and I'll try to figure out why you're not getting it. I also write a little bit still at baseballhq.com, filling in for guys mostly these days. And I had a couple of stories in The Process, Jeff Zimmerman's guide to playing fantasy baseball really well. So that was quite a exciting thing for me this year, because I always read The Process every year, and now I get it for free because I wrote a couple of stories.
Yeah.
Oh, and Blue Sky. I'm at Blue Sky. Patrick Davitt at bsky.social.
Highly recommend The Process as well. Get that every year. A fantastic kind of draft aid. And highly recommend. Hopefully next year we'll be able to get Tanner or Jeff on. They weren't able to make it this year. We're going to be talking on base percentage leagues, which I don't think a lot of people play, or not necessarily. I don't think it gets a lot of coverage in the fantasy industry. I think a lot more people are starting to play on base percentage leagues. Tout Wars, which we're about to go do auctions for here next weekend, Patrick and I play with on base percentage, and it definitely changes how the game is approached and how your auctions or drafts are going to be approached. And so I think I can't remember who suggested it, but it was a fantastic idea, and I thought this is the crew to bring in. Someone did add some stuff to my rundown, and it starts off with Villa taking a victory lap or something on my San Francisco Giants and his LA Dodgers.
No, I'm definitely not a Dodgers fan.
Oh, okay. I was about to say
we share our Giants fandom. What I wanted to say is that in 2020, when the Dodgers won, we kind of had an excuse. We could pass it off and just say like, hey, that's a shortened season. That doesn't count, no matter what you want to say that you won the World Series. But I wanted to hear. I want to send some positive particles, but I wanted to hear if you had any good comebacks to Dodgers fans for this current season, because we're going to be hearing it a lot.
I don't really, unfortunately. I mean, as a Giants fan, I hate the Dodgers with every fiber of my being. Yeah. And I try not to let that affect my fantasy game, right? Because you've got to draft Dodgers to win leagues. But yeah, no, they earned that one. Like and I'm not one of the guys who are going to sit here and go, well, they bought a team. Like, I wish my team would buy a team, like, or buy a championship. Like, I guess my only comeback is, in this millennia, we've still got 2 more than they do. So, well, 1 more, but I guess you got to count the 2021.
All right. So bear with me, Patrick and Todd, here for 1 second. Let me send some positive particles out to the Giants. So I wrote this song in March 2010 here. 2-0-1-0 is the year of the Tiger. In this fantasy game, we playing Soul Survivor. In TJFBI, we playing with justice, like we in the home of the Braves playing with justice. Call me David with the sling and the stone, snatching league titles like Chuck Hobbsdale's home. With just one throw, hogging the game goes down. Like Justin Morneau, he throws his back out. We coming for that crown, so we push him off the cliff. We fell so far, can't come back like Griffey. We throwing hella hard like my man Bill Swift. We tired of losing out like those fans of Kansas City. You get the drift, I'm in it to win it. An early Christmas gift is an SF Giants pennant. SF for sucker free as well as for sacrifice. You rolling the dice, I dub you up like Walt Weiss. So Fuku do you because you can't Fuku do me. I'm shooting Shinshu choose on the back of my Kurt Suzuki. And who he champion J to the V. A villain willing do the thrilling, so you best to pay me. All I want to do is win this league now. All you dang haters get the... And then 6 months later, Brian Wilson throws a pitch by Nelson Cruz. Posey's rushing the mound. We're all rushing to Market Street for a parade a couple days later, and it was great. So let's make it happen again.
There we go. I actually love that. I'm
That was awesome.
going to clip that out and turn that into some intro music at
For
some
sure.
point. All right, let's talk some on-base percentage leagues. Yeah. That was awesome, man. Why should we in on-base percentage leagues? I think a lot of people get kind of stuck in this, like, hey, this is the way I've always played. My league's always been batting average. So Todd, let me throw this to you first. What is the reason why we should be playing in on-base percentage leagues?
Yeah, all of my home leagues, which have been going for almost 20 years, have converted many years ago to on-base. There was just always those outliers. I mean, you look back to the early 2000s, Barry Bonds had 4 straight years of over 500 on-base percentage. That actually made him less valuable when you're in a batting average league, because those are plate appearances that don't turn into counting stat categories. And it seems like every couple of years there's a new outlier that kind of breaks the system. So we converted. I've been a huge believer, and I think it's fun to watch your player draw that walk and not be disappointed that that didn't turn into a counting stat.
What about you, Patrick? Why should people be playing in on-base percentage leagues?
Well, first, I just think on-base percentage is more descriptive of a batter's true value to his team's offense. And Barry Bonds, of course, is the absolutely classic example in our lifetimes. And I don't think we're going to see anything like it in our lifetimes again. So it seems that if you have a guy who's doing that much for his team's offense, it should do that much for your fantasy team's offense. And I don't see why it doesn't. The second thing is the batting average category doesn't give a hitter credit for the foundational skill of plate discipline. Plate discipline and on-base percentage are really tightly linked. And I think that a batter who is good at that should be a little bit more rewarded. But I think the big reason is reciprocity in the scoring. Issuing walks is a negative outcome that downgrades pitchers' values. So it just makes sense that there should be a corresponding value upgrade for hitters who draw walks. It's a parallel positive outcome of the plate appearance. And right now, a pitcher suffers, but a batter doesn't benefit, and that just doesn't seem equitable.
What about you, Via?
Yeah, I don't have much to add besides just the idea of boosting players that you wouldn't pay attention to deepens the player pool. I think Todd's going to bring up some information about what that does to the player pool. But I think for me, as far as I would go, is probably I am playing in one OPS league, and I think that's as bad as deep into these differing ratio categories that I would go to, because beyond that, when you start taking into account WOBA, if someday if anyone wanted to do that, that would just be too much. But yeah, I do love an OPP league for deepening the player pool.
Yeah, and I think too, just adding on, because I think you guys made great points, is batting average has such luck variance involved. Like, one of the guys I talked about in an article when I talked about punting batting average earlier, so he was like Matt Olson. If you look at Matt Olson's batting average is over the last 4 years, 271, 240, 283, 247. Like, when you start adding in walk rates and walks as a part of the on-base percentage game, things start to even out in terms of that variance, and I think a little bit less luck gets played into that. It's also, and we'll talk about potentially punting OBP. I don't know if that's a great idea, whereas I think it is a good idea sometimes to punt batting average. Let's move on and talk about how kind of this strategy changes in an on-base percentage league versus a draft. I think there's a clear strategy difference. Todd, I'll start with you because you've got some research on this.
Yeah, this will be my longest answer to a question, but I've spent quite a bit of time this winter kind of trying to answer a question that has been in the back of my mind as I've done OBP rankings. Is one, should I include pitchers? And two, like, what is the value of OBP liability players compared to those same players in average leagues? So I took a look back at the player rater, the final player rater at the end of the last season for average leagues, batting average leagues, and then OBP leagues, and compared the difference. And in the top 150 players, there's not much difference. Some players are, going to make a leap in one direction or the other, but the overall distribution of hitters versus batters is about the same. Once you get to around pick 250, and especially pick 250 to pick 300 or pick 350, we start to see a big difference where low OBP batters fall far below the value of an average pitcher and far below the value of an average player in a batting average league. So net, when you get to the top 500 in the final player rater, there were 70 more hitters in the top 500 in batting average leagues than in OBP leagues. I also saw some good research. A gentleman named Tom Stone, I think his Substack is now taking the field. He actually calculated, so I can take no credit for this. I don't have the statistical capabilities. The standard deviation for batting average leagues is 0.26, whereas in OBP leagues last year, it was 0.53, meaning it's twice as wide of a range of statistical outcomes. And that makes sense. There's some players that had like 250 OBPs, maybe quite a few less, to all the way up to Aaron Judge with like a 429, I think, or 426. You don't see that wide distribution with batting average. So the point is, yes, pitchers should be ranked because the average pitcher in those mid to late rounds is actually worth more value to your roster than an OBP liability player. So really interesting. And it's helped me kind of wrap my head around how to rank some of these players that put up good counting stats, but are absolute drains on a team's OBP.
Patrick, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, the question was, how does it change strategy in drafts or auctions? And the first thing that popped into my mind is you can have an arbitrage opportunity when the league first transitions from batting average to OBP, or if none of the fantasy managers has played OBP leagues in the past. And the opportunity, as Todd alluded to, is that when you find the hitters with the greatest rank difference or dollar value in OBP leagues versus standard batting average leagues, then you might have a chance to get somebody on the cheap who's actually quite valuable, because the other people in your league might not have done the math or even just the comparison. And just for an example, I looked at Baseball HQ's custom draft guide with the batting average setting and then the OBP setting, and then I ranked them just side by side by dollar value and looked at some big gainers and big losers. How about Max Muncy of the Dodgers? He's 150th by value rank if you use batting average, because his projection is 221. But using OBP, he's the 41st most valuable player, 344 OBP. And as Todd said, that difference is amplified by the fact that there are very few players at that upper tier of OBP compared to batting average. There's a lot more guys above average in batting average. And then there are other guys. Aaron Judge, of course, is plus $8 because of his big OBP projection. Juan Soto, 282 batting average projected, 433 on base percentage. And it's not just the stars. Even a guy like Carlos Santana has a relatively low BA and a relatively high OBP, so that could be some value. Be aware that there are other players who lose value. Yainer Diaz doesn't hold up as well. Luis Arraez even is 324 projected average is elite, but 363 OBP is not as elite, which means relative to all the other players in the pool, he's not as good as he is in a batting average league, of course.
I love that Carlos Santana is being referenced, and he's like 10-year vet, right? So he's been doing this, and he's back on the Guardians now. So that's awesome.
Is it only 10?
I don't know, 10 plus, right?
14,
yeah.
I believe.
Plus,
14
yeah.
or 15.
14, there you go.
Yeah.
Todd, I was going to ask if you could clarify what you meant about the pitchers. I was just hoping for some literal draft strategy here when you're talking about taking pitchers over the poorer performing OBP. Like, is that literally what you're talking about? Just take pitchers when you see they're at a similar rank?
Yeah, the simplest way to kind of put what I shared is exactly what Patrick mentioned. You've got to get some of those OBP, I call them anchors, right, in the first really 10 rounds, but definitely there's a rush in the first few rounds. Once you get to the middle rounds, you start to get some players that are a bit more questionable, and that's where pitchers actually can provide more value than a questionable OBP player. And so Again, in people first time into an OBP league, they feel the tendency to super over prioritize that category. And you don't need to do that the entire way through the draft is the point.
I think that's a really, really good point, because I think one of the things when people first start playing on base percentage league is they go, well, I need to make sure I get these high OBP guys. And you obviously want those guys, right? Because they give you a good base and they counteract maybe some guys you might get later in a draft or an auction that aren't going to have as high. But you want to make sure you've got your values set, right? Like, and I'm a big software guy in that regard. I use the Tanner Bell software that's mentioned in the process, the Smart Fantasy Baseball stuff, to help me with that math. Because I think often I see, especially, I know I'll see it next weekend in Tout Wars, because there are going to be a few people there who overinflate the value of the high on base percentage guys and give you bargains in different places, especially with some of those guys that are weaker. What are your thoughts on that, Via?
Yeah, I think something that came up, I did a Dynasty article about prospects with speed and just trying to figure out how to wrap my head around it. And what came up for me then was just, yeah, there's a lot of players, there was a lot of prospects that can steal a lot of bases. Chandler Simpson stole 100 bases, but what else? What else can you do? So I think in this case, with on-base percentages, great. You have a good, solid average on-base percentage. Speaking of the process, they when you do the SGP calculations, they, at least in 2024, they had the average OBP as 328. So that's kind of where I'm like, that's like the baseline average for a fantasy game. So what else besides that? Do you hitting home runs? Are you getting stolen bases? Do you have a high average floor so that in case the OBP falls off, you have something else to lean on to? So I think for me, I'm looking to make sure that whatever on base percentage, like focused player I'm aiming and targeting for, that they have some other category juice.
One other quick point. I've used annually the Fangraphs auction calculator, and when you put OBP as a category, you see what I'm referring to reflected, where there's an excess of negative dollar players with hitters, and that elevates those pitchers. So once you kind of get to that 328 number that you're talking about, that's where you might want to actually pull back on chasing some players that have shaky OBP histories or unproven OBP histories. I think a lot of the prospects, which we'll talk about later, come up with excellent OBP numbers in AA, and then they struggle severely in the major leagues, at least the first part of the season. And it's really hard to recover from that. So that's just kind of the risk and the learning there. And I think you've got the right approach, Phil.
And the reason that I do think you want to target the higher OBP guys to the extent that you can, and then make it up way later in the draft by focusing on pitching in the middle. And the reason is that it's a ratio category, which means unlike a guy who doesn't get home runs, that guy isn't hurting you in home runs. But if a guy has a 260 OBP, he is hurting you in that category, and he's hurting you a lot if he gets a lot of plate appearances. And the one other thing I'll just say about the distribution of OBP in the player pool is there's a lot fewer guys above average OBP in the game than there is guys above the average batting average. So it's easier in an OBP league for a bad player to really sink the category.
And just
which is why you
follow
might
up on,
punt.
yeah, to follow up on that, I like to use the Bad X for projections. In Bad X, they only have 77 hitters that are at or above the 328 mark that I'm using. You don't have to use that mark. And then 34 of those are in the top 100. So it is very much skewed to the top, where you're going to find the players that are going to boost your average or your on base percentage, and then hopefully later on you don't pick players that hurt you. You're trying to find the players that hurt you the least.
Yeah, that's right. And the advantage of getting guys with the top OBPs, generally speaking, is they're also the best players. I mean, you get a high OBP, you're going to get all those other categories except stolen bases if it's a Juan Soto type of guy. But they're going to be good players, so there's no reason not to take them. You're not grabbing them for OBP just because of that. You're also going to get a bunch of other stuff.
And that's actually a great point as far as even if you don't play in an OBP league, it's another really important data point when you're deciding between players. If you've got Tyler Fitzgerald, who had a great OBP last year, versus a suspect, Jose Caballero, I mean, that should factor in, right?
Right.
Anecdotally, the league, the rotisserie OBP league I've been playing in, we've never had anyone not finish in the top 3 of the OBP category with below a 340 on base for their team. So that's the metric when I go into our drafts. And like, okay, I have a CJ Abrams as a keeper. Unfortunately, it's good for steals, but I have to account for that. So I'm going to prioritize like a Yandy Diaz or somebody, a Max Muncy, to try to get myself back to that 340 plus number.
And one way of doing the math of it, sorry,
Justin,
I'll just add one more thing. You can pair the players that you're thinking of drafting. And for instance, if you get Aaron Judge with his 700 plate appearances or 650 plate appearances at 444 on base, that gives you license to grab a guy who's under 300 OBP somewhere else, because combined, they're still above 340. If you decide to go that route, you do have to do some homework to figure out, okay, if I get guy A at 444, how much leeway do I have underneath? Maybe even you could get 2 guys who are subpar on base percentage, as long as they're not too subpar, and Judge will balance 2 guys out in the OBP category, which gives you a little license and is a really good reason to grab a 444 on base guy like you need one.
I think I know the answer after hearing you guys talk, but I'm going to ask the question anyways. Is there a world in which you would punt on base percentage in the same way you might punt batting average or saves or something like that in a standalone league there, Patrick?
I think it might be possible in theory, like all things are possible in theory, but in the execution, I'm not sure you can make it work. And here's why. In the custom draft guide, the valuation system at Baseball HQ, there are 73 hitters who have OBPs under 300 and positive dollar values. That means even plus $1. And 10 of them have only 10 of them have dollar values over $10. So you're not going to get any good players with those low OBP guys if that's what you're targeting. Now, if you mean you're just going to ignore on base percentage, not disqualifying hitters who are over 300 or whatever your threshold is, then I think you could do it. If you draft Aaron Judge without regard for his on base, you're still getting the benefit of his on base. Or, all those other top 10 or 12 players, they all tend to have very high on base percentages. So if you're going to punt, don't punt guys, don't ignore guys just because they have high on base percentages. They're still really good players.
Via?
I think this, the way I would frame it, I would never purposely punt this category, but I do play in head-to-head categories leagues with on-base percentage. So I could see maybe doing that, but I had draft day last week, and I know that I did unfortunately pass on maybe a few players that I could have just grabbed because their rates were too close to 300 and not higher, and maybe I should have just grabbed them and been a little bit of like, variance will play itself out in this league. I'd rather have this particular player because maybe their hot streak for that week will make up for any discrepancies they have another week.
Todd?
Yeah, the short answer is I wouldn't punt it. And no, there are situations like you mentioned, those head-to-head category leagues. I play in one where you can still win your week, even if you know you're going to lose OBP. But it's really hard because those, as Patrick mentioned, those OBP guys tend to be the ones that score runs and get more plate appearances. The good news there for you, Via, is that there are always guys who emerge in the late rounds that end up kind of being, I call them late round saviors for OBP leagues. So we'll talk about some of those later, but I would avoid punting OBP. It's just so hard to make that category up over the course of a year.
Yeah. Todd, you wrote an article recently about kind of OBP player categories. Why don't you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So it's my own research I do before draft. So I put it into an article for hopefully fellow OBP players and maybe some even Tout War users to validate their strategy. It's top targets. And I look at each of the stages of the draft. Short of it is, we've talked about those OBP anchors. I looked at a few players. So I looked at the last 3 years of the kind of the traditional top OBP hitters. And there are 3 that over the last 3 years, year over year, have averaged above a 400 on base. So no surprise here, Judge, Soto, and Yordan Alvarez, who I think actually is getting a bit overlooked, especially in OBP, just because of injury history concerns. There are several others that finish above 370. And those ones, I think not only, Patrick, you need to get one. I found you need to get at least two, because if you grab Judge and you get then a couple of questionable players like an Abrams or Michael Harris, what happens when Judge goes down, right? So it's that safety net in a really important category. So I've never really, I don't think I can go back to a draft where I haven't used my first two picks trying to get a high OBP plus, a top overall hitting player. Mid rounds, I like to call this the 100 club. So you alluded to Max Muncy. There are a good number of players in the mid and even in the late rounds that have a 100-point difference between their batting average and their OBP. And so this is kind of that exclusive club of those players that are those mid-round bargains. And I think Max Muncy was 126-point difference, as you mentioned, last year, which is just astronomical when it comes to value difference between batting average and OBP leagues. And there are several players, some staples and some new ones that emerge every year in the late rounds. So a couple of those, Lamont Wade Jr., it's a little unfortunate that he is a platoon player because he is so steady in OBP, but in head-to-head daily leagues, he's been a staple for me on my bench when I'm ending the near that week. Last year, we saw Jock Peterson continue to just be prolific in OBP. And then Jesse Winker. You kind of remember the hype around him. Well, he's fallen off as a hitter, but he still has a tremendous plate approach and value in OBP leagues for late rounds.
All right. Let's talk about some of our favorite targets at different positions for on-base percentage. I'll start with you and catcher there, Patrick. Who are some of the guys you might target in an on-base percentage league more so at the catcher position?
Yeah, when I saw this question, I decided to look down the draft because there's not a lot of value in saying, get Will Smith or whatever, because everybody's going to try to get Will Smith anyway. So later in the draft, Gabriel Moreno of Arizona has a projected on base of 354. He's still catcher eligible for this year anyway. And another guy to look at with a POBP of 336 is Ivan Herrera in St. Louis, who's getting a lot of tout buzz from just the fact that he's moving in there and seems to be a good all-around player. So those two guys, if you're looking later in the draft for a OBP catcher, Moreno or Herrera make good choices.
What about you, Via?
Yeah, I'd double up on the Moreno. If I can't grab Wilson Contreras a little bit earlier, I would love to take Moreno. He's going ADP around, I didn't have it written down, but I think 180 to 200, somewhere in there. And
that sounds right, yeah.
His peak, if he could pull this off, he's been doing pretty good with the exit velocities and batted ball data, but it's a lot of balls are on the ground still. So, but hopefully he can get 10 to 12 home runs and, like I said, 350 to 360 OBP. He hits in the bottom third in the lineup, which I always like to if I'm going to target someone for OBP, I would prefer them hit in the at least the upper half. But maybe there's no reason he couldn't maybe move up if he was having success.
Especially if the Cardinals start sending out some pieces via trade.
I'm talking about Moreno. My bad. I didn't clarify.
Sorry.
I meant,
you're talking about
Moreno.
Yeah, that might be a little bit more difficult for Moreno to move his way up that stacked lineup in Arizona. Todd, what about you? Who are some guys at catcher you like?
Yeah, it's exciting to see all three of us say Herrera. That was actually Via's call last year as a sneaky catcher in OBP league. So kudos to you. I actually made a call of Bo Naylor, and that didn't go so well. So I was quick to swap Bo Naylor for Herrera and save some of my seasons. In addition to that, I think there's some young players coming up that should get plate appearances somewhat early in the season. Agustin Ramirez, Moises Ballesteros, that should be steady contributors to OBP. They're, I think, seasoned enough in the minors to where that plate discipline should transfer over. At least that's the hope.
All right, why don't we move over to first base? I'll let you start off with this one, Todd. Who are some of the guys at first base you're looking at targeting?
Yeah, I don't have a super long list here. I mentioned Yandy Diaz earlier. That's become my mid-round safety net in OBP drafts. Love to plug him in, ideally at like corner infield, especially leagues where I have some liabilities via keepers that just didn't pan out from an OBP standpoint. And then one other one that I'm paying attention to is I think there's a good bounce back opportunity for Nolan Shanuel this year. Great plate discipline, just has struggled with the bat. But I think we saw some good signs last year where he's getting hits and in addition to on base. So hopefully there's a nice jump there for him from a production and OBP standpoint.
Hey, did you know that he had an on base percentage of 62% in college? Is insane. So
yeah. I feel like that's a skill you don't lose.
I think he's great from an on-base percentage perspective. It's the rest of it that I just don't know if I buy into. Like, does he have enough pop to play at that position? I do agree, though, from an on-base percentage perspective, he's money. It's just, for me, like, it's almost Luis Ariz-ish from the batting average standpoint in terms of Shanuel. Like, will he be able to hit for enough power in that lineup that'll be decimated in about 25 minutes, I'm sure, as it always is. Via, what about you at first base? Who are some of the guys you like?
Well, in a keeper league, I'm choosing Harper. I'm probably going to drop. I have Harper and Alonso. I'm probably going to choose Harper. He's getting up there in age, but I think I'm going to choose him just for the mere fact that he's more likely to have a higher on-base percentage. But in terms of this discussion, I would like to try to grab Pasquantino. I like players that are balancing both their walk rate and their strikeout rate. So his is below 15 percentage points and gives him a higher on-base percentage floor. He's kind of going late 90s ADP now, and in my crawl up, if Christian Walker's injury is worse and keeps him out, Pasquantino's pulling the ball more, so maybe he'll get more home runs. He had 19 and a reduced amount of plate appearances last year, so I'm hoping for a mix of power and a solid floor for on-base percentage from Pasquantino.
What about you, Patrick?
I also had Nolan Shanuel, and about drafting the one category guy, nobody likes to do it. He'll give you a little bit of pop, I think, and depends on where he hits in the order, but there are going to be counting stats there, probably just not as many as you like, but he's going to be well down in the draft. And this could be a situation where if you notice that your on-base percentage in aggregate is kind of slipping, you might want to just grab this guy to redress the balance a little bit and take the hit on, you're getting 13 home runs instead of 19 home runs from another guy whose OBP is, 315 or something like that. There could be a bit of OBP balancing with a guy like Shanuel.
I'm surprised everybody's mentioned Shanuel, but nobody mentioned Nathaniel Lowe, like a guy who, like,
my bad.
Yeah,
I have Nathaniel Lowe as my second guy. Yeah.
Love me some Nathaniel Lowe in on-base percentage leagues. I got him for $1 last year in Tout Wars, and I was like, oh, okay, I got him as like a $15 player in the mixed auction. Like, I was totally fine taking that in his 12-13% walk rate every year. What about at second base, Patrick? Who's your favorite guys there?
A couple of guys. Gavin Lux of Cincinnati has a projected on base of 340, which is pretty good for the second base crop this year. And if you're willing to look a little farther down, Brendan Donovan of St. Louis is also right around 340. And I think both of those guys, again, will maybe help you redress the balance if you were forced into taking, a 315 guy earlier in the draft. This might get you back going. There's playing time concerns with both of these guys, I think, to a certain extent, but they're down draft, so could be worth a balancing act there.
Todd?
Those were the exact two I had as well, so my answer will be brief. I guess I could add, there's a couple of players that I'm looking at from a bounce back potential, not that they're historically high OBP players. And I'll just stick to one, is Tyro Estrada. I think he's completely being dismissed in drafts. If he can raise his batting average, that will raise his OBP, obviously, to a respectable, at least league average line. So excited about his breakout potential, and even in OBP leagues.
What about you, Via?
Yeah, I'm taking on an injury risk here with Mac McLean. And if he hadn't played in the Arizona Fall League, I probably wouldn't be jumping him. But I did take him 75th in TGFBI earlier this week, and I'm hoping he maxes out on his power and speed. Hope his injury health is good. He's got a floor batting average of 255, so I'm hoping that plays there. And I think more people will be drafting him if he keeps showing some good numbers in spring training here.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, but unfortunately, I think the consensus is going to be right there too as he starts to drive up those ADP boards here in March. I think the fact that he played in Arizona Fall League, that he's showing out right now in spring
Yeah.
training, I think that ADP is going to be pretty expensive here in the next few weeks. But I do love some Matt McClain now that he's shown he's healthy. What about at third base there, Via?
Picking, I think everyone's main pick, which is he's also going to be going up, was Isaac Paredes in Houston. So he's in the top third of the lineup, sub 16% strikeout rate, high 10% walk rate. So the foundation for play discipline is right there. His contact rate is solid, above 82%. He's going in 80. He's probably going to be going higher soon, ADP 170 to 180. So I'm digging Paredes. I think I got him for a corner. Oh no, I got him for third base for TGFBI too.
What about you there, Todd?
Yeah, I love the Paredes call. Interestingly, when we talk about OBP anchors, third base is not the place to go to get them. It's the place to go get your home run and run RBI production. So I've actually been leaning on, we've talked about him a little bit, Max Muncy, just steady in OBP. He's going to produce in that lineup as long as he stays healthy.
Patrick, you got anybody at third base that you're targeting for OBP?
Yeah, I also mentioned Max Muncy earlier. I think he makes a great target because of the discrepancy with batting average. That, in a really solid league, most of your opponents are going to know this and make the adjustment, but you never know. Another guy you might want to look at is Alex Bregman in Boston. We're projecting at Baseball HQ about a 340 on base percentage, which is pretty good. And presuming that he gets a lot of plate appearances and isn't hurt, generally speaking, he's a pretty good fantasy asset to have all the way across the board, including OBP.
I'll just add quick. Go ahead, please.
Go ahead.
Well,
I was going to say on Bregman, it was weird to see his OBP and his walk rate drop last year. He's always kind of been a double-digit walk guy throughout his career. I think he bounces back this year in Boston in terms of that on-base percentage. So I like that call a lot.
Exact same thing I was going to say. He's almost being overlooked now in OBP leagues just for a bad season.
And I feel like in some average leagues, because he signed this contract in Boston, he's starting to push up in a way that he normally doesn't. But in on-base percentage leagues, he's not, which is a weird kind of dichotomy. But I'm totally happy to end up with Bregman at third base. And if he ends up getting second base eligibility, more power to him. All right, let's move to shortstop. Patrick, who's your guy at shortstop that you really like in on-base percentage leagues?
I like him in on-base percentage leagues, but I don't like him in any other sense. It's Carlos Correa of Minnesota. His on-base percentage projection is in the 370s, which is very, very helpful if he gets enough plate appearances for it to impact your plate appearance total. And I have very strong reservations that that's going to be the case.
Yeah, that's my fear too, is the health on Correa. What about you, Via?
So I'm going to give two. This one isn't a boost to your on-base percentage, but it's kind of a hold, and it gives you, like I said, for all these picks, I'm hoping they give me something besides on-base percentage. That's the number one thing. They got to do something else. So Trey Turner at the top, 2020 potential batting average floor of 275. So he's getting on base. He's doing all the right things, not striking it a lot, top of the order for Philadelphia. So it's great. But later on, this one, when I started doing this research, this one's slightly riskier, and that's Nico Horner. So now, I think what's nice is his price is going to keep dropping because he's probably not going to be in Japan for the opening series, but he might be healthy enough to play on the stateside opening day. So I think his price will be below 80p at 200, right around there. It's not his legs that are hurting, so he's likely still going to give those 20 plus steals. Hopefully his forearm injury isn't devastating. He can recover from that. I know that the home run total is not necessarily what you want, but someone who has a high on-base percentage floor, they're not striking out a lot, and can give those steals. I like that around ADP 200 as a middle infielder, or maybe a bench shortstop.
No one loves Nico Horner more than me, but I am so scared until I start seeing him actually hit and play the field that he's not going to be able to return value. But I hope you're right, because I love me some Nico Horner. What about you, Todd?
Absolutely. So I mentioned that earlier that I do a weekly deep league waiver wire article for Fantrax, and that's for batting average, 5x5 rotisserie. And you never know if there's mirages out there where there's a hot player that's come out of nowhere. The way I determine, or at least try to best assess, is that a mirage or real is looking at walk rate, on base percentage. And last year I found Xavier Edwards, and I just couldn't believe the numbers, like an over 400 on base percentage amid a hot streak. And he finished the year, granted it was a half season, with 397 on base. So in batting average leagues, I think people are paying for his premium. The steals potential, he claims he's going to get 60, which I don't think is unrealistic, given he had 31 in 70 some games and a 328 batting average. But I don't think that's carried into OBP drafts yet. So I'm all about Xavier Edwards and getting those steals and high OBP floor.
He wants to steal 60, so listen up.
Yeah.
Like, someone's got to do something in Miami. Yeah. Like, it's, you know, like, I mean, I'm hoping it's Xavier Edwards. I've got him in a couple spots as well, so I like that call. Let's move to the outfield there, Todd, and kind of see who the guys you are targeting there.
Yeah, no big surprises here, but I'm going to give love to my ambassador to Quam, Jerry Maguire. Ian Happ has won me many championships over the last decade, and he always gets forgotten about because he just doesn't do anything super spectacular. But the lineup continues to get better on him, and he stays steady in OBP. I also have leaned on Christian Yelich. I know that's extreme injury risk, which I try to avoid now at all costs, but with the discounted price to get a 370 OBP player that will produce in all categories is worth I think 6th to 10th round pick. And then lastly, Jurickson Profire was an incredible standout in OBP last year, way above his typical 330 OBP, but he finished exactly 100 points higher between batting average and OBP last year. So he's in the 100 club, and I think also being overlooked in OBP drafts for his anchor type value.
What about you in the outfield, Patrick?
I've got Stephen Kwan in Cleveland, taking into account the fact that you're not getting a whole lot else besides the OBP, a few bags, not as many as you'd think out of Stephen Kwan, and certainly not a lot of power at all. He could score runs if he's up at the top of the order, as he was earlier. The other guy that I like is James Wood, and we've given him a 350 on-base percentage projection at baseballhq.com. Of course, there's a huge amount of experience risk, but if he OBPs 350, then he's a second-round player because he's going to be scoring runs. He's going to be driving in runs. I like James Wood anyway. He's going too high for me because of the experience risk, but in an OBP league, I'm even more interested than I would be in an average league.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. What about you, Via?
So like kind of middle round picks. I think Randy Rosarena can get some more love for just kind of holding the line with on base percentage in 2020 pop. His skills and his outcomes vary a lot through the year, so that can be frustrating, I guess, as an owner. And then my number one pick, though, it's someone that probably not a lot of people think about when they imagine on base percentage, but that's Matt Wallner. Once again, he hit 32 home runs between minor leagues and major leagues last year, and for the last 2 major league seasons, he has an on-base percentage of 370. Yes, it does come with some a huge platoon risk. He does strike out a lot, but in the minor leagues, those numbers were closer to 30 or under 30 for strikeout rate. And he's been announced as the leadoff hitter for Minnesota. So I think he's a Schwarber 2.0, and he might get more opportunities to face left-handed hitters as a lefty himself. So I'm buying this as one of those late round power pops that has more value than you would think. His competition is Larnach, Willie Castro, Emmanuel Rodriguez. Those guys, like there's not a lot of competition, so I think he'll get more playing time than it might seem right now.
Wallner's a great call, yeah.
Yeah, one of the things about Wallner too, I talked about this when we did the outfield preview on the Sleeper and the Bust, and it was in reference to Wallner, but also Kerry Carpenter, who's another guy who's a potential platoon risk, though they said they're going to try to give him more opportunities versus left-handed pitching this year. There's not a lot of lefties in the Central. Like a lot of those teams are really, really heavily righties. I think there's, I believe, 2 teams who don't even have a lefty in their rotation as of right now. So like yeah, maybe they sit a little bit versus lefties, but they ain't that many lefties in that division. So I'm not as worried about it as I would be maybe on a different team in a different division. Let's talk about some guys you might want to avoid, or at least types of players you might want to avoid. Via, talk to me about like who are the guys or types of guys you're gonna stay away from in these kind of on base percentage leagues.
I don't. So I think Patrick made a good point. Just something about like you just don't. I think you just don't want too many of the drains from on base percentage, and I think those players tend to be the riskier hitting profiles that have a higher strikeout rate, like Matt Wallner. You just don't want too many of on your team because those will, if they all underperform, then just drains everything. So. I'm probably I do have a team where I have Rooker, Schwarber, and McLean on it right now. So that's taking out a lot of risk there, but it is a league where the free agency wire is open all the time. So I think replacement cost is higher. But yeah, I think you're not grabbing Toglia and Julian and Nolan Jones and all these guys who've been underperforming in terms of strikeout rates to get on your one team.
What about you, Patrick? What kind of guys are you avoiding in on-base percentage leagues?
Well, there's lots of them who are sort of 260 to 290 that I probably wouldn't draft, but most of them aren't going to get drafted that high anyways. The one that jumped out at me when I looked at my list was Jake Berger, who's getting a lot of helium in a lot of drafts because of, you know, his move and everything like that. But Jake Berger is projected for a 286 on base percentage, and he's going to play a lot, so that's going to probably knock down his value. Brenton Doyle's around the same OBP on our projections. CJ Abrams is around that area as well, and Shea Langoliers, who I've got in some drafts because I really like his potential, but in an on-base, none of them is an on-base league. They're all other formats. So I think it's a little more doable. And Pete Crow Armstrong, guy who runs like that and he can't get on base. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm not a big fan of Pete Crow Armstrong, as I said all weekend, just in general, but definitely not in this format as well. What about you, Todd? Who are some guys or types of guys you're going to be avoiding?
Yeah, there's in addition to Jake Berger and his helium, I think I could say the same thing about Bo Bichette, right? Like everyone's cheering for that bounce back, as am I, but not in an OBP league. I mean, he was non-rosterable last year and even questionably rosterable years prior. I finished with like a 277 OBP last year, which is just atrocious. So another player I avoid, typically the draft cost is Anthony Volpe. He wasn't a bad OBP player in the minor leagues, but he just hasn't yet perfected his plate discipline, and it's a big liability, especially when he gets into those hitting slumps that he's had so far early in his career.
Yeah, and Volpe's a guy I do really love, and I mean I love Jake Berger as well, but in on-base percentage leagues they become a lot more difficult to roster. We've got just a few minutes left. There are prospects for OBP leagues. Via, can you give us a rundown on maybe some of these prospects we would want to be rostering in on-base percentage formats?
It's funny. I started to do this. I started with catcher, and then I kind of stopped because there's a lot at catcher. I think Todd mentioned a few: Augustine Ramirez, Edgar Caro, Kyle Teal. Those guys have shown out. Adrian Del Castillo. Those are all catchers that you may want to consider rostering. But I just want to put a general thing out there that I don't think a lot of people know about on Fangraphs. Jason or Justin? Sorry, Martinez.
Jason Martinez.
Jason, yeah, he's put together a minor leagues power rankings, and if you do not know about this and you play in a dynasty league, it is a hidden gem that they have on there because it ranks players over 7, 14, 21 days, and then also for the season. And you can go through there, and it's not a gospel. You don't just go there and look at the top and see, oh, that's the player to pick up. But if you take it and you start researching it and go watch video or do whatever you got to do to verify the information. Last year, that's how I found out about Christian Campbell, found out about Denzel Clark, Jackson Bowmeister, Casey Hunt, Angel Hanau, all these pop-up prospects that were not on my radar because there's no way I can watch them with baseball. But this power rankings for minor leaguers, it is an absolute crucial tool, and you could find on there your on base percentage gems. Usually what I do is I download it to Excel. I download my the entire player pool from, say, Fantrax, and I cross check who's available, who's not, and who's on a roster, and that's one way you can find these players here.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, I love roster resource, and I'm a Fangraphs guy, obviously, working for them. So co-sign all of that. Patrick, any final thoughts on base percentage leagues? What is your last words of wisdom for the listeners?
I'll just kind of repeat what I said earlier. Make sure that you get your foundation early, and then, like Todd suggested, you can probably skip over those mid-round guys and make sure that you try to balance mathematically the high on base percentage times plate appearance guys who can offset some of the struggles you're going to have in OBP later in the draft, because there's a lot of struggling going on later in the draft.
What about you, Todd? Any last words of wisdom?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I'll give hope to those who have already drafted in OBP leagues. Players emerge off the waiver wire, and don't overlook kind of the tossed aside players like Jesse Winker that I mentioned, typically not drafted in standard batting average leagues. They still add value, even if they sit on your bench and you need them for a quick boost, maybe on a seven game week to rise your OBP. So it's my favorite format. I think you want to, as we talked about earlier, reward all aspects of the game. And this is the purest way to do it. You're looking at the picture behind me, Target Field, the house that Joe Mauer built. And he is one of the icons of OBP that was extremely valuable in OBP format leagues.
There you go. That's a good call out right there. Via, why don't you give your last words of wisdom?
Draft Soto early, Xavier Edwards in the middle rounds, and Matt Wallner in the last rounds, and you'll have a solid structure to your OBP team.
Yes, sir.
There you go.
You got it.
All right. Appreciate you guys coming on and dropping your on-base percentage wisdom. I want to give yourselves an opportunity to promote yourselves one more time and let people know where they can find you. Patrick, why don't you tell people where they can find you on social media, and then plug anything you got going on?
All right, social media, it's pretty much just Blue Sky now, Patrick Davitt at bluesky.social. And my main thing as far as preseason and in-season fantasy media is the Baseball HQ Radio podcast, now in its 20th year. We'll have Justin Mason on a little later on, just after opening day, and all kinds of really good guests. It's a good show. I mean, I'm talking about my own show, and it probably sounds like I'm bragging, but I don't think I am. I think it's a pretty good show.
It's a fantastic show. It's one of my favorite things to do every year is guest at least once on your show. So I will definitely be doing that again here in a few weeks. Todd, remind everybody where you can reach and remind them what you do.
Absolutely. I think the best way to find my thoughts and updated rankings or waiver wire targets is on fantraxhq.com. I'm not as active as I should be or motivated to be putting content out on social media. I do have accounts, the Todd MPLS for Minneapolis on Blue Sky and Twitter, but you can always find my content on fantraxhq.com.
And Via, take us home.
So you can find me on YGM Fantasy on X. You can find the link to these fantasy baseball planners and other trackers and those kind of things there as well. I'm starting to write for Pitcher List this year. I'll be doing the pitcher stash list. So I'll be watching a lot of film of pitchers and talking about arm angles and release points and things like that. And I have an article coming up, hopefully tomorrow, the day after that, about prospects with high upside and strikeouts, but they just need to reduce their walk rates. So it should be a good one.
Looking forward to it all. Thank you guys so much for joining us. I'm going to boot you out.
Thank you.
As I always do. So that way I can move on to the next segment. But before we move on to that next segment, I need to remind everybody, hey, we're raising money for Fantasy Cares today. It's a fantastic organization that raises money through charitable fantasy leagues and fantasy events all throughout the year, and then donates a ton of toys for Toys for Tots. We are up over $6,500 on Podapallooza, TGFBI satellite leagues donating. That is an amazing amount. Let's keep it going. Every dollar you donate will get you entered in to win amazing raffle prizes, just like the one we just heard about from Patrick Davitt, an appearance on Baseball HQ Radio, which is, I think, the coolest prize given out. Also, things like subscriptions to Patreons. We're going to hear about a Patreon coming up that is being offered as a prize. TGFBI entries for next season, jerseys, bobbleheads, T-shirts, hats, whole bunch of stuff going to be given away at the end of the weekend. So keep those donations coming in. We do have another panel coming in. We have Greg Jewett, Doug Dennis, and Rick Graham, which means it is our relief pitcher hour, which is always a little bit of chaos because closers give us chaos. I'm going to turn it over to Greg, let him lead for the hour, and I'll see you guys in a little bit. You're on mute, Greg.
All right. Well, I can't break Justin's balls when I'm on mute, but I was saying this always ends up being a smoke break. So, Rick, Doug, how are you guys? Doug, I haven't seen you in a while.
I know. How are you, Greg?
I'm still standing, thanks. Rick, married life still going well? You're on mute, Rick.
Yeah, there we go. Next two of us. All right. Yeah.
Well, at least it wasn't just me.
Yeah. Good to see both of you. Doug, it's been a while. Greg, I know we've talked a little bit. We've had a couple panels already. So, yeah, always fun to talk relievers with you guys.
Yeah, last time I saw you, Rick, you were on your honeymoon.
That's right. The first pitch Arizona honeymoon. Yeah. Well,
she is a patient woman. Okay.
She is. Yeah. She's.
I can't even get my girlfriend to go. All right. So, our little Podapallooza. So Justin gave us a little thing, and I'm sure things will come up in the chat that I'll address as they go along. So, and hello, Mrs. Salinger. So before we get into that, though, it was kind of fun because the first main event happened last night, and I think we might be seeing an early trend. I don't know if you gentlemen looked at the ADP from the first one. The NFBC published it earlier this morning, so it was on right out there for anybody to click onto in a public link. So it wasn't, I mean, we don't know who picked who, but it's good to see kind of how it went. So no closers went in the first 3 rounds. The first closer was taken at pick 48, and it was not the normal. It was Devin Williams. And then from that point forward, from Devin Williams until pick 71, after no closers being taken, there were 12. So early on, there was kind of like 7 relievers that kind of separated themselves in the early DC and OC data. And now we kind of just saw, like, you know, how all the cars kind of stack up in Daytona. We had a big surge, and then it kind of went stagnant, and then there was another surge. So before we get into the general strategy, I'm not really surprised because it's almost like the room was kind of waiting for the first closer to go, and then everybody started hitting their mark. But a couple of the draft spots really got caught in the lurch because they missed out on both runs. So you can talk about that, and then you can kind of fuse that into your general strategy. So Rick, we'll let you go first.
Yeah, I think it depends. Yeah, when you're drafting at the turn at 14, 15, and you're getting into the 3rd, 4th round, yeah, you got to be careful, because if you think one of those 12, if you think there's 12 relievers that are worth going the top, 70 picks, you might miss out. So you might have to be the early one, to take somebody. But for me, I just want to, in a deeper league, 14 plus, a roto, I want to end up with one of those top 10 or so. I would consider there's 10 relievers that I want to kind of build around as my base. And I've been mostly around Batista and Andres Munoz, because those guys have been falling into the 60 range. But then from there, you can kind of dip into that glob in the middle, where it's like, I like Trevor McGill or Jordan Romano. Romano's going really late. Brian Presley in there, David Bednar as your secondary. And then, I like, finding someone like an AJ Puck later, or even deeper, you go into like the Seth Halverson, Jesus Sunoco kind of range.
All right, Doug, I know you're you're not a huge pay for save guys in DCs. The main event's a little bit different of an animal. Does the format change your approach to closers at all?
I think that in a main event, I wouldn't mind if I only got one closer, because I feel like I could get one in season and I don't lose sleep like these guys who are trying to win the whole thing would. I'm just trying to win my league. Yeah, I think that the format makes a difference. I think in a DC, and that's a draft champions, where you just get what you get and you got to use those guys. I throw a lot of darts late, and I almost always get somebody that no one saw coming. I didn't see him coming either. That's why it was a dart, But yeah, I don't really have a problem with that. I like to get a guy, at the end of the first grouping, if I can. And so it's tricky because you might miss. But I just don't want to spend that. I need to get hitters. So, but I write about relievers. So of course, that's my own personal strategy. I've been getting, it's funny, Rick mentioned Romano. I've gotten a few of Romano, and I've gotten some Ryan Walker. I really like Walker. But those are the guys. That's kind of where I'm hunting. And it's, so far I've been at the end of the road too. So I'm not in the middle where I miss a run, and it's worked out.
Yeah, I think if you're worried about closers, you might have to change where you want to have your pick spot. Because being on the ends, team one was the one that kind of really got hamstrung. The first run kind of happened. He didn't take one on the turn by when it started at pick 48. And then it kind of got away, but I got the numbers right here. So here's how that closer one went: 48, Devin Williams; 49, Edwin Diaz; 51, Clase; 52, Hader; 53, Miller; 54, Rizal; 58, Munoz. You're not even getting them in the 60s, at least in this draft. I mean, it doesn't mean this is going to solidify. Helsley, 59. Well, actually, I'm sorry. Team one did take Bautista at 61 on the way back, but I'll tell you who he took as his second closer. Jeff Hoffman at 63, Walker at 65, and Yohan Duran at 71. And then there was like an island. All of a sudden, there was just Tanner Scott at pick 105, and then the second closer run hit at pick 134. It went Fairbanks, Bednar, Presley, McGill, Jansen, Suarez. Suarez fell all the way down to pick 143. Jordan Romano at 145. Alexis Diaz, who went to team one. So his two closers are Bautista and Diaz, and Justin Martinez at 154. So, I mean, so you're talking 154. You've had a very, very large grouping of relievers off the board. So if you don't have one or two, it could leave you scrambling. But again, this is a main event format where pitchers always get pushed up. It's just something to think about and put into your back pocket when you're starting to assess these things. Your draft room will pretty much dictate what's going to happen. And every year, and I even was on a panel with Rick not too long ago, and I was like, I got to stop letting my hubris get the best of me, and I won't overpay for a closer. And then sure enough, in TGFBI, what did I do? I could have hit Jeff Hoffman in the one round, and I'm like, you know what? I want Tanner Bybee. So I took Bybee, and then now luckily I was able to get, I think, Bednar in the 10th or the 11th. But so either I'm a liar or I just have to change my philosophy when I do my main event. But I because I do so much with it, I'm not worried about trying to find them, as Doug referenced. But at the same token, I do want to have a better foundation this year than I did last year, because it really hurt me in one of my mains. I just, again, I described it as I let my hubris get the best of me, and it bit me in the buns. So I'm trying to get better. All right. Favorite. This is a tough one because it can be in any different range. Favorite draft target this year was what Justin wanted us to discuss next. So Doug, I'll let you go first on this one. Let's try and make it somebody that wasn't in that first grouping I described all the way through pick 71 at Durand after that point.
Well, okay. So I was going to say Walker, but I guess he was in that first grouping.
He's going at pick 65. We're not. Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm aiming for, though, is the end of that first group. That's what I'm trying to do more than anything else.
All right. So you got Walker. Who's your favorite one to add with him?
I've been getting Romano. It's not like he's my favorite. It's just that where he's falling, I'm getting. I'm not. I don't have. I don't really care who it is. But if they're following where I want them, then that's what I get. I've gotten Kenley Jansen, I think, in TGFBI. I didn't get Romano, but I'm happy with that. I mean, that's okay with me. I'm Romano. I don't know why he isn't going a little higher than he is. Honestly, I don't think. I mean, I know Kirkering's great. He's great. But I'm not. I mean, unless somebody's super worried that he's hurt still. But the Phillies certainly aren't worried about it.
Yeah, I mean, if the Phillies really wanted Kirkering to do it, then they wouldn't have signed Romano.
Right.
So the biggest threat to him is Alvarado actually looks healthy and he's hitting 101 on the radar. So, we could see the thing where they do his little floating closer concept, and that will take some saves away from Romano, but I don't think it will. I assume, Doug, that you see him being in the Craig Kimbrell role from a couple years ago. Is that what you're?
Absolutely. That's exactly what I think. I mean, I just think he should be a little higher than he is, but that's, obviously I do, or I wouldn't be on my teams.
All right, Rick. So how about you after that first big run? You kind of hinted, but who's your ideal second reliever in whatever format you want to discuss?
Yeah, well, I mean, I also had picked Romano, but I'll pivot. I mean, just first on Romano, he's on average in DCs, he's like the 22nd, 23rd reliever. So yeah, he's like 180. He's in the same range as like a Justin Martinez, where there's still question marks. So yeah, I love Romano's value. He signed really quick with the Phillies. I feel like it's a chance for him to rehab his value this year and close out games. And they do have a lot of good bullpen pieces in front of him, but Romano's the one with the experience closing out games, and he's looked healthy in the spring so far. So I'm looking forward to Romano this year having a bounce back year. I guess, another guy, and I know Greg, you mentioned him last week, that he's still fallen back into that same secondary tier as Ryan Presley, where I think there is still some concern that Porter Hodge, and I've seen a lot of like on Cubs Twitter especially, they're kind of pushing the Porter Hodge train, but I just don't think that's where management and the baseball ops side of things are going. I think they brought Presley in to close out games for a year for them. Hodge is going to be a closer eventually, but it's not going to be this year. So seeing like Kenley Jansen go ahead of Kenley Jansen, Pete Fairbanks going ahead of Presley, I'm glad to take Presley at the back end of that second group of guys, where it's really, I think, like Presley and Romano are the best values in that group.
Yeah, I did a player profile on Recon for Presley on Saturday, and I surprised myself because I came out feeling more positive about him than I did going in, and that's even after the conversation we previously had, Rick. So, yeah, I have no issue with those guys. I'm really curious when all of these wonderful announcements are going to start happening, when managers, but Boston's already said, and we'll cover those in a moment, that they're not going to make an announcement till right near the end of spring training. So I think teams are waiting as long as they can. I still can't explain why the Rockies are using the guys in their closer competition in the ninth inning against minor league players, because how the hell do you assess them? But that's why they're the Rockies. So there's a lot of things, but it's trying, some teams are using their closer in like the third, fourth innings. They want them in against the starters. And then other teams are kind of running their structure based on how they might slot them in the game, but we don't know which one Torey Lovullo is doing. Is he doing it the first reliever in is who he sees as the closer for the day, or is he just going in order in how he felt the matchups would be in a real game situation? We don't know. It's going to be crazy when all of that shakes out. I've answered this one previously, and he was the one who really fell the furthest in the first main event. I've been wary of Robert Suarez all preseason, and I've said it numerous times. But Rick, is there one of the top tier closers? This is a question from Justin that you are avoiding.
Yeah, I think Suarez has kind of been the obvious one, and it's kind of good to see that was backed up by the draft last night. I'll go with Ryan Helsley. That was a guy I'm out of that first tier. I'm kind of avoiding Helsley. And it's not even that I'm concerned. The velo's down this spring, but his velo's been down, I think, every spring. It's kind of a thing with him. but just like the price in the 50s for you're not getting another 40 save season from him. Like the odds of that are very low. We don't even know if he's going to be closing games after the trade deadline. He's probably the most likely in this group to get traded. And just some of the peripheral data from last year, he allowed a lot of loud contact, really low ground ball rate. So I wouldn't be surprised if that home run rate jumps back up to his older rates. So I'm thinking he's more of like a ERA in the 3 to 3.5 range, whip closer to 1.15, 1.2, K rate around 30%, probably good for 30 saves, but that's just not like I don't know if that's a guy I pay up for in the 50s. Especially when there's other guys like Doug was saying, like you can wait a little bit longer, just get whoever falls in that group is more who I'm leaning towards, and it just hasn't been Helsley so far.
Interesting. Now, this is going to be an interesting thing going forward because there's some relievers that are airing it out, like Alvarado I quoted.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of relievers, Hader the other day, Diaz, Edwin Diaz. They're all kind of sitting 2 miles per hour below because they just want to work on their mechanics and they're just doing their thing. And Helsley threw with lower velocity last spring, he said on purpose, because he wanted to save his highest velocity bullets for the regular season, and he wanted sustainability so he could make it a full season. He didn't want to go all out too soon and run out of gas. So I think there's a little method. You can have your issues with Helsley. I just think he and a bunch of other relievers right now are just kind of sitting a little bit below their max and just kind of organically building up instead of trying to come out full tilt. Doug, is there somebody in that top tier I kind of cited that you are, even if he's there, you're passing over?
Well, I'm passing over a lot of them. I'll tell you what, I love Devin Williams. I got a Devin Williams shirt. I'm not paying, $45 for Devin Williams. I mean, he's great. He might be the best closer, but I'm not doing that. I mean, in the Yankees, so he'll probably get a lot of shot, a lot of hops. I'm not getting the first closer off the board. It isn't anything against Devin Williams. It's really where he's going.
Well, I think the Yankees have some concerns. I mean, we're going to say, all right, they're going to win all of these games. If the Garrett Cole injury is as bad as the quotes are hinting at, if you're starting the year without him and Heel in the rotation, and Max Fried, we all know is one pitch away from missing the rest of the season too. You could have 60% of your rotation out. I mean, the Yankees, okay, they could win that division, but if they lose Cole for an extended time and anything happens to Fried, they could finish in last. I mean, I don't think that's. Have you looked at their bench? I mean, have you looked at their bullpen past Bast Williams and Weaver? I mean, they might have sometimes Weaver or Williams loses a save chance because they can't get the ball to him. I think there's some issues with that roster construction with the Yankees. So that would back up you being a little wary about Williams. And I think you'd even state the most obvious thing. The guy missed time last year because he had stress fractures in his back. A back injury can re-present itself on a bad night's sleep. So, it's a high risk, high reward pick, but man, I don't know that I'd be willing to pay the full freight at that Williams rate. So, as you can tell, we're going to get into some of these situations that everybody kind of wants to talk about, and some things are filling up on the side here with some questions. And I had a quote queued up here about Mr. because we're going to talk about Boston first. And thankfully I was able to watch his outing right before we got on here. It wasn't pretty. He came in with a 1-run lead. He threw 15 pitches, 11 strikes. The Atlanta announcers were quoting 94, 95. One pitch was at 96. Unfortunately, it was a double off of the fence. So he did get 4 whiffs, but 2 of them were against Jake Marisnick. So you take that with a grain of salt. But the issue is now after 4 outings, he's given up 11 hits, 2 of which are home runs, which gives us a nice 2.75 whip in 4 innings. And I know this is a small sample size, and I know it's spring training, and I know it's not the same juice. But with this Boston thing, they said they're going to wait. So are we talking about Hendricks? Are we talking about Chapman? Or are we talking about Slayton? Now Slayton just got whatever's going around, whatever in the clubhouse that caused a couple of guys to lose 10 pounds. So that's bad news for Slayton. But hopefully we can stymie it. But this was a scout's thoughts from Mass Live. I'm going to read them right to you. I hate to look down during a live stream, but I want to put it out there. He was disappointing the other day. That's not to say I'm overly surprised about that. Slayton probably has the best stuff back there, but with Hendricks and Chapman, it will probably get worked out. But it will shock me if at the end of this, Liam Hendricks is their closer. The stuff is not crisp, and there's so many misses over the plate. And when he's in the zone, it's going to be interesting to see. I had him at 93, 94, which is where he was at again today. The cutter was okay, not great. And it's got to be really good if you're throwing the fastball where he is right now. It's early. If you can get back to 95, 96, things might change. But right now, it's a pretty rough look. That's from a scout. So we'll let you go first on this one, Doug.
Well, I mean, I don't know why anybody's surprised by that. I mean, the guy hasn't pitched in a couple of years, and, you got to see it before you can believe it. And it's, relievers take a long time to ramp up too. So a part of it is, they're just trying to get their command together. And if they, if they're faster and better at that, they're probably starters. So, I'm not on Hendricks by any stretch. I haven't seen anything to make me think I want him on my roster. And then everything you said is negative. So that's not helpful to Hendricks being on my roster. And Boston has options. I mean, Aroldis Chapman is actually left-handed, but pretty good. And Slayton, I think, is good too. Although if he's going to be out, with this, then that might set him back a little. I would throw Garrett Whitlock out there as a dark horse as well. I think he's really good. So they have options. I think they want it to be Hendricks, and they're trying to wait, and so they don't have, But at the end of the day, if he's not getting it done, they'll just turn the page and use somebody else. But it wouldn't shock me for Chapman to get the first save op at all. It wouldn't shock me for Whitlock or Slayton to get the first. So it's trouble. I mean, if you're out there buying Slayton, going, "Oh, Hendricks stinks, so I'm getting Slayton," that could burn you too. I just don't like these kind of mixed up mess of a bullpen where you don't know what you're getting. I don't want to handcuff four guys together. If I'm getting one guy, it's Chapman, but geez whiz, I really screwed up my draft at that point.
Yeah, Chapman's last year he was very streaky. I mean, his first half wasn't very good, and in the second half he was fantastic. And I know we remember the 9 saves in September, but I don't know that the walk percentage can stay at that level or is maintainable. That'll be interesting. Rick, do you have anything other than what Doug said about Boston?
I just reiterating that I'm completely out on Hendricks at this point. It's not like this was his first time on a mound this spring. Like he was on the mound in minor league games in September. So the fact that he's still 93, 94, and this might be like a conspiracy theory, but the Red Sox have not allowed him to pitch when there's been any sort of StatCast data available. It's the one guy in the Red Sox we still have no data on. Which is frustrating, but I don't know if he's still 90. I mean, he was at 97.5 when he was good. He was never, like the scout said, 95, 96. He was never at 95, 96 being effective. So I'm just really, the fact that he's got to really ramp it up really quick. And I just don't see that happening. I was all in on Slayton until this illness, which, you said caused Roman Anthony to lose 10 pounds in the past 2 weeks. So I don't know if Slayton's going to be ready for opening day. Chapman is probably the most, he's got the best stuff in that bullpen, but I think Luis Guerrero's got the second best stuff. I just don't know. He's only got 10 MLB innings. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't trust his command.
Trust him. Yeah, so
I can't see him leapfrogging Slayton and Whitlock and Chapman.
Yeah.
If he's pitching in the 6th inning, it's a win for Guerrero this year. Right
Definitely
after that day, you and I were
list,
talking about him.
It's good to keep it, because you never know what it's going to look like in June, right? Exactly.
Right. So it's at the end of the day, there's like 6 names. It's really a headache. I mean, I don't hate taking Slayton, because he's still pretty cheap and he's going on past pick 400. So if you want to take a flyer on him,
his ADP has really sunk actually.
Yeah,
the last
I know
from February compared to January, it's gone down. So
right.
Yes, we can see all those things. I as Dave has been saying in there. Hey, Dave, good to see you, buddy. Dave McDonald, who we've seen that mountain of a man out at Arizona before as well. I agree. On day one, it's probably Chapman. And then I feel like this is a team I'm going to be writing about a lot this year. I don't think it's going to be one person just takes it and runs away with it. I think the baton's going to change a couple of times. Now, with the White Sox, is there even a baton? Now, the good news is we do have Mike Clevenger is going to make his spring debut today. I don't know if it's at a StatCast park, but he is going to work as a reliever. We won't talk about the work he does off of the field because he's probably not a great human being. But we have to talk about closers. And with Prelander Baroa out for the year, it looks like Shane Smith is probably going to force his way into the rotation as much as we'd like to see him maybe be a one-inning guy for them. That could happen as the year goes on. Once he reaches innings limits, they might do like the first year with Crochet and kind of put him in the bullpen at the end to save his innings if they want to do that sort of a thing. I don't know what his cap would be on the season. And they sent down that kid who had the nice 2-inning save yesterday, which took 6 strikeouts, but they want him to work as a starter, which I totally understand. The White Sox don't need to take one of their best pitching prospects and put him in the bullpen at this juncture. So, anyways, I think it's your turn first here, Doug. Do you think Clevenger could be a closer? I mean, they did this thing last year with Kopech, and they were kind of all over the place with his usage patterns and things of that nature. And then they finally built up enough value to trade him. I feel like last year when I had Kopech, I would have him in the lineup. He would have a blown save and piss me off. I would bench him, and then the next week he would save 2 games, and I'm like kicking rocks. So he was very, very frustrating to roster. I don't think Clevenger owns the same strikeout upside, but what say you?
I'm out on everything White Sox. I'd rather punt saves than get a White Sox reliever. I don't care who it is. I mean, I listen, the White Sox don't win a lot of games to begin with. So, you got a lead coming into the 6th, 7th inning. Now you got to use the guy who's not your best reliever, like, good Lord, who's that? And it's just bad from there. I can name names and talk about how bad their strikeout to walk ratios are. I'm not going to waste my time. They just suck, and that's the end. I mean, I don't get one.
Rick?
That's more or less my advice as well. I guess is Jordan Leisure a post hype guy? Because
he had a good outing the other day. He was having a good velo, but we were all on that train last year, and we all know where that got us, Bumpkus. So as bad as they are, they did have a bunch of save. They had as many save opportunities as a few other teams. They just couldn't get the ball to the 9th inning. It's kind of a disaster out there. So we'll just move on to another really, really fun situation, the Detroit Tigers. All right. So we had the chaos at the end of the year. Jason Foley was their leader in saves with, I think, 28 in the regular season, and then only made 1 appearance in the postseason, getting passed over for all their leverage situations for Bo Brieski and Will Vest. Tyler Holton, we all know, is going to start one day, get a save the next day, and pitch the 6th inning on the next day. So, if you take Tyler Holton, you kind of know what you're going to get. And then waiting in the wings, we have Alex Lang, who's on the 60-day IL with command issues, but probably the best swing and miss stuff of anybody in this bullpen. So it's your turn to go first, Rick. Where do you land on the AJ Hinch carousel?
I'm staying away from Jason Foley because his ADP is still going on. It's, I think, 293 in DC.
Everyone's looking at 28 saves last year.
Yeah, and I mean
the people who are taking him, I assume, at least.
Yeah, right.
Not his strikeouts per appearance or anything of that.
We had 11 saves in September, and then didn't get used in the postseason. I'd probably stay away from this. But if you're desperate, Bo Brieski would be the guy I would target. His strikeout rate was not good last year, but I think it's just more of an adjustment thing with his fastball. He was locating his fastball at the bottom of the zone more than almost any other reliever. And he's got a good fastball. It's got good IVB on it, good velo. So if he just locates that a little bit, more up in the zone, he's got a pretty good slider and changeup too. I think Brieski could be their best swing and miss guy because they don't have a ton of swing and miss in that bullpen.
Which is the ironic part. All off season, I read every article saying, "Oh, the Tigers are going to target swing and miss relievers."
Right, and
John Brebbia and Tommy Conley.
Yeah, I guess Brebbia kind of is, but he's not good enough to, I don't even know if he's going to
Yeah, well,
carve
if
out
they,
a
if
role
they
there.
don't whiff, you're going to get a hurt neck.
Yeah, so I like Brisky kind of, but I don't, I'm not paying up too much for him. He's going in like the 400 range, which is fine. But yeah, it's not a ton to get excited for here.
All right, Doug. You've been a
All
ray of
right.
sunshine so far. Who do you like in Detroit?
Well, you're giving me. I mean, let's talk about some of these good bullpens, and I'll be a ray of sunshine. But come on,
I didn't make the script.
I will tell you what, the Tigers. If I were a Tigers fan, I would live off of last year and be thrilled with last year. I don't think you're going to get that this year. I think I 100% agree that I don't want Jason Foley. The guy doesn't even have a 20% strikeout rate, much less strikeout minus walk rate. It's like 10% projected. I mean, that is White Sox territory. It's awful. So I don't want Foley at all. Good ground ball rate. You know who else has a good ground ball rate is Conley, and Conley's better than Foley. So I'm interested in how they use Conley vis-a-vis Foley. I mean, they're kind of the similar guys. I like Holton just fine. Lefty, he'll play all up and down and he'll get some wins and some saves. He's not going to be the guy though. So if you're going for the saves, he's not a guy for you. If you're going for a guy who throws 70 innings and gets you a little bit of everything, he is that guy. Belbrieski is just. I don't know. I mean, he's a multi-inning guy last year. If they just make him the guy, maybe he's a lot better. Maybe he cuts down what he's throwing and just throws things that he's good at, and he gets more whiffs or something like that. But looking just at the projected stats based on last year, I don't love him either. But you got to pick somebody, right? So maybe he's that guy. But he's not expensive either. So, that's not terrible. I mean, he's going about the same place Holton, I think, is going, pretty close anyway. It wouldn't suck to get both of those guys in a DC. It would probably be bad to get either of them in a main event.
Yeah, it's the format's really going to dictate how you handle a lot of these relievers, especially on these teams with the very unsettled situations. This one feels like it's more straightforward. I believe Ann Rodgers updated that Carlos Estevez will do live BP Tuesday and start ramping up to appear in a spring game. He injured his back. Of course, we all know he's got his little celebration there at the end and all those wonderful things. So Doug can go first on this one. More saves at the end of the year, Estevez or Erceg. That's what everybody's kind of. I was aboard the Lucas Erceg train until the team signed Carlos Estevez. So that kind of, that took the rainbow and sunshine away from that one.
Yeah, I mean, this is the classic setup. Erceg is a better pitcher, much better pitcher. And I think that typically that wins out over the course of a long season. The projections say it's Estevez, but I don't agree with it. I think it's going to be Erceg at the end of the year. But I do think they're both going to get some share. It will start out as Estevez, and then at some point switch over, and you're going to get some percentage of the Royals saves, which it's not a full share of saves, but that's the way it goes. And that's if you're me and you're Erceg, that's optimistic too, because who knows when that day is. Estevez has gotten saves in the past. It's just he's not as good, and
I get that, but.
I'm Erceg.
Well, I think Erceg's the better pitcher too, but I also think that the team recognizes that they're going to put him against the best lineup pocket, whether it's the 7th, the 8th, or the 9th.
Well, they always start out saying that, but if your guy's like at a 15%, strikeouts minus walks, that goes downhill quick. Like that doesn't work all the time, especially if you only got a couple of guys like that. I think Hunter Harvey is probably, better. I just think
he's burned me too many times. I'm done with Hunter.
What's that? Yeah, because he gets hurt. Right at the moment.
He's burned me too many. I'm like, he's going to take over. Finnegan's not going to be the closer, and it's always Finnegan. Yes. So I'm done. Harvey's the guy behind the guy. I'm done with him.
My point being though that I don't think Estevez is really the better skill set to be. Like when you want leverage guys, he's not quite that guy. He just isn't. I mean, guys go through stretches where they get a string of saves in a year, but that doesn't mean the next year is going to be the same if their skill set's the same.
Rick?
I don't. I think Estevez leads the team in saves, but it might be like 20 for him, 15 for Urseg, and I don't know. I just kind of want to avoid this situation because it's not like Urseg's coming at a huge discount either right now. If he was going a little bit later, I might be more interested, but he's still going early 200s, and I've seen, I think in the NFBC or TGFBI league, he went like in the 110 range.
That was
Yeah,
I think that was my league. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
No, I'm
so-
serious. I saw the pick and I was like,
Yeah, right.
either that person knows someone in the front office that none of us else do, or or it was just they were just drafting off of the ADP.
They're drafting off the ADPs from November or something.
Yeah, that's quite possible. It was. Yeah, I was shocked.
Because yes, I mean Estevez, he should be ready for opening day with that. It's a minor back injury, but yeah, I think both their ADPs are too high for me. It's kind of like the Dodgers situation, but this is the Royals we're talking about, so I'm just probably going to stay away from the two of them.
Yeah, like I said, Doug was arguing semantics with me. I agree, Urseg's the better reliever. I just think the team sees him. They see the value in him being they can put him in whatever inning they want in the biggest spot. They're not going to save him for the 9th inning. That's what they got Estevez for. And
he's still arbitration eligible.
Estevez is right. Estevez is not the better reliever, but they paid him $11 million to get saves. So even if it's a 22-13 split with Estevez being at the lead, I think at the end of the season he's going to get more saves. It doesn't mean he's going to have better ratios. It doesn't mean he'll have more strikeouts. It just means they're gonna plug and play Urseg where it suits them best to try and win a ball game. And that's frustrating. We can write all year about saying, oh, it should be Urseg, but it doesn't mean that's going to happen. And it's happened time and time again with other situations. And
yeah, I'm not even. I don't disagree at all. In fact, I don't even disagree with the idea of using Urseg as a highest leverage reliever in the optimal situation. I guess what I think is that Estevez will spit the bit, and then when he does, the Royals are going to have to do something. They can't just sit there and let him suck, so they got to do something else. And when they do, Urseg is the easy plug.
All right, so we've got Chris Martin. Projected to be the opening day closer in Texas. He is no spring chicken, and he's had injury issues, so we don't know if we're going to get a full season out of him. We'll start with Rick on this one. How are you handling Texas?
Well, I think the good news here is at least all the options are cheap, so you can kind of throw your darts at whoever you want late in drafts. And whoever does win this role, I mean, Texas is not, they're going to get a good amount of save opportunities. So I'd probably just wait to see who's left. I've liked Garcia's stuff. I know from the left side, it might be a little bit different since he's easily their best lefty option. Martin's the veteran, but I mean, I'm really starting to buy into the Mark Church hype. I usually stay away from the prospect type relievers when it comes to closers. But the way that Bochy, Bruce Bochy's at least talked highly about Church and like, hey, maybe he breaks camp in a high leverage role. We'll see.
Well, he's spoken highly of him and Teatto, but there's one caveat: neither one has ever pitched on back-to-back days.
Yeah, there's
neither one.
Yeah.
I'm not. I mean, at least Teatto has an excuse because he was a starter last year. Church, with all of his things, I mean, he's had a litany of injury issues. It feels like this is almost like Lucy holding the football wrong. Be like, oh my God, Mark Church is actually doing really well. He's lighting up the radar gun. This might be his year. And then we're going to take him and then he's going to get like 2 or 3 saves and then be done.
Yeah.
No, I hate saying things like that, but it's not like these guys suddenly get healthy. So we'll see. No, it's going to be curious. I know Martin's the guy. What's really been surprising is like Luke Jackson has actually looked really good.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, interesting. So, I mean, that we all know Bochy loves veterans, so there might be a chance that Jackson's picking up a few ancillary saves here and there as well if things go aside. I think at some point they're going to have to really bite the bullet and make Teatto a reliever full-time, and I think the sooner they do it, the better. I just think eventually, I don't know if he's ready to be the guy on a team that thinks it has World Series aspirations, but if he comes in and he has like the Mariano Rivera rookie season where he's getting a bunch of people out in like the 7th and 8th inning, and then next year he takes over, that would not be a surprise to me at all.
Yeah, I agree with that. I still, he's only thrown 2 pitches. He still only has 2 pitches. I don't know why they're still holding out hope for him as a starter, because they could definitely use him right away in that bullpen. And I think, mid-season,
I think they're going to break camp and be like, okay, he needs to go learn how to work on back-to-back days and ramp up. I think it's time to make that change. They've got enough with Leiter, Kumar, and some other interesting arms coming through the system that they need to make that switch. I don't want to bore everybody, so let's move over to Arizona. We got Justin Martinez, Doug, that can hit 101 miles per hour, but there's days like the other day where he has no idea where it's going. Of course, this also happens to Pete Fairbanks, and he's appreciably older. We have AJ Puck, who's a lot of people's darling. He's a ratio stud. Had a terrific second half of the season last year. Unfortunately, he kind of got penned into that highest leverage reliever role last year and was never really given the chance to close games. And right up until the end of the season, there was like 1 or 2, I think he got a chance at. And then we have, no one's talking about Kevin Ginkel, but Torey Lovullo keeps talking about him. So we have to talk about Kevin Ginkel, but he was a closer early on when Sewald was out. And then when Sewald lost his job, then they kind of moved towards Martinez. So I don't know if that was a passing of the torch. So Doug, how are you handling this wonderful Arizona situation?
Well, I think it's going to be similar to what they did at the end of the year. I think that AJ Puck is a perfectly excellent ice leverage reliever. He's comfortable in that role. He's excellent at it. He can get a save anytime they need him to. I think they want to use Martinez. I think he's going to be one of those guys who can't find the strike zone on time. So, it might be he might have a terrible first couple of weeks of the year. You might see both Puck and Ginkel or somebody, unusual get a couple saves in there as that happens. But I think that over time, Martinez will get it together and he'll be that guy. But, you have to put up probably with a couple of really bad weeks first. But that's how I see it. I think Ginkel is perfectly capable too, by the way. It's not like he's not capable. So if Martinez really, really never gets it together, then they'll have to regroup and do something else. But no, I don't see Puck being the main closer like a lot of people would like him to be, purely because he's such a great ratio pitcher, lefty. You put him where you can use him as a weapon. I mean, I think he's that guy.
Yeah, Rick and I had this debate on a different show, and I was just bringing out, I was like, if Shohei Ohtani's hitting in the 7th and the Diamondbacks are up by 1, odds are they're probably going to use him there and hope they don't have to face him again in the 9th. It's going to be hard for him because of how that's structured, and especially because when they're head to head with LA, they got to win those games if they want to try and make the playoffs. I mean, they missed the playoffs last year by 1 game, so that's one better decision in one of those games where they overuse Martinez or they let Sewald stay in there and get another save chance when we all knew he was done at that point last year with his velocity way down. Rick, I know you're a Puck guy, but should people in saves plus holds leagues be paying more attention to Dre Jameson?
Yeah, I mean, someone like a Jameson who can give you a little bit more length and help with ratios and strikeouts. Always looking for those failed starters who, trying to reclaim their value as a reliever. That's typically where we're looking at for save holds guys. It's those failed starters. So Jameson's definitely an interesting one to keep an eye on there, because once you get past that Puck, Ginkel, Martinez trio, it kind of opens up to where, like, is Joe Mantiply going to have holds value? Is Ryan Thompson going to have holds value? So there's an opening there. There's an opening there for that, like, secondary.
I'm old enough to remember when people were bidding over $100 on Ryan Thompson last year, and every article on Recon was like, "Don't be that guy." So
right,
thankfully we got that one right. I was like, please don't do that. All right, we're almost running out of time. See, I get with you guys and we're talking. It's fun. I just whatever. So we'll go a little quicker if we have to. But Colorado. So we've got 3 guys throwing with velocity. I hinted at they're doing very strange usage patterns in the spring games. Do you have a horse in this race, Rick? I know you said Seth earlier, so I assume that's where you're leaning.
Yeah, I'm kind of. I thought there would be a little bit more of a a raise in his ADP. It's just kind of stagnant in the 300 range, and especially with the manager talking about him as a potential closer with Victor Vodnik, and I think Halverson's the better option there. And I think it's just because it's the Rockies, and like if this was any other team, I feel like we'd be talking about Halverson being the next Mason Miller. He's got.
Well, he throws hard, but he doesn't get the whiffs.
I know he's lacking.
If Halverson was striking out 2 or 3 every outing this spring, you would see that ADP spike. I think people get nervous about contact and Colorado relievers. I think that's we want somebody that can get you those strikeouts when we need them. I mean, it's nice that he's working on the sinker and they'll get him more ground balls. But again, if you have a bad BABIP day, that can go very badly in Coors Field. So I think that partly explains why. I think if he says, hey, Halverson's my guy, then obviously that will alter some of the ADP. But people have been so wary of Rockies relievers since Daniel Bard's awesome season that it makes it tough to trust. Doug, do you have any thoughts on the Rockies bullpen?
Well, you probably can guess. I don't want any of them. I don't want Halverson. I don't want Vodnik. I certainly don't want Kinley. The guy who strikes out a lot of guys is the lefty, Luis Peralta, but I don't think he'll close. I mean, he'll be a guy who's just thrown in there when they need to get a lefty out. So I don't want any of them. I'd rather punt saves than have them. They're not as bad as the White Sox, but they're not.
Well, at least these guys all throw in the high 90s.
They all throw hard, but they don't strike anybody out. So, I mean, Halverson has a 25% strikeout rate projected. I'm not real impressed by that for a guy who throws that hard.
Right.
He was at 28.3% last year. It was only 12 innings, but he did have a 40% K rate in AAA last year. So,
well, if he's playing in AAA, I'm taking him. But if he's playing in the majors,
I mean, we've spoken about the chasm in talent between AAA and the majors now. It makes it very hard to judge those things. But yeah, I get it. Again, I'd love it if he starts showing more swing and miss stuff, and even now he's facing minor league guys, and he's still not getting the whiffs. I mean,
if you have to,
I'm watching KBB and pitches. I'm not watching all the other. I don't care what his ERA is in the spring. Is he striking guys out? Is his stuff looking good? And can he compete? That's what I want to see. I was really big on Jaden Hill last year. I still think he's a sleeper in this conversation. I'm not ready to write him off out of all of this. He's not going to start with it, but he could work himself in the conversation around about July or August if all these other guys cannot handle it. All right. I don't see the big debate with the Dodgers. I know Justin put it on here, but I want to skip to the Marlins and we'll come back to the Dodgers if we have time. Because I mean, you don't pay all that money to Tanner Scott just to put a Lamborghini in the driveway when you got a save situation. So the Marlins, this is another one where it hasn't been. I mean, Tinoco and Fauché don't really have great swing and miss stuff. All right, now, Doug, don't give me the cop out. I'm not taking anyone in this bullpen. Gun to your head, you had to pick Fauché, Tinoco, or Bender as the save leader. Who is it?
I would handcuff Fauché and Tinoco. That's what I would do. But if I couldn't do that and I only had to take one, gun to my head, I would take the one who is lower in the ADP.
So then Bender.
Tinoco.
I like Bender. I actually like Bender. I think Bender is way under the radar because he was hurt so much. But I think Bender's as
he was
good
coming
as
back from an injury last year. Yeah.
Well, if you look at their underlying stats, their strikeouts and walks and all that, they're very similar, and they come at it a different way. But their numbers are all very, very similar. I like Bender very much. But I'm not. I mean, come on. Like it better be a draft champions if I'm taking any of these guys.
Rick.
I'm leaning Tinoco. I think Craig Mish put something out, and he's one of the more locked-in beat writers. He's leaning.
Wow. I love Craig, but last year he told me it was Andrew Nardi.
That is true. I know he's been wrong on the closer situation before.
Again, I love Craig. He's an awesome person. I love Craig with everything I have, but I had a lot of egg on my face when I was telling people Nardi. I'm like, Craig told me Nardi.
So maybe it will be Fauché then. No, I like Tinoco's stuff better than Fauché's. I would go Tinoco or Bender if I'm taking anyone here. I'm just kind of out on Fauché.
Yeah, I said in our other thing, I'm Team Bender. So yeah. I'm happy Doug is with me, even though Doug's only saying it because he's the cheapest guy available. But I watched all three of them. They went in sequence the other day. Bender struck out the side. Tinoco, his command was a little spotty, and Fauché gave up a home run to a minor leaguer. I just, Fauché kind of did it with smoke and mirrors for me last year. I just don't know that his stuff is sustainable in the ninth inning. He did what they needed him to do before he had ended the year on the IL. I just don't see him as being like a lockdown guy and things of that nature. All right, so I think we agree that Tanner Scott's going to lead the Dodgers. Who's going to come in second in saves? Trinan, Yates, or other? Rick?
Probably. It could be other. I would go with Trinan just because Yates is still going and like way too high for me. And the way they've talked, Roberts has talked about that situation is he's really mentioning Scott and Trinan. So I'd rather just wait 200 picks and take Trinan instead of, take a chance on Yates just because he had a really good season with Texas last year. I'm Scott or Trinan. Yeah.
How about you, Doug?
I'm Trinan. I think Trinan was great at the end of the year last year.
Yeah.
And I think that as long as he's healthy, he's going to be great. I mean, if I were the Dodgers, I'll tell you what I think about the Dodgers is I want to know, like, if it was like the Premier League, could they just like loan a couple of those guys to the White Sox and the Rockies or something? I mean, get paid, some money. It wouldn't even hurt them because those teams are so bad. They wouldn't like make the playoffs or something.
If we're going to bring relegation in, then yes.
And then when the playoffs come, you get them back. Yeah.
All right, let me go through the questions here. I didn't see a whole lot of. All right, someone asked if we think Romano remains the Phillies closer all season.
If he's healthy.
Define closer.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think he is. All right, so if we just put a number in the air that the Phillies will have 40 saves this year, over under 22.5 for Romano. Doug?
I'd say he's going to get 24.
So he's over. Rick?
I'd go over too. I think, if there's like a pocket of lefties in the ninth, they'll probably have Strom or Alvarado ready. But for most often, I think Romano gets the chance.
Nice. All right. So I got a couple of extra minutes here. I do have all of the stuff here. So from rounds 21 on last night in the main event, I'm gonna read names, and don't take Adam or Uceda because they're obvious. So I'm going to skip over them. All right. So Fauché went 311, Griffin Jacks 327, Foley 330, which I still don't understand. Weaver 351, Halverson 354, Kirkring 355, Cade Smith 375. And then the last 5 rounds was Hodge, Doval, Kopech, Alvarado, Tinoco, Trinan, Slayton, Robertson, Bender, that was a reliever recon guy, Cano, and Estrada. If you could pick one of those relievers to get 10 or more saves this year, who is it and why? Rick?
I'll stick with the guys we talked about in Halverson and Tinoco just because those guys have a better chance at saves early on. The other guys are great for ratios. Depends on your team context. Like I would rather Cade Smith than Seth Halverson, but if I need saves at that point, I'll probably go with someone like Halverson or Tinoco.
Okay.
I'm getting a guy on Fab. I mean, I don't.
You're just gonna let it ride? Take 2 closers and let it rip? Yeah, you can.
If it's main event, I'm probably skipping all of that. If it's draft champions, I've already thrown darts at a few of those guys. I mean, that's how I look at it. I just don't want. I mean, I can get an actual guy in main event where those guys are going. Why would I want to spend it on a maybe? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I said don't say Adam or Uceda because they're obvious, and I've been on team Jason Adam for a little bit here. Because the Padres are going to want to shed that 10. They don't want Suarez to pick up that 10 million option at the end of the season, so they're going to jettison him. So at some point they're going to shed that salary because they know that they can fill in the bullpen with other people. Elect Jacob and other people are going to come in and start doing the 6th and 7th innings so they can move up Estrada and move up Adam to the 9th inning if they so need. And if their season goes off the rails, they could trade Jason Adam. I mean, you could see a whole bullpen evolution here depending on how their season goes, which we can't.
Well, I thought we weren't allowed to take Jason Adam.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that's why we can't. That's why I said we couldn't take him. Someone in the comments wanted us to talk about the highest leverage reliever that we kind of hinted at. He said, early in the season, it kind of whoever gets comfortable and then the HLR solidifies. Yes and no. It kind of depends on how that person is structured in that team. Like, the nice thing that the Phillies can do is they have Strom now. They can put in the 6th or the 7th, and they can still have Alvarado come in against the toughest lefties in the 8th inning, and that makes life easier for Romano in the 9th. And you've got Kerkering going after the right-handers in that 7-8 pocket. So Kerkering and him can kind of share the HLR thing and stabilize that bullpen and shorten up games, especially when Walker's pitching. But, that's just – I think the HLRs are a little bit more firmed right now entering the season. I think sometimes they get displaced, but I think those roles are kind of preset by the managers.
Yeah, it's easy to figure out who it is when they have one because they don't have enough relievers to have more than one. Some of these teams like the Rays typically, or like the Tigers late last year, they're just playing matchups. That's really what they're doing. They're saying when that guy comes into the game, these are the guys he has to get out. And he's focusing on those 3 or 4 batters, and he's making sure that those guys don't get on base against him. That's the role. And so if you have a team like Arizona and they have AJ Puck, they're basically saying those big left-handed, batters on the Dodgers, or that's what he's aimed at. Exactly. He's aimed at those guys. And so whenever they come in the game or whenever they think is the leverage moment, that's when he's going to pitch. And that's what Urseg is supposed to be for the Royals too. I mean, this is the idea. If you have a team though that has multiple options, you might have 3 different guys who are out there to get those couple of guys, and that's their role. So, and some teams, the White Sox, it doesn't matter what they do. It really doesn't matter. Just throw them in whatever, because they're all bad, and the batters are better. So, I mean, that's the problem.
Yeah. Star Platinum got here late, but we already discussed that none of us believe Jason Foley is the closer for Detroit. We don't know who the closer is for Detroit. AJ Hinch may not know who the closer is for Detroit. So just let somebody else deal with it. All right. So
can I just say something about that too? If it is Foley on opening day, don't sit there and think that that's still a guy on April 15th. I mean, that happens all the time.
Yeah. I don't know why. I just feel like at some point Alex Lang is going to be in the conversation. It's crazy. I know it's bananas. I just all the stuff I read.
The rest of them are all the same. They got their role. Like Holden's role is actually pretty set, I think, and it's not that dissimilar from Puck in that way. And I think Brieski's role has been multiple innings. So if they want to keep those guys in those roles, then they'll stay in those roles. I think Connolly's interesting. I think what they do with him, he's like Foley, but a little better.
Yeah.
Speaking of a little better, Justin Mason has returned.
There's our eye in the sky.
There we go. It was a great hour, you guys. Really appreciate you all coming on every year and just crushing the closer section of Podapallooza. I want to give you guys an opportunity to promote yourselves real quick and let people know where they can find you at. So, Greg, why don't you lead us off?
You can't find me anywhere. I don't do anything. I'm the laziest person in the industry.
That's not true.
All right. So the handle you see on the thing, that's the same on Twitter and Blue Sky. I straddle the line and go in both areas. So whatever. I do a weekly column at The Athletic. Reliever Recon is on Patreon. It's only $5 a month. I think it's a pretty easy investment. I think between yesterday and today, there's been, I think, at least 6 posts. I don't know. I got a little frisky yesterday doing player profiles. I kind of got in a rhythm. I already have ADP assessment from the main event put up, an article for our people. So anyways, and then I also run Closer Monkey. So I just been transitioning some of the things and how we deliver the information over there. But that site is going to start updating daily starting tomorrow. So we got a lot of things happening. So you can find my work in many, many places and once a week on The Athletic as well.
What about you, Doug?
Doug Dennis. I work for Baseball HQ. I just write a weekly bullpen column there and then fill in any other way that they see fit. You can find me on Blue Sky, Doug Dennis at bluesky.social. And just big ups to both Greg and Rick. They do a great job in this industry. I've been around a long time, and both of them are stellar. So if you want to know about bullpens, you can follow either one of them, and they got you covered.
There you go. And Rick, close us out.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter or Blue Sky at I am Rick Graham. Working over at Pitcher List, we'll have some updated closer rankings, holds rankings, save plus hold rankings in the coming weeks. So, yeah, it was great talking. Doug and Greg are, great. They're the legends in this closing business, so it's always great getting on to talk with them.
And Rick is wearing a beautiful
I am.
TGFBI shirt. Love the support there. You can get a TGFBI shirt for this year by going to rotoware.com, and I will show it off real quick because it is very pretty once again. And proceeds from that will be going to Fantasy Cares as well. Thank you guys so much for joining Podapallooza this year. I'm going to boot you out unceremoniously as I get ready to bring in this next crew, and I'll take the TGFBI shirt off of there as well. We are raising money for Fantasy Cares. It has been a fantastic weekend. We've raised over $6,500 at this point through Podapallooza, TGFBI, and TGFBI satellite participants. Really appreciate everyone who has been donating, everybody who's been watching, everybody who's been a part of these panels, everybody doing their part to make sure we have a successful weekend. And let's keep it going. We still have a few more hours left in the day, left in the weekend, and we're going to have some more fantastic panels. But go to donorbox.org/TGFBI-2025 to donate, and you will be entered in to win amazing prizes like a subscription to Reliever Recon. Baseball HQ donated a bunch of stuff, including some forecasters, subscriptions, and things like that. And there's much, much more available, just like TGFBI entries for next year. Every $1,000 that we raise, I'll give away a spot in TGFBI for the next season. So far we've got 6 spots to give away. So hopefully we can hit maybe that $7,000 mark before the end of Podapallooza, and we can give away another spot in TGFBI for next year, as well as jerseys and bobbleheads, all sorts of stuff. Let's bring in our next crew. Sam, my friend, has been on a ton, doing some hosting duties. He's going to host again this hour. We also have Michael and Jake. I'll pass it over to Sam, and he can take it from here.
You're muted. You're muted.
You're muted.
Thank you, Justin. Oh, man, I feel terrible. I was burping in the studio, so I didn't want anybody to have to deal with my Sunday fun that I'm having here in the office. We are here raising money for charity, and we're also here to talk about fantasy baseball. I've got some really sharp minds here, so I'm excited to hear what you guys think about TGFBI ADP and just about ADP in general, how that affects drafting. On the screen to my right, I've got Michael Rip or Ripe?
Ripe.
Ripe. Oh, man, I screwed it up both ways. I got Michael Ripe, and then below me, I've got Jake Crumpler. I've actually met Jake. We met each other at FPAS the last couple of years. He's a huge Prince fan and a super sharp dude, so I'm excited to talk to both of you. Michael, start off. Why don't you tell people where they can find you and what you're working on real quick?
Yeah, for sure. Well, first off, I mean, look at the hair in this group right here. Together, you guys form just a rock star. Yeah.
Whoa.
I'm just, man, too clean shaven. But yeah, anyways, it's great to be here, Michael Rippey. It's my second year doing TGFBI. I'm excited. You can find all my stuff on X at Michael Rippey. And of course, I'm part of Wolf Sports and Sports as a Service. You can find my content there. Just a pleasure to be here talking TGFBI ADP. One of my favorite experiences. So glad to be here for the next hour with you guys.
Very nice. Very nice. Jake?
I'm glad to be on. I think this is my third year on Palooza. So pumped to be here. I cannot believe I have to follow up Rick. Probably one of the worst things to happen to me this year was on the previous panel. So to deal with my podcast co-host me up or whatever. But you can follow me on Twitter at Jake Crumpler on Twitter. A guy I work over at Pitcher List and Baseball HQ.
I don't know if anybody else is picking that up. It seems like you're double tapping every time you talk. It's going forward and backward 3 seconds. I don't know if that's your headphones or...
That was impressive, actually. I was like,
yeah. I thought we were getting into a hip hop show. Like, I like that. That was great.
It's a remix.
Jake Crumpler was coming in with the Prince Funk, the Minneapolis sound.
I think I should leave and come back.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I hate to tell you that, but bye-bye, and I'll see you in a minute. Justin, you're going to have to help us out. Hopefully you're not gone away to go
Oh
pee
yeah,
and whatnot.
let him back in.
Yeah, he's going to have to let
I'm
him
still
back
here.
in.
Don't worry. So I can pop in anytime I want.
All right. I love that. It's like Big Brother looking at us, making sure we're all safe and keeping us in line. So it's wonderful stuff. I wanted to talk about Crumpler because Crumpler, I believe, finished 11th or 12th overall last year in TGFBI. He had a great season. I was in the 50s. There's Jake. Let's hear if we get you. Is it hip hop Jake or is it just straight away?
Straight Jake, hopefully.
That's a little bit better. Why don't you tell people where they can find you again? Let's do that without the sound effects.
You can find me on Twitter at Jake and on Blue Sky at the same thing. Going.
You are still doubling.
That is so weird. I've never had that happen. All right. Well, let's figure something out. I'll be back. You guys keep it going.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So ADP. There's a lot of people that use ADP, obviously, to understand where players are going, but ADP doesn't always reflect the value that we assigned. Yeah, max headroom. Danielle, that's perfect. We use ADP to understand where other players are going to be taking people more than likely, but that doesn't affect our value. So, Michael, can you talk for a minute about what you think about the difference between value and ADP and how you determine how those go together?
Yeah, I think it's for me, it's twofold. One, I think ADP is more valuable when you're considering sort of your players in a draft early on. So I always have two levels here. Early on, I think ADP is more valuable because it keeps you sort of in line at the top of a draft, the first few rounds. It's a lot more clear. Then obviously it opens up as the draft goes on. And so I think it becomes a lot less valuable. And there's a lot more variance, right? Later in drafts with, your breakout players or sleepers and people that can way outperform it. So I think first off, when I think about ADP, I'm much more focused on it early on. The first 50 picks, first 100 picks, or average draft positions to understand sort of if I want a guy where he probably is going to be going for sure. But then ultimately, when you think about value, obviously value can be if you're getting a lot of these players after their average draft position. But I think sometimes it can get too far when you think about ADP. You lock in too much on these guys are at this ADP. And so that's where they have to, I have to get my guy around this number or I'm messing up or I'm doing poor. And so I ultimately looked to the players I like and specifically later in drafts, make sure I just try to get them, even if I'm drafting them maybe a round early. I make sure to consider when my next pick is in a draft and look as deep as that as far as when will I get this guy. And so important to just say that I value the players a certain way and I just want to get the players I like, and important that you understand ADP so you kind of have an idea where you should be selecting them, but not to live by it.
Yeah, I think that's spot on for how I think about it, because top of the draft, and it bears out when you look at the TGI range for mins and maxes. Those first couple rounds are all within a round difference. That you might have somebody that goes 10 or 15 picks around each other, but it's not really a big deal. You get later on in the draft and let me just scroll down real quick. We are in round 30 of our TGFBI draft. Feel free to hate me all you want. But you have a player like Brian Abreu, for example. I took him at pick 429 at the draft. The only other draft that's drafted him, he was drafted at 304. That's 125 spots between. That is 8 rounds. And so, that's a tough one. That's where is that value? Where does he really, ADP doesn't help you out on that. You're going to have to figure out, where do you value him? Where is he in your list of guys? Or is he one of those talents that has fallen so far down the board that you're like, I have to take him? Like there's, I didn't have him at 250 or I didn't have him at 300, but at 400, at 420, why am I passing on this player? And so there's a real, balance, I think, that we have with that. Jake, I don't know how much you heard about that, but we're talking about the differences between ADP and value and how they work together, not only in your drafting strategies, but when they break apart. Do you have anything that you want to add to that, or just give us your take?
Sure. How am I
Like Max Headroom.
That's
I mean, you look great. You look beautiful, but
let me just do no mic.
I would like to just throw in right now the fact that you're in round 30 is incredible. We're in round 12, so yeah. Must be nice.
We have been just going at it. It's been probably one of the funnest drafts I've ever been a part of through TGFBI, probably because there haven't been timeouts and it's been, people, but it's been a real sharp board. Joel Hennard, who came in and said, yeah, I'm in that league. He's been just killing it at the end. So I'm looking forward to this season, duking it out against these guys. So fun stuff. Jake, are you ready?
I don't know. How do I sound?
You sound phenomenal, man. That is so much better.
Just throw the. I need a new mic or something. I'm not even on the mic now. It's just the AirPod. So if I'm not echoing, I'm very glad that now I can say stuff. Cool. Yeah, very embarrassed with that. Never had any technical difficulties like that, especially as a under 30 guy. It's very, very out of character for me.
Yeah, Gen Alpha, what's the deal?
Gen Alpha, hey, I'm on the cusp. I was born in '97, so technically still millennial. But yeah, I think for me to compare ADP, how do I find value there, is just to make my own rankings and see who stands out versus the ADP.
Okay, and that's the tough one because we bake in our own biases when we do our own values. And so, I'm a big fan of going to get your guys. The whole point of going through a draft is to make those assessments yourself and to really get after it. And so I appreciate that. We need to, when we go into a draft, either have a set of values that we trust somebody else has put these together and these are the rankings we want to use, or we've come through and we're like, no, I need to bump this guy up. I need to bump this guy up. I need to bump this guy up. I need to push this player down. So, all right, now that we've got everybody in, we're going to start talking some names, and we've got plenty of time. I'm hoping that this is lively. Feel free to disagree to your heart's content or to agree to your heart's content, but let's go into hitters and pitchers just in general, not position specific, but what hitter do you feel is most overvalued in ADP right now and undervalued at ADP right now? And Michael, we're going to start with you.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so I'm going to look to the top of the draft here, really, because I think that's so important at the top that you don't mess up. Really, you have to, nail a player that's going to be there all season. So for me at the hitter position, and this is more recent, obviously, with the somewhat of an injury, I'm going to say Gunnar Henderson. Right now, when you look at TGFBI, his ADP in the league is 6.8, right? He's been basically off the board within the first 7 picks. He's injured. We're not 100% sure how serious the injury is. And if he's injured at all, it's already going to diminish his overall season-long value, what numbers he puts up. And I don't think you can risk that at the top of drafts, having a guy going into the season with an injury. He sort of has to put up an MVP level campaign another year like last year to just match that sort of level of, drafting. So for me, he's my most overvalued hitter at ADP, Gunnar Henderson.
Okay. Jake, your most overvalued hitter at ADP.
I'm going to go with Cody Bellinger. For me, I think he's being drafted a little too high inside the top 100 with a TGFBI ADP of 98.7. I feel like he's pretty mid, and a lot of people are banking on a lineup change and ballpark change to really produce better than he did the past 2 seasons. Last year, he really fell behind in the stolen base department as well. So the previous season, after being a 2020 guy with the Cubs, last year was a step back in that regard. So now he's no longer a real, substantial power speed threat. So for me, a guy who's projected to bat 250 with 20 homers and 10 steals doesn't really move the needle for me, especially inside the top 100. on top of that, you got guys going after pick 200 with very similar projections, namely George Springer, who goes at pick 240 in TGFBI. He's projected to bat 240 with 19 homers and 14 steals, and Jesus Sanchez as well. He's going much later, and I think both of those guys are similarly projected, going over 100 picks later.
Yeah, and with Cody Bellinger, the thing that I think about is that he does have the added benefit of being first base outfielder. You can plug and play him during the season if injuries come up, so that might push him up a little bit. But when you look at right after him in the draft, we've got at outfield, we've got Riley Green at a ADP of 99.2. We've got Vinny Pasquantino, who's at 113. We've got Jake Berger, who's at 110. I mean, there's a series of players I think that I would prefer to Cody Bellinger at that point in the draft. So I like that call. Michael, what do you think about that?
Well, look, I'm a Yankees fan, so I'm hoping hoping that the change of Parks and obviously Belly in Yankee Stadium could help him. But I do like some of the names you mentioned, Sam, that are a little bit later, offer significant sort of upside from their draft position. So I understand the call and could see it. It's a risky play, but I mean, I could see Bellinger, popping a few more home runs in Yankee Stadium and living up to it. But it's certainly risk, and there's a number of guys later in the draft that you could get and sort of fill in the same sort of bracket. So it's not a bad call at all.
Yeah, and when I think about batters that are overrated for ADP, we talk about the beginning of the draft, and I'm looking at Acuna. He's got a min bid of 16 and he's got a max bid of 58. That 58 bid looks phenomenal. Like taking him in the fourth round, the end of the fourth round, like I'm really excited about that. Him in the second round, him in the third round, I think that's a lot of question marks for somebody we don't know who's going to run and what his workload is going to be this season. So I've been avoiding Acuna. I'd much rather have him have a phenomenal season on somebody else's roster. I obviously love watching him play. He brings a lot of joy to the game in general. So I'm not rooting against Acuna, but I think that his ADP is way too high given what we expect from him, So let's move to pitchers. Jake, who is the pitcher that you feel is the most overvalued at ADP?
So being a reliever guy and, having the podcast and all that kind of stuff, I am sort of obligated to do a reliever here, especially because we don't have a dedicated reliever section. So I wanted to make sure I could mention Robert Suarez, who's being drafted inside the top 100. He's got an ADP of 99 in TGFBI, going as early as 73 and as late as 136. There is so much competition in that San Diego bullpen, and that's probably the least of your worries with Robert Suarez, because he's a guy who I think overperformed a lot last year and was just riding literally one pitch. I think he threw over 90% fastballs. That throws the sinker in there as well. But Suarez is somebody who's a one pitch guy, and while that pitch is really good, it's not the type of pitch like Mariano Rivera level cutter type stuff. He really needs a secondary pitch if he wants to repeat the success he had last year, and then also get more strikeouts, because he was a low 20% strikeout guy that's not going to make a difference in roto leagues, especially with the small innings totals that relievers produce. So the combination of factors there with Robert Suarez being a one pitch pitcher on a team with guys like Jason Adam and Jeremiah Estrada behind him, going into a season coming off such a fluky season last year, and going inside the top 100 makes him a super risky pick for me.
I actually like that a lot. Michael, who is your most overrated pitcher?
Yeah, I just want to agree. I completely agree with your take on Suarez, Jake. He was sitting there in TGFBI for a long round past 99 in my draft, and I didn't even think about him because I think you make great points on him being very overvalued. But for me, I'm going to remain the same way I did hitter, very valuable sort of pick range. I had Gunnar Henderson as the hitter, and I'm going to go with Garrett Crochet as the pitcher. And the reason is not that I don't think he's a fantastic pitcher, but what you have to pay to have him is his ADP right now, 29.3. So basically you have to get a second round pick to have Crochet. He's moved to Boston, which, we have never seen a full season of Crochet. The last time he pitched over 4 innings was June 30th. So the second half of last year, he wasn't able to go longer. Now I know the White Sox were, minimizing his innings and stuff, but we just have never seen it for a full season. And while his stuff is tremendous, I don't like the risk associated with having to see this for the first time. He's got 9 career wins. It's just, you need everything to go right, in my opinion, for Crochet to even basically equal the value that you have to spend to get him. And I just don't like all of those variables and risk associated with it. So I think Crochet, great pitcher. I hate the idea of taking him as the 5th pitcher off the board and using my 2nd round pick when you'd have to take him over a lot of other valuable pieces. So I'll say Garrett Crochet.
Yeah, Garrett Crochet is a real interesting choice there because he has so much shine. There's a lot of people that are really excited about what he's bringing to the table, and the change of scenery is really exciting. And I'm with you. I think that it's just, yeah, I think that there's real reason to have some avoidance there. Jake, you have thoughts? And if after you have thoughts, feel free to give us your hitter that you like the most.
Sure. I actually do like Garrett Crochet a lot this year. I think that's a pitcherless thing, but I ranked him number 3 without ever having seen Nick's ranking. So I'm super in on him. His stuff is just so unhittable. It's like if he can throw 160 innings, I don't really care how many wins he has because he's just going to be so unstoppable. I think the wins he'll have a better chance too because he's pitching for the Red Sox. I think if he had gotten an extension too, I might feel a little bit more confident that they will manage his innings more responsibly. But without that, I mean, they may just let him go and throw to the max. I just think he's got number 1 SP upside that few pitchers have. So I'm really in on Garrett Crochet, though it is difficult taking him at the end of the 2nd round. However, as the 5th SP, I'm very fine with that. So I don't mind the ADP there. In terms of my number 1 hitter, because we did everything by position, it's hard to choose one. I think my number 1 undervalued hitter is probably Helio Ramos. He plays for the Giants, and he batted in the middle of the order last year, which led to a pretty big breakout for him, one that we had been waiting on for quite a while, as he had been a top prospect for the Giants that never seemed to pan out. Now he's projected about 5th behind guys like Willie Adames, Jung-Hoo Lee, and Matt Chapman, and is projected to bat around 250 with 20 homers, which I think is really good value when you're getting him near pick 200. So if you can get Helio Ramos after pick 200, I feel really great about that pick.
I like that call. I'm in on Jung Ho because of some conversations I've had with Vlad Sedler about him, that he's one of his outfield guys to jump. And I think San Francisco has an opportunity to have a very underrated offense this year. Mm-hmm. There's some concerns about the park factor and some of these new players that are coming in, but I don't think that it's as hard to hit at Oracle Park as it is like if they were new to T-Mobile, for example. And so I think that they have a good chance to have a lot of fun this year on the offensive side. And Helio Ramos is absolutely a pick that could click. Put that stuff away. Michael.
Yeah, there's a lot of names I like here. I'm gonna go to a guy who new place for his face, and I'm gonna say Christian Walker. I know it's a little bit different, but we talked, you talked Cody Bellinger earlier. We named it a lot of these first basemen, and I think Christian Walker is just tried and true. I know he just was, went for imaging, but it seems like everything's fine with his oblique injury. I think he's in a better situation now in Houston, and he's just put up nice numbers year in, year out. I think he's going to do that again this year. And there's a number of those guys in that range where Christian Walker is going that there's upside, but there's a lot of downside. And I think Christian Walker offers you a very safe, top 10 first baseman. And you're getting him in TGFBI at 97.3 ADP. And I just like Walker a lot. I think he's been a bit overlooked, and he should put in a really good season. And you don't have to have the risk of, let's say, a Vinny P or a Tristan Casas. Will they hit that upside? Will they go downside? So I like Christian Walker a lot this year.
All right. Jake, do you have any pushback on that?
No, not really. I like that he is going to whatever Houston's new ballpark is called. I can't believe they changed the name. But I think that new ballpark will offset whatever regression is due for a guy in his mid-30s.
Okay. I guess I'm the only one out. Christian Walker really feels, and maybe it's just, PTSD I have from all the Jose Abreu hype that I had when he went to Houston a few years ago. They seem to have this black hole at first base, and they answered it with a older, established veteran. And I'm just nervous about Christian Walker in Houston. He's actually one of my avoidances. And in ADP, it seems like he's got a real schism of believers in some leagues and not believers in others. He's got an 86 pick range right now. He's been drafted in every TGFBI league. So he's been as low as 53. So he's been a 5th round pick, and he's been as high as 139. He's been a 9th round pick. Yes, Jake.
I drafted him in TGFBI.
At 53? That's you?
No, that'd be crazy. I actually have no clue when it was, but I did. I took him like 2 days ago.
Yeah, no, I ended up with Toglia, and I would much prefer Walker if I was to, in a vacuum choose. But at draft costs, I much preferred Toglia, the two Walker. So that was where I fell with those. So now that we've talked about the guys that we feel are the most overrated and the most underrated, let's have a conversation about positions, and let's go through all of them. If you used one of your players, pick another one on the fly. You guys are smart. But let's talk about catchers. Catcher, especially in 2-catcher leagues like this, there's a huge schism in the way that people approach drafting them. Some people really want to have elite catchers right away. I took 2 catchers in my first 10 rounds. Some people like to wait a long time. Some people play the middle of the pack. Where are you guys at for who is the most undervalued and overvalued at the position? And let's start with overvalued between the two of you, and then undervalued, and we'll do that for all the positions. So overvalued right now, Michael, who is most overvalued at catcher?
It's funny. It's tough. You said you took 2 already in your top 10. I'm still catcherless in the first 12 rounds of my draft. So it could show you that I don't believe investing quickly and early in catchers is my move. But that's what makes it so fun. I almost think that the position at some level is overvalued in the sense that I just don't know who I want to take over getting the other options. Like I have to go so early if you want to go top catcher off the board with Contreras, and I just didn't want to do that. So I'd say, I'll look a little bit past Contreras because I know he's so strongly the top catcher, but I'll say a guy like Yainer Diaz. I like him a lot, but I just don't want to take him that early in a draft because of the talent that's out there at other positions. So he's, I guess, my most overvalued catcher, even though I think he's a great catcher.
Okay, I like that. Jake.
Mine is gonna sound weird. It's Francisco Alvarez, and I know he just got injured, so it's a clear, easy one. But I was looking at the ADP from before he got injured, and it was still too high for me. It was inside the top 150. And while I see the upside with Alvarez, there was a significant step back in his offensive production last year, and that was somewhat supported by worse StatCast metrics. His barrel rate, I think, cut in half. So that was somewhat concerning. And while he's still really young, and obviously you're expecting some sort of big step in the 3rd year for most players after a sophomore slump, which I actually buy into most of the time, I think Alvarez's production was pretty similar to all the guys in that middle glut of catchers, where you're expecting most of them to bat anywhere between 230 and 250 and pop 15 to 25 homers, where you could see like a group of 6 or 7 guys doing that across the board without any sort of anybody pushing back against that. And so Alvarez being pushed up above those guys because of his potential, for me, was a bit too risky inside the top 150 because of a 2-catcher league. You sort of need safety with that first option. So I was concerned with Alvarez being a number 1 catcher option with so much risk in his profile.
Yeah. I agree with that. I would have liked to have had a higher floor at that pick, and unfortunately he broke his hamate bone, I think is what the injury they're saying is, and so he's going to be out for a while. I'm actually, I understand you're just like a Yainer Diaz, but I love him for batting average, and the fact that they are going to catch or DH him, he's going to have a lot of production at that position. I'm actually pretty good with him. The catcher that I'm fading is JT Realmuto, and I've already said that once this weekend already, that I believe that his ADP is based off of name value only, and there is something to that old man energy and strength behind the plate, and he's aging, he's not running, but that was part of his benefit for ADP, was that he was going to give you some steals and be a good bat and hit a bunch. And I don't think that that's necessarily the case anymore for JT. So I'm out on JT Realmuto at ADP. Jake, who's the catcher you like at ADP?
I put two, but I'll choose one. I'm going to say Austin Wells. He's projected to bat leadoff for the Yankees, and I think that does it by itself. But he's got an ADP of 183 in TGFBI, which is pretty late. You can get him as your second catcher, and I feel like he's probably worth a number one catcher if you're waiting on that position. But Wells as a number two catcher is going to be ridiculous. The runs are going to be off the charts, batting in front of Aaron Judge, and he's got the ability to hit 20 plus home runs, especially playing in Yankee Stadium. And I think at the top of the order, it's just going to be unmatched value that you can't find that late in the draft.
I actually really like that call. And if he does beat that leadoff for the Yankees and is healthy all season, he could do really well. I'm always worried for any Yankee because their medical staff is actively working against their long-term health on the field. So yeah. I don't know what to say about that, Michael. But that's my only pushback about Wells. Who do you like at catcher? Who's undervalued?
Yeah, well, I love the Wells comment from Jake. I was wondering who his second guy that he was thinking of, but my guy is, we go to St. Louis, and I like Ivan Herrera. ADP 221. He's going to be the starter now this year. He hits for average. You talk about average, and 200 plus at bats last year. He hit 301. I think he can extract. I think he could break out this season. He was a guy that I got last year and wasn't able to hold on to long enough to see any of the benefits in TGFBI. But I like Herrera a lot, and I think at 221 ADP, he's a real bargain at the catcher position.
I think that's a good call also as well. Jake, do you have any pushback or agreements on that?
Neither. My brother likes him, so hopefully that helps.
Okay, right on. My undervalued catcher is Shea Langoliers. The more I look at him and the opportunity that he's going to have in Sacramento, I'm a big Cal Raleigh fan. If you've ever met me in person, you understand that I live and die big dumper all day long. I drafted him. He was my first catcher off the board. I was willing to spend on that low batting average, as people like to point out. Shea Langoliers, I think, has a very similar skill set. Somebody brought that up earlier this weekend, and the more I look at it, the more I'm just like, yeah, they're Shea Langoliers is a less expensive version of Cal Raleigh, and I think this is the last year for the next couple of years you're going to be able to draft him after pick 100. So I'm in on Shea Langoliers. Do you guys have any pushback on that?
No pushback.
No, he's great.
Okay, I love it. So first base, Michael, who's undervalued at first base?
So if you talk about first base undervalued, I mean, we could go a lot of ways. Obviously, I said I like Walker, but I don't think he's undervalued per se. I think if you look to a guy that's really undervalued, let's look to Ryan Mountcastle for the Orioles, ADP around 245 or so. I think you can get some value there at the first base position, going deeper in the drafts. And so I would say Ryan Mountcastle.
I like that.
I like that call. I'd like to see him play all season. I'd like for him to be able to navigate any kind of roster injury considerations they'd have. I don't want him to start out slow, but I like Ryan Mountcastle. He starts out good. He could have a great season, 25. Jake, who's your first baseman that you feel is undervalued?
I'm going with Yandy Diaz. A lot of times he's not super loved in roto leagues, and I think that's because he doesn't produce a lot of counting stats, but I think that's okay. I've always loved him because of his plate discipline. I'm a big points league guy, so anybody who's walking as much as they strike out gets me going, and Yandy Diaz is one of those guys, and with the good plate discipline always leads to average, especially for him. He's been a career 288 hitter. He's projected to bat around 285. So I love that. And he's projected to bat leadoff for the Rays. So there's another leadoff guy who's going to produce a bunch of runs. And there's always the thing with Yandy, if he can lift the ball, he's going to hit 20 plus home runs because he's got the biggest biceps in baseball. So I think for me, Yandy's got a tinge of upside there with the power potential and just batting leadoff for the Rays and going, I think I had him ADP 189. So if you can get him after pick 200, that is incredible value on Yandy Diaz.
I like that, and especially with them playing at the Yankees minor league park this season for the year. There's a real opportunity for him to cause some damage. I know that people talk about park factors a little bit between major and minor league parks, but I just think there's something mentally about going into a minor league park for these players that makes it just a little bit easier for them as they go through their mental processes. We saw it a couple of years ago. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. had a real strong effect from leaving Dunedin to playing up in Toronto. It took him a while to get used to that again and to become elite. And so I think during this time that they're there, I think he could have a great season. Do you have any thoughts, Michael?
No, I think that it's very good points, and I'm with you on this.
Okay. So who is overrated at first base, Jake?
Obviously I mentioned Cody Bellinger, so he still stands out there for me, but I added another one, and that's Tristan Casas. He goes pretty high. I think people are betting on his upside, and I like that as well. It's just a little bit too high for me. He's got an ADP right now of 116. So there are some people that are taking him inside the top 100. And I think there's enough depth at first base that you don't have to go reaching for Tristan Casas. But I see what people like. It's just that the strikeouts continue to be an issue coming off that injury. Last year, he struck out over 31%. Then the batting average is not going to be in the 240s. It's going to be in the 220s or lower. And that combined with, 25 to 30 home run power is not super game changing, especially that early in the drafts. But I think for me, it's just because I see a lot more value at first base later. I'm pretty sure you could probably get Christian Walker instead of Tristan Casas around the same area. And there's definitely an argument to be made that Walker is much better, or at least more reliable than Casas. So for me, it's just the shakiness with projecting Casas for next year. Obviously, I expect him to improve, but I'm not guaranteeing him a 260, 30 home run season, which is sort of what I would need to take him inside the top 100.
Okay. Michael, who's overrated?
Well, Jake made a great point about Christian Walker, even better than I did, with the reliability compared to the Casas pick or someone else. So kind of in the same range, but the guy that's a little bit above these guys, I'm going to say that's overrated. And I'll go Josh Naylor. Like Josh Naylor, but he's moved to Arizona. It's the toughest place to hit now. He's coming off a career high season. I think you're paying up for all of the numbers. He's had 130 home run season, which was last year. I just don't see him matching what he did last year, and what you're having to pay makes, for me, him the most overrated, because you have to give up a more valuable pick. And as Jake and you've mentioned, there are a number of guys at first base a little bit later. I'd rather go somewhere else if I'm going to go into that sort of first base range a little bit later. And I think Josh Naylor is a little bit overrated at ADP 94.9.
Okay. Thoughts, Jake?
Yeah, I think I agree, because I do really like Josh Naylor this year. And every time he goes in the draft, I'm like, really? Already? I was not ready for him to go. So I do think he's going, what feels to me is more anecdotal, that he's going 2 to 3 rounds earlier than I would expect.
Yeah, I like him. I like him at cost, but I can understand that feeling that he's a little overrated. I don't have any first basemen that stick out. I mean, we could talk about Luis Arias or Spencer Steer, obviously, with the injuries that he has. I do want to mention that I think the most undervalued first baseman this year, and it kills me as somebody who can't stand the Yankees, is Paul Goldschmidt. I really think that he's going to have a great season in New York. I think he fits right into that lineup. I think he plays every day, and if he's healthy, he still can hit. So I'm excited for people to pick up Paul Goldschmidt as an MI or a late first base tap. So that's where I'm at with that. Second base, who is undervalued, Michael?
This is a tough one. I feel like there's a lot of what you could consider undervalued. I mean, you could go real deep, and you could say Zach Geloff at 218. I'm going to go a different direction. And this is a lot of just maybe a little really loving. I love Jordan Westbrook. I think he really could have that breakout year this year in Baltimore, and so it's kind of going against what I've said in other places with value, but I think that Jordan Westbrook is undervalued at the second base position. I think he's going to end sort of much better than where you're getting him right now, and so I'm going to go him at second base.
Okay. I'm real interested to see how the season for their infield holds out, and if he starts slow, he might not get another really good opportunity to have season-long stats, but the talent
I
is
guess just to add in, he's 89.8 ADP, so about 90. I just think that he can be by the end of the season, he should have been in that tier with the elite guys like Albies, Semien, and Jose Altuve. So I like the opportunity that you get him a little bit later than an Albies, but he could put up numbers like Albies. So I like Westbrook.
Okay. Jake, who is your undervalued second baseman?
All right. I'm going with Gleyber Torres. He's going after pick 200. I like him mostly because he's going so late, and I see him as somebody really reliable, especially coming off a down year. I think that's probably why his ADP is depressed. But the previous 2 seasons, he was so reliable where it's like you could almost guarantee that he was going to bat 260 with 20 homers and double-digit steals, and that's really great value. After pick 200, that's incredible value. And for me, with him on the Tigers now, the ballpark gets a lot worse, but I think he improves that by being in the middle of a lineup. And, the Yankees lineup is what it is right now, but it could get worse or better considering injuries where the Tigers lineup, I feel like, is up and coming. If Riley Green breaks out and you got Gleyber Torres batting in front of him, that's a huge run producer right there. So I think Gleyber Torres on the Tigers going after pick 200 is great value at second base.
Yeah, I'm totally in on that one. Michael, you have thoughts about Gleyber, watching him leave?
No, I'm glad to see him go, honestly. But I wish him luck in Detroit. And it's just funny. There's a lot of Yankee talk here, new Yankees, old Yankees, in this podcast here. No, but look, for where he's going, the risk is limited. So I like when you talk about guys like that, where your risk is limited anyways when they're undervalued at that point. So it's like if they don't hit, it's not a big deal. So no, I mean, I could see it though for sure. That offense could get going.
I'm interested in Jorge Polanco at the very end of a draft. He's going to be playing every day, more than likely. He's going to be at third base, so he's going to get multiple position eligibility. You can slot him in at CI or MI. And if he hits as a boring bet, but if he hits around his career norms, he could be very valuable if he gets 150 games in the season. So I'm interested in him. I think that for overrated, I'm going to jump in and say I'm out on Albies and Semien at ADP. That I know people are Justin, I think earlier in a different panel said that Semien is the Iron Man. He will just make it through. I don't know if I want his 700 at bats. I don't know if he's going to do it this year. And I don't know if he's going to make 700 at bats. He's seemingly had 700 at bats for the last 5-6 years or somewhere around there. And so I'm really worried about his ability to produce. And I think that him and Albies are mostly names that we are drafting because we recognize them. I don't think I've seen a season of Ozzy Albies that's been worth drafting in the top 100 in the last 3 or 4 seasons. And so I don't know. I'm out on both of those players. So feel free to push back if you need to.
I'm with you actually, and that's why I like the Westbrook thing, because I think I can get I get a little bit more upside. I mean, there is more risk, but it's because I don't feel that confident in Albies. You're right. I feel like he's injured a lot. He just hasn't put it together for a whole season. And then the Semien thing. Also, Semien is apparently going to get more rest this year, they say. So maybe that affects he doesn't get as much volume, and he's getting older and wasn't as great last year. So I'm with you.
Okay. So who are your guys' overvalued second baseman? Jake, let's start with you.
I think mine's going to be a bit surprising, but it's Bryce Terang. I think all of his value resides in stolen bases, and he doesn't get a carry any over from last year. So that's a one thing. But also, second base seems to have at least 5 other guys with the same exact profile going later. You got guys like Bryson Stott and Andres Jimenez, who I think have higher ceilings because they're better hitters than Terang. So Terang going at 144 is too early for me because you're just buying stolen bases. And at that specific position, there are dudes better hitters than he is that are stolen base first guys that are going to be in better lineups as well. So I'm avoiding Bryce Turang at all costs.
Agree with everything that you said, Michael.
Yeah, no, I like the call, Jake. I'll throw in, I would say I'm with you on the Albies, but I'll just to add a name, I'm out on Matt McLean. He's multi-position possibly, but I think maybe I have last year's memories kicking me. I just need to see it. I just need to see it for the year, and then I'll be totally in next year. That's the reason I got to be out on him. Not because I don't think he could do it necessarily, but I just hate. I've got buyer's remorse from last season. I need to see it this year, and then I'll pay up for it next season. So that's why I'm out on Matt McLean.
Fair enough. We got 4 positions in 14 minutes, so we're going to start hitting this a little bit faster. Third base, who is overvalued, Michael?
Overvalued. I thought we were going shortstop.
Sorry. I go third shortstop.
No,
we can do
sure. Yeah, I try to get us quicker. Overvalued, I think, at shortstop. I'll stick with the Yankees theme. Anthony Volpe.
No, you stole my guy.
So,
I love it. Both
is he going to
talk about him?
Is he going to be able to stay in the leadoff? Is he even going to lead off? The numbers, he wasn't great. I think the hype has been a little bit more because it was New York. So he's my overvalued guy at 144.
Okay. Same with you,
The
Jake.
Statcast metrics are just awful, and I know a lot of people are going to be pointing at his postseason production last year, especially with the bat speed metrics that we saw. But I really don't want to pay postseason tax on Anthony Volpe.
How many World Series and postseason All-Stars do we have that are just not worth rostering during the season? I'm totally such a small sample. Yeah, it's such a small sample size, right? Like it's tough to pin a whole season on that. So undervalued shortstops. Jake, who's the most undervalued shortstop out there?
I think you'll see a theme with all of mine. I'm going Dansby here. Just another veteran that I think is going too late. He's coming off somewhat of a down season, so he's very you're getting a lot of value. He's going at pick 169. I think his ability to put up a 20 home run, 15 stolen base season is underrated, and I think he's good enough to be a starting shortstop. So I've been able to wait until I don't know, around pick 175 to get my starting shortstop with Dansby Swanson. So I really like that, especially because I think a lot of the guys going in that range or even before him don't have the floor that he does, where last year we saw the floor and it's still going to be about 15-15 batting 240, 230. And that's really solid this late in the draft.
Okay. Michael.
I'll go Bo Bichette, ADP about 118 right now. And I think he's coming off of a down year, so he's forgotten about. We're paying way more from him in past seasons. I think we'll look back and realize that he was a value this season. So I love the idea of getting Bo Bichette, ADP 118. I was disappointed when he got sniped from me in TGFBI this year.
I'm the exact opposite. My two are Bo Bichette is the one that I want nothing to do with, and CJ Abrams is the one that I'm looking for everywhere. Bo for me is that same conversation we just had about Matt McLean. After watching what happened last year, I need to see him reset himself on somebody else's roster this year to be a believer again. And I think that the CJ Abrams demotion at the end of last season, when he went gambling when he shouldn't have, he didn't act like it was the organization's problem and he was a victim of circumstances. Like, he put his hard hat on, took his punishment from the organization, and has been working hard. So I'm excited to see how that translates, because he didn't let his own ego get in the way of his process. So I'm excited for that. Third base now. Underrated, Michael. Who's the underrated third baseman on the board?
This is probably maybe cheating or just wrong. Some will say. I'm gonna go Devers with the way he's dropped in ADP. I know there's the potential for his shoulder stuff, but I think that I'm just gonna go based on what we've seen from Devers year in, year out. He's been great at third base. I think he's going to be fine. And I think I got him. I mean, what his ADP is? It's been dropping. Now he's like 39. I believe what he's at 37. So ADP 37. I think Devers is going to put forward another great campaign, and it's going to be more noise than it was news. And I like Devers as underrated because he's elite talent upside.
Okay. Jake?
I will go with Alec Boehm. I'm not a huge Alec Boehm guy, but just where he's going seems too late for me. I think it's always because of batting average is just underrated in Roto in general, in my opinion, where you have guys like Yandy Diaz, who we mentioned, Luis Arias, who you talked about a couple of times, and now I'm talking about Boehm, where he's almost guaranteed to bat 275 to 280. And if we see him hit 20 homers again, that's where you really start getting production. And the lineup around him is very valuable as well. So I'm not a huge Alec Boehm guy, but where he's going at ADP 162, I'm totally fine taking Alec Boehm after 150 if I've missed out on third base earlier.
Okay. I'm fading both Devers and Machado early on. I know that they are elite and consistent, and I'm just nervous about this season. I would much rather take Alex Bregman after pick 100. He's the one that I'm excited about moving to Boston, getting to play with the wall. Like, I think he ends up being third base because of his defensive difference between him and Devers, and I think that might really affect Devers mentally. So that's where I'm with on those guys. Where are you guys at for overvalued on third base?
You want to go, Jake, or you want me to?
Sure.
Oh, sorry, I didn't give you a specific person. Apologies.
That is okay. Mine's going to be pretty unpopular, but it's Mark Vientos. I think everybody's in on him, and so he becomes a wide awake sleeper in my eyes, where now his ADP is all the way up to 97 in TGFBI drafts, going as high as 76. And while the upside is immense, I think he's a guy who could hit 40 homers. He's got the StatCast metrics and the success last year to prove that he's a guy that could hit that many homers. The batting average is just going to be such a huge drain. I mean, he struck out 30% of the time last year, 29.7 for anybody that wants to correct me exactly. So I don't think we're going to see another 265 batting average. I think we're going to see something 240 and below. And on top of that, I'm questioning the defense. If he's not able to perform at third base, that's a guy who's going to have a lot of competition there. You got Ronnie Mauricio, you got Luis Angel Acuna, you got Brett Beatty. I know they love Mark Vientos, but there is too much talent in that offense for a team that wants to make the World Series to be entrusting a very important defensive position to a guy that maybe is subpar in that regard. So we could see Vientos start losing playing time if the bat isn't overperforming what his glove is taken away.
Yeah, and Brett Beatty is hitting everything this spring, so Vientos got to wake up. Michael, what about you?
You know, it's funny. We're cutting short on time, and ironically, that was my player as well, Vientos. I saw the 97.1, and I thought, yeah, it seems like everything has to go right, and it could. But again, that's a lot of expectations, a lot of things to match. You talk about Brett Beatty. I'm right there with you. I think Mark Vientos at 97.1 ADP.
Yeah, you want to pick like that to be around 200, where you're really starting to take question marks. Again, that top 100, top 150, those first 10 rounds, you're drafting as much floor as you are ceiling, and that's a pretty tough floor to deal with if he ends up there. Outfield, where are you at on the most undervalued outfielder, Michael?
There's so many good options. I'll just go later in the draft. I'm looking at, especially we're talking 5 outfielders. I'm looking at Jake McCarthy, ADP 224. So I haven't seen him anywhere. No one's talking about him. I like him as like a 5th outfielder on a roster, maybe 4th in your TGFBI team. So from an undervalued standpoint, I think he does a lot of things that guys above him are doing. So I like him in a full season in Arizona to kind of fit the category of a very undervalued player.
I like that. Jake?
I mentioned a lot of outfielders today. I know I talked about Springer and Sanchez and Helio Ramos, but I'll just mention Springer again. He's going at pick 240. No, that's in NFBC DCs. In TGFBI, he's going 239. So he's moving up. He's moving up big. He's climbing those ranks. But anyway, he's going so late that I think you're going to get some great value there. The lineup around him is very solid. He's going to bat towards the top of the order. I think a bounce back is in store, especially for somebody that has the ability to put up a 2015 season at the top of a pretty solid lineup. So I think getting him around pick 250 is just incredible value.
Yeah, no, that's, that old boring name that people just pass on because it's not shiny. And you're like, no, this guy is an accumulator and a producer, and they're going to play him if he's healthy. I like that. I've got a homer pick for my outfielder, and that's Victor Robles. I think that Victor Robles has an opportunity this year to hit 15 to 20 home runs and steal 50 plus bases. And if he does that, he's a second or a third round pick next year. So especially if his batting average doesn't suffer, I'm all in on Victor Robles. I'm real excited about him. I got sniped on him in our TGFBI draft. So super bummed about that. Overrated, Jake. Who is overrated in the outfield?
Yeah, I mentioned Cody Bellinger, so I'll go to another guy, and that's Colton Cowser. He's going to pick 163. I think his production is probably going to be pretty solid, but it's not going to be the upside that I think people want. He showed the upside at the beginning of last season. I think that got people excited, and it really shifted his end of season line to look more positive than it actually was. He struggled a lot through the second half after the season's first month. And I think being a left-handed hitter might hurt him a little bit, as he could be forced into a strong side of a platoon there if he's unable to hit lefties as well as he did last year. And on top of that, I think going at pick 163 with the amount of strikeout in his game, I don't think he's going to be a guy that has the ceiling that we're projecting him for, that pushes him up that high in ADP, because I talked about Springer, Ramos, and Sanchez, who are projected much better than Cowser, but going 50 or more picks later.
Yeah, I like that call. And unfortunately, I believe Cowser's got a ton of talent, but so much has to go right for you to get that value at ADP. Michael, who's overvalued for you?
I'm going to go to Luis Robert Jr. He's fallen off the map, really. He's hurt all the time. He's in a situation in Chicago where it doesn't matter. No one cares. Who knows if he gets out of it? I just don't like I just don't like it. So yeah, I think Robert at 86.5 is the guy.
Yeah, I think Robert's ADP is totally on point if he got traded somewhere, anywhere, even Colorado, for the love of God, like anywhere but Chicago. Unfortunately, apology, White Sox fans, but you know better than I do how bad your team and rooting for them has been the last couple of years. So just how it is. We got overrated. So now we're down to pitchers. Jake, who is the most undervalued starting pitcher on the board?
All right, this is my guy. It's Gavin Williams. He's my big breakout for the year. He's going past pick 200, ADP 209. That's the number 62 starting pitcher off the board. That's super late. The guy is like 6'7", so he's got a lead extension, and he already throws in the upper 90s. So batters at the plate are dealing with stuff that just looks unhittable. And that's just his fastball, which he does a pretty good job of throwing that for strikes. But last year he introduced a cutter, which I think is going to be a game changer for him, allowing him to get some more strikes and allowing that pitch to thrive off of his hammer curveball, which is one of the best swing strike pitches in that designation. And I think that the more he leans on that cutter and the curveball will allow the fastball to play up even more as a strikeout pitch up in the zone. And I think a fully healthy season from Gavin Williams is going to blow us away.
You and Eric Smolsky, man, you guys are all about that Gavin Williams hype, man. I hope that turns out well. Michael,
Me too.
Who is undervalued? It's at starting pitcher.
Let's keep it quick here. Obviously, we're towards the end. I'm going to go with a Yankee, and his opportunity is just opening up with the latest injuries. I'm going Clark Schmidt, 237.6 ADP. I like him getting a full run here. He had 16 starts last year. I think he gets almost about 30 this year, especially with the Garrett Cole news. I like Clark Schmidt a lot this season. Is undervalued.
Yeah, I want to see him play consistently through a season, not only with results and with health. If he does have a little bit of a up and down, that he's able to correct it and make adjustments right away. But that's an interesting call, and it could be a very good team for wins and for innings, given what they're doing, what's happened to their pitching staff. So, who's the most overrated starting pitcher on the board?
I'm going to stick with what I said. I don't think he's overrated in life, but for what I'm looking for in fantasy, I'm going to go with Crochet. I know it can be polarizing, but I think it's important to sort of be a little different. I said Crochet I thought was the most overrated. Just the amount of value that you have to spend on him at that high a pick, I just don't see it.
Spicy take for this panel. That's good. We both, I'm indifferent. Jake disagrees a little bit. Jake, who's overrated for you?
Blake Snell, going as the number 12 SP in TGFBI. His whip floor is just not good. He just walks too many guys because he's trying to avoid the zone. And if you're going to draft a pitcher as a top 10 pitcher, you got to expect him to produce in 4 categories, and Snell does not produce in whip.
Okay, fair enough. Justin, before they say goodbye, who is your most over and underrated players at ADP right now?
I mean, I did the whole panel yesterday, so I got plenty. But I will say that I really, really liked your guys' calls in the outfield because you mentioned a lot of the guys I drafted in TGFBI. I got McCarthy, I got Springer, I got Jesus Sanchez. So feel pretty good about that. I don't love the Colton Cowser hate so much. But I am in agreement on Blake Snell being overrated and Garrett Crochet being a bit overrated. I see the upside on Crochet too. Just the problem is we've just never seen him kind of do these innings kind of workload that people are projecting him for. And I think people have forgotten, like, hey, he dealt with a lot of injuries early on in his career. Like, I don't know that he's as safe as a top like 5 SP. We saw him yesterday go, I think, at pick 17 or 16 in the NFBC main event. And that means he's probably going to be a first rounder here very, very soon. And that is just way too high for me.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. And hey, we didn't hate on Mullins this time in the outfield. I was really
Yeah.
well behaved about how he's going to have a terrible season, get replaced by Colton Cowser, who we were just talking.
Oh, I don't know what happened to Sam. Oh, just seemed like he disappeared all of a sudden. I want to give you guys an opportunity to promote yourselves and tell people where they can find your work and you. Michael, let people know where what you do and then where they can find you on social media.
Yeah, of course. You can find me at Michael Rippey, of course, right in there in the handle, and my stuff and content can be found not just on X, but at Wolf Sports and Sports as a Service. Appreciate always being part of this, and great cause, great reason. Thanks for having me, guys.
Nice
Thanks
to see
for
you.
coming on. Jake, remind everybody where you can reach and what you do.
You can follow me on Twitter at Jake Crumpler. All my work is over at Pitcher List and Baseball HQ. What I do, I'm about to go back and listen to the replay of this so I can see what remixes I was cooking up at the beginning. I'm sad I didn't get to be on the other end of that, but apologies again for the audio troubles.
Yeah, it was weird. I mean, I've been using StreamYard a long time. I've never actually heard that issue before.
I used it on Thursday and that did not happen, so I don't know what's up.
Yeah, that was really strange, but glad you were able to figure out a way to get your audio clear for us.
Me too.
'Cause we loved all your takes, especially your Jesus Sanchez and George Springer love.
All right.
Sam, remind everybody where you can be reached. Tell them what you're working on.
You can reach me on Blue Sky at SamFBB1. I do work podcasting with the Palazzo Podcast, 2 L's, 2 Z's, and the Dynasty Guru. And I'm just a general troublemaker behind the scenes with a number of different places. So find me anywhere you want.
All right. I'm going to boot you all out unceremoniously as I always do. Really big shout out, though, to Sam. Sam stepped up huge for me and hosted a number of panels. It's been really, really helpful to be able to take some breaks and appreciate my brother Sam for stepping up and really helping me out. So love you, brother. Thank you so much. We are raising money for Fantasy Cares. Fantasy Cares is a fantastic organization that raises a ton of money through fantasy sports to donate toys for Tots drives around the country. So far, we have raised, let me double check and see where we're at, over $6,600 through Podapallooza, TGFBI, and TGFBI satellite leagues. An amazing amount. Continue to donate because every dollar you donate gets you entered into win amazing raffle prizes like subscriptions to fantasy sites and Patreons, bobbleheads, Funko Pops, jerseys, TGFBI entries, potential guest spot on Baseball HQ Radio, and much, much more. Please keep going to donorbox.org/TGFBI-2025 and donate. Really, really appreciate everybody who has donated, everybody who has been a part of TGFBI by either watching and listening or giving knowledge as a panelist. Really appreciate everybody coming together and supporting Fantasy Cares this weekend. We're going to bring in another panel. We've got my good friend Howard Bender, who's going to host, Kev and Johnny. Great to see y'all. I'm going to turn things over to Howard, let him lead things for the next hour, and I will see you guys in a little bit.
Well, see you later, Justin. We didn't want to deal with him anyway, did we?
I'm always still here.
Where'd he go?
Oh,
wait,
there
Justin.
you see.
Welcome back.
Where'd he go? It's like, let's face facts. Do we
Good to
really
see
need
you, Howard.
Justin here? Do we?
Johnny, how's it going?
Good.
What's
How are
up,
you,
boys?
What's
Hey,
up? What's going
we're
on?
here. Let's
Ah.
TFBI it up.
Let's TGFB. Well, I mean, yeah, we can talk about our drafts that are going on here right now. I've gotten a chance to be. I think I've hung out with both of you here on the Podapallooza or something like that. Johnny Black, always an easy name to remember and very easy to pronounce. Kev, I'm going to take a shot at it here and see if I learned anything from the last one. Mazarasian.
Hey, that's 8 out of 10.
All right. Well, then what's 10 out of 10?
Oh, okay. That's yeah.
I don't know. I think we lost him.
Sorry, no, I'm back.
Oh, there he is.
Masarejan.
Masarejan. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. Well,
you were close though. You were like right there.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. It's pronunciation guides all set and squared away. Let's go around the room here. Let's tell everybody who we are, where you can find our work, and all the fun stuff there. And then we'll get to some hitter sleepers. We'll talk about our TGFBI teams. Have a little fun with that for sure. Why don't we start, Kev? Let's start with you. At Roto Surgeon, for anybody who doesn't know, and anybody who hasn't been paying attention to where the majority of the internet snark comes from.
Oh,
it's
wow.
from Kev.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
I appreciate that. But yeah, no, at Roto Surgeons, where you can find me on Twitter. Full rankings and stuff on Patreon. But my written work, Fantasy Pros and Razzball. I think my dog is barking downstairs, so I apologize if anybody hears that.
Couldn't hear it.
No, perfect. Shout out to Yeti Mics. Doing a plug for them right now. No, but that's about it. I mean, how's everybody's TGFBI going? I'm like halfway through.
Johnny, how you doing?
Good. Yeah, I think we're at round 18 right now.
Nice, same.
Something like that. Yeah. Yep. But I'm at jball0202 on Twitter, and I'm writing for Third Down Thursdays. I'm actually in the midst of. It's taken me almost a year, but I'm doing the top 1,000 Major League Baseball players of all time, which is kind of taking a long time, a little longer than I thought. But
I can imagine.
I'm down to the last 100.
You're almost there.
Yeah, almost there.
Right on. Well, all right. Well, who's got what pick in TG? I'm pulling up my draft board right now. I've been, just so everybody knows, obviously follow me on at Roto Buzz Guy. Hear me on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio Monday through Friday, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern. I write for the New York Post. You can find baseball articles over there. And that's kind of where the bulk of the work is. I literally just got back from a week's vacation. So I'm still in the catch-up process here. But I'll tell you what, like drafting TGFBI at the same time as doing another major draft on the same website, all while trying to navigate the ins and outs of Juneau, Alaska, has been quite challenging to say the least. I got the 11th pick. Where are you, Kev?
I was 8th, which I was not happy about given the Gunnar Henderson injury. That would have been a pick, obviously mid draft, but then he has the intercostal strain. Luckily, the 7th pick took him after the injury announcement, so I got Juan Soto. So I'm pretty happy about that.
Nice. And what round did you say you were in? 18?
I'm in 16. So mid draft. It's all the same. It's a blur at this point.
We're wrapping up round 16 in ours as well. What about you, Johnny? What pick did you have?
I had 12th overall.
Oh,
and I went with Skeens.
Nice.
He was still there. I was hoping to get an ace with my first pick, and of course, though, my third round pick was George Kirby. So that doesn't help. Naturally.
Before the injury.
That's what happens. But we're actually in round 20 right now, so we're moving along.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, no, look, I'm so frustrated right now. Like, I wake up, I see the Francisco Alvarez broken. It's like every day I wake up, there's a new long-term injury that's happening, and I'm sick of it. I'm putting my foot down. No more injuries. We have
You know what kills me, too, is that, someone like Kirby has been healthy. Like I said, it's one of those guys that, you kind of think, all right, well, he's not going to get hurt.
He's safe.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Yeah, no, this is actually the second occurrence of his shoulder. Might be the third. I saw someone say third, but at the same time, it hasn't been serious. But he's one of those guys who throws 96 plus. And you guys, have you seen Dave McDonald's list of pitchers who throw 96 or higher that have been just injured in recent years?
No.
No, it's bad.
Go
It's
ahead.
bad.
Depress us here, Kevin.
Yeah, right?
Start
A lot
this,
of red X-
start
lot of
this
red
segment of
X's.
the podcast off on a real happy, shiny
So
note.
I'm hearing Skeens first round, and I'm like, I don't know right now. It's like another 98 mile an hour guy. It's not to say he's gonna get hurt, but the trend is not great for these
Let him wait till next
hard
year.
throwers.
Let him wait
Yeah.
till next year.
There you go. Yeah, it's a keeper league, right? TGFBI
Yeah,
is
right.
a keeper league. Yeah, we're good.
I mean, normally I sit and I stay away from pitching early on, right? And I mean, when you're doing a 15-team draft, sometimes you move in a little sooner here. I didn't do it here in TGFBI. I ended up with Lindor at the 11th pick, which I felt comfortable with. Not paying attention to how many Mets were on my team as time went on kind of depressed me. I'm with you on the Francisco Alvarez train. That kind of pissed me off there. He was not only was he my third stupid Met on the team, I ended up grabbing Pete Alonso, but Alvarez was my was the catcher that I ended up with, and not thrilled with that to say the least. Just with the injury and just what kind of a crap position catcher really does tend to do. But I sat there and I usually shy away from the starting pitching early. I'll go 5-6 rounds without taking a starter and feel comfortable with it. And like all of a sudden, then I'm like jumping into the fray in the late 5th or early 6th round, and I'm like, oh, Garrett Cole's there. Why don't I take him?
Did you take Garrett Cole?
Yes.
It sounds like that's
it was all pre-injury. These drafts were like not last week because this past week because I've been away the whole time, but the week before that, all these drafts that I was doing. And, Garrett Cole was dropping to me in like the 6th round, 5th round. I was like, you know what? Listen, to start off a rotation this late in a draft, that's a rock solid pick.
But you said he's slipping, and it's like, don't catch the falling knife. There's a reason he was slipping. We heard last March he avoided Tommy John surgery. Anytime you avoid Tommy John surgery as a pitcher, you're going to get Tommy John surgery eventually. And it still hasn't been announced though, but it's gonna be.
Anytime somebody goes for a second opinion, right? So what was the first opinion that you didn't like?
Yeah, we know what the first one was.
Unbelievable. All right, well, let's run down the teams here real quick. Let's talk about let's jump in. We'll give you some sleepers. There is no such thing as a sleeper anymore. We'll give you some late round picks, late round hitters that we like. But Johnny, what's your team rundown look like? You started with Skeens. Dangerous, but I took him in NL Labor auction. He was my big pitcher buy, so I'm with you.
Yeah. Let me see. Who do I got? I'm bringing it up right now. I went. Then coming around the second round, I went Jaron Duran.
Okay.
I like the 5 tools. Hitting the top of the lineup now with Bregman in the fold in Boston. I mean, another year in, I think he's definitely 5-tool player. So he's going to give you a little bit of everything. Who else do I have? Let me see. Let's see who I went with third. Oh, I went Kirby third round. So that didn't work out. Yeah, exactly. That didn't work out too well. I went Brenton Doyle also.
Okay, I like him.
I like him a lot. I mean, he plays in Colorado. You can't go wrong. But he's another guy that gives you home runs, gives you stolen bases. So those are my first 4 picks anyway.
All right. First 4, Cav. You want to run down your team real quick?
Yeah, no problem. I went very boring and safe. No speed, really, not much. Soto, Merrill, Matt Olson, Cole Reagans. So I took my pitcher, but I figure Cole Reagans, he has a good chance to be SP1. Obviously, injuries might have to occur to not to say they have to, but going out SP 6 to 8 range, he could be the best pitcher in baseball. He's one of those guys that has his stuff. He also throws 96 plus, but at the same time, I'd rather risk taking a guy in the 4th who could do that rather than the 1st or 2nd. I typically stray away from pitching early rounds because I've seen it way too many times where I draft a DeGrom, let's say, and it's just like, oh, well, he pitched 10 starts and it's great, but then you don't have him in a standard home league for your fantasy playoffs. And it's like, well, there goes that. Obviously in roto leagues, if you get 100 innings out of a guy, an elite guy especially, that's worth it to a certain degree. But yeah, I've bit the bullet way too many times. So I got Reagans as my first SP, and I'm pretty happy about that.
Yeah. Listen, I mean, I'm with you on that one there, Johnny. I don't know how you feel about it, but like, I mean, you take that move, you make that move with Paul Skeens, and if you can get 150, 160 innings out of Paul Skeens, just that he's who he is,
right?
Then it's crazy. I don't understand all the love for Jacob deGrom right now this year. I mean, how many times do we have to see him leave and come back and leave and come back? And are we getting full value for him? I'm watching deGrom going in like the 4th round or something like that. I tend to, again, I stay away from starting pitching early because of the impact that losing a starter has. Because it's not just that you're losing your top starter, but you could have also had an elite level hitter at that point. And to me, that pushes you behind. Johnny, how are you going to fight off the possibility? Let's just say, for example, that Skeens does get hurt. I'm not putting that juju on you. I'm sorry, but like, how do you rebound from that?
It's going to be a lot of picking up guys because we know how pitching is, how volatile it is, especially with bullpen guys. But in talking about starters, I mean, guys show up, guys get brought up. It's more so than hitters, I think, definitely. Because of the injury risk with the pitchers, more of them go down and blah, blah, blah. But, I would just have to pick and choose, who I'd be picking up, I'd be spending my fab on during the season and another thing is, another way to go about it is, all right, Skeens. I mean, you're not looking at Skeens to give you no one gives you 200 innings anymore, but you could pick up guys who are showing great stuff in the bullpen and things like that, and at least fix your ratios. At least that makes up for the ratios. Whether it's not going to make up for the total strikeouts and wins, but at least you get something there.
I look at a Skeens and it's like, if he suffers a mid-season injury, you're still going to hold him because he's Paul Skeens, obviously. If he's out for 60 days or a 60-day IL stint, but they're like, he's going to return, you don't want to drop a Paul Skeens. Whereas with a DeGrom, if he gets hurt, I'm pretty comfortable dropping DeGrom knowing his history. And the will they, won't they of will he return, won't they return? Obviously with DeGrom, he kind of came into the recent seasons, I believe 2022, kind of like knowing his elbow was hanging by a thread. He finally had the surgery. He returned late last year and still looked incredible. So in a 15-team league, a 4th round DeGrom, I'm probably more open to that than a 1st round Skeens. And I love Skeens, don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm saying he's bad. But if you could get 80 to 100 innings out of DeGrom in the 4th round of a 15-teamer, a 5th round of a 12-teamer, that's pretty equivalent to 140 to 150 innings of another really good pitcher. Maybe not a Skeens, but the George Kirby's that we're talking about. And the thing is, there's really no safe pitchers. And I like how we turned this segment into the pitcher segment when it's supposed to be hitter sleepers and busts. That's neither here nor there. I love talking about pitchers. Yeah, I'm open to DeGrom this year, actually. Like, why not? He's on the Rangers. A good team should get wins. They're going to limit him, but like the one start you get out of him per week is one of the best starts you're going to get out of anyone. He's still the best pitcher in baseball when he pitches.
You hope.
Right. I was just going to say.
Looked good last year. Looked good. And still, I mean, spring yesterday, he looked damn good.
Lots of guys looked good last year.
Best shape of his life. Best shape of his life.
Best shape of his life.
All I need is 80 to 100 innings. That's all I'm asking for. In a roto format.
Yeah, no, listen, that definitely makes sense. I wouldn't touch it in a head-to-head. Wouldn't touch it.
Yeah.
Not at all. For me, all right, so I started off, you guys, dabbled with the pitchers. Kev took Cole Reagans, Skeens first for Johnny Black. I went Francisco Lindor. I got my first and only share of Jackson Churio in the 2nd round.
Nice.
Right? Super, high buzz player here. Everybody's into him right now. You looked and saw what his ADP was early on. You were like, okay, I had never gotten the opportunity to grab him. So I was like, I got to have, in out of 6 leagues to have him, here in one, I'll take that. Took Pete Alonso in the third because, you know, that first base drop off there. First share of Junior Caminero also.
Nice.
And I went
Very
with
solid.
that one. Big fan. I've always been a sucker for power hitting rookie third baseman. I know he's not technically a rookie right now, but still young enough, power hitter. Psyched about that. And then Matt McClain in the fifth. And I didn't touch my first starter until Max Fried in my in the sixth round there for me. So hitting wise, felt great about it. We'll see how the pitching kind of cobbles together, but Kev's right. We're supposed to be talking hitters here, and we're supposed to be talking sleeper hitters. I don't necessarily know if we can talk like, you know, exact sleepers here because there really is no such thing anymore. Hell, I was in Juneau, Alaska, and I walked into a grocery store, and on their little magazine rack was the Fantasy Baseball Index. So I was like, boom, there are no sleepers anymore. Everybody knows who everybody is. So let's just talk like, you know, late round. We'll go through it position by position. We'll start off at catcher, one of my least favorite spots right now. But let's talk late round. I mean, I don't have to give like, you know, an exact criteria of it, but I mean, I'm not going to sit here and ask you to talk about a guy like, you know, I don't know, Francisco Alvarez or somebody like that. You know, don't talk to me about Adley Rutschman.
Yeah, we got
you. Who wants to start off? Who wants to give their favorite late round catcher?
Johnny, go ahead.
I'll go. Yeah, sure. Well, he's the 10th catcher overall, according to ADP. So I don't know if that's a late round, but, you know, we know how catchers are. But it's Tyler Stevenson. Like him, he had a 319 average 4 years ago. Granted, it was in 50 games. But and his average has dropped off a little bit since then. But his hard hit percentage and his exit velocity have gone up. He's hitting more fly balls, hence the 19 home runs last year. And he also gives you something that many other catchers don't give you, is that he's going to be DHing when he doesn't play behind the plate.
Right.
So you can see him getting 135, 140 games in the lineup. And if you're going to give me that and 20 home runs from a catcher position and not kill my batting average, he'll probably hit about 260. I'll take that all day long.
Is he going to DH this year?
Yeah,
because they weren't healthy last year, maybe against lefties, but that was just the case because the injury bug killed the Reds last season.
Yeah, they also had Luke Maile behind the plate. Now they have Jose Trevino, which he's a better catcher behind the plate, especially defensively. So I think they feel more comfortable resting Stevenson. And I feel that if he doesn't have, he actually caught 127 games last year, which was the most in the National League. So I feel like if he can cut that down to 110 and DH another 30 games, you're going to save his body. It's going to be a little fresher at the plate. I think he could definitely go 20, 25 home runs and hit 260.
Yeah,
and
he has the talent too.
You know,
he's really good.
Yeah, and he's only 28 years old. He's still, you know, he's still healthy. He's still young. So,
yeah, he hit 319 in 2022. I know that was 50 games, but that's crazy.
Yeah, 286 the year before.
Yeah,
I mean, he's a good hitter.
Very
and he
good.
plays it, and look at the park he plays in. If he's going to keep hitting fly balls at a 25 to 30% rate, like I said, 20, 25 home runs is easy.
Definitely. Speaking of parks, I like Austin Wells. I know Yankee Stadium is naturally, you know, right field, the short porch. Everybody knows the short porch. That's not a shock to anyone, but he didn't really take advantage of it too much last season, but he was really unlucky. X stats much more favorable than his actual performance. Lineup isn't exactly better because Soto's gone, but overall, I think the Yankees did well to improve the lineup. And where he's going to be hitting, he might hit leadoff. They're practicing, or not practicing, they're testing it out in spring. He walks a ton, you know, good bat to ball discipline, 10% walk rate, 20% strikeout rate. He's one of those guys that, like, not to say he's going to be DHing because obviously, you know, they have Ben Rice, who might be a better hitter, but Stanton's gone. I don't think Stanton's going to play this year, the way they're making it sound. So DH might be open occasionally. So if you want a guy who's going to DH, play in Yankee Stadium and play in a lot of favorable AL East parks. Baltimore, they've brought the left field wall back. Tampa Bay, I mean, you mentioned Caminero. Caminero's a great pick because if he breaks out, he's going to break out big with that park. And the weather, not playing in Tropicana's covered field anymore. So I kind of like targeting any AL East hitter at this point. But at catcher, Wells is one of those guys. Like, you could get him in a 2-catcher league. If you get him as your C1, honestly, I'm not mad about it. But I've been getting him as my C2 a lot.
It's funny you mentioned that. I mean, it's one of the things that I've actually been, and I'm going to have an article out later on in the week talking about the fact that the A's and the Rays are both playing in basically a minor league ballpark and a spring training facility. So, all of a sudden, you got to look at those guys for a little bit of power. But, for me, for a catcher, I've kind of been, leaving till late and just being happy with him, as my second catcher. Has been Joey Bart, actually. I think he's going to continue to get the work there in Pittsburgh. It's not a great ballpark, but, I watched him come up in the Giants organization a little bit, so I'm kind of familiar with, with what he's capable of doing. He's not a huge power guy, right? He's like a 10 to 15 home run guy, but, that park is so spacious and it's very pitcher friendly, in that sense for home runs. However, he can definitely get the base hits, and he's actually, it looks like they're just done with the Henry Davis behind the plate situation, that they don't want to do that. So Joey Bart's a guy who I'm looking at. And then at the very tail end, like if you miss on every single catcher, Jacob Stallings, because here's a guy who won't hit you for any power, but strong batting average on balls in play in Coors Field, which it's not a homer friendly park. It's a hitter friendly park. Big differential there because it does have a cavernous outfield where a lot of balls drop into play there. Stallings is he's one of those guys who's going to see the bulk of the work with Elias Diaz out of Colorado. And he's a guy who's going to be able to hit you like 265, maybe even 270 if, a couple of balls bounce his way. And to get that kind of a balance there from your second catcher, I think is huge. To get that kind of just a batting average stability sort of a thing, given the way that the rest of the position looks.
Definitely. Bo Naylor's interesting me recently because he changed his swing. Or he changed his stance or something. Go on, Johnny. I haven't drafted him yet, but I've been noticing what they're talking about with him, and I'm intrigued. He's still so young.
Yeah, he is. And I mean, if he follows in his brother's footsteps, I mean, he's going to have the power. Eventually it'll show up, But yeah, no, it's funny you mentioned that because he was my other guy other than Tyler Stevenson. That's going late.
Definitely.
Yeah, I like Naylor a lot.
Beautiful. All right. So there you go. Little late round catchers to just kind of eyeball there. I mean, again, not a sexy position by any stretch of the imagination. What's not sexy either is late first base. I mean, you got the top 5. What a top heavy position this is. That if you don't get the top 5 first baseman, you can kind of wait on it. It just depends on how long you want to wait. Johnny, what about you? Late round first base. What do you like?
I like Ryan Mountcastle is one of my guys. You mentioned Baltimore bringing the fences in again. It was only in, 2021? He had 33 home runs. It's gone down each year. Meanwhile, his exit velocity, his hard hit percentage has gone up every year. It just hasn't been going over the fence in left center and left field. So I think that's going to help him a huge. His BABIP is always around 310, 320. He'll hit you 270. He had 271 last year, at 270 the year before. So he's not going to kill you with that. He's in a good lineup. Even if he bats 6th in that lineup, he's going to give you probably 80 ribbies, 80 runs. So I think he's a solid, he's not going to give you any stolen bases, but you don't expect that from first baseman anyway. But even if he hits 25 to 30 home runs with 80 runs, 80 ribbies, and hits 270, where's he going? First base? I think he's going
deep. He's like going in the
20 something,
18 to 20s. Yeah, he's late.
Super late.
18 actually, 18th overall. He's going behind Yandy Diaz, Luis Arias, and Carson
CEH or CES.
CES, yeah, CES.
Yes.
I mean, he's going behind those guys. He's going behind Spencer Steer. He's going behind Paul Goldschmidt. I mean, and how do Goldschmidt's 85 years old at this point, and he's been horrible the past 2 years. So I think Mountcastle's a great, a great pick at 18th overall, and as far as first baseman go.
Completely agree.
Yeah, big fan of just, and what I love about Mountcastle is because he goes so late, you just grab him as a corner infielder too.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Or
He's never your primary first base. You could make him your primary first baseman, but he always just seems to be one of the most reliable corner infield guys out there.
Yeah. You could take 3 first basemen, put them at UT, and just have power and average up the wazoo.
Yeah.
Speaking of average, I like Nathaniel Lowe a lot this year.
Mm-hmm.
Going to the Nationals, even though the offense is somewhat of a downgrade, he had surgery prior to last season. People don't remember that. And he still had a quality year, like average in the 270s, just under 20 home runs, but he has 25 to 28 home run power in that bat. The Nationals park is one of the more favorable hitters parks in baseball. I really like Dylan Cruz, James Wood, maybe Keibert Ruiz breaks out, who knows, but that offense isn't as bad as advertised. Josh Bell they added, that's another stable bat. Like Nathaniel Lowe's way too cheap for a guy who could hit 280 with 25 home runs, give you a bunch of runs and RBI as well. He's going to hit in the top of the order of that Nationals lineup. It's just because they're the Nationals, I think people forget about him.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, listen, I was a big fan of his when he was with Texas. Good, solid hitter, just very stable, nothing completely outlandish there. Yeah, I mean, listen, the move, people complain about possible protection in the lineup, but I mean, because he did have it there with like when Josh Young was healthy or Jonah Heim was hitting behind him there. I dug that. So yeah, I could definitely get behind a little Nathaniel Lowe for sure.
Yeah, and like comments are saying he could steal some. He stole 8 in 2021. Do I expect 8+? But hey, getting some steals out of your first baseman is pretty valuable.
Yeah,
I forgot. I get to look at the little comment section over here. Oh, Colette,
yeah, we got comments. Shout out
Colette chiming in here, huh?
Yeah.
You guys know that dude tried to power bomb me at Foley's back in the day at Tout Wars?
Ooh. Who got the best of that one?
I'm still standing here, right? Am I not?
There you go. Love it.
Colette in the chat, Spore in the chat. We thank everybody for joining us here, by the way, here on Podapallooza. Big thank you to Justin Mason for all the work that he always puts in for this one here. And you can see it across the bottom of the screen there, donorbox.org/TGFBI-2025. Every dollar that you donate gets you a raffle ticket in towards a variety of prizes, as Mason had thrown them out for everybody there, whether it's subscriptions to fantasy sites, jerseys, guest spots on shows, you name it, we got it available. So again, Fantasy Care is a phenomenal organization. And want to shout that out. So please, if you can, donate over here, because I'm going to need a lot of entrance fees, and your donation is going to possibly line my pocket so that I can make picks like Jonathan Aranda as a corner infielder there, late first baseman. I'm not really that into him. He's just like a really late one. The guy who I like actually qualifies it more than just first base, but that's Isaac Paredes. And again, here's a guy who I like using as a corner infielder, as a guy who I like to move around my roster. Like when he gives you that roster flexibility, it's first base, it's third base. I don't even know if he still has any second base eligibility left, but here's a guy that, I mean, this is a 25 home run bat. This is a 25 to 30 home run bat. He's not going to give you any batting average help, although I'll tell you what, kind of, hitting in Houston now with that surrounding lineup, I do think that it kind of, it adds to him a little bit. I mean, I think the batting average, the average batting average around Major League Baseball was somewhere around like 240, 241 last year. So a 243 average from Isaac Paredes, if he's going to hit me 25 to 30, I don't mind that at all. And even with the move here to Houston, I think it's a positive move for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's more home run or bust, it feels like. And yeah, Crawford boxes should help him a ton.
Yes, it should.
Yeah, and he's an extreme pull hitter too.
Yeah.
So it's definitely down the line. It's the same actually distance they were talking about, 315 down the line as Tampa Bay. as Tropicana
Yeah.
Field. So, and he was successful there, and he wasn't good in Wrigley. So
The win wasn't in his favor. That's all it was.
No,
I mean,
that was-
Morel was it Morel? No, Morel was better in Wrigley than he was in Tampa. So it's weird sometimes the way this
Yeah.
goes. But yeah, Morel's another guy. I know we're going to move on to second base, but yeah. Like no, that park change. I don't know how. Like, should we just be drafting all of the Rays and A's? Because if these minor league parks play the way they do, it could be a
Well,
cheat code in a way.
From what I read, actually, with the with Steinbrenner Field, where the Rays are going, it actually is not as good for right-handed hitters as it is for lefties. It's a lot better for lefties.
It's more about the weather. They're playing in
Well,
the Tampa
humid weather. Yeah.
Yeah, the ball's going to carry.
Yeah.
And the A's, they're moving from the Bay to Sacramento. They're inland now. They no longer have to deal with the weather of the Bay. So it's like, what are we going to deal? We don't have a great grasp on what we're dealing with exactly between the A's and the Rays.
And you can't really. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, so no, because remember the Buffalo season or the Toronto Blue Jays where they played in Buffalo
when
and
they
Florida?
played in Buffalo's park.
Like Vlad hit like 45 home runs. Everybody had a career year, and we were chasing it for like the last few years. I mean, the A's are going to play there for a few years. I don't know how long the Rays are going to play in Steinbrenner Field, but like this may change fantasy baseball in the way we view offenses and the divisions playing in those parks.
I agree. I think you need to pay attention to that a lot, an absolute lot, because I do think that it's going to be impactful in certain ways. It's why that's a great transition just to go to second base, because Zach Geloff is a guy who I keep grabbing late. I mean, he had 17 home runs last year. You look at the big difference here. Geloff needs to cut down the strikeouts, right? Like a 30+% strikeout rate does not, it's not going to cut it. But it should be really interesting to see what happens, because the big thing about the old Oakland Coliseum is that there were miles and miles of foul territory to screw you over. You popped it up in foul territory, and it was like, it was easy out.
Yeah.
So I look at the fact that there's not as much foul territory at all in Sacramento, the dimensions of the park. Everybody knows that the PCL is a notoriously hitter-friendly AAA, organization. So, the fact that, a guy like Zach Geloff, who's coming off the board, as like, I don't know, 15th, 16th second baseman, it's not a great position anyway, but that's kind of, where I lean. And it's like that A's and Rays kind of a mentality.
Yeah, no, like, where is it? I have it up, actually. I can't put it up. I think I showed it. Howard, can you put this up on the screen? I shared screen right now.
Where? Who? What? Where?
Oh, it's on the bottom of the StreamYard. I just want to show the dimension differential.
Oh, I don't think I can.
Does Justin have control of that, or is that you guys? Justin, we need help because I can't share screen, and I want to show how crazy this is. But it's okay if he's not around. But yeah, you're right. The foul ground, the foul area is crazy compared to the Oakland Coliseum. It is a hitter's haven, basically. You're going to have more opportunities to get these hits. Geloff, one of those guys, he suffered an oblique strain in April. And we know how obliques linger. We have a bunch going on right now between like Adolis Garcia. Obviously, Gunnar has the intercostal, but they're all kind of interconnected. But obliques are bad. And when you suffer one earlier in the season, they can linger. Sean Murphy had one last year. But then again, now he's hurt again for some reason with cracked ribs. But yeah, obliques are bad. I try to avoid guys early in the season who suffer them, and Geloff's one of those guys. It's a great pick.
What about you guys? Second base, late round, who do you like?
Second base, Brandon Lau or Lowe? I forgot how to pronounce his name.
This one is Lau.
This one's Lau.
Josh Lowe.
I'm just gonna go with all the low. I'm gonna go with all the lows and lows for all of my sleepers. I think I've been drafting every single one. Foreshadowing my outfield pick. Brandon Lau, extreme pull hitter. The right field in Steinbrenner Field, similar to Yankee Stadium, the short porch. If he's going to be a pull lefty guy, he plays not every day, but he could hit versus lefties. So you're getting a near everyday guy. His injuries are a concern, and that's not great, but if it gives you 240 with if he hits 230, 240 with 35 home runs, I don't think anybody's going to be mad about that. And that offense, again, could be very good. So I'm drafting him in a most raise.
Brandon Lau. Yeah. I mean, especially when you're also dealing with the fact that Ha-Seong Kim probably not going to be back until late May. Lau will probably stay in that lineup, regularly. Maybe they move, Jose Caballero around a little bit and just maintain Brandon Lau's early season at bats, which is definitely a good thing for sure. How about you, Johnny? Second base, the Keystone. Who do you
I
like?
had Lau as well.
Oh,
but
I could switch mine, no problem.
I'd like to mention something about Lau that was interesting. They talk about him platooning all the time. Last year against left-handed pitchers, he had 265 with a 521 slugging percentage.
Jesus.
Against lefties. So, and in his career, in 533 plate appearances against lefties, he has 30 home runs and 86 RBIs.
Not too shabby.
So it's a misconception that he can't hit lefties. It's a total misconception. And I think
Conforto last year, another guy who hit lefties really well.
Yeah.
People are underrating him.
Yep. So Lau, I think with the short porch, the humidity, he can get back to 39 home runs that he hit 4 years ago.
I would kill for that. I would do very
a baseman with 39 home runs.
I would do illegal things for a 39 home run season from Brandon Lau.
I think everybody would do illegal things for that.
I just wanted to mention, not the people who faded him.
I just wanted to mention I actually have Zach Geloff in the TGFBI. I got him in the 14th round.
Beautiful.
Special shout out Jackson Holiday. I know he's not really a sleeper because he was like the number one prospect in baseball, but he was like 20 last year. I'm forgiving any expected stats or strikeout rate or walk. Like, he's an amazing prospect, and he's gonna play, or they're gonna give him the opportunity. He might play shortstop he might get that eligibility if Gunnar Henderson's on IL. Jackson Holiday, past pick 200 or around pick 200, why not? And then you could get your MI filled with Lau or Geloff or whomever else.
Yeah, I mean, what I like about Jackson Holiday, I mean, I like the player. I don't know if he's ready to break out fantasy wise yet. It was like one of those things, and I hate making the comparison. It's not the comparison; it's the style versus like what fantasy expectations are. Remember when Wander Franco first came up? I know.
Well, the player.
That's like saying Voldemort.
Right. Not like if we're talking music, I love Michael Jackson. Beat It was a great song, right? And Thriller was an amazing album. Do I like the person?
Separate the art from the artist.
Yeah.
So Wander Franco, but what the problem was when Wander Franco came into the majors, the fantasy community was blowing him up. That, like they were pegging him as a 2020 30-30 guy already, and he just wasn't there yet. Like, physically, he wasn't developed enough yet. Defensively, phenomenal, right? I mean, just put him in the field and watch him go, and that's great. And the potential was so good. I kind of feel like we're at that with Jackson Holiday as well, right? Like, I mean, the hype is huge. We know what the potential is. We know what the ceiling could be. I just don't know if he's ready for that yet, which just is a kind of a concern. But I do agree with you. Like, if Gunnar Henderson's going to be out for a little while, then you have to give Holiday that extra look.
And just to, not to muck on the comparison, because I get what you're saying. It took Wander until his third year to fully break out. And then, speaking of development, there was another, he didn't care for development of others. But when it came down to it, he did break out, and he was much better early on than Jackson Holiday. So you're kind of banking on a guy who hasn't really done it. Wander was at least hitting like 270 when he came into the league, wasn't striking out. And that second season, he wasn't striking out. He was still hitting really well. He just didn't have the power. Holiday hasn't shown any of it in the league, but you're just kind of betting on the pedigree of the player.
Right.
And I'm willing to do that with the improved parks, the lineup. I mean, the Rays lineup that year compared to the Orioles lineup right now, a top 3 offense in the MLB, 1-9 is incredible. I'm willing to do that just for the possible upside. And hey, maybe he's an Anthony Volpe of last year, where it's just like the average isn't great, the strikeouts are still concerning, but he put up fantasy numbers, and that's the game we play. If we get the fantasy production from Holiday, even if it's not perfect, I'm happy with that.
Yeah. All right, beautiful. All right, well, let's move on to shortstop here. Don't want to miss out on any positions. We'll start with Johnny. Late round choice, because since Kevin, I keep stealing your guys.
Yeah, we're yapping. I'm sorry, Johnny.
We'll sit back. This is the Johnny Black Hour, everybody. Welcome. Cheers. Salud.
Shortstop. Who did I have? Wait, hold on a second. I got to go with a guy that I loved 2 years ago, and he's been slipping. But I think in a contract year, he's gonna step up and get paid. That's Bo Bichette.
Okay.
Had a horrible year last year. Things didn't go his way. But his BABIP was also 86 points lower than it was the year before. I can't count on him for stolen bases like we thought we could 4 years ago when he was almost a 30-30 guy. But I think this year, with the contract year, if he's completely healthy in that lineup now with Santander there, a little more power in the lineup there. Vlad's also in a contract year. So, I think it was Sparky Anderson that said, give me 25 guys in a contract year, I'll give you a pennant. No. So we'll see. I know some guys put too much pressure on themselves with everything, but I think you got to look at that. And, it's still a good hitter's park. Like Kev said, I'll take any hitter in the AL East. And a guy who's batting at the top of the lineup ahead of Santander with 44 home runs last year and Vlad. I'll take that. Even if he's not going to steal me 20 bases anymore, I'll take the 20 home runs and the 100 runs, 110 runs. And we all know he can hit for batting average. I think last year he just got unlucky. So I'll take the 290 average to boost up any kind of power guys I want later on that are going to hit me 220. I'll take a Bo Bichette who's going to hit me 290, and that'll even it out.
Yeah, former first round. I'm always for former's first round picks who have horrible years and drop 100 picks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's going. He's the 13th shortstop. He's going behind Willie Adams, Matt McLean, and Ezekiel Tovar.
I'd take him over all of those.
I'd take him all.
Yeah, I would too.
Yep. Yeah, I think he's a top 10 shortstop. He could be top 5.
Top 5.
Yeah.
The Adames love, I think, is getting a little out of control right now. I was broadcasting an FSGA draft. There's a 15-teamer. Dude took Adames on the wheel, 1-2 turn, which I didn't get it, man. I didn't get it.
No, that had to be a fluke.
No, I saw someone. He was like, I interviewed him like immediately afterwards. I was like, you have to explain yourself on this one. It was just, I'm talking about a guy who moved from Tampa Bay, hitting at the Trop, to getting the best batter's eye in a hitter-friendly park like Miller Park, and now he goes to San Francisco.
No thanks. I have him outside my top 100. I have him way below a lot of these guys. I have him close to, the Jeremy Pena range mentioned here by PJ322. But someone below them, Dansby Swanson, he's a 2020 guy. Underperformed his X stats last year. Chicago's offense is improved this season. They got Kyle Tucker. That's a superstar hitter that they're just going to throw in the top of the lineup. Dansby might be hitting leadoff. We don't know yet. He has, good walk rate, not a great OBP, but, with some average luck, he could get back to like 330, 340. But yeah, Suzuki has upside. Matt Shaw, Ian Happ's still there. I like this offense. Pete Crow Armstrong, if he breaks out, they added Justin Turner, who's still a good hitter, even though he's not great anymore. He's still good. I really like this Cubs offense, and I like Dansby Swanson. Near pick, 180? Yeah. Getting him after, I think he could put up a better season than Willie Adames, who, what is it? Oracle Park is horrible. It's one of the worst. Yeah. It's maybe the worst now with Oakland Coliseum out of the picture.
Yeah. I was actually going to use Jeremy Pena as mine until who was it? TDK who said it? Where's PG322. Yeah, I mean he is a 2020 guy, and I think that there's a restructure going on with that Houston lineup. I definitely think that that's something that we need to kind of pay attention to. They are going to rely a little bit more heavily on him. I think that's it's a great late round pick. For sure. I'll give the nod to Xavier Edwards if you're just looking for speed. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of power, but the dude's going to get, he's got the green light in Miami. right? And you look at his player props from Vegas, and you look at like his stolen base ladder, and Vegas basically has him pegged right there in that 40 stolen base range. So, if you're sitting there and because that's the thing, shortstop's so flush with talent that, you kind of, you look at some of the guys, the names on the way down, that guys like Dansby Swanson or Jeremy Pena, or even Bo Bichette, they're getting pushed down so much because, listen, Bobby Witt, Ellie De La Cruz, Lindor, Gunnar Henderson, Trey Turner. It's just such a loaded position these days. So, but yeah, I like a little bit of Pena, and then I'll give that nod to Xavier Edwards for sure.
There we go.
Yeah. All right, let's. I guess we can talk. I don't think there are any late round DHs that we want to talk about. So let's hit that outfield. Because I'll tell you what, man, the outfield is just chock full of guys here. So, where do we want to go? Go ahead, rattle them off. Johnny's already, look at John. Johnny's he's rifling through.
Well, wait, we forgot third base, didn't we?
Did we forget third?
Did we? Keystone?
Oh, we did forget third. That's right. You know what? I heard the mention of Matt Shaw before. So, all right, third base, Johnny. Thank you.
You just reminded me.
Straight and narrow.
Because when you talked about Xavier Edwards, the original slapdick prospect that Blake Snell called him like a few years ago, I like the Kate Counter Norby.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
As for what I've been seeing, he's going to be batting second behind Edwards. Edwards had 31 stolen bases in 300 plate appearances last year. I could see him doing 60. And if Connor Norby, in the past 2 years in AAA, he hit 290 and 293, had 21 home runs and 17 home runs. And that 17 home runs was in 440 plate appearances. Granted, it's AAA. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's going to be batting second in that lineup between Edwards, who gets on base, he had 290 last year, I could steal 60 bases in a full season. And then you got Justin's guy, Jesus Sanchez, who I like also, batting third. I think Norby could be huge. And he's the 23rd third baseman off the board. If you miss out on the top guys, and you're looking for an extra corner infielder, he's got a lot of upside. So I just wanted to mention him. Xavier Edwards, mention of him reminded me of it. But
yeah, I can't get with the Marlins. I know you guys are loving Xavier Edwards because of the steals, but I don't see much upside with like a Norby, because you're relying on the batting and the runs and RBI. Like that lineup is so bad. It's the worst. It's probably the worst in baseball.
Oh, I don't know about that. I would, come on.
Look at that. It's disgusting.
The White Sox. Come on.
Well, the White Sox, yeah.
Okay, White Sox, sure, but the NL's worst lineup, but even so, it's not great. And they have a GM who might be trading pieces away. So if we get moves, Norby ideally would get moved, but he's so young, we don't know. But Jesus Sanchez is getting up there. I know they said they want to keep him, but I think he's close to his free agency. I'm not interested in a Norby. I'm sorry. Give me again, Morel, like mentioned, or another guy that I've been targeting late. There's so many third basemen. Joey Ortiz. Now we're talking Adames is gone. He might get shortstop eligibility, which would be huge because the shortstop falls off a cliff. Provides steals. He's got some power. He could be a 15-15 guy with a really good average playing every day. I'm into Joey Ortiz going after a guy like Norby too. Matt Shaw mentioned, but he did get hurt, so I don't know if he's 100% entering the season. But yeah, there's some good late third basemen going here.
Yeah, Josh Young is another one. I mentioned him earlier.
Yeah.
I'll throw him out here again, right? He was hurt last year, right? I'll sit there. I didn't even mention him during the middle infield talk, but Matt McClain, who I'm like, I don't care that he was out all last season, right? I know what the player is all about. I know what he's capable of. Josh Young, it was a wrist injury last year, and we know what that does to power hitters. 2 years ago, the guy hit 23 home runs, right? Sure, he strikes out a little bit more than you'd like, but 265 average, 20 to 25 home runs at third base for where Josh Young's going. I think that's kind of a nice bargain for us, too.
Yeah. Didn't he have multiple injury? He had a hand injury in 2023, wrist injury. It says twice last year. I don't know. I don't love how many hand injuries he's had, but he's so talented.
This
So
from
it's
the
hard
guy who took Francisco Alvarez already in a draft?
I mean, that was before the fact, but
He had the
nevertheless.
thumb. First, he had the thumb last year.
But he's also a catcher.
He's got
Catcher is
weak metacarpals there, buddy.
Catcher is just so bad. I'll take anyone with working legs at this point. Yeah, though, speaking of Stallings, I might have to pick up Stallings to replace him. And I mean, you have to drop a guy like Alvarez if you don't have IL, DL, whatever you want to call it, spots. Because, yeah, catcher's awful. I hate catchers. They're the tight ends of fantasy baseball.
And then we got to draft 2 in the NFBC.
Yeah. How dare you,
that,
Justin?
Don't even get me started on the whole 2-catcher world anymore. Like, aren't we past that already?
Yeah. You move it to two UT spots.
There
Nobody wants
This
2
guy.
catchers.
There you go. It's like getting rid of kickers in fantasy football. Get rid of kickers.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
Here he comes.
How dare you? Great guy.
Well, that's our cue that he's lurking, and we got time's running out. So let's move on to the outfield then. So who do we like? Late round outfield picks. Something sexy, something tasty. Kyle Tucker, maybe. Since you like the Cubs so much, Kev.
Yeah, the late round Kyle Tucker. I've been meaning to grab him.
He's my number one sleeper this year.
Oh, dude, great pick. I'm gonna go. Let's say if you're playing in a points league, I love a Lars Nootbaar. Gonna hit towards the top of that lineup and get on base a lot. But if you're playing in a TGFBI with categories and whatnot, we love our categories. Garrett Mitchell, another Brewer. I know I'm mentioning a lot of Brewers, but he could play every day. I know he's a lefty. He struggled a little bit versus lefties, but at the same time, he's never really gotten a full season in the MLB. But he has massive power, good speed, long swing. He's going to strike out a lot, but when he makes contact, it's going to be loud. I like the opportunity that Garrett Mitchell is going to have this season. And if he stays healthy, big caveat, I know we're really leaning into the variance here. He could be a guy who, not to say is a league winner, but is a very high contributor to your fantasy teams.
Johnny?
Well, I'm going to finish off the trifecta of lows and lows. We'll go with Josh Lowe.
I like that call.
And I mean, he was a 20 home run, 32 stolen base guy 2 years ago. Last year, he had hip injuries, limited to him about 109 games. But like we said about Tampa, the humidity, the short porch, he's a left-handed hitter. He's going to play every day. I mean, who the hell is in the outfield for Tampa Bay other than him anyway? So I could see him getting back to – he could be a 30-30 guy, honestly.
Yeah.
And he's going – I think he's like the 38th outfielder off the board.
It's crazy.
So, I mean – and another Milwaukee Brewer, just to mention one more guy. I know you like Garrett Mitchell. I do too. I always love Sal Frelick. And
he put on some weight, apparently, put on some muscle.
Yep, because he only hit like 2 home runs last year. He wants to be able to drive the ball more, lift the ball more. So I think I don't know about this year, but I think he's too talented of a hitter, I think, to keep him down too much.
No, Lowe's a great pick, and he's another guy, I think, oblique strain pretty severe early in spring last year. Hip injury. Yeah, he was just a litany of injuries. So Lowe's a great bounce back. He was going top 75 for a reason last year. He could be a top 10 outfielder with his in a 5 category. I mean, he hits it for a high average too. That's a great pick.
I actually grabbed him as my my first outfielder or second outfielder. I took Jackson Churio in the second round. TGFBI. I took Josh Lowe in the 9th round. So
love that. Yeah, he's my 4th outfielder. So I'm pretty happy
with that. Nice. I love that. My 3rd outfielder is actually the guy who I would mention here as well. And I'm giving Nolan Jones another shot.
There you go.
The dude was 2020 and 2023, right? And then all of a sudden the pressure was on him last year. He did get a little banged up as well. Had an absolute nightmare of a season. Terrible year. Sat there pressing at the plate nonstop. Strikeout rate went back up above 30%. That's never good. But like guys like that, guys like Josh Lowe or Nolan Jones, like these are guys I'm definitely ready to go back to because I know that there is a power speed combination to be had there. And considering where I'm getting like the bulk of my offense, right? I'm getting big power at first base, or I'm getting, big power at third base or something like that. To be able to do that, when Nolan Jones just struck out when you said 2020. Thanks, PJ.
Look, I remember spring training right before the season started, he got like pegged in the knee. I don't know what happened. He was writhing in pain. He didn't fracture his knee. We saw with Kyle Tucker. They're like, oh, he's fine. His shin is fine. And then it turns out Kyle Tucker fractured his shin, and they were just lying to us for like 2 months. I don't know what happened with Jones. I think he was dealing with like a deep bone bruise, something that lingered throughout the season. Really good prospect. 2020, you're right. And Colorado should help with the average despite the strikeout rate.
He also dealt with a reoccurring back issue, which is what cost him a lot of the season. I think Nolan Jones is one of those guys. I don't know that I trust the skills because he doesn't make a lot of in zone contact, but at his price right now, he's worth a gamble. Like just take the
14th
shot.
round in a 15-teamer, I got him.
Yeah,
You'll know pretty quick whether or not he's back to being the guy that he was going in the 4th, 5th round a few years ago.
Yeah. Coors is weird though. You kind of want the summer months, and it's hard to really damn them for April, May, and that's when he got hot.
For me, it's more about like, is he making enough contact where he can unlock that power? Like it's I want to see him actually, striking the ball, because in his short sample last year, he's actually striking the ball fairly well. He just couldn't stay healthy.
Yeah, walks a lot too, so that's nice.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for coming on and giving all your info. I want to give you guys an opportunity to promote yourselves a little bit. Howard, remind everybody where they can reach you at and what you do.
FantasyAlarm.com. Our MLB draft guide still has content rolling out. We do each position gets like a fresh article once or twice a week just to kind of keep everything current. ADP tracking, mock drafts are still being written up and everything. So that's over at FantasyAlarm.com. You can also read me in the New York Post every weekend. And then, of course, SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio. You can hear me broadcasting Monday through Friday, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern, with Jim Bowden and Andrew Cooper does the show with me on Thursdays and Fridays. So tune in.
Johnny, let people know where people can reach you and what you do.
I'm on Twitter at jball0202. I write for TDT Media. Right now, I'm in the midst of the top 1,000 baseball players of all time, coming down on the top 100. So keep track of that.
And Kev.
Yeah, finish us off. Roto Surgeon on Twitter. Follow me for all of the fantasy baseball and football goodness. I'm mixing in drafts in March. I know that's not healthy, but we're here. Patreon for all of my fantasy baseball rankings leading up to the season, and then fantasy baseball advice throughout. And Razzball and Fantasy Pros for all of my written work. And also got to plug my stream that I'm doing for underdog drafts and NFBC drafts, The Draft Dodgers. Follow us on YouTube and Twitter at The Draft Dodgers. So we'd look forward to that. And Justin, thank you for hosting TGFBI and Podapallooza and all this. We are eternally grateful for the work you put in. You're the man.
I appreciate you guys coming out and supporting. Y'all do great work. Make sure you follow all these guys. I got to boot them out of here unceremoniously, as I always do. I don't know if I'm going to get to see any of you guys in New York this weekend or next weekend, but hopefully I will. And if not, we'll be catching up soon for sure. We are raising money for Fantasy Cares. Fantasy Cares is a fantastic organization that raises money through fantasy sports for Toys for Tots drives around the country. So far, we have raised over $6,600 this weekend through Podapallooza, as well as TGFBI and TGFBI satellite leagues. Please keep those donations coming in. You can see down on the ticker below, donorbox.org/TGFBI-2025. Every dollar you donate gets donated to Fantasy Cares and gets you a raffle ticket in to win amazing prizes. Subscriptions to places like Fantasy Alarm, things like bobbleheads, things like jerseys, TGFBI entries. I'm going to be giving away a few of those for next season. A whole bunch of stuff that you can win if you donate to donorbox.org/TGFBI-2025. Thank you all for supporting Podapallooza. Got a couple hours left, including this hour, which I'm going to be the host of, and we're going to bring in a different type of crew. Last crew was a little rowdy. I don't know how much you can trust them. Are they very ethical? This crew I'm bringing in is very ethical, and we are going to be talking some fantasy ethics. And when I'm talking fantasy ethics, I always love to talk to my boy Chris. How you doing, my friend?
What's going on, Justin? That's quite the build. Yes, we get to be like the school marms, the scolds. You know, I'm gonna wrap people's knuckles. It's gonna be awesome.
It's one of my favorite segments every Podapallooza. I'm glad you're able to join us for it again. Greg joining us as well, another ethical man in the fantasy industry.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
And joining us as well, Daniel, another ethical man in the fantasy industry. I want to give you guys an opportunity real quick to introduce yourselves, tell people where they can find your work and what you do, as well as find you on social media. So, Daniel, why don't you lead us off?
Justin,
you're muted.
Oh.
I heard him.
Am I still muted?
You're good now.
Okay, all right. Thanks for having me on, Justin. Excited to be back here on Podapallooza. My name is Daniel Rotter. You can find me on Twitter at drot_6. I'm currently writing for Just Baseball on their website, covering a lot of Orioles and also fantasy content coming down the pipe. And I'm really excited to get this ethics discussion rolling.
There we go. Greg, let people know where you can be reached and what you do.
Yeah, I'm just trying to dip my toes back into the content game a little bit, so I'm not really writing anywhere right now, but you can find me on social at Greg Sauce, basically everywhere, Blue Sky, Twitter. I have a blog I'm trying to start, so find the link to that, on those social accounts, and you'll find some work there soon.
And Chris.
So I am at KO_reporter on Twitter, at Chris Olson on the Blue Sky, and I write for Baseball HQ. I'm a playing time analyst. I'm also a contributor to the Baseball Forecaster every year. If you read your pitcher profiles closely, I'm the one that put Vanilla Ice in your head, so I apologize for that. If you don't know what that's in reference to, well, read closer.
And we're going to be giving away a Forecaster as well as a Baseball HQ subscription. So make sure you're donating so you can be entered in to win those. I get my Forecaster every year. I don't know. Oh, here's my minor league analyst. There we go. I got my minor league analyst.
Nice.
Forecasters inside with a bunch of marks in it right now. So we are talking fantasy ethics. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys some questions or some scenarios, and I want you to tell me what the person who wrote this in should do or what you would do in these scenarios. First one is, how do you deal with owners that will not engage when it comes to trading? I'm talking about the ones that ignore trade offers if they don't like them or reject them without any feedback. Not so much as a thanks for the offer, but this doesn't work for me. The ones that don't answer private messages or emails inquiring about trades, and the ones who seem unable to say hey when making an offer for your best player. I'm not looking for in-depth trade discussions, but surely it's not too difficult to say a few words. Am I expecting too much here? Daniel, I'll start with you.
Man, I mean, I guess what first came to mind when I read this scenario was, how badly do you want to even be in a fantasy baseball league if this is your approach to trade discussion? If you are just completely shut off from communication with your entire league, it almost screams to me like you just don't really enjoy doing this that much. And it's almost makes me wonder, is this an owner worth replacing? That's not to say that he's necessarily a bad person. I know we all have bigger things going on maybe than fantasy baseball, but to not even engage with anybody on the topic of trades just kind of makes me seem like this is maybe worth discussing whether this owner needs to be replaced, because it just doesn't seem like he wants to compete at the same level or have the same interest level that everyone else does.
Greg, what are your thoughts here?
I don't know. I disagree with that a little bit. Mostly, is the owner competitive in the first place without making trades? If so, do they need to be making trades if they can compete on their own without doing it? Like, that's the type of player I tend to be, which is why I have that viewpoint. Like, I don't actively look to trade unless I have a need. Now, the whole part about being non-responsive, that's a problem. Like, you should at least say no thanks, or hey, this doesn't work for me. How about this? All that stuff I agree with. But in terms of like just booting a player because they don't make trades, period, like what if they don't need to make trades is kind of what I would throw back at that, if that makes sense.
Chris?
That's interesting. Yeah, no, so I don't have a so much of a problem with this guy as long as he's even-handed about it and treats everybody the same way. The guy that drives me crazy is the one that doesn't respond to me, and then all of a sudden he's making a deal with one of my rivals. That's the guy that annoys the heck out of me. The other thing that like Daniel could maybe help me out with is that I also feel like that there's like a generational thing going on with this too, because like I will trade emails out, but that's as far as I'll go. It still feels like forward to me. Like if I'm texting someone, it feels like I'm asking someone out on a date or something like that. I'm being very aggressive, but I know some of the leagues that I'm in with younger folks, they think nothing of like texting one another or whatever, or Snapchatting or whatever you young folks do. And and I think maybe part of this is I just need to get over it and communicate with people using the prevailing technology the way that they want to communicate.
Yeah,
I would like to point out real quick that Chris went straight to Daniel as the person of the younger generation and didn't come to me for that question.
Well, I
You
see
and I
a
have too
little
much
bit of
gray
gray
in our
in that
beard.
I see a little gray in that beard, just a little. You're younger than me, but that's not saying a whole hell of a lot.
I think something else to say about this is that it is a two-way street, right? Like this person can complain about not getting responses to their trade offers, but how are they putting those trade offers out there, right? Is it just, I spam out a bunch of offers in my Yahoo client or in my ESPN client? Like if you're not proactively communicating with the person you want to trade with, why would you expect them to proactively communicate back with you?
I think to kind of Chris's question actually is a really brings up a really good point. What I like to do is kind of figure out how everybody in my league likes to communicate, because some people do not want to communicate via email. Some people do not want to talk over the phone. Some people do not want to text. And so kind of learning what your league mates want to do, individual league mates want to do in terms of how they like to have discussions. I'm one of those people. I'm in a crap ton of leagues. Like I don't want to go back and forth with someone. I want you to give me your best offer and me be able to tell you like, hey, is this in the ballpark? And vice versa, right? Like when I send out a trade offer, I'm trying.
When Justin throws out a trade offer, he freezes for me.
Right away because
yeah.
Oh, sorry. I glitched out there for a second. So yeah, I don't want to go back and forth with people on trades forever. I want to get something done because I've got a bunch of leagues. I got a bunch of work and family and things like that. So like, yeah, like I think the most important thing is, hey, trading is like a relationship. You need to communicate in the way your partner communicates if it's going to work.
Yeah. What's your trading language?
Yeah, exactly. All right. Next one is it okay to make moves after you've been eliminated from contention? I see this one brought up all the time, especially in like head-to-head leagues when someone's eliminated from the playoffs. Is it okay to keep making those moves and keep grinding, even if you're like in 7th place and you're not going to make the playoffs? You're not going to factor into the money in a roto league there, Greg?
100% yes. Keep playing all the time. This is an easy one for me. I have nothing more to say.
Yeah, it definitely. I totally agree with this too, because and I play in fewer head changes it slightly, but like in any sort of rotisserie style league or standings league, it's a butterfly effect thing, right? You don't know what is ultimately going to shape the final standings. And I mean, it's even a point of pride for the winners. I think, if I know that the only reason I won is because some other team stopped setting their lineup and I was able to pass them in RBI or run scored or whatever, that cheapens it a little bit for me. I want to know that like I kind of won, by everyone running through the wire and so forth. And like as Greg said, it's a pretty easy one to me. I would go so far as to say not only is it okay, it's almost like mandatory. I think you should to keep the competition, the integrity of the competition.
Yeah, I'm right there with you guys in roto leagues. I think that we should all play towards the end in those. The thing that came to mind for me was in some head-to-head leagues. I know that in ESPN and Yahoo, there's like consolation ladders usually that everyone has the opportunity to play games. But I know that on fan tracks in some leagues, like a team season can end before the league season ends. Like it runs out of consolation weeks or matchups for teams who have been eliminated from the playoff bracket. And I do kind of feel like in that context, like you literally do not have a matchup. You are not playing for a single thing. That kind of feels, a little bit questionable as to making moves when there is nothing for you to play for.
And your league constitution should address that, though. Like you should have a league constitution for whatever league you're in. And if there are certain people who do get officially eliminated for some playoff period at the end of the season, there should be a provision that locks those teams from making moves. Build it into your constitution. Then these questions don't come up.
Yes. Very, very good point. Every league should have a constitution. And you should make sure that these kind of issues are addressed. So that way there's no gray area. Because anytime you leave gray area for fantasy players, they're going to try to figure out some way to take advantage of it one way or another. In a keeper league, can an owner that is out of the playoffs send a player to a contending team with an agreement of getting that player sent back in the offseason? The team owner charges some sort of form of value as a rental. I had this happen to me in a keeper league, and it was used against me. And the league kind of went up in arms that this player was allowed to try to rent out the player for the playoffs. Chris, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, no, I think this is pretty bad. I think that the way I always describe it is that in a couple of leagues I have language in the Constitution about future considerations. Trades basically need to happen when they happen and be full and complete. And to me, this is this is actually two trades, right? It's a trade during the current season. And then there's this other off-season trade. And that second trade sounds like it's essentially, Vladimir Guerrero for nothing, which, if you're looking at that's a voidable trade. It's not a fair trade. There's no, consideration or whatever. So I would try to write your rules to outlaw this practice. I mean, anything, this will come up again in a later question, at least in my response. You can set up your league with any sort of rules, but you just have to make sure that everybody is on the same page from the outset. So if you wanted these type of trades to be legit, then lay that out in your constitution so that everyone has equal opportunity to pull it. But frequently will happen is that it'll come up in season. Someone will come up with the bright idea of, I think I can try this, and then it all things go to hell.
Greg?
Yeah, I'm generally against this, but I would also say that if your constitution allows for this sort of thing or has some sort of provision that says that this is okay, then play within the rules that you're given. I'd be curious, Justin, how you responded to it in your league where you had that issue.
It was overturned. It was this idea that he could, he could trade this player, and I can't remember the exact player, but there were stipulations depending on how the player performed, what kind of return he would get, and it was too much. It was outside of the scope of our trading rules. Kudos to the guy for trying. I'm always there for someone trying something new, something different, outside the box. But I think the majority of the league felt like this was fairly well collusion, just trying to knock off someone that he probably shouldn't have been able to knock off in the playoffs. And it was pretty quickly overturned.
Yeah, I would say in head-to-head, this is worse, too. In a roto league or something like that, then maybe you could have this in your rules and be okay with it. But I think everybody needs to be on board with it.
Yeah. Daniel, any thoughts?
That word that you used there, collusion, was exactly what came to mind to me. I mean, that feels like pretty blatant example of two people coming together to kind of benefit one person's season. Collusion just generally doesn't belong in fantasy sports. I feel like I can't imagine any scenarios where it's okay.
All right. Next one is another one that kind of popped up in a league of mine years ago. Fair or foul to post about a player before the draft or fab bidding. Example, over under $10 for closer X. This may be obviously too obviously foul. As a commissioner, how do I handle these kind of trolls, Daniel?
So I was wondering with this question, is this, when you say to post about a player, does this mean like in the league's group chat, like the person trying to converse with the league mates, how much they're all going to spend?
Table talk.
Yeah, kind of table talk. It first came up in an Ottoneu league when someone had dropped Giancarlo Stanton mid-season, and we have the fab bidding for that. They were trying to kind of spur the league on to make the fab bidding a little bit higher on him for those who needed the power. So that is kind of the impetus behind this question.
I mean, that's generally probably something I would just not want to respond to if I was in the league and someone was posting that. I mean, fab as a whole process is a auction, and how silent I guess that auction is can be up to the league. Greg keeps referencing constitutions. If people want to make those auctions a little bit more well known in the group chat, I suppose that's something that you could do, but that does feel like a little bit against how most leagues run their fab.
What about you, Greg? What do you think?
I don't really have an issue with this, mostly because I don't think you can police it. Like there's nothing that's going to stop somebody from texting or emailing anybody else in the league with this sort of, kind of prod or nudge. And I think it's our job as players to see through that BS. It's like sitting down at a poker table and somebody starts talking about how good their cards are. Are you going to believe them? Right. Are you not going to believe them? Like that's part of the game to me with fantasy, is figuring out, when someone says they're going to do something or talks up a certain player, how much of that is BS? How much of that aligns with my own, take on that player or evaluation of that player? And I can take that information in and try to use it. I think that anybody who does this is actually hurting themselves. It's kind of like saying too much at the poker table. So I don't really have an issue with it because I don't think it really gives somebody an advantage. There is maybe that like aspect of promoting the league to bid someone up just to screw a particular owner that you yourself are competing against. But again, I don't see how you police it. So I don't know how you outlaw it necessarily. Because even if it's like not on the group chat of your league page or whatever, on your Discord, Slack, whatever you use to communicate with your league, again, nothing's going to stop somebody from sending an email or a text or planting that seed in some other owner's brain anyway. Is that collusion? It's more of like angle shooting to me. But I don't have an issue with this. I think that it's our job as players to be smart enough to look through that sort of nonsense.
Chris?
Yeah, I mean, so to me, I took as an assumption in this that it was sort of a dirty pool type of situation, right? Like it was I don't need the closer, but now there's a closer out there, and I don't want one of my rivals to get him or one of my rivals to get him for cheap. So I'm going to make sure that everyone's fully aware that the closer is available so that the bidding goes higher. And to which I basically say, but I'm sort of on a similar page as Greg on that one. Like it really just depends on the league and the personality of the league and the knowledge and how active the owners are. If everyone already kind of knew that closer X was out there, then what did the guy really do by kind of promoting it on the message board? Most it's sort of like a little tweak and being annoying and whatever, gamesmanship, what have you. But I think in a lot of leagues this would come across poorly just because you wouldn't be able to dispel the notion that when this team that's not very active all of a sudden puts in a bid on this closer and outbid somebody using contention, and now the guy in contention is all upset because that team wouldn't have woken up from their nap if not for the chatter on the message board. That's the problem to get in. So it's sort of a know your personality of your league. I'm in one league, it's an auction league or whatever, and this guy does the same shtick every year. He rosters like 2 closers, and then every time a closer gets nominated after that, he'll be like, best closer left, or he just really tries to, but like we all know the shtick, and like we were, everybody in the room knows how many closers are left anyway. So it's more just kind of an annoyance rather than like an attempt to taint the competition.
I don't have a problem with it as long as it's public. Like if you're if you're talking about something like that on a public, public post, public message board, public, text thread, like everybody has the same information. The issues I have is when you start seeing like, or finding out about like private messages, like, hey, you might want to go pick up this guy, and you're really doing that so that way your competition can't get that guy and catch you in saves or catch you in a certain category. But like if the information's all public, I think Chris is right. Like it really just comes down to who's, most people are paying attention anyways, and they're probably not going to miss it. But like it's all publicly available for everybody. I don't have an issue with it either.
Yeah.
Should there be an age limit for fantasy? I have a long-time keeper league where someone's 16-year-old kid joined the league. I'm worried people will attempt to take advantage of his inexperience, Greg.
No, I mean, start them young. Let's get more fantasy players. What are we talking about here? Yeah, in terms of like the gambling aspect or like the risk aspect tied to like a buy-in or a payout with the fantasy league. Yes, we need to be responsible with children when it comes to that stuff. 100%, 110%. But like, why wouldn't we want more people playing fantasy? Or like, who are we kidding? The game is great. Like, let's promote the game.
As our youth advocate here, Daniel, what do you think?
Well, I definitely had some thoughts about this one when I saw this. And I thought I was a good person to answer this because the only way that I can see this being a really cut and dry yes or no is if you are avidly against, children's gambling. Like if this is a money league and you don't think a 16-year-old should be gambling, then no, they shouldn't be in the league. But I mean, for me personally, I mean, I've had an interest in fantasy sports since I was like 11, 12 years old. And I was in my first dynasty league when I was 16. I was in TGFBI as a senior in high school in its inaugural year in 17. None of these leagues were money leagues. They were free leagues, but I had an interest in playing fantasy baseball. And I think this is a very case by case kind of situation. Like if it's like, we need someone to play and this guy's got this kid, he like doesn't really care about baseball, but we just need another body, then that kind of doesn't seem like a great move. But there are plenty of kids who really do have a passion for this sort of thing. And one thing that came to mind for me is just how many kids like playing MLB The Show. There really is a facet to that game in like franchise mode or Diamond Dynasty where you are accumulating players onto a roster, you're managing, setting lineups, and they're practicing those skills. I mean, as young kids, like elementary schoolers play MLB The Show. So I think that there are definitely a lot of kids who have a real interest in doing these sorts of things. And many of them probably are qualified to play fantasy. They just need to get the experience. And so they might not know like all the little niches of fantasy baseball coming into it. But I think if the kid has the passion and wants to do it, there's no reason why there should be an age limit, especially for a 16-year-old. Like if this is a 16-year-old who likes baseball, the 16-year-old probably has a job, like has responsibilities in their life. They can handle this if they want to do it. And I don't see a problem with it.
Chris?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everything that's been said, the same. First of all, the kid could be a phenom, and and it has everything to do with the complexity of your league rules, the buy-in, the stakes, and all those things are considerations. The only other thing that gets me at least a little concerned of, we would want to address any issues that come up, when you have family members in a league, it's not even really specific to young and old, but you never want teams to give like favored nation status. Maybe the 16-year-old wants to take the car out for the weekend and is now going to trade Shohei Ohtani to his dad so that he can get the keys. So you don't want any of that kind of stuff happening. But as long as none of that is at issue, I think yeah, bring him on, and see how he does. I mean, I'm in some leagues that the rules are so complex that 40-year-old people haven't been able to master them. So it really just depends on what type of league you're running and whatever.
I got my start in fantasy baseball leagues at the age of 15. And absolutely fell in love with it. I think we should be treating fantasy leagues like the cigarette industry treats kids, right? Just hook them while they're young, get them in, and make sure like we have people in playing fantasy for life, right? That's how I roll.
100%. It's a little bit healthier anyway.
A little bit.
than the
I mean,
cigarettes. Yeah.
don't ask my wife, but yeah, I am sure. It's just she might disagree. I'm in a 15-year dynasty league, and the number of spots, or the number of us getting hammered by injuries. And we only have 2 DL spots. The commissioner proposed that we increase them because there are so many of us having to drop players we normally wouldn't want to. Everyone in the league wants us to make this change except one guy who hasn't been affected by injuries. Is it really unfair to him, or should we? And can we make this change now as opposed to in next season? So this was one that was posed during the season. What do you think about that, Greg? If someone is against it, would you not make a change in season as opposed to waiting till the next season?
Yeah, if it's in season, I don't support any sort of rule changes like this. If you're planning for the next year, my approach with Keeper and Dynasty was always to vet the change ahead of time, figure out how many people are pro and con, and have some sort of criteria for what you think is enough to push something to be updated. And if you follow those rubrics and you give everyone proper notice that the change is coming, then deal with it. You know what I mean? Yeah, this one person doesn't want an extra IL spot, but it's going to come in next year. Start planning your roster construction around that with that year to spare. But yeah, any sort of instant flip the switch sort of change in Dynasty and Keeper, I'm skeptical of. There's always repercussions from that you don't foresee, in my experience, on top of the ones that you do foresee. So I'm against that aspect. But in terms of making a change like this, you need to be able to update your league settings if it makes sense, and if people want that for the league, especially if it's 14-1. To me, that's plenty. I would look at 2/3 or 75% is enough to put a change like this in, especially because it's just adding an IL spot. To me, that's minor. Maybe not minor, but it's not like adding a second catcher, or in football, adding a second QB spot or a super flex to something that was previously one QB, to put it in football terms. Those sorts of changes have much bigger impacts, but the impact of adding one IL spot, and you give enough notice, I'm fine with that. That makes sense to me.
Chris?
Yeah. No in-season rule changes is a good, rule to live by. You'll rarely go wrong if you abide by that. I mean, I would say that we're 5 years out, but we remember the COVID season now, and there were some things that legitimately you couldn't anticipate in terms of what that was going to look like, and how frequently there would just be slews of people that would hit the COVID IL or whatever. And in that sort of just once in a generate or once in 100-year type of scenario, yeah, maybe now you just get together with everybody. But I would also think that in such a scenario that you might be able to get unanimity around from your league. And really, that should be the standard in season, I would think, you'd have to have 100% buy-in to do something. And then, like Greg says, off season, 2/3, 3/4 to make rules changes is a pretty good guideline. But in season, try to avoid it. I mean, this is not the COVID type of situation that you're describing there. We all know injuries are a big part of the game, and sorry you didn't think about it before the season and adjust it before the season, but we got to play with the rules that we have.
Daniel?
Yeah, I'm right there with them. Mid-season rule changes are a slippery slope. I found it interesting also that, the person says that he's in a dynasty league, and a number of us are getting hammered by injuries this year. I mean, I feel like there's a good amount of injuries every year in baseball. So I just found the wording of that question interesting, but I absolutely would, let everyone have the same level playing field with all their injuries for the remainder of the season. And then I do think in dynasty, it is better to have, more than 2 IL spots, because at the end of the day, we're playing dynasty to keep a lot of players, to keep the guys who we want. Maybe not unlimited IL, even though I am in some leagues who do that. But yeah, I just think that this doesn't really make a lot of sense to be making this in-season rule change.
I am totally in favor of a limited IL in dynasty leagues. You should never have to drop someone in a dynasty league because they're hurt. Could you imagine the Red Sox having to just drop someone off their roster completely because they're hurt? That's insane. We're trying to kind of mimic a real life baseball situation, and if you got a bunch of guys on the 60-day IL, it's not fair that you have to jettison them off your roster. So I'm right there with you. I'm also right there with you guys on this. I'm actually in a really large dynasty league. and I have arguments all the time about rule changes because I feel like rule changes, especially in dynasty and keeper leagues, you should have at least a year to prepare. I went through this a few years ago where they decided they were going to institute innings minimums and at bat minimums for the following season. I was like, listen, I've been planning for years for this season, and now you guys are telling me my whole plan is shot to shit because I'm not going to have enough starting pitchers and I loaded up on relievers. You should give everybody a year to prepare at least in a dynasty or keeper league because you don't know how long someone has been preparing for the particular strategy, and you should never change rules in season unless it's unanimous. If one person's a holdout, yeah, maybe you don't like that person, maybe you think that person's a jerk, but at the end of the day, you can't change the rules to a game. It's like playing like Monopoly with an 8-year-old, right? Like you don't let them change the rules of Monopoly mid-game. They have to play it out, and then when we start the new game, if you want to insert your fun new rule, then we can talk about that and kind of all agree.
I don't know. My 4-year-old tries to change the rules in the middle of games all the time, and sometimes it's an uphill battle to fight against that.
See, I don't let my 6-year-old do that, right? Dad's going to win this game, and then maybe next time you can change the rules and try to win. Don't let the kids win, Greg. Come on.
Oh, I definitely don't, but yeah.
All right. Is it ethical to leverage dump trades against another team? Example, if I can't get a deal done with you, I will go to your competition and feed them. Daniel, what are your thoughts on this?
So what exactly do you mean by a dump trade, just out of curiosity?
So let's say I'm rebuilding and I've got some guys who are going to be expiring contracts in a keeper league. And I go like, hey, I got Vlad Guerrero Jr. and I have Chris Sale. Both their contracts are expiring. I'm going to trade them to you for, this prospect or this cheaper player or injured player that I might be able to use next year. But if you don't want to do it, I'm going to Greg and I'm going to send it to him.
I mean, at that point, I just would respond, okay, cool. Congratulations on knowing other people in the league, right? This is kind of just a manipulation tactic, it feels like. I don't really know. I would probably just end the conversation, honestly.
Greg, your thoughts?
Yeah, I kind of agree with that all over. It's like this is the type of thing that would turn me off from trading with somebody in the future. So, do this at your own risk. And at the same time, it's another one of those things where, to me, it's like the person who table talks in the auction room or on the waiver wire. Like they can say this stuff, but are they actually going to be able to pull off what they want to do? I'll believe it when I see it. If you do, congratulations. You play like, again, you can't police this. This person can go to the other team anyway and offer them a trade. And if they take it, they take it. Like if it's a bad trade or if it's an unfair trade, your league should have rules that address how to, veto that or, deal with that owner or whatever. But yeah, to me, I don't have an issue with this, but it would turn me off from trading with this player in the future. So I think it's a negative for them anyway. Like I don't see a whole lot of value in doing stuff like this.
What about you, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is less of an ethics question, more of a tactical question. I mean, I think this is a fair game negotiating tactic. You better be, you can't write checks your ass can't cash. You better, if you throw a threat out to somebody, you better be prepared to carry it out. Because when the guy says, well, fine, who does what Daniel says or whatever, and says, okay, well, good luck with that, other offer. And then, 2 weeks go by and you suddenly haven't done that trade that you were threatening to make with the other team. Your potential trading partner there is like, this guy's full of crap and throws around these idle threats all the time. And that's annoying to deal with. And I'm just not gonna do it. So, I would, use this tactic selectively only when you legitimately had sort of two good offers to choose from. And you're trying to maybe get the one guy to sweeten the offer a little bit or whatever. But other than that, it's probably an ill-advised strategy.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't phrase it like this, right? Like I wouldn't want to make it come off as some sort of threat, like, hey, I'm gonna make sure this other guy wins if you don't do it, because like Greg said, like if you burn bridges, especially if you're playing in long-term leagues together, like the last thing you want is to be stuck in a league with someone that you can't trade with. I had a guy like this who would do shady stuff in trades all the time. And I pretty much just told him from then on out, like, I'm just not trading with you. Like, don't even come and talk to me, because I just don't want to deal with you. And so, yes, there's nothing wrong with leveraging trades, right? If I'm, trying to trade a guy like Jackson Holiday and I'm talking to Greg, I can tell Greg, hey, listen, I'm also talking to Daniel, just a heads up. Like, if you want to get this done and keep him away from Daniel, then let's get a deal done. And that may work, that may not. You may get stuck with Jackson Holiday on your roster, but there's nothing wrong with leveraging, but to turn it into a threat, I think is a bit unethical and probably just bad business practice for the long run. Is it acceptable to tank for a better draft position for the next year? If so, to what end? Can I pick up poor players and start them on purpose? Can I purposely make poor trades, Chris?
Well, I was trying to figure out with this scenario, is that legitimately the only thing that you can do to better your chances next year is move up in the draft? Like, this isn't some kind of keeper league where I can make my trades for prospects, but so the only way I can sort of improve, like, my general thought is that anything, generally speaking, anything that you can sort of say, this helps me, this year is lost, but I want to improve next year. That's generally fair game. But to me, this smacks of a league that needs to do some little rules rewriting to create some other incentives, because I think if all you can do is move up in the draft by tanking, it will lead to transactions that are gonna smell pretty bad. And the trades, if purposely make poor trades, like if you're legitimately all you're doing is trading better players for worse players, to me I'm not a big fan of trade vetoes, but like that is a textbook example of where I'd be like, no, you need to veto that trade for the most part. And it wouldn't be satisfying enough for that other team to tell me, well, I might move up from the 5th pick to the 3rd pick, in the draft by doing this. That, like I said, I think you need to write something into the rules that either disincentivizes that or gives rebuilding teams a little bit more power to rebuild than just moving up in the draft.
What do you think, Daniel?
There's a few questions here that I feel like you can answer differently. So first one, is it acceptable to tank for a better draft position next year? If so, to what end? That's something for your league to decide, honestly. It depends on the league size, because the league's roster size and team size. Tanking could be more or less reasonable depending on that. But yeah, that's something that ultimately just comes from discussion with the league. Can I pick up poor players and start them on purpose? I mean, what I think of is, so I play in a 30-team dynasty. I've been in it for a while, and there are some teams that have only minor leaguers. Like, they are by definition tanking. They have basically no major leaguers even on their team. But I could see this as, if you were in like a 12-team dynasty, can I pick poor players and start them? I would say, like, if they are playing, even though they're poor, like, whose decision is it to decide whether players are poor or not? Like, you should be able to start major league players if they're on rosters. But if you're in a 12-team league and you're starting all minor leaguers, then that can become a question. Like, is this ethical? Because the player pool is much smaller in a 12-team league, and should we not be owning any major league players? That's kind of another discussion that could come up. And like Chris said, can I purposely make poor trades? If you want to win the league, why would you be devaluing your roster, for the future and now by making a poor trade? That one is absolutely not. Why would you even want to?
What about you, Greg?
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts to this. I think this is the question to me that most strongly illustrates that point of your league needs the constitution to address stuff like this. There should be a rule in your constitution that says you must start active players or something like that if you want to discourage this type of behavior. But if you have a lottery system, or it's just like the next year's rookie draft is determined by reverse order of standings, like if you're going to incentivize people to finish last for a better draft pick next year, then you can expect players to do this. Like it's going to happen. And so you have to write into your constitution, like how are you going to try to combat that? One of the things I do in my home leagues is we have what we call a basement tax, which is just to say that like at the end of every week of the season, we look at who's in last place and we charge that team $5. That happens every week. And so, yeah, you can tank if you want to. You can go, down to the basement if that's what you feel like you want to do, but you're going to pay the basement tax. And so maybe you try to ride that fine line of being in second to last all season. But I think the bigger point here strategically is if this is your thought process, like I want to dump good players and pick up bad players, or I want to trade good players to get bad players, like it doesn't matter what your draft pick is going to look like next year. Your team is going to suck. Like you can't, even if you want to compete next year, you still have to have some threshold of competent players that are going to go into your lineup to compete in the future. And if you're picking up prospects that you think are going to be ready next year, the year after, whatever, that's one thing. But if you're just picking up chaff off the waiver wire who aren't going to be on a roster in 6 months, like then you're only submarining yourself, even if you're getting a bad pick overall, in my mind.
I mean, I've definitely used strategies of like, hey, in dynasty leagues where I know I'm not going to be competing for a couple years and I want to try to make my draft spot a little bit better, like streaming in guys like Kyle Freeland or Rockies pitchers or things like that to lower my ERA and WHIP, but still make my innings, thresholds that I need to do. But to like actively like make a bad trade that doesn't actually help me in the long term. It's one thing to, dump a contract, for a rookie or for a draft pick. I don't think that is there's anything wrong with that. But like to legitimately make your team worse just so you can move up the lottery standings or your draft pick standings, I think is just bad business practice. And I think these are things that you need to outline. I remember being in a fantasy football league years ago, and there was no constitution, but the team who finished last got the first pick. And I remember sitting a bunch of guys for like really, really crappy players and getting in trouble with the league and being like, hey, like write something into the constitution if you don't want me to like sit my, wide receiver one. And they ended up just kicking me out of the league instead. And I was like, well, I get where you guys are coming from. At the same time, like, you really should just, have something outlined saying I can't do this because people will take advantage of things if they're able to. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to take advantage of anything for very long because they kicked me out. So, all right. In a dynasty league, a trade was made between two teams with a caveat that the team receiving the better end of the deal would not start a few pitchers in order to keep him from making the innings requirement. Is this cheating, Greg?
So this is collusion to me, plain and simple. You can't do this. But the one thing I'll say, like the more interesting part of this question is the statement, the team receiving the better end of the deal. Like, how do we know who that is? Like, we might think we know. And this is something for me that, like, fundamentally about trading, I think is interesting and challenging, is that everyone thinks they know who won the deal when it's made, but it's often not the case. And so I think you need to allow people to make trades that might look, slightly lopsided on the surface, especially if the two managers agree to make that deal. They have their reasons. Hopefully it's not collusion like this. But sorry, that was a little bit of a sidebar. But yeah, in the context of this question, don't do it. Collusion, bad, bad, bad. No, thank you. But this idea of like evaluating a trade as soon as it's made and saying, oh, this person won it, they got the better end. Like, to me, that's kind of BS in general.
I think we should talk about that here right after we finish answering this question, because I think that's a really, really good point. Chris, what are your thoughts on this question?
Yeah, similar. I mean, it's one of the best aspects of fantasy is that you and you alone control your team's decision making, and you can't, for whatever sordid reason, you can't hand that over to someone or commandeer someone else's team for your purposes or whatever. And I also thought it was interesting that there is a part of this question also related to an innings minimum question. So I have a league where we have a super draconian, probably too draconian penalty for missing innings. So it's not just kind of getting bumped down in the standings or losing points in those categories, but you also lose like your whole minor league draft for the next year and so forth. So in a lot of the leagues that I would be in, this wouldn't even be a temptation, because you would not enter into this deal because it would be too painful for you to miss the innings limit for someone else's benefit.
What about you, Daniel?
I guess what I noticed in this prompt was, how lopsided did this deal actually have to be for there to be a caveat that the other player essentially breaks the rules so that their team would finish worse and benefit the other guy who's winning the trade? Like, it must have been so ridiculously lopsided. Like, maybe this was just a ridiculous trade and it was just wholeheartedly collusion. Yeah, this feels like cheating.
Yeah, I think this one is definitely cheating. If you're asking someone to not start players or do something with their lineup on top of a trade, I think that is one step too far. It's one thing to try to make a trade and go like, hey, maybe if I get, Hunter Brown from this guy, he won't be able to make the innings limit and therefore drops to the bottom of WHIP and ERA and I move up like that. That's a strategy I think you can try to employ, but to actually specifically have that in writing, I think it is a step way too far in clear collusion. Though I think it was Greg was mentioning kind of vetoes and things like that. At what point should we be vetoing trades? I am a very anti-veto guy. I think that value is objective. And, what seems like a fair deal to me may not seem like a fair deal to someone else. But if it's my team, I should be able to manage and make trades the way I want, especially when we're talking about a dynasty keeper situation with prospects. We never know how those guys are going to pan out. Greg, how do you approach vetoes as a commissioner in leagues? You're muted. You clearly don't like him at all if you're not able to talk.
I don't have vetoes. I write that into the Constitution. I warn everybody up front who's joining the league, hey, this league doesn't have vetoes. If two people agree to a trade, the only people who can veto that trade are the people who made it. So what I do is I uphold a grace period there for it's almost like a buyer's remorse period, right? Like if it's one day and if it's something like somebody gets hurt and then they say, oh, never mind, I don't want to do this. That's one thing. But in general, I'm a no veto at all person. But if someone who made a trade says, oh, I misclicked, or, wait a minute, like I didn't realize this was so lopsided for X, Y, and Z reasons, like I'll listen to that as a commissioner and maybe I'll, run it back if I think that the intentions there were good. But to me, like, it's not worth having the controversy at all. So I just let everybody know going in that, hey, there's not going to be vetoes in this league. If a trade goes through, a trade goes through. If somebody burns you, don't trade with them again. If you see somebody get burned by somebody, be skeptical of trading with them. Like, go in with your eyes wide open, understand that every trade is going to go through. Make sure that when you agree to a trade, you mean it. And that's kind of the way I approach it. I'm generally against league voting vetoes because I think everyone just votes in their own self-interest. So if you are going to have a league with vetoes, my recommendation is to let someone trustworthy be that person who makes that decision, whether it's the commissioner, some sort of like council of owners who have been in the league forever. Even that's problematic. So yeah, all this is to say, like, because there is no real easy answer, I just say we're not going to have them at all. That's my approach.
Daniel?
Yeah, I feel like redrafts are where vetoes make more sense because maybe just at the end of the year, right, people collude and a bad team trades good players to a good team. That's a veto instance, I think. But in Dynasty, everyone's in the league because they want to play for now and the future. So it's hard to imagine really any cases other than collusion where a veto would be necessary ever.
Chris.
Yeah. So I think these guys have pretty much covered it, but I think the point I always try to stress to my leagues when they start to to talk about the need to veto and stuff like that. And these are keeper leagues. I'm like, I just even find raising the subject to be insulting and demeaning, because it's like, you're obviously basically saying that someone in this league is not smart enough to know what's in their own best interest or what have you. And I just think that that's silly. Like, we shouldn't even be starting down this road, because what you're essentially doing is calling the supposed loser of the trade an idiot. And we should all have mutual respect enough to think, well, that's not a trade I would have done, but he must have his reasons. And just live with the fact that sometimes other owners are not gonna make deals the same way you would, but it doesn't mean that they need to be protected from themselves or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I think bad trades are going to happen, right? Like, and we've all made them. I remember trading away like a $1 Chris Sale in an AL only keeper league for a $15 JD Drew, and regretting that later on. But I had my reasons for making the trade at the time, and I was happy with the trade at the time. I think trying to figure out like, oh, in hindsight, this is going to look really bad, or like I think you're calling your competitors or your league mates stupid. And I am part of a league that has vetoes, and they have a trade committee. If you want to do, and how that works is it's a rotating group of 5 of the 30 managers in the league. And they discuss it. And every time you make a trade, you have to give your rationale to why you made the trade. I still don't like the fact that sometimes trades in that league get vetoed, but at least there is a discussion about what's going on, and it is a very complex league. But at the end of the day, like, let people value their players the way they value them, because there's nothing worse than seeing someone veto a trade and then later on you go, hey, no, that trade was actually really great for that person you just tried to quote unquote protect. I just think it's a terrible way of operating a league.
Yeah, no one's going to protect me from drafting Grayson Rodriguez and then having him get hurt like in the middle of my TGF draft.
I wish I could have protected you, buddy. I really do.
No, you don't.
Well, you're not in my league, so I do. All right, let's see. Last season, I was matched up against the 6th place team in our head-to-head league. 6 teams made the playoffs. I already had the 1 seed locked up. In my opinion, the 7th place team was stronger than the 6th place team, so I threw the week to help the worst team make the playoffs. Is this a poor or a good strategy or poor ethics there, Daniel?
I don't like the term "I threw the week." I get that it's something you could do, and you can manage your roster however you want if your league's okay with it. But I just don't. I don't like it. That feels icky.
Chris?
So I don't think it can be completely bad, because I feel like we've seen, maybe I'm just a Patriots fan who watched the Bills out tank us so that the Patriots wouldn't get the number 1 pick in the draft this year. And I feel like this happens in real life sports, so it can't be completely but I also think that it's very much tempting the fantasy karma gods. And and I feel like this is the exact situation where that team that you were so nice to let get in the playoffs ends up beating you, and just karma. It's the way things happen. So I mean, I would probably play it out if it was me. But I don't think unlike some of the things we've talked about where with collusion and stuff like that, I think the person who benches is being too cute, and it may not well work out for them the way that they planned. But I can't really scold them as bad as the colluders and the other people that we've talked about earlier.
Greg?
Yeah, the same way we can't always tell which side of a trade is going to be the winner after all is said and done at the end of a season or whatever. There's no way you can know who actually is going to be your better matchup next week between the 6th and 7th seed. Like you can have a good idea and you might be right most of the time, but you can't account for everything. I don't see this as being that big of a deal, mostly because I think we talked about this earlier. Like, you need to let people manage their own teams. And if this is within the rules, if they can do this sort of thing to, try to improve their own chances of winning by managing their own team, I don't have a problem with that. If you want to discourage something like this, put a rule in your constitution. I don't know how many times I can keep saying it, but that's what you get when you put me on an ethics panel.
So this actually is a real life scenario from my own history of playing fantasy baseball. I was in a head-to-head categories league for 6 or 7 years, a home league, before it ended up folding. In the first year I was in it, I was in first place, and I looked at the team that was in seventh, and I went, that team is way stronger than team in sixth. And I was playing the sixth place team. I did this. I tanked the week just so that way that seventh place team couldn't get in. And you know what happened? Exactly what Chris said would happen. I lost to that sixth place team that I let into the playoffs in the second round of the playoffs. I would go on to finish first place in the standings every single year and get knocked out of the playoffs until that league folded. It was just bad karma. And so do I think this is unethical? No, I don't think it's unethical. I think it's really, really bad karma, and I learned it the hard way. I never won that league in spite of the fact that I dominated the regular season every single year. And so, yes, this is why we talk about this one, is because I need a reminder to make sure I'm playing with good fantasy juju.
It's real, man. Fantasy karma.
I believe it now. I didn't back then, but I learned my lesson. Guys, thank you so much for coming in and giving us a crash course in fantasy ethics. I'm going to give yourselves an opportunity to promote yourselves, tell people where you can be reached on social media. Chris, why don't you lead us off?
Sure. I'm KO_reporter on the Twitter, and Chris Olson on Blue Sky Baseball HQ. I'll be giving you your playing time updates for the Yankees, Red Sox, and Rays. And you can still read us in the Baseball Forecaster.
And Greg.
Yeah, Greg Sauce on Blue Sky, Greg Sauce on X. I forgot to mention earlier, my rankings are on Fantasy Pros. I had the most accurate rankings overall last season. That was a pretty big win for me. Finished in the top 10 a bunch of years in a row. I think I'm their most accurate multi-year ranker over the past 3 or 4 seasons. So I should have been patting myself on the back sooner. I'm going to do that now. But yeah, hit me up on social, and you'll start to see more content coming soon.
Awesome. And Daniel, take us out.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at drot, DROT_6. Again, I covering for Just Baseball. You can listen to their network of podcasts as well. You can find my writing on justbaseball.com. Again, writing a lot about the Orioles and also fantasy. And you can also listen to my podcast, Baltimore Bird Watchers, about the Orioles through Utah Street Report.
All right. Appreciate you guys coming on. It was a blast. I'm going to boot you out all unceremoniously, as I always do. And so that way we can get to the next panel. But before we do, remind everybody to donate to Fantasy Cares. Fantasy Cares is a fantastic organization that raises money through fantasy sports for Toys for Tots drives all throughout the country. And I got to participate in those with my wife last year. It was an absolute blast. It was really cool to be able to donate so many presents to our local area Toys for Tots drive. And you can do that by going to donorbox.org/TGFBI-2025. We are currently at over $6,600 raised between Podapallooza, TGFBI, and TGFBI participants. Really appreciate everybody who has donated. Keep those donations coming in. Every dollar you donate will get you entered in to win some amazing prizes that we'll be giving away at the end of the weekend. The end of the weekend is almost here. We're coming up on our last panel. It's going to be a good one. Got some friends of mine coming in, including Joe Rico is going to host, Frank Stampful, and we have Scott Engel, and we have Brandon. Look at this jam-packed panel. I'm going to turn it over to Joe, let you take out the last hour.
Thank you, Justin. We didn't coordinate the blue theme, but I guess it works here. Everybody in blue here, tangled up in blue, as Bob Dylan would say. But we are bringing up the caboose of Podapallooza. If you guys haven't already donated, check out the link that's going across the bottom of your screen there. The cause could not be better. We hope you've enjoyed the last couple of days listening to some baseball talk. But fellas, it's fantastic to get the chance to talk with you. I know Frank very well. Brandon and Scott, it's nice to meet you. But I'm going to give you guys just a quick chance. Let everybody know what you got going on. Frankie, let's start with you, my friend.
Yo, what's going on, Joe? Big thanks again to Justin for putting this together every year, and please donate if you do have the means to do so. You can follow me on Twitter at roto_Frank. You can follow me on Blue Sky as well, Frank Stanfill over there. Fantasy Baseball Today, the CBS Sports Podcast, is where you can listen and find all my work. We're daily now through the end of the baseball season, Monday through Friday, so you can listen to that. We have a shorter podcast as well, Fantasy Baseball Today Express. We go live on YouTube, so feel free to watch there or listen to the podcast in your audio feed.
Let's go to the FSWA Hall of Famer, Scott Engel. Scott, what do you got going on?
Hey, good to meet you, Joe, and you, Brandon. Frankie, my man, how are you, brother? Frank and I go way, way back. That's a story for another time. You can find me at rotoballer.com, both on the site and hosting their show on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio on the weekends. Also, The Athletic, Fantasy Baseball. Advanced Local for sports betting, which is NewJersey.com, Cleveland.com, Mass Live, Oregon Live, AL.com. And for those who play fantasy football, SeattleSeahawks.com, the official website of the team. I do fantasy football for them as well.
That's fantastic. You guys got a lot going on. Brandon, I am going off of memory here, but I believe you are a previous overall winner in TGFBI, correct?
Hey, appreciate that, Joe, for bringing that up. That's a good introduction. Yeah, won 2023, won the overall, so that was pretty exciting, and honored to be with you guys. Look up to all of you, so this is a good opportunity to talk some baseball. I am with Fantastics Insider Baseball. So if you go to insiderbaseball.com, you can find me there. All my columns. Also, we have the Insider Baseball podcast. Any place you get your podcast, Fantastics Insider Baseball. We're also on YouTube. So yes, that's where you find my stuff, and excited to be back for another year.
It's always exciting. I think this is year 4 for me. It's always a great time getting to meet some new people, talk some baseball, and do it for a great cause. We're going to get things kicked off with Marcus Semien. We're talking bounce back players today. Marcus Semien, the Iron Man, who seems to play 160 games or 162 games pretty much every single season. As he gets older, things get a little bit more dicey. Frank, do you think it's a good opportunity to buy back into a potential Marcus Semien bounce back this season?
I do think so. I think he's a little bit of a confusing one. I made a list of pros and cons here. For me, the pros, plate discipline is still really strong for Marcus Semien. He struck out in less than 15% of his plate appearances last season. Athleticism still seems to be intact, 81st percentile sprint speed, and he grades out as one of the best defensive second basemen in the game still. He still scored 101 runs in a down season last year, and a lot of the underlying stuff like quality of contact and his batted ball distribution all looks pretty similar to previous years as well. The cons, he's 34 years old. The steals have gone down 3 years in a row from 25 to 14 down to 8. His OPS was just 699. That was 121st out of 129 qualified hitters. And he's mostly been a compiler throughout his career. I lean towards the bounce back. I think this entire Rangers lineup is going to bounce back. I think they had a bit of a World Series hangover last season. So I'm looking at Marcus Semien leading off for a lineup with Corey Seager and hopefully a healthy Adolis Garcia. I think that they all kind of bounce back together here. And the fact that his ADP in March is around 95 over at the NFBC, that seems like a totally fair cause. So I do think we get a bit of a bounce back here from Marcus Semien.
Yeah, considering second base is pretty weak. He's not my favorite player to draft this season, but around pick 100 or so, if he's getting there, I don't have any problem with it. That Rangers lineup, it might be the best in the American League. I don't think that's a crazy thing to say. Scott, what are your thoughts on Semien and as the Rangers as a whole this year in terms of bouncing back?
I think the team can bounce back. I'm very interested. We talk about Semien as a bounce back, but DeGrom is a very interesting bounce back too. He's 37 years old. He says he doesn't want to maximize his velocity anymore. He's coming off the Tommy John surgery, but we've seen other injuries throughout the career. So I don't know if I'm in at the NFBC ADP of DeGrom at 47. I'm not totally excited about Semien, although I think the lineup will bounce back because, when you look at some of the advanced numbers last year, the average was 237. The XBA was 251. 3 years ago, he had 248 with an XBA of 243. What I'm really looking for is the batting average to come up and I don't see a lot of advanced markers that excite me. The slugging percentage was 391. The X slugging was exactly the same, and the WOBA was 306, and the X WOBA was 313. It's not anything that's really going to excite me. The launch angle came down a little bit. The exit velocity was about the same. The hard hit rate, there was no drastic change. So I'm not really seeing anything in the profile that indicates to me that I should get excited about any significant bounce back.
That's fair. Brandon, you got the split vote here. Frank's more buying in. It seems like Scott's a little bit more on the pessimistic side. Where do you land on Marcus Semien?
Yeah, I think one of the questions always with these sort of conversations is bounce back to what? So, he hit 20, as you pointed out, he scored over 100 runs last year, hit 23 home runs. I think that could be what we're looking at. And so if last year was a down year, then I don't see a huge improvement on it. But again, if you're getting 20 plus homers and 90 plus runs scored, I think you're in pretty good shape. The batting average, I do worry about, and I guess that's what was mainly down last year, along with stolen bases. But I think, he is getting older. His quality of contact was not great last year. I look back, really going back to 2020, his OBP is kind of 305, 334, 304, 348, and then 308 last year. And if that OBP is in the low 300s, he's not going to steal a lot of bases because he's just not getting on enough. So I really think that's my biggest concern is I don't think the stolen bases are there to where they've been before. And I think the batting average is probably not as exciting as you want it to be. The home runs, I can believe in, and I think he plays a lot, so he's going to score some runs in a good lineup.
Yeah, that's the thing with him. If he plays 162 games again at the top of that great lineup, he's probably going to return value. He'll be at least a reasonable neutral on where you're drafting him. But if he has to miss 20, 30 games, then that could be devastating if you are really relying on Marcus Semien. Especially if he does move up at all. I don't see him as somebody who's going to get a lot of hype over the next couple of weeks, but if he potentially moves up 10, 20 picks for whatever reason, I would definitely be out. But where he's going right now, I can understand taking a chance on him. Second base does dry up pretty quickly. If he stays healthy, then it should be a good season. But there are a lot of question marks with Marcus Semien. Let's move on to Pablo Lopez, somebody that I've been kind of interested in drafting this season. While 2024 was a bit of a disappointment, he still ended up with a 4.08 ERA. I know it was a lot higher throughout most of the season, but he really figured things out in the second half, it seemed like. If you're looking at the XFIPs and the FIPs of the world, wasn't much different from the year prior where he was very good. The Sierra went from 337 to 346. Not much of a change there. Let's reverse the order here, and we'll start with Brandon. What are your thoughts on Pablo Lopez entering 2025?
Yeah, I'm big on Pablo Lopez. I was just in an auction that I literally wrapped up like 15 minutes ago and drafted Pablo Lopez in it. The 4.08 ERA to me, that's an outlier. He hadn't had an ERA over 4 in the previous 4 seasons. And as you mentioned, XFIP 336, xERA, expected ERA is 367. I love the strikeout to walk ratio. He's always been pretty good at that. He's been a pretty reliable innings guy. 32 starts in each of the last 3 seasons. So I just think this is a guy that isn't as sexy as some other pitchers out there that people want as their SP1s, SP2s. And I'm pretty happy with Pablo Lopez. I think depends on sort of how you're setting your team up. If you're in a mixed league and it's a 15-team league, I think you can make the argument for Pablo Lopez as an SP1. I mean, if you're going kind of offense heavy. I know a lot of people would disagree with me about that, but I like him. I like the strikeouts. I like the low walks. And I think he's been really one of the more consistent pitchers in the league.
I have no problem with him as an SP1 and a 15-teamer. Most of the draft season, he's been going 4th, 5th round. I can definitely get behind that, and there's definitely a lot of people who have those type of builds. You mentioned the strikeout minus walk rate. It was 20% last season. There was only 14 qualified pitchers in baseball who had a 20% strikeout minus walk rate. That's kind of the elite benchmark there. Scott, do you agree with us on Pablo Lopez bouncing back this year?
Yeah, I'm feeling with him. We remember when, he was a big name floating around. Like, the Marlins are pretty much like a AAA club in terms of attendance and providing players to other teams. Now we're going to see Sandy Alcantara get promoted to the majors at some point when he gets traded, right? So I remember when this happened with Pablo Lopez and what a big deal it was. And then he comes over and, second year he's kind of disappointing, but, you look at some of the other advanced numbers. I mean, the strand rate was only 72.2. And, a lot of guys like scoring against him, etc. I think he had some bad luck there actually, and you look at you're talking about the xFIP. It was 365. Well, that's right in line with his ERA for the previous year, and even better than his final year in Miami. So, he won. We can't chase wins in fantasy baseball, but if you were disappointed last year, you still got 15 wins. So I don't even know if he's that much of a bounce back as much. I think as it pushes him down as a value a little bit. I think when you guys talking about Bills, there are a lot of people in the first 3-4 rounds that just want to take a hitter to come out of the gate, and then they can anchor their team with Lopez.
Yeah, I have probably 3 shares of Lopez, mostly as like an SP2, but I think that he is in a great situation in Minnesota for a team that really seems to know what they're doing pitching wise over the last couple of seasons. Could be a 90+ win team, especially in a weaker division. Maybe he doesn't get 15 again, but maybe 13 wins with good ratios and good strikeouts. It seems like we're kind of all in here. Frank, are you joining the group on Pablo Lopez bouncing back?
I think he'll be slightly better this season, but I kind of lean towards this is closer to who Pablo Lopez is. He had the 365 FIP and 367 xERA last year, but Lopez routinely posts higher ERAs than his underlying metrics say that he deserved. His fastballs in particular, the 4-seam and the sinker, they're just prone to getting hit pretty hard. And when he has these bad starts, he tends to have blow-up starts, and he can get in trouble with home runs too. So I lean towards this is kind of just closer to who he is. That the innings and the strikeouts seem reliable, but over the past 3 years, collectively, it's a 3.83 ERA and a 1.17 WHIP. That's closer to what I'm expecting. And in a lot of drafts where I wait on starting pitching, if I grab a starter in like round 4 or 5, I'm always taking Framber Valdez over him. So to me, it's like if I have to choose between those two, it's always Framber Valdez for me over Pablo Lopez. So I just haven't wound up with him in any drafts this season.
That's fair. I mean, when you break it down over a multi-year period, I guess the ERA being closer to 4 is a little bit worrying. I think the strikeouts are probably pretty safe, but you never really know. He did lose a couple points on his strikeout rate over last season. I think it wasn't drastic, but he went from 29 to 25. So if he loses a couple more ticks, hypothetically goes down to 22, if that did happen, it would probably be a bit of a disappointing pick. But I think generally speaking, I'm more interested than Frank. It seems like Frank is a bit of the outlier here, but we'll see. You never know. That's why we do these panels and break it all down. And we're going to kick it back to Frank for David Bednar, who's a bit of an interesting eval this year. I've heard some things throughout the offseason that he was maybe tipping pitches last year, and he's aware of it and something he wanted to work on throughout the offseason. I mean, it would be something that would make a lot of sense if he was tipping pitches. He had a 5.77 ERA, a 1.42 WHIP. The walk rate spiked. The strikeout rate plummeted. Just pretty terrible, forgettable season from David Bednar. Are you thinking there's a chance that he's able to bounce back, Frank, and maybe give you a 30-save season?
I do think that he can bounce back this season. And, last year he dealt with a lot of injuries. It was lat tightness right before the season started. He went on the IL in June with a strained left oblique. It just feels like he was never healthy last season, and maybe that contributed to him tipping pitches and getting blown up. I mean, no way around it. He had a truly awful season last year, David Bednar did. But his previous 3 years combined before that, a 2.25 ERA, a 1.06 WHIP, 11K per 9. He was one of the most reliable closers in all of baseball and for fantasy baseball purposes. So he's been all right so far this spring. It's 4 innings, 1 run, 1 walk to 5 strikeouts. And I just don't think the Pirates really have great comp in that bullpen either. I mean, it's Dennis Santana, Colin Holderman. So I do like the bounce back here for David Bednar. I like targeting him usually as like my second closer on a team. In a deeper league, if you wait, I think maybe you can get away with him as your first, but ideally as a second closer, and I do like the possibility of a bounce back this season for Bednar.
Yeah, I like that second closer piece. If he's your first closer, then you probably have to back him up pretty immediately with a second guy to feel safe, and even then, it's a little bit risky. I just took him as my second closer in TGFBI, pairing him with Josh Hader. I really like that duo, but Bednar, I think, if he is able to work on some of the things that dragged him down last year, the injuries probably definitely played a part in that. But I think if he is able to work on that tipping pitches thing, I need to go back and find where I saw that. But if he was kind of giving batters a bit of a tell, then that would also make sense because it was just a completely different story from the past 3 seasons. Scott, where are you at on David Bednar?
I'm looking for a bounce back. And you know what Frank said, what you said is important about what he's working on. I think we got to remember that with Pablo Lopez too. All these things that we see that they did last year, the teams obviously see and the players know, and they spend their offseason working on it. This is why a lot of these bounce back players are interesting players overall, because something went wrong last year. We know it. They know it. They're going to try to figure it out. So we can get it at a value if we look at it that way, whereas other people might say who are drafting against us, and we see it in the ADP, when we're talking about drafting approach, we'll say, I don't want him based on what he did last year. But if we know that, okay, we're following beat reports or we're listening to stuff like you and Frank say, a player and the team are going to work on this kind of stuff in the offseason. And, his pitch mix really didn't change last year. It's just his former four-seamer got hit a lot harder. The previous year, the batting average against was 188. It went up to 256. And he threw more of the split finger last year than he did the previous year. He kind of changed his pitch mix because the previous year he threw the curve more, and then the split finger was more secondary. He flipped that last year, and it didn't work for him. I wonder if he's going to go maybe back to tweaking his pitch mix again.
Brandon, where do you land on David Bednar this season? Is he somebody you've been drafting a lot?
I pride myself on not getting emotional with my drafting in fantasy baseball, and I was scarred by David Bednar last year. I was like all in on Bednar, had him on probably over 50% of my teams, and just got bit. So I have him on 0% of my teams. In fact, the one keeper league I was in that I had him, I just traded him last week. And all that to be said is I don't disagree actually with what you guys are saying. And I think Scott pointed exactly to what I was kind of looking at with his four-seamer just got beat up last year. 88.5 mile per hour average exit velocity on his four-seamer in 23. It went up to about 90 last year. Not a huge change, but it did cause damage. 6 home runs allowed on his four-seamer, twice as many as in 2023, even though he threw the ball a lot less. So he's got to fix the four-seam fastball problem that he's having. And a lot of times we know with the four-seamer, that means it's not that was the problem. It's that your other pitches aren't fooling them to where they can be more ready and more on your four-seamer. So a whole off season, this is still a relatively young pitcher. I think that, fix that problem and everything's going to be fine. And I think Frank brought up a great point, which is they don't have anybody else in that bullpen, and ultimately, why are you drafting Bednar? You're drafting him for saves. If we're talking a standard roto league, you're drafting him for saves, and there's just no one who's going to challenge him unless he really, really struggles and kind of forces their hand. I don't think there's a chance that Bednar is going to lose the job. So I like the idea of him as a kind of coming back this year and all that. I don't have him, and I don't know if I can.
That's totally fair. There are reasons to be concerned. There are reasons to be optimistic. I can understand both sides of the coin with Bednar. I think I agree with what you guys have said here, that he would need to really stink up the joint to lose that job because there is not a lot there. Colin Holderman has had some decent numbers periodically, but Bednar should be the closer. However many wins that'll be in Pittsburgh based on their offseason, that's a whole other discussion. But I think Bednar should have that job unless there's some really bad performances early in the season. But let's keep it going. And let's move on to Adley Rutschman, somebody that I haven't really been that interested in this season so far. But it's interesting, just been reading about him over the last few weeks that he was playing through a hand injury last season. He also dealt with a back problem. So maybe some of the lesser numbers we saw from him in 2024 were injury related. The batting average came down. The power wasn't quite what I was expecting, although 19 home runs is probably about fair. I was just maybe hoping personally that he could get to the 25 or so range. But I think I am going to chalk up some of that to playing injured last season. Brandon, what are your thoughts on Adley Rutschman this year?
Yeah, I think I like Rutschman as a catcher in fantasy because he's going to get a ton of at bats, and I think even if he doesn't take that next step that a lot of people would like him to take, whether that's to become a more like 290 hitter with 25 home runs, I think is the step we still think is possible with him. I mean, again, this guy was, we know, an elite prospect, a number 1 overall pick. He was dominant in the minor leagues, and he just hasn't gotten there yet. But that doesn't change the fact that he is going to play pretty much every day, and going to get a ton of at bats for the catcher position. That is just so valuable, as you know, like year in and year out. It's just hard to find those catchers that have the potential to give you 500 at bats. I mean, that's a rarity, and Rutschman can do that. Whether he can get to that next level, we just haven't seen it. I mean, the quality of contact doesn't really jump off the page with you. It's fine. It's not great. He's great plate discipline, always been a great plate discipline guy. And that's why I think there's a pretty solid floor there with his batting average. But whether he just takes that next step to become, like an elite type offensive player, I don't know if we have reason to believe that yet. And I think we have to see it before we can buy in on it.
I think that's totally fair. Scott, do you agree?
I don't know if I'm in on him taking an incredible leap, like it was just pointed out. But catcher is so thin that if I'm getting a 265, 260 type of hitter who I know is pretty good for home runs, that's something I want, especially in a 2-catcher league. Last year is very interesting. The isolated power went down 18 points. Yeah, that's not too terrible. The batting average went down 27 points. That's a concern. I think he's a better hitter than that, though. The strikeout rate went up a little bit. The walk rate dipped. The BABIP, went down by about 30 points. I think he boosted up another 10, 15 points. You're getting a 260 hitter with 20 home runs. That's something that I'll take. Last year the XBA was 255. I think he's a little bit better of a hitter than that. Hard hit percentage dipped about 2%. His launch angle went up from 12.6 to 18.8. So, that was something I want to see how he adjusts, in that regard, because his exit velocity stayed about the same. There might be some minor tweaks there. I don't see any significant leap with him, but if I'm getting 265, 20 homers, like I said at the top, I'm fine with that as a number 1 catcher.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. In a 2-catcher league, I'm a lot more willing to take him just because of that added scarcity, especially in a 15-teamer. When you're getting to catcher 28, 29, 30, those are some pretty dark times for your lineup potentially. If you're able to lock down 550 at bats with Rutschman, I think I'm pretty into that. But Frank, how much does the injury concern from last year play into it for you? Because he actually stayed on the field for the most part, but he talked about during and after the year that he kind of played through some stuff. Does that enter into your eval at all?
No, I mean, he's had the whole offseason to get better and recover from that injury. And I think it was a huge part of what happened to him last season, because if you just look at the point when he got hurt on June 27th, up until that point, he was batting 300 with 15 home runs and an 830 OPS. I mean, it looked like the breakout season was happening. I mean, at that point, he's on pace for like a 30 home run season from the catcher position. And then from June 28th on, he hit 189 with 4 home runs, a 559 OPS. His quality of contact took a huge step back after that too. Just 86.5 average exit velocity, 3% barrel rate. So I think that hand injury had a lot to do with what happened with Adley Rutschman last season. I'm pretty confident in the bounce back here. Something like a 260 to 270 batting average, 20 to 25 home runs, and great counting stats for the reasons you guys mentioned. He just plays so much, and they have that luxury of using him at DH to give him like a half off day there in Baltimore as well. So it just seems like we're not really getting much of a discount, right? Like even after a down season, his ADP is right around 60, and his ADP last year was 49. So he's dropped 11, 10, 12 picks year over year. So the industry is pretty sharp. I think a lot of people understand and also agree with the bounce back here for Adley Rutschman. I wish he was going a little bit later. I haven't been able to draft him myself, but I am pretty confident that he bounces back and that the hand injury had a lot to do with his down season last year.
Yeah, I have 1 or 2 shares. He's a bit tricky in 2 catcher leagues. Like catchers and closers for me, they're always, especially when you're playing like in an overall contest on the NFBC, they always get pushed up a little bit. If you're playing in home leagues, they don't have to go nearly as high. And it does make it kind of interesting. Like when I jump into my Yahoo leagues, where will Adley Rutschman be going? 1 catcher leagues, no overall prize. It'll be something that's interesting to kind of follow over the next couple of weeks. But we're going to keep it going with Kevin Gausman, somebody that's been close to my heart here in Toronto. Although last year, man, he cost me a couple dollars in the draft rooms because he was not good. His strikeout rate plummeted from 31% to 21%. The ERA wasn't actually terrible at 383, but coming off of 316, 235, and 281, it was not what you were hoping for. The swinging strike rate went down. Overall, it was just kind of a dark year for Kevin Gausman. Now at 34, Frank, can he potentially get back to that ace level form we saw in San Francisco in the first couple of years in Toronto, or do you think that this is the start of something a bit more ominous?
I think there's a chance that he can bounce back. Can he bounce back all the way back to that level? I'm not entirely sure. I do want to point out, too, lots of Blue Jays on this rundown, Joe. Did you have any say in the players we were talking about?
I didn't, but I understand why, because it was a bad year in Toronto last year, man.
Yeah, it was. So I entered the offseason pretty pessimistic on Kevin Gausman. He's 34 years old. He took a huge step back. The strikeouts went way down. The velocity continues to drop. But he acknowledged that last year's shoulder injury was something that he dealt with in the spring and that he probably should have started the season on the IL. And I think that was a big reason why he struggled for a large majority of last season. But so far this spring, I mean, he's looked a little bit better. The velocity is up. I saw a tweet that, Eno Sarris sent out that Kevin Gausman's Stuff Plus has looked really good so far this spring in a really, really small sample size. So I do just want to, provide some context there. I'm not saying Kevin Gausman's all the way back, but I am a little bit more optimistic now on the bounce back season. Again, I don't think he gets all the way back to 2023 levels, but a mid threes ERA, like a 350 to 370 with a strikeout per inning and a lot of inning, like doing that over 170 plus innings. I think that's doable for Kevin Gausman this season.
Yeah, I've landed on him a couple times. He's just a very tricky eval. Like if you look at first half, second half splits, 450 ERA in the first half, but then in the second half, 292. So you think, okay, he started to figure things out, right? In the second half, his strikeout minus walk rate was 9.4%. It was 17.2% in the first half. So he's kind of hard to figure out. Scott, have you figured out Kevin Gausman this offseason?
I'm still trying to do it. That's why I'm glad you guys asked me about him, because I figured you could help me figure it out. And it sounds like none of us can figure it out, really. I mean, you look at Baseball Savant on him. It's in his pitch mix, everything just got hit harder last year. And I just, rather than doing an advanced breakdown, I just look at his career, and that last season looks like so much of an outlier. Even though the xFIP was 422, the ERA was still 383. It wasn't terrible. It's just, the lack of gas last year. The lack of strikeouts, but also the strand rate was 70.3. That was significantly down from the previous year. So that maybe that's one thing to look at. But I just, when a guy's got this much of a track record, I will take him at the discount. When looking at the numbers, etc., and the ones that you mentioned, I had him last year, and he was very, very frustrating, especially when you're talking head-to-head or something like that. It's just one start where I thought he would bounce back. Then he has a bad one. Then he has 2 good ones. Then he has 2 bad ones. I think I just got to lean back on the pitcher that he is, and 34 isn't 37 either. So when he comes up on the draft board at his ADP, I'll take a look at him and say, okay, if it's a close decision between him and another pitcher, I'll go the other way if I like the other pitcher a lot better. But if there's a real fall off, and say between him and the next tier, I'll go with him. If I end up with him in an auction or something like that, I haven't decided what price I would spend for him in an auction yet. But looking at some of the pitchers that are going around him, it's a lot of closers within his range. Like I'm seeing it, like Seth Lugo is going about a good 10 spots behind him. I think I'd rather have Seth Lugo after what what he tweaked last year and what he was last year. Then it comes down to say him or Brandon Pfaadt, and like I think Brandon Pfaadt has more upside, so I might take Pfaadt. So I'm not on Christopher Sanchez going maybe 15 spots behind him. I'm definitely more in on Christopher Sanchez. I don't think it's a bad thing to be in on Gosman. He's a great track record, but if I can get somebody with more upside over him, I'll go the other way.
That's fair. I think I'm with you on Fod. I'm with you on Sanchez. Lugo, probably pretty close for me. If you're looking at the auction value over the last couple of weeks on the NFBC, he's been going for $7. I can get in at that range. If you're looking at standard snake drafts, he's like a 10th or 11th round pick. If he's your third or fourth starting pitcher, I can get behind that. The thing that really worries me is the splitter, though, because since Stuff Plus has started getting tracked in 2020, it's been an elite pitch. And then last season, it went down to a 95 Stuff Plus. It was something that was always in the 110s, 107 in 2023, and then it just plummeted. Brandon, where are you at on Kevin Gosman? Do you think he can bounce back, or are you as confused as the rest of us here about how to evaluate him?
I'm not real big on a huge bounce back here. I think that was wise of you to bring up the splitter. And he obviously lost confidence in it. He started throwing it less and less throughout the season. And part of what we saw then was his fly ball rate go up. Last year, it was 42%, which was the highest of his career. And you pointed out before that that improvement in the second half, at least in what his numbers were. I think some of that was luck, though. I'm looking at actually from like August 8th on, he had a really good finish to the season in what the numbers were. The ERA was 2.22. Didn't really see the jump in strikeouts, as you pointed out, and he did have a lot of walks, 20 walks in 56 innings. But what I'm looking at is like his home run to fly ball rate was 2.8%. And that's just luck. And I mean, so he kind of benefited. He was still giving up fly balls, wasn't striking guys out, but his numbers look a little better because he had that good finish, which I'm just not buying into. So I'm not sure I believe in it. His velocity was down last year, sort of normal age regression, not anything to be like terrified of, but it was down. He's 34 years old. He's now got a bunch of innings under his belt. Was approaching, probably going to pass 1,800 career innings this season. I'm not buying in. And I do agree that kind of those guys in that range, I'd rather have Pfaadt. I'd rather have Christopher Sanchez. I don't know about Lugo, but I'd rather those other two guys, more upside. And I just don't know if we're going to see those strikeouts get back to where they were.
That's the huge thing. He went from an elite strikeout rate to below league average in the snap of your fingers, essentially. I think that he can probably get back up a few points, but 30%, those days are probably gone from Gosman. He's a tough eval. He is truly, not just because I'm a Toronto fan and I got to try and leave my bias at the door, but I think he's one of the tougher evals on the board this year. Let's keep it going with another pretty damn tough eval, and that's Luis Robert Jr., who just had a brutal season last year, especially at the end. Because if you look at the 14 homers, 23 steals, you think, okay, that's not too bad. But 224 batting average, a 33% strikeout rate that was backed up by the swinging strike rate at 18% nearly. Just brutal. And I think most stunning of all, an 84 WRC plus for Luis Robert. But you're not getting any discount on him really in drafts, maybe a little bit, but he's going in the 70s in a lot of rooms. Still pretty pricey, Brandon. Are you interested in Luis Robert heading back to Chicago this year? I mean, he's still in Chicago for now. Who knows where that'll end up? But where are you at right now on Lou Bob?
I mean, the White Sox were so bad last year, right? And so I just, how much of that was like a mental game of like, who wanted to play there last year? Now, the problem is he's still there and they're still terrible. So I can't have any reason to believe that there's going to be a lot of improvement or excitement around that team this year. I will say the projections just love them, right? I mean, look at ATC, which is probably one of the more conservative ones just based on comparing Lubob specifically. 24 homers, 23 stolen bases. You get that season out of him. The average isn't good, 246. It's better than it was last year. I'm just looking at the projections, but all the projections kind of all in that, mid 20s homers and stolen bases. And, if you're in a standard roto league, I mean, you can get 25 out of a guy. That's elite. And that's really hard to find. And so I think that I kind of am buying in for that. I like the projections. We still know, like, all the struggles he had, he still has the skill set. He still can crush the ball. I mean, his quality contact is solid. It took a dip last year, but it's still pretty good. He has speed. He can steal bases. That skill set's hard not to buy in on, even with all the other intangibles and the fact that he plays in Chicago and the fact that his surrounding cast is absolutely abysmal. But I just, the skill set I got to buy into.
It's so tempting, and I've drafted him once or twice myself. I don't want to be overly invested because I don't want to be left holding the bag if he does repeat last year. And that's the thing. Last year, it seemed, I think most people would agree, that he didn't seem like he really cared down the stretch, but nothing's changed. They've got worse, if anything. No Crochet. Benintendi's hurt now. I don't know. Like, I'm talking about Benintendi as a key piece on that team. It's not a good team. Is Lubob going to come into camp this year reinvigorated for the love of baseball to play for the 53-win White Sox? I don't know. Scott, what do you think here?
My first reaction is to just stay away. You know, there's been durability issues. Why even pitch to him, no matter where he hits in the lineup at all? The batting average probably not going to be good. Although we did see him hit 284 a few years ago. I don't think that's who he is. The strikeouts were up last year to 33.2%. If I'm at 250, 25, 25, there's probably other players I can get that from on other teams, or where I don't have to spend the type of draft capital that I do for him. The risk that I take, that I do have second thoughts about, though, is, okay, what if Robert gets traded into a really good situation and I regret not drafting him? You know, that I can't say doesn't weigh in my mind, but you know, how much are you really going to steal playing for the Chicago White Sox, because you're not going to get driven in anyway? You know, it's so much futility. I'm not getting a great batting average. I'm basically looking at RBIs and steals and hoping they go up if he gets traded. It's not something I want to invest in.
Yeah, I guess he has to ask himself, do I want to get stranded on first or second base? But if he gets traded, like, Houston is in desperate need of an outfielder. If he got traded to the Astros or the Braves, potentially, maybe don't need it quite as much, but who knows with them. The Phillies potentially could use an outfielder. Like, if he went to a great team, a great offensive team, Frank, man, like, it's not going to happen before the season. But hypothetically, let's say that he was going into the season on an elite team. His ADP right now is 84. Where do you think that would be hypothetically? Would it jump a round or two? It could really, really fly up there.
Or I think a top 50 pick. If he was on a good team, I think he'd be a top 50 pick. And, you know, the Dodgers have been linked to Luis Robert for years. So it's never rule them out, right? Because obviously they have the ability to go out and get any player that they want. They still have an amazing farm system. So that would not shock me if we get something like that this upcoming season. Lots of variance in the player, Luis Robert. To me, it really comes down to health. And that has been a big problem for him. But if he's healthy, I think he's going to bounce back. You know, we saw what he could do in 2023 when he mostly stayed healthy, 145 games, 38 home runs, 20 steals. I mean, he was an awesome player in fantasy that season. And I do like the discount that we're getting this year. I mean, he's going 50 picks later than where he was going in drafts last season. He was a top 40 pick, and now he's going, you know, closer, you know, to that 80 range, which you mentioned, Joe. So last year he suffered the hip flexor injury right at the beginning of the season. He missed 2 months. Was he ever healthy? He looks healthy so far this spring in a really small sample size. He's hit 2 home runs. He's walked 3 times, which I think is crazy for Luis Robert. He barely ever walks. But I think there's going to be motivation here too. I understand the White Sox are bad. I think that's what's going to motivate him. He wants to get off of this team. If he plays well, another team's going to come knocking and you know, try and trade for him. So I think that's going to be the motivation for Luis Robert. Lots of variance here, but I think there's big upside. And you know, with the ADP right around 80, I think it makes sense. I like the bounce back here for Luis Robert.
He's priced to buy for sure. If it was like some of the other players that had a bit of a down year, like you mentioned earlier with Rutschman, I mean, Matt Olson had a bit of a down year. He's not really that discounted. Then I think it would be a little bit more worrisome, but I think the price is right to buy back in if you are a Luis Robert believer. Let's talk about Walker Buehler. A lot of people are really interested. I've heard some smart people say that they're really invested in him. The playoffs, he did seem to figure things out a little bit. In spring so far, he's looked pretty good. but I don't really know if I trust him in the post sticky stuff world. It seemed like that was something that was a huge part of his arsenal before they took it away. Then he got hurt a couple times. I don't really know what to make of him, especially going to a hitter-friendly park, Frank. Are you in on Walker Buehler this year?
This is one of the toughest for me because we know that he used to be an ace. He's had 2 Tommy John surgeries. You mentioned the sticky stuff. Walker Buehler has not been the same since they started cracking down on that as well. He just looked like a shell of himself last season. He was legitimately one of the worst pitchers in baseball. And then by the time we got to the postseason, something started to click. And there were quotes from Walker Buehler that he said he was just starting to let it air out. And he, wasn't worried about the arm anymore and the second Tommy John surgery. And he really just started to let things fly. And we saw the velocity up a little bit. We saw the stuff was much better in the postseason where the spin rates were up and he was getting more movement on his pitches. And I do think he's motivated. I mean, it's a 1-year prove-it deal with the Red Sox here. Another small sample, but he's looked all right in spring. 5 innings, 1 run, 7 strikeouts. The Red Sox did really good work with their pitchers last season. We saw a breakout season from Tanner Houck and a few of their other pitchers, look pretty good last season. So I don't know what he bounces back to, but I think it's a fair bet to make at his ADP, which is 240. So that's pretty late in drafts. I really like loading up on as many pitchers as possible in that 200 to 250 range. There's a lot of really, really exciting upside pitchers. I haven't drafted him yet. He's a tough one, but I do think he's going to be motivated, and the price tag is fair at around 240 if you are looking to buy back in a Walker Buehler.
Just got my first share in TGFBI is my SP6. I'm willing to take the chance there. Could go well, could go terribly, but at that point of the draft, I think there's a decent chance you're dropping a good chunk of those players in the post 250 range anyway. Scott, where do you land on Walker Buehler? I agree with Frank that he is one of the tougher players to evaluate on the board this year. Are you buying back in? And let me frame it to you this way, because the projections for ERA range from 392 to 479. Which end of that spectrum do you think he ends up closer to?
Not fully to the 392, but close enough. I mean, when you can't always look at spring training, but the fact that he's looking good in spring training too, and then on top of it, how good he looked in the playoffs, and where Frank indicates that you're getting him in drafts, and where you got him in the draft, why not take the flyer? What really is the risk? And again, I'll compare to where he's going. Some pitchers are going around him in the NFBC. He's got a 257 ADP. That's 6 spots behind Nick Lodolo. I'd rather have Lodolo. Again, it's all about making these decisions when you're on the board, and we're just talking like a regular sort of draft. Ranger Suarez 5 spots behind. To me, that's a wash pretty much. And then I just go a little deeper pitcher, but then I get to 270 and I'm like, oh, I really like Jackson Jobe. I would rather take a shot on the upside of Jackson Jobe than worrying whether Walker Buehler rebounds or not this season. So it really comes down to Jesus Luzardo, 276. Jesus Luzardo's got some really live stuff. I don't think we've seen his best year. So, yeah, I'm willing to take a chance on Buehler. There's nothing wrong with it. But when I'm queuing up guys in that range, he's not going to be my top pick.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, once you're talking about that range, you're also looking at Michael Wacha, who's been very stable recently, Bubba Chandler, who looks like he is.
Oh, definitely would take Bubba Chandler over him every 8 days a week.
His fastball is already phenomenal. And then you got the Matthew Boyds, the David Festas, the Nick Martinez. There's a lot of good speculative options in the later part of the 200s and drafts. Brandon, have you found yourself landing on Walker Buehler throughout draft season so far?
No, I think the point Scott made is a good one. Is there are a lot of guys around there that I just like better. The other part with Buehler is just how many innings are you going to get out of him through 90 last year, right, with the postseason included. Obviously didn't pitch in 23 and then 65 the year before. I mean, he hadn't thrown a lot of innings. So I just worry that you're really not going to be able to get that many innings out of him. So I think, the Red Sox rotation is really interesting to me. It's going to be a fun team to kind of watch to see how it all plays out. And they have a lot of talent and guys who've had success and have great upside. But there's also some weirdness, I guess, with it as well. So I don't know. I think Bueller on the surface is like I think he could deliver a fine season. I think he could, get those strikeouts to a decent amount. It's not going to strike out a ton of guys, but a decent amount, and keep his walks relatively low, and maybe deliver some wins and some ERA. I just don't think I like him more than the guys in that range, and I do worry about how many innings you're going to get out of him.
One reason I don't want to draft Walker Bueller is because I don't want to hear that joke in the draft room that I know I'm going to hear. This over repetitive Ferris Bueller joke. I don't want to hear it anymore when you draft him.
Fair.
Walker's day off, and then those. Yeah, he's going to be maybe going down as one of those big what ifs. His age 23, 24, 25 season, 26, they were so good. And I don't think we're ever going to get back to that. That doesn't mean he can't be a productive arm on a good team for sure. But those days of sub-3 ERAs and Cy Young ballots may be behind him. But I think he still is a little bit interesting. It's just the range he's going in is just packed with talented arms. So it really just depends on how your draft goes or how much you're willing to pay up for him in an auction. But let's talk about somebody that I am also kind of polarized on this year. Shout out to Justin for putting together this sheet. I assume it was Justin because these are some good names, and Matt McLain is right among them. I don't really know what to make of him this year. We didn't see him at all last season. When he was out on the field in 2023, he was brilliant. 16 homers, 14 steals, 290 batting average. Everything was really good. But there's also some concern in my head, and maybe this is unfounded, but like Zach Geloff a couple years ago had a great half a season. Everybody bought in, and then he kind of disappointed people. It's a little bit different profiles, but I think it's just the short sample second baseman that people really bought into. It's a better park for sure with McLain, but he's still somebody that I don't really know what to make of him this year. Brandon, where are you ranking McLain? How interested are you this year for fantasy baseball purposes?
I wouldn't have thought coming into the draft season that I would have, I liked him. I wouldn't have been expecting myself to like him as much as I apparently do because I have a bunch of shares of him. And you're not getting the discount that you probably would want for a guy who missed all of last season, top 100 player, who the upside, what is the upside? I don't think he has extraordinary power, good power, but not extraordinary power. And he doesn't have extraordinary speed. But again, kind of like we were talking about before with Robert, a guy who has the potential to give you 2020. I think that's a realistic, and that's probably why people are drafting him, right? 2020 potential. He's in a good lineup, in a great ballpark. I love the addition of Terry Francona, the hiring of Terry Francona. I think that's going to help the overall offense. I think he should be at, near the top or in the middle of that lineup with some talented guys around him. So I do feel like the sort of environment is set up for him to succeed. And he's healthy right now. He's playing in spring training. He's looked decent, small sample size, but at least he's out there. He had he had a good amount of recovery time from that injury when you just think of the fact that he did get all of last year off. So I'm not really worried about that injury lingering. So I feel like you're getting him healthy, in 2023 as a rookie, 290 with 16 homers, 14 stolen bases, and 365 at bats. You should see an improvement on that. So I do like McLain. I didn't realize I liked him as much as I apparently do.
I like him, and I also like the multi-position eligibility you get with him. The park is obviously great. The lineup is coming along. Scott, where do you land with McLain? Because for me, I don't really know exactly how I feel about him still.
I'm kind of in on him too. I don't think he's going to hit 290, although he's hitting 304 this spring. That's just a good sign overall. Even though it's just been eight spring games so far, but you're talking about 25 homers and maybe close to 20 steals here. I think it's very doable. It's like with. He had a full season in the majors yet? No. That's the one thing that you have to worry about with a guy like this, that, with a young player like this, when they haven't seen a full season in the majors, you're going to see some cold streaks. So that's why he's certainly not going to hit 290 again. I think you got to expect 250 to 255, but, the double position eligibility, he plays second base, you got shortstop, second base itself, that can kind of thin out pretty quick, even though shortstop is deeper, because you look at the ADPs right now, and he's going at 89 in the NFBC, and there's just Marcus Semion's going 6 spots ahead of him, and I think there's a definite fall off between him and Semien, who we talked about earlier. After that, you don't see a second baseman getting drafted for a while after that. The next one is Luis Garcia Jr. at 119. So it's talking about players and groupings here. When I'm between Semien and Garcia might be a little bit more of a safer pick because of what we saw last year. And I could pass on McLean and wait for Garcia, who I got in the Great Fantasy Baseball Invitational, like the 14th round or something like that. But I'm in on him just because of the position that he plays, the fact that the counting numbers are going to be good. And after that, you get into Bryce Terang at 134. So for the counting numbers, if I'm purely going to play him at second base, I'm in.
Yeah, I think the positional scarcity is a huge part of it. Second base sucks. It really is a terrible position this year. If you're able to lock down one of those elite targets and not have to worry about it, especially if you're playing in leagues where you don't have to, if you have corner infield spots, it just makes it even worse, actually. So scrap that thought there. But we have a couple comments in the chat. Palazzo Podcast, it looks like it's probably Govier. He looks like he's very much in on Matt McLean this year. My old colleague, Anthony Cates, is also very in on McLean. He thinks he's a top 3 second baseman. So, Frank, where does that leave you? What do you think also about that Geloff comp? Is it crazy for me to kind of worry based on that? Like, looking at the strikeout rates, looking at the production they had in that small sample size, it's probably nothing. It's just, 2 second basemen who had a good short sample and then worrying about how they're going to look in their next full season. What are your thoughts on him as a whole? And am I crazy with that comp?
I don't think it's a crazy comp at all. We saw a 28% strikeout rate from McLean in his rookie season, and it actually got worse as the season went on. So we saw the strikeouts kind of tank Zach Geloff last season. I'm not sure that McLean has the same holes in his swing, but just the fact that the strikeout rate has been elevated in the small sample size that we've seen from him, I think he's a good bet to bounce back. I worry a little bit about the health. The injuries that he suffered last year were pretty significant. I mean, having shoulder surgery, and then he suffered a stress reaction in his rib while ramping things back up and just never was able to return to the Reds last season. But if he's healthy and out there, I think a 2020 skill set is totally fair for Matt McLean. The one thing I've noticed is his ADP is on the rise. So in 68 drafts at the NFBC in the month of March, the ADP is up to 79.3 for Matt McLean. And, at second base, he's going right next to Jordan Westberg. I like Jordan Westberg a lot. He hits the ball harder than someone like Matt McLean. Like, just straight up, I would take Jordan Westberg over McLean. And then, at the shortstop position, someone like Bo Bichette is going 40 picks later than McLean. It's not the same skill set because I don't expect Bichette to run much anymore, but I know his name is on this list, and I do like Bo Bichette to bounce back in a contract year at 27 years old. So give me a 40-pick discount on Bichette versus Matt McLean. I haven't been able to press the button for McLean this season, but I do expect he'll probably be a 2020 player if he can stay on the field.
That's fair. And like you mentioned, Bo Bichette's on the list. There's still a couple players, but we're running up against the clock. So the way I'll do it for the remaining 4 players, it's Chris Bassett, Bo Bichette, JT Realmuto, and Josh Lowe. Frank, which is your favorite of those to buy back in on this year?
I like Bo Bichette, as I just mentioned. We're getting an 80-pick discount in ADP from where Bo Bichette was going last year. It was a truly awful season. There's no way around it. He was not healthy. He dealt with recurring calf injuries and then a broken finger towards the end of the season. But entering last year, he was a career 299 hitter with an 826 OPS. I think the batting average bounces back. I think he hits 20-plus home runs, maybe chips in 10-ish steals this season. We've seen players in their walk year contribute more steals than we've expected. Willie Adames did it last year. Aaron Judge did it a couple years ago. So I do see a bounce back season from Bo Bichette. Josh Lowe's name is on this list too. I'll give him a shout out. I do like him to bounce back this year. I think maybe we've gone too far the other way. His ADP was like top 75 before he got hurt in spring last season. And now you're getting him in that 150 range. The fact that I don't think he was healthy last year, multiple oblique strains, and now he's playing in Steinbrenner Field, which is Yankee Stadium South. So the fact that he's got that short porch in right field, the heat and humidity, the ball is going to fly. So, yeah, I think we could get a bounce back season from Josh Lowe, 20 plus homers, maybe 25 to 30 steals, something like that. I like him and Bo Bichette to bounce back quite a bit.
You got the Dr. Dave seal of approval here in the chat as well, which is always good, especially for a guy who had a bunch of injuries last year. We'll definitely take that. Scott, let me throw the same question to you. Between Chris Bassett, Bo Bichette, JT Realmuto, and Josh Lowe, which one are you most interested in buying back in on this year?
Probably not Bassett. Just because I always thought he was a better real life pitcher than a fantasy pitcher. When he was at his best, but I'm right with Frank. He said a lot of what I was going to say about Bo Bichette. Being in a walk year, a lot of guys talk about stats, but having covered the games, I see things from an intangible perspective, and I think a guy being in a walk year is a real motivator. A guy with a lot of pride like that, like a professional like that. We're all talking here about his terrible year. He knows it too, and I think he's just a better player than what we saw last year. So I'll give you the Blue Jay I like is Bichette. The Blue Jay I don't like is Bassett.
The contract year thing is funny. Somebody mentioned on a panel earlier, I think it was a Sparky Anderson quote, give me 25 guys in the contract year and I'll give you a pennant. I think that's kind of the way it works with a lot of these guys. When they see that there's going to be a contract that needs to be signed, they rev it up a little bit. Whether or not that's a legit thing, it seems to be kind of a legit thing. Brandon, same question for you. Between these four names, Josh Lowe, Realmuto, Bichette, and Bassett, which one are you most interested in?
I do tend to target guys in contract years. There's no question about it. I'm actually going to go with Lowe. I think Frank brought up a lot of what I was thinking with him is, he dealt with those injuries last year, led to a lot of strikeouts. But the reality of it is he still hits the ball really well. And even though he struck out a lot, his contact rate was still 73%, which isn't that bad for a guy with a, really solid quality of contact. The moving to Steinbrenner Field for a lefty hitter. I mean, I want all the lefties on Tampa Bay. Lowe and Lau are the guys I want, and so I find myself really digging in on Josh Lowe and probably going to have a bunch of shares of him. I think he's underrated and he's, offers the stolen bases. We've seen it throughout his career. I mean, both in the majors and in the minors. And I think you could see the bump in homers this year moving to the field.
Cosign, absolute cosign. Justin, Danielle as well.
There we go. That is all the time we have for you guys. I really appreciate you coming on and dropping all your knowledge. I want to give you the opportunity to promote yourselves real quick before I boot you out of here and wrap up Podapallooza 2025. So, Scott, why don't you remind everybody where you can reach on social media and plug anything you got going on?
Thank you, my friend. Good to see you, and thanks for having me again. Great meeting everybody, seeing my guy Frank as always. You can find me on Roto-Bowler on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio on the weekends. The Athletic, Seahawks.com, and Advanced Local, which is Penn Live, Michigan Live, New Jersey.com, Mass Live, all those great platforms. And also want to let you know that Roto-Bowler has donated a full season fantasy baseball package to this event.
Yeah, I'm so excited about that. Going to be giving away stuff at the end of the weekend. Hey, it's the end of the weekend. We're going to be giving that stuff away here over the course of the next few days. So make sure you're checking your emails for those prizes we're going to be giving away. Brandon, remind everybody where you can be reached and what you do.
Yeah, you can check me out on Fantastics, InsiderBaseball.com. You can also listen to our podcast, Fantastics Insider Baseball Podcast, on YouTube and in everywhere you get your podcasts. You can find me on Twitter. I'm not on as much as I used to be. X at B_Cameraman. And yeah, I mean, I am really honored to have been part of this. I always love doing this and love TGFBI. And so really appreciate getting to meet you guys and talking some baseball.
And Frank.
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter, X at Roto_Frank. You can follow me on B-Sky as well. And you can find my work over at CBS Sports, the Fantasy Baseball Today podcast. We're going Monday through Saturday up until the start of the season, and then Monday through Friday for the entirety of the season. That's where you can find most of my work. Big thanks again to you, Justin, for putting this together. Shout out to the King, Scott Engel. I am hoping to see all of your faces next weekend and Tout Wars weekend. So happy to be here and hoping to see you guys next weekend.
You'll definitely be seeing us. We'll be out there on Wednesday through Sunday. So really, really excited for that. Joe, finish us out.
You can find me on this podcast. Well, you can see the background, The Sleeper and the Bust. I do it once a week with Justin and Paul, maybe a couple times next week because Justin's going to be off in New York, like he mentioned. So Paul and I might do a couple of shows next week. You can also catch me hosting the Fantasy Pros Baseball podcast. Mix it up between myself, Joe Pisapia, Chris Welsh. We share the hosting duties, but lots of fun on both of those feeds. So make sure you guys are following. And if it's social media you're looking for, Joe Rico99 on the Twitter and the Blue Sky, which I'm trying to be more active on Blue Sky, mostly on Twitter, but you can find me on both places. Same handle.
Appreciate you guys coming on and dropping your knowledge and supporting Podapallooza. I'm going to boot you out of here so I can wrap up Podapallooza.
Thanks, Justin.
Boom. There we go. I really want to thank everyone for being a part of Podapallooza 2025. It was a massive success. Over the course of the weekend, we raised over $6,700 between Podapallooza, TGFBI, and TGFBI satellite leagues. It's really, really amazing. We get to donate that to Fantasy Cares. But if you want to donate more, you can. I will leave the donation link open for quite a while, and it'll probably take me at least a week before I'm able to actually start doling out all those prizes because, like Frank and Joe mentioned, I'm heading to New York for Tout Wars this next week, and I don't know that I'll be able to get that. So if you still want to get in on those raffle tickets, you can. If you're watching this later, if you're hearing these in podcast form, you can still donate and be eligible for prizes probably for another week from now. So make sure you're doing that. Donorbox.org /TGFBI 2025. And we really need to thank one person and one person alone for allowing me to do this. And that is my wife, Danielle, who has joined us with her shirt that says, "Shut up, Mason," which you can get on rotorwear.com. You can also get TGFBI t-shirts on rotorwear.com. So make sure you do that. Any parting words of wisdom for 2025 Podapallooza?
No words of wisdom. Just a big thank you to everyone who participated, was on a panel, who donated a prize to be given away. Just everyone who donated. Very thankful for everybody who pitches together to make this such a success and such a fun weekend, despite how crazy it's made me.
Really, really appreciate everyone who was a part of this, whether you were on a panel, whether you donated, whether you just watched and listened. It really, really helped. And I got to thank everybody. Got me over 1,000 YouTube subscribers this weekend, which was a cool little benchmark to clear. So from Danielle, myself, and everybody at Podapallooza, thank you all so much. Good luck this fantasy baseball season.